Chapter 9, The Valeria Expedition Part 1. Well, I'm back. Sorry for the longer than normal delay in getting this out. All I can say is that real life can be a royal pain. Especially this year. Anyway, not a whole lot to discuss before getting into this one. So, I just want to say thank you to everyone who reviewed, alerted, or added this story to your favorites. Writing is a stress reliever of mine, and the knowledge that there are so many out there enjoying what I wrote really helps to motivate me to keep going. One thing I do want to point out, this story is following the books far more closely than it is the show, however I am utilizing aspects of the show that I liked, the few there were outside of the visuals. Also, like the book, there will be a lot more magic and mysticism in this story than in the show. And once again, a huge thank you to my beta reader Telemachus Sundance, who's been a huge help not only in beta reading, but in also helping with my brainstorming and helping me keep some of more wilder ideas from making this story go sideways. Standard disclaimer, I do not own Star Wars, Game of Thrones or A Song of Fire and Ice. If I did, well I wouldn't have to break my back working 50+ hours a week lol. Hope that you all enjoy. And please feel free to leave a review if you feel so inclined. And one last thing, pairings for the Stark children and other couples have been decided. And, minor spoiler, they are not the more common of pairings, but ones that I enjoy. Chapter 9. Standing next to the helm of the Sea Wolf, former Darth Nox, Lord of the Sith, member of the Dark Council of the Sith Empire and a current Lord of Westeros and the Northern Sorcerer, watched through the Force as the massive ship cut through the waves of the ocean with barely a tremor felt. The ship's massive size granted it such stability that unless they encountered a large wave, the calm to choppy waters of the narrow sea did little to disturb the passengers and sailors on board as they sailed down the coast of Essos heading ever closer to their destination. Leaning his head back, Nox took in a deep breath of sea air. He hadn't really realized it before, as he hadn't had a chance to, but he'd missed this. Not the sailing, although that too was enjoyable to a point. No, what he missed was the adventure. Heading off into the unknown. Searching for secrets long since lost and returning with knowledge worth even more than raw coaxium. Ever since the end of his apprenticeship under his former master Darth Zush, Nox had not had a moment to truly head out and pursue this type of venture again. After Zush's death, he was stuck running for his life from Darth Then Aten before wading through the swamps of Teres and then the frozen wasteland of Hoth. And after that, he was stuck trying to keep his body from deteriorating from the Force walking rituals so that he could finally confront Darth Then Aten and kill the son of a bitch. Which then led to his ascension to the Dark Council and the end to any potential free time he might have had as he suddenly found himself responsible for an entire sect of the Sith, maintaining his own fleet of Imperial ships and soldiers, while at the same time keeping an eye out for any potential upstarts within the Sith that thought they had a chance at taking what was his. The only thing that could have truly made this little venture of his more enjoyable would be if Nyra was by his side. It had honestly surprised him how fast the once timid girl had worked her way into his life. But now she was as much a fixture of his thoughts as Ashura had been, and still was. But while the two women might be equal in his heart now, they were quite different. Oh, they both had the same fire and drive that attracted him so. But if he were being completely honest, Ashura was the stronger of the two. He'd tried to teach Nyra to fight, but she'd been, well, miserable at it. He'd been persistent with her, and while she did learn a few things and could probably hold her own for a time against most, she would never be able to truly stand by his side on the field of battle as an equal. But while she might not be the warrior that Ashura was, she was strong in other areas. Which was why he'd had no qualms about leaving her in charge of his affairs while he was away. He trusted her, probably above all others, to do what needed to be done. At least this time I won't be going skinny dipping in a toxic waste dump on Bomara. Nox thought, chuckling lightly to himself as he remembered the defector Imperial doctor that he dragged back from a Republic base. Although, based on what I've learned of the so-called Doom of Valeria, I could very well be walking headfirst into a similar situation. Ever since he'd had the vision before the Weirwood tree in Winterfell all those years ago, Nox had been dedicating almost every moment he could to deciphering it. While some aspects of the vision he could make sense of, for every one of those occurrences there were still 10 or more that did not make much sense. The great darkness that was threatening to overrun Westeros for instance was still a mystery to him, although after digging through the library and speaking discreetly with the denizens of the North, he had a fair idea of just what, if not who, the darkness was. But the other dark presences around this world still eluded him. Not something that he was accustomed to, nor something that he was comfortable with. And due to the lack of effective transportation, he was unfortunately stuck with dealing with the threats closest to him for the time being. Whenever he entered a deep state of mediation, he could almost feel the individual dark presences across the globe. And besides the strangely clouded presence far to the north of Westeros, there was only one that was close by. And it resided in a land that few dared to tread. Valeria, the perfect place to hide. And there was not a doubt in his mind that whatever this dark presence was or is, it had something to do with the Doom of Valeria. It had to be some sort of Force ritual gone wrong. Or right, depending on one's point of view. Nox pondered while idly drumming his fingertips against the railing of the ship. Nox could think of several rituals off the top of his head that could have a backlash, intentionally or not, that could equal the devastation reportedly caused by the doom. And none of those rituals were pleasant. Well, not that many Sith rituals could be considered pleasant in the first place. But still, there were a few rituals that any Sith with barely a mediocre amount of sense in their heads knew to stay well away from. The only other theory he had for the doom was a natural disaster like a volcanic eruption. But that seemed more and more unlikely with each new fact he learned about Valeria. The land was rife with magic. And even a novice Sith acolyte would have been able to sense such a disastrous event well before it occurred. Then there was the smoking sea itself, a simple strait that became a sea after the doom shattered the peninsula that Valeria once sat upon. The sea constantly smoked, and the water boiled. And then there were the demons and stone men were said to room within its depths. Not something that Nox considered to be a natural phenomenon. Hearing a commotion from the main deck of the Sea Wolf, Nox pulled his senses back into himself and to the ship. Standing on the main deck of the ship, surrounded by a good portion of the crew, were two individuals who, despite sharing the same name, were complete opposites in terms of size from one another. Small John Umber, although Nox was sure the name was ironic as the newly turned 20-year-old man stood even a full head above Nox, was making small circles around his much small opponent, Nox's own acolyte Jon Snow. While to the passerby it might look like the two were sparring, they were instead playing a game that Nox had introduced to the crew as an attempt to alleviate some of the boredom and stress that can come from long voyages such as this. On each of their backs, they had a strip of red cloth the size of a man's arm tucked into the waistline of their pants. The objective was simple, the first one to get the cloth from the opponent won. And the only rules were no weapons and no drawing blood. However, despite the severe size mismatch, John was holding his own as he used his smaller frame to deftly dodge around Small John's light punches in attempts to grab him while those who were surrounding the two were shouting words of encouragement or taunts as coins and verbal bets were being passed between one another. Of those trading the taunts and barbs, the ones who surprised Nox the most were Daisy Mormont and Asha Greyjoy. Not because the two were in the crowd joining in with the others, but rather because the two were standing side by side and laughing with one another. Despite the long history of animosity between the two young women's houses and their relatively frosty introduction to one another, the two women had developed a strange camaraderie during the voyage. And now, it was almost strange to find one during the day without the other right next to her. Their relationship was probably helped by the fact that, being the only two women on board the vessel, they were placed into the same cabin with one another. So, they were forced to either try and find some common ground between themselves or be faced with a very long voyage ahead. Hearing a chorus of cheers and groans as well as the sound of coins changing hands, Nox focused on John and John. His acolyte had managed to jump and flip over the much large man's head and had grabbed hold of the red cloth on his opponent's back, before tucking and rolling away from him. Ending the match between the two as he came up with the cloth in hand and a grin that nearly split his face in two. Even though this voyage had only just really begun, the changes in Nox's young acolyte were astonishing. The boy had grown by leaps and bounds, not necessarily in terms of power, but rather in confidence. Something that he needed desperately but was heavily stunted due to his time in Winterfell and to his status as a bastard. While Nox had noted that the northern people did not care for a man's status but rather his deeds, the title still held a heavy weight over the boy's head. Primarily because it had been drilled into his head for years before I arrived and could cease the berating. Nox thought sourly. It's taken a long time to undo years of conditioning. Their brief stop in Bravos to resupply had done wonders not only for John, but for many of the men of the north. Most of whom had never stepped foot outside the northern territory in their entire lives. Of course, he was sure that many of the men were just happy with the few silver stags that were presented to each member of the crew. Which Nox had no doubt immediately went into the hands of the brothels near the port. Small John certainly hadn't been shy about boasting about his own trip to the local brothel where, by his more than likely overstated claim, he had been able to satisfy 4 whores to such a degree that he actually had to convince them to keep the coin he paid them with. John, of course, had turned red at the tail. His acolyte might have already bloodied himself in battle, but he was still just a boy of 12, nearly 13 years of age. And while puberty had set in, due to his upbringing, the boy was far too timid around the fairer sex for Nox's liking. The boy needs to get over his unease towards women. In Bravos, the boy went completely red and he lost his focus simply because a whore flashed him her tits and offered him the time of his life. Should he ever come across a female opponent, either on the field of battle or off, he could and will be easily distracted if she knows what she's doing. And such a distraction can prove fatal. It's why a few female Sith I knew fought in such skimpy outfits. They used their bodies as a distraction to a great effect against those who were not ready for it. The simplest answer was simply to get John laid. But considering the boy was only 12 years of age, that was not really an option. Sure, there was no true age of consent on this backwater world. But it still wasn't a route that Nox was willing to go down. Asha has been a good influence on the boy, and Daisy as well. Nox thought as he watched the only 2 women, who had both opted for loose-fitting clothes that left little to the imagination due to the heat they were experiencing on the ship, walk up and congratulate John on his victory, which made the young man freeze and go red slightly. But it is not enough. Perhaps locking him in a room with a dozen naked women, not to have sex, but rather just to get him used to the female form would work. Lord Knox. Turning away from the scene occurring on the main deck, Knox turned his attention to Sir Wendell Manderley, who was considered to officially be second in command of the Seawolf even though he was said vessel's captain. Although, unofficially, on this voyage he was third after Asha, who'd taken to the ship as if it were her own. And while he certainly wasn't as robust as his father, the man had some girth to him. Such that Knox was surprised that the floorboards of the ship didn't groan whenever he walked across them. What is it, Sir Wendell? I just finished going over the charts, Lord Sorcerer, Wendell stated, pawing at his long mustache that fell around his lips and down past his chin. Should the wind hold, we should be reaching the stepstones within 2 days, my lord. Was also wondering if you want us to stop in Tyrosh to resupply before we make our way through. The men could surely use another day at port. Bravos did wonders. That it did, Knox nodded in acknowledgement. But no, we will not be stopping in Tyrosh. We'll be sailing past the Sea of Myrth soon enough, and Tyrosh is too close to Myr for my liking. And considering all the wolf and mermaid banners and emblems on this ship, I'd rather not give Myr the chance to organize some sort of accident to befall us as we make our way through the islands and around the disputed lands. Wendell didn't necessarily look pleased, but he nodded his head in agreement. I can see your point, Lord Sorcerer. The North certainly isn't high up on Myr's list of friends as of late, considering how much coin we've cost them. I'll inform the crew that we won't be stopping in Tyrosh, my lord. But, if not Tyrosh, then where will we make port again? Volantis, Knox answered without hesitation. I want us to be well and clear of the disputed lands before we make port. Very well, my lord. Wendell nodded, moving aside as Knox strode past him towards the steps that led down to the main deck. Without saying another word, Knox turned the moment he was on the main deck and made for the back of the ship where the cabins belonging to the captain and the first mate lay. Though, right now the captain's cabin belonged to Knox and the first mate's cabin belonged to Daisy and Asha, while Wendell and his first mate had moved down into the lower level of the ship and had taken one of the cabins below deck for their own. In true northern fashion, the captain's cabin wasn't overly ornate nor large. There was a bed, a cloth screen that sectioned off a small corner of the room where his lavatory was, and the middle of the room was dominated by a table. Once in his cabin, he moved immediately to the table where several charts and dozens of books were scattered. Letting his fingers glide across the surface of the table, he stopped when his fingers brushed across the spine of one of his many books. Without even having to focus on it, he knew exactly which book it was. A History of Volantis Since the Doom of Valeria, Knox thought, reading the title of the book without even looking at it. While almost all the crew, including Asha and Daisy if the rumors were to be true, were chasing pleasures of the flesh in Bravos, Knox had spent his time chasing something else entirely. Something that was far more valuable than a few brief moments of relief. Knowledge. The library of Winterfell was extensive, almost unbelievably so. Some of the books and scrolls that Knox had stumbled across while perusing the shelves dated back thousands of years, almost to the time when this world first began to learn the written word. But despite the deep history found in the Winterfell, it was lacking significantly in anything related to the lands outside of Westeros. Which was why, the moment he'd stepped foot off the Seawolf in Bravos, he'd set off for the nearest bookstore he could find. Unfortunately for him, there were only a few in Bravos as the written word in the land was still done by hand. And each tome was quite expensive. But thankfully, after years of aiding the North and with his own private income from his business ventures in the North and other parts of Westeros, he'd collected a fair amount of coin to his name. A fair portion of which he'd brought with him on for this exact purpose. After 3 stores, coincidentally the only 3 that were housed in Bravos, and spending nearly all of his coin, Knox had collected a small library for himself and had ordered it to be delivered to the Seawolf and set up in his cabin. After procuring nearly a king's ransom in books, Knox had taken his time in exploring Bravos. Outside of Winterfell, Pike, White Harbor, and a few other northern keeps, Knox had not had the time to truly look around this world that he found himself stranded in. Bravos had been enlightening. A massive sprawling metropolis that valued commerce. A step forward from the current way of life in Westeros as far as Knox was concerned. But given time, Knox would be able to elevate the North into such a land, and later the rest of Westeros. He'd already acknowledged that he would never be able to get Westeros to the point where there might be even the possibility of reaching the stars once more, but the straggler of hope remained in the back of his mind. Constantly reminding him with all his advancements that maybe, just maybe, there would be a chance. But after seeing Bravos, that hope was gone. The best that he could do was to make peace with his new lot in life and hopefully set up a future where his name and legacy would not perish. Besides reaching that conclusion and killing the last vestiges of potentially returning to the stars, there was one other noteworthy occurrence during his time in Bravos. And that was when he'd stumbled upon a rather unassuming building sitting upon a rocky knoll near the outskirts of the city proper. A squat and sparsely decorated building with no windows and a black and white door that had a moon-like face that was carved half and half onto each opposing door. It wasn't the unremarkable architecture, nor even the strange choice of coloring on the door that drew him in, but rather the strange force presence he felt from the building. Neither light nor dark, but one that had a note of finality to it. The House of Black and White, Nox had later learned it was called. The temple belonging to those who follow the many-faced god, or the god of death in layman's terms. Also, home to the Faceless Men, an elite order of assassins known across the world. Even Winterfell's library had mention of the notorious order. After discovering the temple, Nox had spent the remainder of his time in Bravos trying his best to discreetly learn as much as he could about the temple and its inhabitants. Unfortunately, after 3 days on shore, what he learned could be summed in less than a single written page. The temple was where people went to die or, if you had the coin or something of equal trade, the place you went to contract the Faceless Men. Although none knew what the prices were nor how to even get the enigmatic followers of the many-faced god to accept their contract. Nor did anyone know what exactly made the Faceless Men, well, faceless. But Nox had a feeling he knew how they did it. It had to be some sort of force ritual that involved the essences of those that had passed. Being a practitioner of the force walking technique, Nox had a rather unique relation with the dead, specifically the spirits of the dead that refused to become one with the force upon their passing. He could sense them, pacify them, and, with time and the correct ritual, even devour them. Though he had yet to do the last part. And it was that unique connection with the dead that flared to life when Nox had approached the House of Black and White that gave him the clue as to how they did what they did. And they definitely weren't looking into further, Nox concluded, letting his fingers slide across the various tomes as he circled the table while his mind wandered. Highly trained assassins, even in a backwater world like this one, are dangerous. I should know, given some of the training I went through. And if said assassins had the ability to manipulate the force to change their appearance into one of the deceased that lay in their halls, then that makes them even more dangerous. Luckily, I should be able to detect such a deception. But still, without actually seeing one of the Faceless Men nor studying their techniques, I won't know what even to look for in the first place. Letting out a tired sigh, Nox dropped down into the lone folding cloth chair in his cabin and pulled one of the larger tomes that detailed the recent history of Volantis over to himself. I will have time to worry about the Faceless Men later, he thought, flipping open the book to where he had left off as he slowly let the force surround him and be his eyes. One issue at a time. And for now, I need to learn everything I can about Volantis well before we make port. Listening to the soft crunching of the spring snow beneath her leather boots, Nyra of Winterfell, lover to the northern sorcerer Alim Nox and his unofficial hand in all matters, walked from the sorcerer's tower, formerly the Broken Tower, of Winterfell towards the Great Keep. She'd been summoned to appear in Lord Stark's solar just a short time ago, and she knew the exact reason why the Warden of the North had called for her. And she was not about to come before the Lord Stark with her head down. No. She was of the North. Not some cowed southern cow that didn't have a brain between her ears. She respected Lord Stark, she truly did. But some of his choices since his ascension to lordship were not the wisest, not that she would ever voice her opinion. The building of the September in Winterfell had rankled her more than slightly. She was of the North, a follower, if only slightly devout, of the old gods. And the September represented the new gods, the seven who are one, the god of the Andals. The same people that had been trying to thousands of years to conquer the North and destroy the faith of the old gods. But despite her misgivings, she kept her opinion to herself. After all, at the time she was but a low-serving girl with no family. Then when his daughters came about, he appointed a septa as their sole teacher. A septa. Teaching the daughters of the Warden of the North. And she knew from the whispers around Winterfell, whenever the thought of bringing in another northern lady to teach the girls was brought up, the Lady Stark immediately shot the idea down. Sure, Maester Luwin taught the girls their numbers and a few other odd lessons here and there. But the Maester was just one man, and his duties vast. So, he did not have the time to give the girls a proper education. And it was because of that that she was being summoned to the Lord Solar before the evening meal. Approaching the Solar, Nyra noted the 2 guards standing like statues outside the door. Nodding to the 2 men, she raised her hand to knock and come in Nyra. Keeping her head high, Nyra pulled on the latch and entered the warm Solar. Within the room she saw Lord Stark sitting behind his desk, his lord's face in place as he sat completely passive and without emotion. To his right sat his wife, the Lady Stark, who was looking at Nyra as if her very presence was insulting. And to the right of Lady Stark stood the reason why Nyra had been summoned. Septa Mordain stood a pace behind and just off to the side of Lady Stark, a large bruise forming around her eye and a split cutting her lip in 2. Courtesy of Nyra, and something she was quite proud of. Lady Nyra, the very title still felt odd, but she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride running through her as she heard Lord Stark address her so. I believe that I do not need to say why I have asked you here today. My lord. Nyra nodded, casting a brief look towards the septa, who was glaring at her. And while I will apologize for losing my temper, I will not apologize for my actions. I merely responded in a way any true northern lady should when dealt an insult to her honor. But I'm sure the septa has spun a fascinating tale on my heathenistic and deprived ways and my horrible influence on your daughters. And I'm sure most is complete and utter horseshit with only a sprinkling of truth. How dare you accuse me of lying, whore? The septa cursed, taking a step forward only to stop as Lord Stark raised his hand. I told you that I will handle this incident, but only once I have heard both sides, septa. And you have said your piece. Now you will be quiet. Lord Stark demanded. His voice was as cold as the north itself. Of course, Lord Stark, the septa immediately responded, cowed as she backed away behind Lady Stark, whose eyes were flickering back and forth between the septa and Nyra. She'd noted the slight twitching of the eye when Nyra had made her comment about a true northern lady. Good, Stark nodded, turning his attention to Nyra. Lady Nyra, if you would please tell us of why you felt it necessary to blacken the eye and split the lip of Septa Mordain. Yes, my lord. But I fear that to tell it properly, I will need to provide a bit of clarification to what forced the confrontation between myself and the septa. She waited until Lord Stark nodded before continuing. Shortly after Lord Knox left on the expedition, Lady Arya approached me and asked if I could provide instruction for her in absence of Lord Knox. Unfortunately, I cannot, as I have not been blessed by the old gods with the ability to utilize the force like Lord Knox and your children, my lord. She couldn't help but notice the huff coming from Septa Mordain, nor the narrowing of the eyes of Lady Stark. And she knew for certain that Lord Stark noticed both as well. After denying her, she asked what I was working on. I explained to her some of the duties Lord Knox had left me with, trade routes, negotiations and several other needs both within and outside the north. While I talked, I noticed that the young lady seemed most confused with several of the trade needs of the north that I was describing. So, I started asking her questions. Northern houses, customs, importance, and why certain things needed to come and go from certain regions. She couldn't answer any of my questions. Questions dealing with southern customs, houses, and anything related to the seven that I could think of she could answer. But almost everything relating to the north, including our own gods, she could barely answer. And from that day I took it upon myself to tutor the young lady whenever I had time. And forgive me for saying, Lord Stark, but her level of education is shockingly poor. So poor that today I couldn't hold my tongue any longer and confronted Septa Mordain about what she was teaching the girls. Or rather the lack thereof. Our exchange became heated once she told me that I had no say in the girls' education. And that should I continue my lessons with Lady Arya, that she would inform Lady Stark that I was corrupting her daughters and have me removed. I may have called her a shrew. I cannot remember as I fear my temper got the better of me. But she retaliated by saying that I was a heathenistic whore who had damned her own soul by laying with the sorcerer. And that if I had any sense in my head, I would leave the sorcerer and repent my sinful ways by joining the Silent Sisters and pray that the sorcerer hadn't put a 7-damned hellspawn in my womb before he left the north. I'm afraid that at that, I lost my temper and blackened her eye. And if you need proof, there are 3 guards I can name that can give testimony supporting my words. Throughout all her explanation, Lord Stark merely sat there, his face betraying nothing of his thoughts. Guards, he called out after she'd finished, prompting the 2 Stark guards standing just outside to enter. Fetch my daughters and Jane Poole as well. Bring them here immediately. Yes, me lord, both men intoned, bowing before making a hasty retreat. Once they were gone, the septa seemed to think it was her turn to talk as she stepped forward once more. Lord Stark, I will be silent for the moment, Lord Stark commanded, his voice brokering no argument. After I speak to my daughters, I will let you have your say. It only took a scant few minutes for the girls to arrive. Sansa and Jane both looked more than slightly nervous about being called to the Lord Solar. But Arya didn't seem nervous at all. No doubt the lessons Knox had been impressing on the girl about controlling and calming herself was already starting to pay off. Have a seat, girls. Lord Stark said, motioning for the girls to take the seats directly across from him and waiting until they were seated before continuing. Before we start, I want to say that none of you are in trouble. Having said that, though, I want to test your knowledge. I will be asking you all a variety of questions, some easy and some not. And I want your honest answers. Do not be afraid to say that you do not know, for some of what I will ask will be beyond what you should have learned by now. Yes, father. Yes, Lord Stark. Good, Lord Stark nodded. Then let us begin with something simple. If I were to invite House Irwin, House Bolton, and House Manderley to Winterfell for a feast, how many places would I need to have the Great Hall prepared for? What followed was a regular gauntlet as Lord Stark fired one question after another off at his daughters and the young Jane Poole. Questions on northern houses, southern houses, courtesies, questions of faith concerning both the old and new gods. He also posed hypothetical situations to the girls to gauge their responses. He posed questions on how best to prepare for winter and how best to use excess stores once winter was over. And with each question asked or hypothetical situation posed, she could see the anger slowly rising in Lord Stark as his daughters and Jane failed to correctly answer almost any question that didn't deal with the faith of the Seven or sewing. She could even see Lady Stark's eyes starting to tighten around the edges as her knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. Although, as a note of pride, Nyra noted that there were a few questions that Arya was able to answer that her sister and Jane were unable to. Finally sated, Lord Stark ceased his onslaught of questions and leaned back in his chair and rubbed at his brow tiredly. I have failed you three. Father. Sansa asked tentatively, looking towards Jane, her mother, and Septa Mordane before turning back to her father. How, did we, are you displeased with us? We can do better. Nyra almost winced at the heartbroken voice. While she might think Sansa was still a bit naive about the world, although it was understandable considering the girl has just turned 10 name days, she still cared for the young girl. And seeing her distraught expression at having failed her father was like a dagger to the heart. I am displeased, but not with you, my daughter, Lord Stark replied tiredly as he leaned forward, resting his elbows against his desk. As those born to noble houses, we were born into privilege, girls. But that privilege comes with a price. The small folk look to us for guidance. While the small folk serve us, so too do we serve the small folk. We must be the shield that protects them from those who would do them harm. We must be the voice of reason to settle disputes between them. We must be the ones they look to for guidance when the snows come. Our nobility is both our privilege and our chains that bind us to duty. And it is my responsibility as your father and lord to make sure that you are ready to take on this daunting task when the time comes. And I have failed you in this. Taking a moment to visibly compose himself, Lord Stark met his daughter's eyes as he spoke. From here on out, your lessons will be significantly different. You will still have lessons with Septa Mordane, but they will be limited. You will be spending time dividing your lessons amongst Lady Stark, learning how to run a household, as well as Lady Nyra and Lady Bethany to supplement your lessons alongside Maester Luwin. This is not a punishment, girls. But you need to be ready for what is to come as future ladies. Understood? Each girl nodded. Good, Lord Stark nodded back with a slight smile. You three have the rest of the day to yourselves. Go and have fun in the spring snows while it lasts. The three girls didn't need telling twice as they nearly tripped over one another in their haste to leave the solar. And once they were gone, the feeling in the room instantly shifted from light-hearted to one of dread as Lord Stark's eyes shifted to the wolf's yellow. Lord Stark. The Septa hissed. I cannot condone letting ladies of your daughters standing to be taught by those who are in fur. Nyra, the Septa, and Lady Stark jumped as Lord Stark's fist came down on the surface of his desk with enough force to crack the wood. An impressive feat considering the desk was made of ironwood. What you condone is of no consequence to me, Septa Mordane. Lord Stark nearly spat, his eyes the darkest yellow Nyra had ever seen. I trusted you with the education of my daughters and of my steward's daughter. And you have failed most spectacularly. The only reason I haven't thrown you over the wall and left you to the mercy of the wildlings is out of respect for my lady wife. You will teach my daughters lessons of sewing, courtesies, and other aspects of being a lady. But that will be it. The rest of their education will not be decided by you. You're dismissed, Septa. Leave my sight before I let Lady Nyra make your eyes a matching set. The Septa was beyond stunned as she just stood there for a moment, gaping like a fool. Not even Lady Stark, who'd been an avid supporter of spreading the faith of the Seven through the north, looked to be willing to support the Septa in this matter. Realizing that she would get nowhere fast now, the Septa did the first smart thing Nyra had seen her do all day by bowing slightly and making a hasty exit for the door. Now alone with the Lord and Lady Stark, Nyra felt more than slightly awkward. Is there anything else you need from me, my lord? No, Lord Stark said, shaking his head. That will be all for the day. Backing towards the door, Nyra was almost free when the voice of Lady Stark stopped her cold. Lady Nyra. Nyra blinked. Once. Then twice. Then turned back around. No, there is no way that Lady Stark would actually be showing me some measure of respect, is there? The Lady of Winterfell's head was held high, her face completely neutral as she stood beside her husband. I appreciate you teaching my daughter a few lessons where her Septa has failed. Lady Stark said, stunning Nyra. But in the future, please refrain from physically striking the Septa. My daughters look up to you, and as such I am expecting you to set a good example for them on how to be proper ladies. Whatever Nyra had been expecting, this was not it. Very well, Lady Stark, she said, bowing. I will make sure that there is no repeat of what happened today. But I will not stand for my honor being insulted again, my lady. No lady should. Of course not, Lady Stark acknowledged. But there are more ladylike ways to counter a dishonorable statement rather than relying on your fist like a wildling. Not a wilding, true northern lady, Nyra wanted to say. But instead she merely bit her tongue and, with one last low bow, left the Lord and Lady Stark so that she could continue about her day. The city of Volantis was indeed an awe-inspiring sight. The port was perhaps the largest Nox had ever seen in his life. It dwarfed White Harbor and even made the port that was under the Titan of Bravu seem small in comparison. The city itself was divided in half by the Roine River that spread up through Essos, the only connection between the two being the so-called Long Bridge that merged the two parts of the city together into one. But perhaps the most distinguishing part of the city were the black walls on the eastern half of the city that served to separate the upper class from the rest of the denizens of Volantis. And it was under the towering walls that Nox found himself, barely even an hour after stepping foot off the Sea Wolf, in the accompaniment of what he could only assume was an honor guard of some sort, given how the dozen men's armor who were escorting him seemed more ceremonial and elaborate than traditional combat armor. The Sea Wolf had just barely made port before they'd been greeted by the men that were now escorting Nox through the city and into what he could only assume to be the palace that housed the ruling class. The only words they spoken was that they'd been sent by the Tiger Triarch of Volantis who wished to speak with him, and only him. Besides announcing whom they were looking for and why, the only clue as to their identity was the strange small nexo-like creature that was engraved onto the chest of their armor. A tiger, if Nox remember correctly. And the symbol of one of the two main ruling powers of Volantis. Naturally, the men of the north appeared more than slightly put off on the manner to which he'd been summoned, but Nox had dismissed their concerns. If anything, Nox was curious as to how exactly the Triarchs of Volantis knew he was here. And more specifically, why one of them requested a meeting with him before he could even take 2 steps on dry land. Hold, one of the guards called out just as they were about to enter the palace proper while holding out his hand. His accent thick and the words sounded odd, as if he wasn't entirely sure of what he was saying. Obviously, the Westerosi tongue was not native or widely spoken in this land. Weapon. Reaching down to his waist, Nox pulled out his lightsaber hilt and flipped it around and held it out for the guard to take. The guard who'd asked hesitantly reached out and took the offered hilt before looking the object over, confusion as to just what he was looking at clear across his face. As he did, Nox subtly waved his hand across the front of his chest. It is no real weapon. I am carrying no weapons. The guard scoffed. This. No weapon. He said in broken Westeros before handing his lightsaber back. Come. Tiger Magur waits. While they walked through the expansive palace, Nox let his senses flow, taking in everything he could. Which, surprisingly, wasn't much. The palace, despite being the middle of the day, seemed almost empty save for a few servants, or rather slaves, that were scurrying about trying to complete their assigned tasks while making sure to pay no mind to Nox and the guards that were escorting him through the corridors. This Tiger Magur apparently doesn't want our discussion here to be known. Nox concluded as he pulled his sense back into himself. Yet he had his personal guards pull me off the ship almost as soon as we docked. Politics at its finest, I see. As they left the slaves behind and entered what felt like a more residential part of the palace, Nox quickly started going over everything he'd learned about Volantis's ruling structure. They are ruled by a triarchy, 3 men from 2 different political stances. The Tigers and the Elephants. The Tigers are considered the old blood and represent the more militaristic side of Volantis. While the Elephants favor trade and are backed by the merchants of the city. A representative of Westeros being presented to the Triarchs wouldn't be unheard of, but they care little for Westeros and consider the land a backwater. But I am not being brought to the Triarchs as a whole. Just one. The Tiger Magur. And with the amount of security and secrecy, he doesn't want my presence here with him to be general knowledge. Which means, he wants something. Well, if nothing else, this little excursion will certainly break up the boredom that months on the water has brought about. Soon enough, his escort stopped outside a seemingly random and, frankly, ordinary-looking door given the decor of the palace. Reaching out with his senses, he could sense only a single individual within. Inside. The guard who'd asked for his weapon commanded, stepping aside as the rest of the guards took up positions outside the door. We wait. Listen. Trouble start, you die. Fair enough, Nox acknowledged, pushing open the door and entering the room. Just like the door, the room seemed to go against the opulent nature of the rest of the palace. The room was small and sparsely furnished with plain-looking furniture. The center of the room was dominated by a table and sitting at the table across from the entrance was the only other occupant of the room. A glass pitcher of what looked like wine next to him and 2 glass cups, both filled, sitting before him. The man himself stood in stark contrast to the dull room. His robes were made of silk, inlaid with gold accents around the cuffs and collar. White streaks ran through his dark hair that was combed back and oiled down. And despite himself, Nox found himself taking a liking to the man. Not because of his looks, blindness did have its usefulness, but rather his presence in the Force. While not Force-sensitive, the man had a commanding presence that Nox had only experienced a few times in his life. Primarily amongst the highest echelons of the Sith Imperial military. This was a man who carved his own path. A man that Nox felt like he could come to respect. Lord Nox of Westeros, the man said, rising to his feet. His accent heavy even though his words were crisp and flowed as if he had always spoken the Westeros tongue. The Northern Sorcerer, scourge of the Ironborn and breaker of the Grey Joys. Your reputation precedes you. I am Triarch Malaqualmagur of the Tigers. I welcome you to Volantis and thank you for coming on such short notice. I do hope my men were not too brash. They are loyal, but oftentimes the Tiger Guards can lack the subtlety that is needed. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Triarch Magur, Nox greeted back, inclining his head. And do not worry, your men were completely professional. But I must admit that you have me at a disadvantage, Triarch. I was not aware that my name, nor that I would be here in Volantis, had reached your ears. The Triarch smiled, a sense of not quite pleasure but close, raced through him. No doubt he was pleased at seemingly catching Nox off guard. The Ironborn and their deeds are known across the world, Lord Nox. Hearing that you blackened their eyes and humiliated them brought more than a few smiles to more than a few merchants across Essos and even the Summer Islands. Pausing, the Triarch retook his seat, motioning for Nox before continuing. And as for how I knew you would be here in Volantis, well, let us say that I have a few friends in Bravus that informed me of your presence and your possible destination. Taking the offered seat, Nox met the man's gaze with his sightless one as the two sat across from one another. And I take it that the reason that I am meeting you here in this seemingly infrequently visited part of the palace instead of the main reception room, and why your men brought me through what seemed to be an infrequently used entrance, and why the other two Triarchs are not present, is because you have something you wish to discuss with me and me alone. Something personal. The Triarch's lips twitched as he pushed one of the chalices towards him. I can appreciate a man with a direct approach such as yours. So much time spent taking in circles with the elephants while trying to discern their plots within plots and games. It makes you truly appreciate the few times you can have an honest conversation with someone. And you are at least mostly correct. The reason I asked to speak with you is because of a rather delicate situation I find myself in. A situation that, if handled incorrectly, could lead to a serious backlash not just for myself, but for my family as well. Taking the offered cup, Nox paused as he let a gentle wave of the force to saturate the wine, checking for anything nefarious. Finding none, he raised the cup and took a slight sip. If my reputation has preceded myself like you say, then you will know that I am not one for random acts of charity. You will be compensated, my lord. Perhaps not in gold, but in something even more useful. Information. Now Nox was intrigued. You have my attention, Triarch. Taking a small drink, the Triarch took a moment to collect himself. Half a year ago, my family nearly experienced a great tragedy. My son and daughter were playing on the walls bordering the Rione River with some of their friends. My son, barely even a boy, slipped away from everyone while they were distracted. By the time anyone realized he was missing, he had fallen into the river and the current had swept him under. No one knew where he was, save for one. A slave of a fishing vessel who saw my son fall into the water. He dove in after him, pulled him out, and, once ashore, breathed life back into my son's lungs. However, that is when the true hardships began. Leaning back, Nox idly swirled the contents of his glass. I take it that in Volantis, it is against the law for a slave to put their hands on one of noble standing. And such an action carries a penalty of either the loss of said hand, or death. Am I correct? The Triarch nodded. You are correct. Had the man been of free blood, I would have seen him and his family richly rewarded. But as he was a slave, I was forced to have him executed for not only laying his hands on my son, but for cracking his ribs as well, even though he did so in order to try and save my son's life. Had I not? Then your opponents in the elephants would have jumped on the political advantage and campaigned that you flaunted the law in favor of your own family, Nox finished for him. My people have a saying for such an instance as the one you described. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. That saying is more apt than you might believe in this instance, the Triarch agreed. The Tigers pride themselves on following the law to the letter. Had I not executed the man, I would have lost respect and standing amongst my fellow Tigers and, as you mentioned, the elephants would have jumped on the incident in an attempt to ostracize not only myself, but my family as well. My wife understood the situation, and thankfully my son is still too young to realize what all had happened. But the same cannot be said for my daughter. She was very vocal in her opposition to my handling of the situation. And now she means to take what she can and leave Volantis behind and strike out on her own. And short of locking her up in a prison, I fear there is nothing I can do to stop her. Nox began putting the pieces together as to why he'd been summoned. But a nagging sensation in the back of his mind was telling him that he didn't have the whole picture yet. And a ship that makes berth in northern Westeros, a land that is well known to have harsh laws against slavery of any kind, would be the ideal ship for her to barter passage aboard. I take it that you wish for me to deny her said passage. Sighing, the Triarch downed his glass in a single go. Unfortunately, no. If you were to deny her passage, my daughter will simply find another way to leave our shores. She's far too smart and resourceful for her own good sometimes. I wish for you to accept her on board your vessel and see to it that she reaches the shores of Westeros in good health, and perhaps even introduce her to House Stark as well. Knox scratched at his chin as a few more pieces fell into place. And what do I get out of this? You say that you can't pay me in gold, but rather information? I take it that you know what my destination is, so I take it whatever information you have to trade regards Valeria in some form. You are correct, the triarch nodded as he reached down and brought forth a leather binder and set it on the table. A century ago, the triarchs of Volantis launched an expedition to Valeria in hopes of recovering some of the lost secrets of the Dragon Lords. The expedition was met with failure as not a single ship returned. However, that was merely the story the Tigers, and my family specifically, told the public. In truth, a single vessel returned from the Smoking Sea. The few men that managed to survive were mad, to say the least. They spoke of monsters that swam in the waters protecting the broken peninsula. Of stonemen that attacked any boat that got too close to shore. And worsening nightmares as they drew closer to the heart of old Valeria. Men driven mad by voices in the shadows. Beasts shaped like men but with little thought. Things that could make even a man's worst nightmare seem tame in comparison. Fearful of what the men had witnessed, and worried they would incite a panic, my ancestors had the crew killed to the last man and the ship sunk before reporting that there were no survivors. The only thing that survived the destruction was this, a single map that shows the route the ships managed to take to navigate through the Smoking Sea and the broken peninsula to the heart of Valeria. As payment for taking my daughter on your vessel and your guarantee of her safe passage and an introduction to House Stark, I offer you a copy of this chart. It was all Knox could do to not allow his surprise to show on his face. Such a chart would be invaluable to him and the expedition. To be sure, he could use the Force to navigate through the Smoking Sea, but having the chart would make such navigation much simpler. That chart is almost priceless in the right hands, Knox thought. And, certainly, worth the cost of passage on board the Sea Wolf. But it is almost not almost. It is overkill. His love for his daughter is as clear as day through the Force. But still. What isn't he telling me? The chart for passage and protection for a single individual and to introduce her to the Starks, oh, there it is. Now the pieces are in place. Setting his glass down, he gave the Triarch a half grin. Well played, Triarch McGurr. Well played, indeed. For one who apparently despises the plots of the elephants, this scheme of yours is one of the more well-crafted I have ever encountered. Well played, indeed. He could feel the surprise race through the Triarch as the man drew himself straight. I do not know what you mean. Yes, you do, Knox countered with a smile. Your plan is incredibly well thought out. You will not only be able to recover your political position that is being threatened after the whole incident with the slave saving your son, but you will actually be able to enhance your position. The Triarch's surprise turned to curiosity as the man leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. And what, pray tell, plot do you see in trying to ensure the safety of my daughter? Smirking, Knox went about laying out the man's plan. You love your daughter, there is no doubt of that. I can hear it in your voice and see it through the Force. However, her open rebellion against the laws of Volantis have caused you and your family strife, politically speaking of course. But what would be worse than her outspoken views would be if it became common knowledge that she ran away from her family over a slave. That would certainly damage your reputation and no doubt ensure that you will never hold the Triarch seat again. And while you saw to it that this meeting between us would be confidential, my visit will become common knowledge soon enough, and the fact that I spoke with you in private. Combined with the fact that your daughter will be seen publicly leaving on a Westerosi vessel, the tale will spread that you sent her to Westeros, instead of her just running away. But that is only the beginning of your play. Once she is confirmed to be safe in Westeros and in the company of House Stark, word will spread about her location, either by your own mouth or through an intermediary. The only daughter of Triarch McGurr of the Tigers not only in Westeros, but under the protection of House Stark, will cause more than a few brows to rise. Particularly in Myr, the only other competitor in the glass trade the North has. Pausing, Knox let his words sink in before proceeding. Of course, you have no intention of seeking a formal betrothal between your daughter and House Stark, but that doesn't matter. The mere fact that your daughter is in the North will be cause for concern for Myr, as they have lost almost all their business in Westeros to the North. And now even Bravos and Pentos are starting to import Northern glass. With your daughter in the North, and the knowledge that she didn't run away of her own accord spread, Myr will naturally think that you are seeking to make some sort of trade agreement between Volantis and the North. In turn, they will no doubt be willing to renegotiate terms of their trade agreement with Volantis in the hopes of keeping your business. And with this new negotiation, you will be able to save the merchants and the nobles in the city hundreds of thousands over the years. And you, because of that, you will gain the grudging respect of the elephants, as well as the continued respect of your own tigers, thereby reaffirming you hold on your seat as one of the Triarchs of Volantis. The Triarch remained silent throughout it all, his face completely passive, but his emotions anything but. By the time Knox had finished, the Triarch's emotions had ranged from surprised to angered before finally settling on impressed. I must say, Lord Knox, your reputation failed to mention your mastery of the game, as the Westeros nobles like to call it. But I must ask, what gave me away? For starters, the information you offered, Knox answered. In short, you overpaid for your daughter's safe voyage. A lesser man might not look at such a gift with suspicion, but I have had experience with offers that seem too good to be true. Then there was also the insistence of your daughter's introduction to the Starks. Not to mention, this glass pitcher you have. I don't know how you got your hands on it, probably a trader from Bravos. But it is northern glass. An odd piece to have, seeing as how Mir has tightened their hold over the glass trade south of the Stepstones in the past year. And your potential counter that you could not have thought of this so quickly went out the window the moment you informed me that you knew of my impending arrival after receiving said information from Bravos. Which would have given you a week or two at least to develop this plot. And, may I say, it is indeed a masterful play. Your daughter gets to live her life as she sees fit, your family's reputation gets repaired and even enhanced, and you get to hold onto your seat. As I said, masterful. Refilling his glass, the triarch smiled. Impressive, Lord Knox, most impressive. But now you leave me in a quandary. Had you not laid out my plans before me, we would have gone our separate ways with no issue, but now. Taking a sip, the triarch sighed. Killing you is out of the question. I've been caught in my own plot in that regards as I need you alive. Which means I need to buy your silence. Thankfully, I have one other piece of information that I believe will be enough to make sure that what was spoken here today remains between the two of us. Downing his own glass, Knox fixed the triarch with a grin. Let's hear it. There are certain individuals currently in Volantis that I believe you would be most interested in learning about, Lord Knox, Triarch Magor stated. One of whom, just happens to be asking quite a few questions about you in particular. Standing in a side street off of one of the many busy market streets of Volantis, Jon Snow slowly spun in a tight circle as he took in his surroundings as best he could with both his eyes and through the force as his master had instructed him. The voices of the merchants and citizens speaking in several tongues were so loud that he could barely even hear himself think. But despite the noise ringing in his ears, he was able to identify a dozen armed guards, tiger guards he thought they were called, walking through the market on patrol. Their brightly polished armor shining in the midday sun. Though, those weren't the only guards, just the ones he could see with his eyes. Through the force, he could sense another dozen men that were shadowing their armored counterparts through the crowded streets. The formation of the guards seemed odd to Jon. Why would they have one set in full plate armor and a second set following close behind in plain clothing that any common man would wear? Don't think like you would in the north, Jon, he remembered his master telling him before they even stepped foot onto Essos soil. This is not the north. Not all men have honor like the Starks have. If anything, my travels have shown me that your family is more of an outlier than the norm. As much a shame as that is. So, if you see something you don't understand, think of it from a less honorable manner. Watching the guards, Jon tried to put into play what Knox had told him. The ones in front don't even have their hands on their weapons, and they're not making any strange movements, they're just there. Almost as if they're trying to bait. Wait, could that be it? The more Jon thought about it, the more it made sense to him. The guards in front, while sticking out like a sore thumb, as Master Knox would say, did not have their weapons out or even have their hands on their weapons. And none of them seemed ready to respond to any attack. But the ones tailing behind, Jon could sense just how alert those men were. And that was the point. If there were any lawbreakers, they would see the guards in the front, purposefully. And they would miss the ones tailing behind. It was strangely ingenious. Letting his head fall back against the building he was leaning against, Jon let out a sigh. While watching the people of the city was interesting, if more than slightly disheartening considering just how many slaves lived within the confines of Volantis's walls, that wasn't exactly why Jon was reaching out with his senses. No, he was reaching out through the force to try and locate his master Knox, or rather any of the Northmen that departed the ship and had tried to follow Knox. Why? Because Jon had become separated from that group and now he was utterly and completely lost. He'd thought Bravos was large, and it certainly was. Nearly double the size of White Harbor, and the seat of House Manderley was the largest settlement in the Northern Kingdom. But Bravos completely dwarfed White Harbor, and Volantis was easily far larger than Bravos. Jon honestly couldn't understand just how, or why, so many people would choose to live so close to one another. In the north, such proximity was necessary to fight against the cold. But that wasn't an issue here. If anything, the people of Essos had the exact opposite problem in that it was far too hot in this land. Enough, Jon, he scolded himself as removed himself from the wall and started walking down the alleyway, his mind wandering slightly as he stretched out his senses, trying to find his master or anyone from the north. This isn't time for sightseeing or wondering how so many people live so close to one another without having the city smell something awful. I need to ouch. Stumbling back a few steps, John blinked as he righted himself to see just what he'd run into. Running into someone, Master Knox is never going to let me live this down. His thoughts faded as he spotted what, or rather whom, he'd run into. On the ground just before him was a young girl that was perhaps his own age at the oldest. With blonde silver hair and striking violet eyes. I'm sorry, John stammered while holding out his hand to help her up. I didn't see you there. Here, let me help. He just barely managed to suppress his wince from showing as he immediately felt a spike of fear roll off the girl as she unconsciously slid back slightly from his offered hand. Her eyes staring at him wide-eyed and fearful. I'm sorry, John said, lowering his hand slightly and trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. I didn't mean to scare you and I don't mean you any harm and you probably don't understand a word I'm saying, do you? I probably sound like a fool, don't I? I speak the common tongue, the young girl said, slowly reaching out and taking his offered hand, shocking him in more ways than one. And I don't think you sound like a fool. Taking a hold of her hand, which he couldn't help but notice was very soft, John helped the young woman to her feet. She speaks the common tongue. Her hands have no calluses on them. And that dress looks like it cost a small fortune, he thought as the young woman brushed the dirt off her dress. She has to be a nobleman's daughter. Are you here alone, my lady? The young woman froze. No. I'm here with my brother. We travel a lot. We have to. Ever since, well. We can't stay in one place for too long. Not without help. It was obvious from her tone that she did not care for her current situation. And for some reason he felt some sort of, almost connection to the young woman before him. It was strange. He never felt this sort of, protectiveness before. Well, that's not true. He felt this way around Arya. But this young woman, she was a stranger to him, yet still he needed to help her. Almost as if she were kin. I'm sorry to hear that, my lady. Is there anything I can do to help? The young girl looked surprised as a warm feeling flooded from her. But that warm sensation in her face fell immediately as John felt someone approaching them. Dany. Where the fuck have you? Who the fuck are you to touch my sister? Fucking peasant scum. Remove your hand or I will have it removed. Spinning on his heel, hand reaching for the small dagger, while unconsciously putting the young girl protectively behind him, John faced the source of the voice. The man had the same blonde-white hair as the young girl, Dany he guessed her name was, and he had her same violet eyes. But that was where the similarities ended. At least to John and through the force. Where the young girl Dany was obviously timid, there was a strength and compassion just under the surface. This man, however. The only word that John could think to describe what he felt was, putrid. Brother, the young Dany, said warily. Enough. I care not for you excuses. Now come. We are leaving this infernal city and those pathetic fools who should have supported my claim with open arms. The man nearly shouted, spittle flying from his lips as he reached out and roughly grabbed Dany by the arm and began pulling her along. Come now. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you, sister? Then stop your sniffling and move. John's hand tightened on his dagger as he stepped forward to intervene. No brother should ever dare to treat his sister in such a way. He might not always get along with his true-born siblings, but he would never dare even think of manhandling them in such a manner. He'd started to move, little more than a slight shifting of his weight, but he was stopped as Dany turned her violet eyes to him. She looked resigned. Not only that, but her eyes were almost begging him to not do anything. As if she were afraid for him, rather than being afraid of what was happening to her. So despite wanting so very much to run his dagger into the man's heart and end his life, John forced himself to let go of his dagger and stand back as the man pulled Dany away from him before disappearing into the crowded street. Even after they'd left, John wanted to go after them. He could sense her. He didn't know how or why, but if he closed his eyes he could easily point to where she was in the crowd. Why her? John thought, trying to fight against his urge to go after her. This isn't one of Sansa's silly stories where the knight swoops in and sweeps the maiden off her feet and they kiss. I don't want that, but I do want to protect her. But why her? I've seen something like that happen at every other street corner since I got lost in this city. But never once had I felt such a desire need to protect someone. Just what is John's world spun as he felt his legs go out from underneath him. His back hit the stone road hard, driving the air from his lungs as a boot came down on his throat. Pathetic, acolyte. Having your head so far in the clouds you couldn't even sense my approach nor intent. Had I wished, you'd be dead right now and never even know it. The boot left his throat, and John was left coughing as he tried to bring some air back into his lungs while looking up at the sightless face of his mentor. Even though the cloth covered his eyes, John could feel the disappointment in them at his pathetic display. Sorry, master, he coughed, rising to his feet. Knox didn't offer to help him rise. Not that John had expected him to. If there was one thing that Knox could never be accused of, it was being soft to those who he deemed worthy of his time. He'd lost count of the number of times he, Rob, and even Theon could barely walk from the training grounds. Whether it be from pure exhaustion, or from the simple fact that the three had been beat so mercilessly that they could hardly walk without causing pain. He'd thought, along with the others, that Arya's addition to their training would soften the sorcerer slightly. But they'd been wrong. Knox hadn't relented just because Arya was with them. If anything, he grew more demanding. And what was the most embarrassing was the fact that it was his little sister, the she-wolf reborn as the people of Winterfell had taken to calling her, that was always the first to get back to her feet and ready to face the next challenge. Next time I won't be so lenient, acolyte. Yes, master, Jon nodded, dusting himself off. Where were you, master? Those men just took you and you, disappeared. Motioning for him to follow, Master Knox turned and marched away, leaving Jon almost running to catch up as the two began weaving through the crowded streets. The triarch wished to speak with me. On what matter I will not say now. But his reasoning will become apparent to you soon. Yes, master, Jon replied dutifully, before looking around and noticing that they were moving in the opposite direction of where Jon believed the harbor was located. Where are we going, master? Knox didn't spare him a glance, not that he could, nor did he break his stride. Apparently, there is someone who wishes to meet with me here in Volantis. Someone who has been trying to dig into my past. So, we're going to meet him. For now, you will stay in my shadow and be quiet and observe. And don't even think that I have forgotten about your lack of self-awareness just a few minutes ago. We will be discussing that, at length. And I doubt you will be making the same mistake twice. Jon could only gulp as he dutifully followed the sorcerer through the crowded streets, fearful of just what sort of twisted and no doubt painful lesson Knox would have in store for him later. I should have just gone after that girl. Coming upon the place that had been given to him by the triarch, Knox paused outside the building as he realized just where he'd been sent. Which was more than slightly obvious given that some of the wares were out on nearly full display on the street near the entrance. I take it this was a joke that the triarch decided to play on me. The brothel, for that was exactly what the establishment here was quite immaculate. He could tell that all the women and men that were posing and showing off their offerings were well taken care of. Then there was the structure itself. Open and spacious, golden and glass drinking pitchers scattered throughout the main reception hall. All in all, this establishment obviously catered towards the lords and ladies of the land rather than the poor. While Knox had no qualms about entering such an establishment, the same could not be said for his young acolyte by his side. Master Knox, this place is a brothel, Jon. Knox replied, turning his head towards the young man. And what of it? Jon was practically shaking in place as he pointedly looked everywhere besides at the workers of the brothel. Won't Lady Nyra be upset with you, visiting a place like this? Yes, but only if I came to such an establishment looking to partake in the services offered, Knox replied. Now, control yourself, Jon. Think of this as a test. I've known women fighters who went as far as flashing their tits at their adversary in order to gain an advantage. I'm not saying that such a thing will happen to you, but you must be ready for anything and everything. Which means getting over this hang-up you have with the fairer gender. And before you start trying to deny my words, don't. I can sense your emotions probably better than you can. And, in case you forgot, we share a cabin and you talk in your sleep, Daisy and Asha at the same time, hey? Quite the imagination you have. He didn't need to see to know that Jon's face had gone red from his neck to the roots of his hair. Chuckling, he turned heel and marched into the main reception hall of the brothel and walked up to a woman standing near a desk who was bent over a book with a quill daftly scribbling notes on the page. Once Knox and the still blushing Jon reached the desk, the woman looked up, a smile plastered across her face as she started talking in High Valyrian. Greetings my lord, welcome to, another blasted mummer looking for a free lay. Tilting his head, Knox regarded the woman before him through the force. Arrogance. Anger. Annoyance. All wrapped into one. Forgive me, but my High Valyrian is not that good. But did you just refer to me as a mummer for some reason? The madam of the brothel scoffed and shook her head before waving her hand. At least the foolish mummers that came before you at least had the decency to learn a civilized tongue before trying to get a free lay. And while you may make a decent replication of the northern sorcerer, the chosen of the Lord of Light, that does not entitle you to free services. Now pay like everyone else, or my 2 guards behind you will remove you from my establishment. Knox could sense the 2 men that had quietly made their way behind himself and Jon. Each were taller than Knox by at least a head and were twice as thick. Both physically and mentally, judging by the quick pass Knox did over each man. By his side, he could sense Jon tighten, ready to pounce at a moment's notice if need be. I assure you madam, I am no mummer. And I am not here to partake in your establishment's specialty. I'm merely here seeking one of your patrons. The madam's annoyance only grew with his words. That information is privileged, foreign mummer. Now if you aren't here to partake, then leave. Time is coin, and I have no desire to waste more speaking with the likes of you. Remove him. Very well, Nox sighed, I guess we do this the hard way then. Closing his hand, Nox raised his left hand. Cries of alarm sounded with the unmistakable sensation of fear as the two towering guards were lifted into the air by an invisible force. Both men clutching at their throats as they desperately tried to breathe through Nox's hold on them. Keeping them aloft for a moment, Nox waited until he had everyone's attention before throwing both men through one of the columns in the room, shattering bone and stone as the two men went clean through the pillar. Sensing another guard rushing at him, his right hand moved with a motion honed from years of training as he effortlessly summoned his lightsaber into his right hand and igniting the blade. The man, seeing the sudden appearance of his lightsaber, tried desperately to halt his advance, but his size and momentum worked against him and without even having to move, Nox took the man's right arm clean from his shoulder as the guard passed him by. Bringing his lightsaber forward, Nox held the humming blade in front of the madam of the brothel. Now, shall we try this again? Or do I need to make more examples of your guards? Instead of answering, the madam of the brothel completely floored Nox as she nearly ran around counter she was standing behind and threw herself at his feet. Prostrating herself and refusing to look up at him. Chosen of our Hiller, I beg your forgiveness, my lord. I never thought you would ever step foot in my establishment. Please, forgive my ignorance. If you wish, I will have a dozen of my best girls, or boys, ready and willing to serve your every whim, regardless of what that might be. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox flipped the hilt around and tucked the weapon back into the folds of his robe. Expanding his senses, he absorbed everything in the immediate vicinity of himself and John. The madam's anger and arrogance were long gone. Replaced with a tremendous amount of fear and awe. As if she were both delighted and scared shitless at his mere presence. And she wasn't the only one. Most of the patrons and workers of the brothel were in similar states as the madam. Many of whom had dropped to their knees and had their heads bowed low. Well, fuck, Nox cursed. Having been the figurehead for a cult on Nar Shaddaa, he could easily recognize the sudden shift in the room regarding his presence. These people worshipped him. Useful, but dangerous as well. Devotees like these were useful, but one needed to handle them with care as their devotion often blinded them and made them more trouble than they were worth. Followers of the Red God, our Hiller. I was mostly sure that the triarch was overstating my standing amongst the followers of this Red God. But, apparently, he was actually understating things. Nox thought, trying to plan out his next few moves carefully. Perhaps I should have talked with that Red Priest, Thuras, more during the Greyjoy Rebellion. Perhaps then I would understand more on just why these people seem to think I'm their messiah. Rise, Nox commanded, prompting almost the whole room to immediately rise to their feet. There is no need for you to kneel before me now. And while your offer is enticing, I will have to pass. I am not here seeking the pleasures of the flesh. Rather, I am here to speak with someone. A Westerosi man who is asking question about me specifically. I'm sure I don't need to tell you more than that, madam. The madam, who quickly rose to her feet at his command, nodded. Yes, chosen one, I know who you speak of. However, he and his companion arrived just before you and your ward. And requested the services of some of my best. I can disturb them, however, if you wish. Shaking his head, Nox waved off her recommendation. There is no need. However, I would like a quiet place to sit and relax while I wait for your guest and his companion to finish. Of course, chosen one. I have the perfect room for you and your ward. And I will send word to the one you wish to speak to that you desire a meeting when he is finished. The madam nodded before turning her head and speaking in High Valyrian. Slave. Bring the chosen of our Hiller to the best resting room and see to any needs he and his ward might have. And be quick about it or I'll see you sent down to the brothel at the docks. A young girl with black hair and sun-kissed skin with a single large red teardrop tattooed beneath her right eye stepped forward, her eyes cast firmly downwards. May I escort you, my lord? Staring at the young woman, Nox felt the familiar knot form in his gut whenever he was face to face with a slave. Having been a slave for a good portion of his youth and having experienced the cruelty of such a position, his views of slavery were not favorable. But at the same time, life within the Sith Empire had forced him to accept the reality of slavery. So, while he hated the practice, he was accepting of it. A contradiction to be sure, but one that he could not help. But perhaps, there was an opportunity. It would take some time, but with his apparent standing amongst the faith of this land and the moves he'd already begun to perform. Perhaps he could gain something similar to his Screaming Blade cult from Nar Shaddaa before he left Volantis's shores in a few days. Please do, Nox nodded, motioning for John to follow. Come on, John. Keep your head on straight and your mind open. Try not to get too distracted by what you're about to see and hear. Walking through the brothel was interesting, to say the least. While he couldn't see them physically, Nox wasn't immune from the force sight of women and even some men running from room to room nearly or completely naked. And then were the noises emanating from the rooms, needless to say the sights and sounds more than slightly distracting. But where Nox was able to ignore the sights and sounds, John was not. The young man was completely flushed as he kept his eyes firmly trained on the floor as they walked. But that still didn't help. And his emotions were going crazy with all of the lust and desire nearly overriding his senses. Not good, Nox thought, an idea of a new training regime coming to mind. It would definitely test the acolyte's abilities to stay focused. But I doubt Lord Stark, let alone Lady Stark, would agree to having a few whores going at it on the sidelines while the boys and Arya went through their daily training regime. Coming upon their room, the slave opened the door and dutifully stood off to the side to allow them to enter before her. The room looked as if it would cost a small fortune to rent out. Spacious with several couches with silk coverings and pillows scattered throughout and a balcony that gave one an almost perfect view of the Rione River and the soon-to-be setting sun. But that wasn't all that there was to the room. The moment he had stepped in, the noise of the brothel had almost completely disappeared. Interesting. They actually figured out a means of soundproofing a room. Without uttering a word, the slave girl went about preparing the room for the two of them. Setting out cups and placing a pitcher nearby, even fluffing the pillows and straightening the silk sheets as well. After a minute of her moving about the room, the slave girl meekly stood before him. Excitement and desire coursing through her. Is there anything else this one can do for the chosen of our healer? This one is yours to use. No, he stated, placing a finger under her chin and forcing her to look up at him. Thank you, but we would like some privacy until our guest arrives. I will send my compliments of your service to your madam. The girl preened under the praise before swiftly curtsying so low she nearly touched the floor and scampering off. Now alone with John, Nox sat down on one of the couches and took one of the cups and the pitcher. Have a seat, John. Nox ordered, taking a whiff of the liquid inside the pitcher, a very fruity wine, and pouring himself a glass. We have a bit to discuss. John, finally getting a hold of himself, took the seat across from Nox. Yes, Master Nox. What? Enough stammering, John. Nox demanded, cutting his acolyte off. You need to control yourself better than this. Swallowing, John nodded. I'll try. Flicking his fingers, Nox sent a small burst of the force at John, slapping upside the back of his head. What have I said about trying? Rubbing the back of his head, John looked down at the floor. That if you try, you will fail. There is no try. You either do, or you do not. Correct, Nox nodded, leaning back and taking a savoring sip of the fine wine. So, tell me. What just occurred that seemed odd? He could almost see the gears turning in his young acolyte's head as he ran the last few moments through his head. The people here, they, almost seem to worship you. Not almost, they do, Nox countered, his own thoughts wandering on the situation he suddenly found himself in. They seem to have concluded that I am their God's chosen one. And therefore, I am basically the living embodiment of the Red God in their eyes. Why? John asked, leaning forward. I didn't think you worshipped the Red God, or any of the gods for that matter. I don't, Nox nodded. I follow the will of the Force, which can be argued to be the will of the gods if you wanted to be philosophical about it, but that is not the point. Think. Why would the followers of the Red God think that I am some chosen of their god? John stared off towards the balcony watching over the city. I don't know. Apparently, I need to have you start spending more time in the library with your friend, Samuel, instead of spending so much time in the training yard. Or perhaps you believe that since something is not native to the shores of Westeros, that it is no concern of yours, Nox sighed, making John recoil in on himself. But to save you from further embarrassing yourself, I'll educate you this time. The Red Priests are known to perform feats of magic, akin to what you and your kin can do. But unlike myself and those I train, the Red Priests and Priestess do not believe that their power comes from the Force. Rather, they believe that the power they wield is a gift from their God. Compared to us, their acts of magic are mere parlor tricks and they know it. And before you ask, I had a few conversations with a Red Priest that was in accompaniment of King Robert during the Greyjoy Rebellion. And he told me himself, that no Red Priest or Priestess in all of their history even wielded a fraction of the power I have. So, because you can use the Force and you're far more powerful than them, they believe that power is because their God gifted it to you. John half questioned half stated. Is it really such a strange concept? Nox asked, trying to open his young acolyte's mind more. Many in the north believe that I, yourself, and your Stark kin have been blessed by the old gods. And there are rumblings south of the neck that perhaps the Seven blessed the Starks for Lord Stark taking a faithful Andal wife. People often look for simple explanations to that which they do not understand. And religion, no matter the place, can offer those answers. But I do not believe that it is my power alone that has driven the followers of the Red God to believe I am some chosen one. No, I believe that is because of something else, along with my power. My lightsaber. At this, the look of understanding on John's face quickly vanished. Your lightsaber? Why would that make people believe you are some god's chosen one? Wetting his lips, he swirled the wine around in the glass. It has to do with one of the more infamous stories within the religion of our Hiller. The story of Azor Ahai, if I pronounced that correctly. Long and short of it, he was some figure in history who apparently defeated a great darkness by wielding a sword called Lightbringer. The blade was said to glow red and carried the heat of Azor Ahai's lover within. The blade could burn through any armor and cut any enemy down. And was the only weapon that could defeat the great evil Azor Ahai fought against. And the followers of our Hiller believe that one day, their ancient savior will return and with him Lightbringer will come forth once more to defeat a new great evil. Whether the tale is true or not, we may never know. But the followers of the Red God believe it to be so. So, can you see how my lightsaber might be the fabled Lightbringer? So, the people who follow this Red God believe that you are some promised champion destined to lead them in battle against some great evil. John pieced together. But, how do you know all of this? I didn't think that the Library of Winterfell had any books or scrolls that tell of this Red God. I know because, unlike some, I take the time to study any land that I am about to venture into, Knox said, fixing his acolyte with an accusing sightless look that had the young man squirming in his seat. But you are right. There are very few tomes in Winterfell that have details on the different religions or histories of any land outside of Westeros. But while we were in Bravus, I procured several books and have spent our time since learning all I could. Now, I believe that will conclude this lesson. Our guest is about to arrive. While he is here, keep your mouth shut unless asked something specific and watch carefully. Perhaps you might learn something. The words were just past his lips when the door to their sitting room was flung open, allowing their guest to march in. His tunic was unbuttoned, and his breathing labored slightly as sweat still clung to his skin. The man's presence in the force was not necessarily what Knox was expecting. It was refined. This was a man who, despite his being born into privilege, worked hard to refine his skills and it showed. But with that refinement came a degree of arrogance. The man was good, and he knew it. And just behind the man was a woman who was still in the process of arranging her dress as she labored to keep up with her lover. He could feel the man assessing the room the moment he walked in. He acknowledged John's presence, but seemed to dismiss him quickly enough as his attention landed on Knox. I must say, a brothel in Volantis is the last place I ever expected to make your acquaintance, Sorcerer Knox. Rising to his feet, he motioned for John to do the same. Usually, you would be correct, Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, Knox greeted the man, inclining his head slightly in acknowledgement. As for yourself, given your reputation, the largest and best brothel in a city would always be the first place I would come looking for you. He could feel the prince's amusement flutter. Well, I suppose that I could ask why you have sought me out, but that would just be insulting a man of your intellect. So, I'll skip that part and proceed straight to who your young companion is. He's pretty enough, but certainly not a pleasure boy. This is Jon Snow of House Stark. Knox said, motioning for John to take a step forward and properly greet the Prince of Dorne. And my acolyte in the force. Oberyn's curiosity spiked, as did that of his companions. Lord Stark's bastard son? He questioned, making John flinch at the title, which Oberyn noticed. Did I offend you, boy? It was not my intent. In Dorne, being a bastard does not hold the same stigma that it does in the rest of Westeros. Indeed, in Dorne, bastards are viewed as those who were born from moments of intense passion and are treated just like they were trueborn. In fact, I have 6 bastard daughters, and a 7th on the way, all of whom I love fiercely. One of whom is even in the city with us now. Enjoying her own entertainment in the fighting pits, no doubt. And this lovely woman by my side here is my paramour, Valeria Sand, daughter of House Eula and mother to 2, soon to be 3, of my lovely bastards. My lady, Knox greeted the woman, taking her offered hand and pressing his lips to the back of her hand. I might not be able to see you as your lover does, but your spirit and strength shines through the force with a brilliant vibrance. Thank you, my lord, Valeria greeted back, her voice soft, warm, and almost flirtatious. I must say, if Oberyn hadn't just finished showing me such a wonderful time, I would be tempted to see if the rumors regarding your vitality are indeed true. A tempting offer, Knox smiled. It was indeed a tempting offer. The woman was beautiful in the force. But she didn't hold a candle to Nyra or Ashura. But I'm afraid that I have a paramour of my own waiting for me back in the north. And should I make such an indulgence without her presence or consent, I fear I will be eligible to join the Unsullied. Well, we can't have such a fine man like yourself fall to such a fate, Oberyn laughed. So, perhaps Valeria and I will have to venture north one of these days and see if we can tempt you and your paramour into a night of debauchery unlike any the north has ever seen. Perhaps, one day, Knox chuckled. But let us leave such talks for a later time. Or else I fear my innocent acolyte here will die from embarrassment. Very well, Prince Oberyn agreed, taking one of the couches across from Knox and pulling his paramour into his lap. Dare I ask why you have called me out? Outside of the obvious, of course. Taking his seat, he motioned for John to sit down as well. Holding out his hand, he used the force to float 2 more cups from the rack near the wall towards him before filling both glasses with the sweet wine and floating both over to Oberyn and Valeria. Well, I was curious as to how your search for information on me has been going so far. Call it professional curiosity if you will. And please, there is no need to go for that poisoned dagger on the small of Valeria's back. Before it could even leave your fingers, I would have it buried in your throat. Oberyn's amusement jumped even as the woman on his lap froze with a spike of fear. Well, you can hardly blame a man for being careful, can you? Pulling his hand out from behind Valeria's back, Oberyn produced a small finger-length blade and tossed it off to the side. Doubt it would even be of any use against you. One never knows, Knox shrugged. But, as I've learned throughout my life, it is better to err of the side of caution. You tend to live longer. Wise words, Oberyn nodded. So, tell me, Sorcerer, what brings one such as you all the way out to Volantis? As flattered as I am that you called on me, I don't think you made the trip all the way around the Free Cities just looking for me. And I doubt you are here simply for pleasure, nor are you here to negotiate some sort of trade deal with the Triarchs given how far Volantis is from the north, which means... Ah. Interesting. You're here to mount an expedition to Valeria. Bold of you, Sorcerer. I see your time in the Citadel was time well spent, Knox nodded, motioning for John to remain still as he sensed the spike of surprise and fear emanating from his acolyte. He needs to control his emotions more. Fuck, I'm sounding like a Force-damned Jedi. You are correct, Prince Oberyn. The Seawolf will be here for 3 days only to resupply. And then I, along with a coalition of northern volunteers, will enter Valeria with the purpose of discovering some of the lost secrets of the Valyrian Empire. Well, that is quite the ambitious adventure you have set your sights on, Sorcerer, Oberyn smirked, his hands idly running up and down the sides of his paramour, who'd gained a worried feel to her. And it was the feeling coming off her and Oberyn that left no doubt in Knox's mind what the wayward prince was about to ask for. Before you ask, Prince Oberyn, Knox said, raising his hand and catching the prince just before he could ask his question. There is still room on the Seawolf for yourself, your paramour, and yes, even your daughter. You will all have to share a single cabin of course. But if you wish to join the expedition, then as Lord Stark's appointed representative, I hereby welcome you aboard. Oberyn seemed to be simultaneously caught off guard and pleased with his offer. And what is your price for allowing me and mine to accompany you, Sorcerer? Obedience, Knox answered back immediately, holding up his hand to forestall the prince's knee-jerk reply. Not indefinitely. Just for the duration of your time on board the Sea-Wolf. I say jump, you jump. Second, we will not be returning to Volantis. So whatever vessel that brought you here will need to return without you, hopefully to your brother with an explanation as to your absence. Third, while you will be allowed to keep some of what is taken from Valeria, I must approve of you taking it before you do so, if only for your own safety. If you can agree to all of that, then you will be a welcome addition to the crew. To his credit, Oberyn appeared to be considering the offer for all of a few seconds. For the chance to explore Valeria, those terms are acceptable, Sorcerer. You have my spear until you bring myself, my daughter, and my love here back to Dorne. Excellent, Knox said, rising to his feet and motioning for John to follow suit. We cast off in 3 days, Prince Oberyn. I trust you will be able to find ways to amuse yourself before we leave. Oh, I'm sure that I can find a way, Sorcerer, Oberyn called out to the two of them laughingly as they left the Prince of Dorne in the sitting room. Master, John said lowly as the two of them made their way out of the brothel, pausing only to thank the madam who nearly curtsied to the floor. What was the purpose of all of that? Partially, to gain the alliance of a strong fighter, John, Knox answered as the two weaved their way through the packed streets back towards the harbour. Prince Oberyn's skill on the field is known throughout the realm. He is considered on the same level as the former Sword of the Morning as well as Sir Barristan the Bold. Such a man will be useful if we run into any problems. And besides his skill with a blade, the man's mind is incredibly keen when not clouded with emotion. And it never hurts to have an outsider's view on something. This will also serve to strengthen northern ties to the Dornish, who have quickly become one of our premier trading partners for raw materials. Lastly, we will be here for 3 days, Acolyte. There is no doubt in my mind that the prince would have learned of our presence in such time and come to us. If he had, he would have been ready for us and we would have been on the back foot. But by coming to him in such a way, we put him on the back foot, John finished the thought. And with your quick offer before he could ask, you surprised him enough that he would agree to your terms before fully thinking them over. Very good, Knox congratulated his acolyte. Perhaps you are truly listening to my lessons, after all. Now, John, tell me about this young woman and the man that you ran into in the street. The blonde one that is currently dominating almost all of your thoughts. Chapter 10, The Valeria Expedition Part 2. Well, back again. Managed to get this one in, 4 weeks, I think? I've been trying to squeeze in writing at least 5k words a week, or 1k a day during the weekdays, when I have the most time for writing funnily enough. Hoping that this pace is, well, slow enough so that I can keep regular updates coming at least once a month or so. Want to say a huge thank you to everyone who reviewed, alerted, or added this story to your favorites. I really appreciate it. I did get a question, I get a lot of these, if I will be including lemon/smut scenes in this story. I will say that, given my own preference for writing Infinite's rules regarding such things, even if they aren't really enforced, there will not be any explicit scenes in this story. I prefer to leave that kind of stuff up to your imagination. I'm not against those scenes at all, but honestly, I'm not good at writing them lol. If there is a demand for them though, I might set up a side story on AO3 which would just have explicit excerpts. Lastly, I do not own AZOF or SW. If I did, well I wouldn't need to work my ass off 50+ hours a week lol. And a big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm partner for this story, Telemachus Sundance. Hope that you all enjoy and please leave a review if you feel so inclined. Chapter 10. Taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, Jon Snow took a deep breath. He was desperately trying to get enough air back into his lungs as he bent down at the knees and slid his fingers underneath a large crate. In fact, by all rights, it should have been carried by no less than 2 grown men. Slowly starting to lift it alone, he leaned back to try and balance the heavy crate full of only gods knew what. But, no, his master did not see it that way. In his own words, I've been neglecting your training acolyte. His master had stated this morning, so, now we will rectify that. You will help with preparations for the Sea Wolf's departure. And you shall do so on your own, with no help from the rest of the crew. Managing only a few dozen steps, Jon stopped just short of the gangplank, nearly dropping the crate in the process at the edge of the dock. Gasping desperately, Jon stared up the length of the gangplank, dreading the march before him. It was the 4th such trip he'd be making with the same sized crate this morning. And the trips were not getting any easier with each successive time. Resting his hands on the crate, Jon took a quick look around the dock, taking note of the sailors and slave dock workers that were helping to load the last of the supplies Nox and Sir Manderley had ordered before they set out of what was without a doubt, the longest and most daunting part of the expedition. Watching the men work, Jon took note of those who were not present to help with the last loading of the ship, which were quite a few. Most namely Asha, Daisy, Small John, Eddard Karstark, and, most importantly, his own Master Nox. The fact that Master Nox was not around was not necessarily surprising. The Northern Sorcerer had been rather, well, absent ever since they arrived in Volantis 2 days ago. For the past 2 mornings he would leave the Sea Wolf early in the morning before the sun rose and would not return till after the sun had set in the evening. No one, not even Jon, knew where he was constantly disappearing to. Though, truth be told, no one wanted to find out either. Nox, while a good man and one to be admired and idolized, was not one to go easy on anyone who tried to get in his way. The only time Jon had seen him in the city over the past 2 days was when he returned to the brothel housing Prince Oberyn at Sir Monderil's request to deliver a message to the Prince of Dorne about their departure. Jon was sure that the Knight of House Manderley had done this on purpose just to get a response out of Jon, which he succeeded in as Jon could hardly keep the flush from his face for the rest of the day after several whores who'd seen him with Nox offered him some varied services. But it was on this trip that Jon had spotted Nox in the city, sitting at an outdoor eating area and talking to a Septa for some strange reason. But before Jon could meet up with his master, Nox was gone and so too was the woman he was talking with. Strange. The fact the others, a good portion of the crew, were missing this morning was not really a mystery either. When Nox wasn't in the city, he was in his quarters with Jon, Asha and Sir Manderley going over their approach to Valeria with the new information his master had apparently acquired from one of the triarchs of the city. The night before they'd finally settled on a course of action and this morning Nox had called the entire crew out onto the deck while the sun was still below the horizon. When the entire crew had gathered, Lord Nox had not minced words with them. He told the crew that they would be sailing around the southern tip of the Valeria Peninsula and approaching the ruined city using a river that should lead directly to the heart of Valeria. However, they would not be able to take the Sea Wolf down the river due to the ship's sheer size and fear of running aground and being stranded. So, they would be taking the 6 lifeboats up the river, and that he needed volunteers who were willing to brave the dangers and potentially give their very lives to reach Valeria. At first, no one moved. But then Asha stepped forward, followed by Daisy, Small John, and Eddard. With the nobles setting the example, it was a relatively short time before enough volunteers had stepped forward. Once he'd had enough volunteers, Sir Manderley being the only noble who had not volunteered due to him needing to captain the return voyage should anything go wrong, Nox dismissed the rest of the crew that had not volunteered. The sorcerer had then walked up to the 40 or so men and women who had volunteered to put their very lives on the line and handed each 2 gold dragons. This might be the very last time any of you see civilization again. Lord Knox had explained to them all. No one knows what awaits us in Valeria. But be sure that everything that walks, swims, crawls and shits in Valeria will want to kill you in the most painful way possible. And know that should you fall behind, you will be left behind. And should you become a liability and put the rest at risk, I will kill you myself. Those of you willing to accept this, take 2 steps forward. The volunteers all stepped forward twice without hesitation. Good. Then take those gold dragons in your hand and live your lives tonight as if they might be your last. Because they very well might. John had wanted to head off into the city with the rest of the men and women, but Lord Knox had held him back, saying that he was still a bit too young for what the rest of them would be getting up to this night. And had instead assigned John with the daunting task of helping to load the sea wolf, without help. Shaking his head, John squatted down and moved his fingers underneath the edge of the crate once more, ready to make yet another trek up the gangplank. Excuse me, are you a cabin boy for this vessel? John nearly dropped the crate on his toes. Biting back the curse that was threatening to leave his lips at having nearly broken something, John turned around and froze. Standing just behind him, her eyes wide, was an incredibly beautiful girl with the sun-kissed skin that was so common here in Volantis. Shaking his head to clear it, John stood up fully and faced the girl who couldn't have been more than a year or 2 older than himself. The first thing he noticed, besides her beauty, was that she was free of any marks, tattoos on her face, which meant she wasn't a slave. And given her dress and the way she held herself, John was willing to bet that she was of noble birth. And with the large rucksack slung across her back that was nearly as big as her upper half, she was looking to get away from this city for some time. John nodded. Not a cabin boy, though. But I came on the Sea Wolf. The woman nodded. Sea Wolf. This is a Westeros vessel, is it not? The woman seemed to sag with relief. Tell me, does the Northern Sorcerer ride this vessel? And if so, would it be possible to meet with himself or the captain? I wish to barter passage to Westeros. John blinked. Then blinked again. Then had to keep himself from laughing outright. How Master Knox can predict these things. By the gods. One day, I can only hope to be half as smart as him. Either that, or he has some, what did he call it? Inside information. It'd been just this morning, after dismissing those who'd be accompanying them into Valeria, that Knox pulled Sir Manderley and himself aside and informed them that a young woman would be coming to them today seeking passage to Westeros. And that she was to be given it. Of course, my lady, John said as politely as he could through his exhaustion. If you'll follow me, I'll bring you to Lord Knox. The young woman seemed surprised that her request had been granted so quickly. And the relief she felt was so thick and obvious that John could sense it easily through the force. Taking her hand and leading her up the gangplank, John brought the young woman to Knox's cabin and, after knocking twice and waiting for his command to enter, brought her before his master. Within his cabin, Knox was where he usually was. Sitting at one end of his table with a book in one hand and the fingers of the other gliding along the written words on the pages. How he managed to read without the use of his eyes was a skill John knew he would never be able to figure out. But Knox could read faster than any man he'd ever known. He swore his master could go through a book a day, and that was a low estimate. Master Knox, John said, drawing a sharp look and spike of disapproval from the young woman. This is, gods, I apologize. I never even asked for your name, my lady. Talisa, the newly named Talisa said simply, providing no family name, while glaring at Knox. And I thought Westeros had laws against slavery. It does, Lord Knox responded. Quite harsh laws, in fact. And before this misunderstanding can continue, John is not my slave. He is my acolyte. My student. I am the master and he is the learner. Talisa seemed taken aback as she looked back and forth between Knox and John. I apologize, my lord. I did not mean to give offense. Yes, you did, Knox cut back, setting the book down. And it's understandable. But rest assured, young lady. I know what it means to be under the whip. And I can guarantee you, I gladly follow the Westeros law on the matter. But that is neither here nor there, which is why I have taken no action during our stay here. Now, perhaps we could come to the matter of why the daughter of the Tiger Triarch Magur has come to a Westeros vessel with what looks like as many possessions as she could safely pilfer from her family home. Shock ran through John as his head whipped around to Talisa. He knew of the Triarchs, the rulers of the city of Volantis. And this young woman was the daughter of one of them. Why would she want to leave? And why was Master Knox dragging this out? He already informed John and Sir Manderley that he intended for her to come along with them. As for herself, Talisa seemed to be on the back foot as her face had gone slightly pale. I have had disagreements with my father as of late and I wish to leave Volantis behind and start a new life for myself. Free of slavery. I can promise you that my father will not send men after me. And I have not pilfered anything from my family's home that was not mine. You need not fear any retribution for taking me along. I see, Knox nodded, his fingers drumming against the tabletop. So, say we take you with us. How do you intend to pay for passage? And what do you intend to do once we arrive at Westeros? Bringing the daughter of a triarch across the narrow sea is one thing. Leaving her to fend for herself and possibly get brutalized is quite another. I have coin to barter passage, Talisa quickly responded. Enough to afford passage on board any vessel and then some. I am also willing to offer my services as a healer in training to the men aboard the ship during your voyage. And, I know you are heading to Valeria, my lord. And while I may not know a lot about the home of the Lost Dragon Lords, I believe I can potentially offer some insight. As Talisa made her offer, his master just continued to stare off into the distance with his unseeing eyes. Very well. I can also provide my services in translating and wait, did you say? I said that you can join us, Lady Talisa McGurr. Master Knox repeated. Though you will be sharing a cabin with 2 other ladies during the voyage. I hope that is not an issue as our space, despite the size of the Sea Wolf, is limited. Of course not, my lord, Talisa smiled, a spark of hope swelling within her like a warm sunrise. Thank you, my lord. I promise you won't regret this. I'm sure I won't, Master Knox responded, a cryptic smile on his face. Now, if you please, I have a feeling that my acolyte would like a word with me in private. Of course, my lord, Talisa bowed before turning to him. Thank you, acolyte John. I look forward to speaking with you more once we are on the open water and Volantis is to our backs. After she left, John turned to his master. Can you see it, John? His master asked before he could say anything. Put the pieces together. All the clues are there. Frowning, John thought deeply on everything that had happened since they'd arrived in Volantis. Knox's disappearances. Being pulled away from the ship by the Tiger Guards the moment they made port. The information he suddenly got regarding Valeria. And then, like a bolt of lightning, it hit him. The Triarch. John stated, glancing up at his master. It was the Triarch who gave you all the information about Valeria. And the price of the information was that we have to give his daughter passage to Westeros. Leaning back in his seat, Knox slowly and lightly began to clap his hands together. Not bad, acolyte. You arrived at that conclusion quicker than I thought. Perhaps you have been paying more attention to my lessons, outside of combat, than I originally thought. John felt both delighted at the praise and insulted at the backhanded compliment. But that was just Master Knox. But why would he want to let his daughter go? Even going so far as to pay for her passage away from her home. When you figure that out, acolyte, I will be truly impressed, Knox commented as he picked up his book once more. Now, don't you have more crates to load up? I believe you are on your 4th crate. John's mood immediately dropped. Yes, master. Best get back to it then, Knox said, flipping open his book. But why you are simply using brute strength instead of the force is just plain stupid, if you ask me. John had taken a single step towards the door before his master's words reached him. What? He asked, turning back around. Use the force, but you said that I wasn't allowed to. Did I? Master Knox asked, not turning from the book. When did I do that? When you told me to help load the supplies. John all but yelled back, his frustration mounting at his master going back on what he told him. Really? Tell me, what were the words I used when I gave you your instructions this morning to help load the ship? John opened his mouth to spit the words back at his master, but then stopped. What were his exact words? You told me I had to help load the ship. And that I had to do the work of 2 or more men alone. Yes, I did, Knox nodded, flipping a page. And where, in those instructions, did I say that you were not allowed to use the force to help in your task? Wording is very important, John. Perhaps, next time, you won't let your frustration at being denied something cloud your thoughts when someone tells you something. Back to work now. But, first, show Talisa to her quarters. Shoo. It took the Seawolf almost 2 weeks to navigate around the southern edge of the Valerian Peninsula and arrive near the opening to the river that Knox hoped would lead them right to the heart of Valeria. This is the right course, Knox thought to himself, feeling once again the familiar thrill of entering the unknown, staring death in the face and spitting on it. The Force will guide us. Even the dark side of the Force seems to want this, anomaly gone. It was a strange sensation indeed. This land was saturated in the dark side of the Force in such a way that Knox felt a wave of nostalgia for Korriban. But despite the dark side having such a strong hold, there was something off about it. A strange hunger. Something strange was giving birth to this abnormal dark side. And while many aspects of the dark side could be considered unnatural to most, whatever was causing this sensation was abnormal and wrong even by dark side standards. Breathing deep, he let himself slowly sink into the cold of the dark side as he reached out through the force and began following the path of the river. He could sense pain, suffering, fear, hunger. Twisted life forms struggling to survive as their bodies were forcibly adapting to the malevolent dark side energies that saturated this land they called home. Never thought I would find a Korriban so far away from, well, Korriban. So, this is the river that will bring us to the home of the dragon lords of old, Guess I was expecting something more grand. Maybe some dragon statues on the sides of the river or at the very least sphinxes. Apparently, the old dragon lords loved those creatures almost as much as dragons. The Valerians of old were indeed ostentatious, Prince Oberyn, Nox countered, not bothering to turn towards the Dornish prince that had saddled up next to him beside the railing of the Seawolf while the crew worked on lowering the half-dozen lifeboats down into the water. But, in the end, time is the master of all. No empire, nor structure, lasts forever. The flux and change of life will not allow it to be so. Beside him, the cocky prince scoffed good-naturedly. It is far too early in the morning for philosophy, sorcerer. Perhaps if your paramour hadn't kept yourself, and over half of ship for that matter, awake last night, it wouldn't be too early for philosophy, Prince Oberyn, Nox shot back, his concentration still mostly on the river leading inland. Ah, but what a night it was, Oberyn chuckled. So, tell me, true sorcerer. Do you really think we will make it to Valeria and back with so few? Thousands have tried for hundreds of years. And none have succeeded. The only one that is known to have made it to Valeria and back was Princess Arya Targaryen. And the only reasons she succeeded was because she rode abreast Balerion. Though, given her fate upon returning to Westeros, saying she succeeded in finding Valeria was not a cause for joy. We will, Nox stated, pushing away from the railing. Thousands have tried for hundreds of years to discover the lost knowledge and riches of Valeria. And all have failed. But we will succeed because we have something those in the past didn't. Jon and I gather what supplies you need, Prince Oberyn. We leave as soon as the boats are loaded. Leaving the prince at the railing, Nox made his way across the deck, taking careful note of all of those on the main deck that were either joining him to Valeria or that were just helping in the preparation. The small Jon was excited. The giant of the man was nearly bouncing on his feet as he kept his eyes training on the land laid out before them. Yet, at the same time, there was a definite fear that was laying under the surface. A fear born of knowing just enough about the land they were about to venture into to fear it. A feeling that was being echoed in Eddard Karstark and the rest of the crew of the Seawolf that would be joining them. The three women that would be joining them however were completely different from each other and the rest of the crew. Asha was staring at the land not necessarily in fear, but more as if it were an obstacle to be conquered. Daisy meanwhile was just barely managing to hold herself together. But her desire to bring honor and aid to her house far outweighed any fear she was feeling. Obara, on the other hand, didn't even seem to care. To her, they may as well have been going for a walk down the street. And then there was Jon. His acolyte was much like the small Jon and the others. But unlike the others on board that had fought in skirmishes or had been in several life or death situations, Jon had only really experienced true fear once. Sensing their only non-native Westerosi passenger approaching, Nox turned away from those who would be joining them and faced the young daughter of Triarch Magur. He would freely admit that before they left Volantis, he had been worried about the deal he'd struck with the Triarch. After observing the nobility in the city for a few days, he was half expecting the Triarch's daughter to be some head in the clouds naive simpleton who didn't know up from down and expected everything she said to happen while she lazed about. But he'd been wrong, very wrong. The young woman was anything but a naive simpleton. She possessed an intelligence he'd only noticed in a few since arriving on this world, though not necessarily in the form of politics. But she was intelligent, particularly in the areas of medicine. Even though she was but a year or two older than Jon and Robb, he would feel fully confident putting her knowledge against any of the learned maesters of the Citadel who'd forged their chains in the field of medicine. It was a refreshing change of pace to speak without having to use the simplest terms he could think of. And she was anything but lazy. Within her first day on the sea, she had all but taken charge of the small infirmary on the Sea Wolf. And after setting a sailor's broken arm that most would have amputated, she'd earned the respect of the crew. Within the next few days just about everyone on board was coming to her for any and all ailments they suffered, which was a relief for Nox as he no longer had to deal with each sailor who got a rope burn or sunburn. Figuratively speaking, of course, since he tried to enforce a strong standard of restraint and with high qualifications of what was needed to warrant his attention. Lord Sorcerer, the masks are ready, Talisa announced, holding out a leather mask for his inspection. Taking the offered mask, Nox brought it up to his face and put it on. The leather formed well over the bridge of his nose and tucked itself under his chin towards his neck and was able to be tied tightly to his face so that it wouldn't move when he moved his head. But, most importantly, he could still breathe easily through the cloth-covered breathing holes that were punctured into the face of the leather. Ideally, he would have preferred his own mask for himself and something comparable for everyone else, but neither were an option at this point in time. Ravan's mask had been left with Naira as a keepsake and a promise, saying that he would return for her and the mask. And as for everyone else, well, the technology simply wasn't there to create proper air filtering masks. So, these would have to do. And they were better than nothing. Well done, he said, taking the mask off. Pass these out to those coming on that boats with myself and the others. Yes, Sorcerer, Taliesin nodded, taking the mask from him and making to do as he said, only to stop and turn back after only taking a single step. Is there truly no other way to deal with this threat you spoke of, Sorcerer? If it truly is as dire as you say, and now standing so close to this accursed land I am fully inclined to believe your words, then would it not be better to wait and come back with more men? Can such a small number truly deal with this darkness when my ancestors sent over 200 ships, only to fail? With what we are dealing with, numbers will not help. If anything, they will end up being a hindrance. And it is more than likely the reason why the expeditions your ancestors commissioned were doomed to fail from the start. Being so close now to Valeria, Nox could get a more complete gauge of the land they were about to venture into. The peninsula felt almost identical to the Dark Temple on Dramund Cass. And he remembered all too well his venture through the temple. Specifically, the way the temple and the dark side was able to twist the minds of those who entered who weren't prepared. Which was why he'd spent every night since they came within eyesight of the peninsula carefully weaving protections around the minds of everyone that would be setting out with him. The last thing he wanted, or needed, was to have one of his own men suddenly lose his or her mind and try to stab him in the back. I'll defer to your expertise in this matter then, Sorcerer, Taliesin replied slowly, bowing her head slightly to him before backing away so that she could begin handing out the leather masks to those that would be accompanying him. As the last of the boats touched the water and the men and women began to fill them, Sir Manderley made his way over to him. Lord Nox, the rather obese man greeted him. I wish you the luck of the gods, both old and new. It looks like you are going to need it. I doubt any gods exist in this land, Sir Manderley. At least, not anymore, Nox murmured, his senses still trying and failing to peer into the dark abyss that was looming before them. Once we're away, move the sea wolf back a fair distance until you do not feel any pressure on your mind or until any strange thoughts cease. Then wait for our return. And what if the worst should happen, Sorcerer? Sir Manderley asked as Nox began to lower himself down to the boats. Pausing, Nox fixed his attention on the second son of Lord Manderley. If we are not back in 2 se'nights, then assume we are dead. Send no one after us and return to the north with Lady Taliesin and deliver her to Lord Stark. Aye, Sorcerer, Sir Manderley agreed, albeit reluctantly. Gods be with you. Dropping the rest of the way down into the boat, Nox settled in towards the bow of the rowboat beside John while the Prince Oberyn and his daughter Obara took seats just behind them while the other 4 sailors took up their positions on the oars and began rowing towards mouth of the river that, according to the maps of Valeria before the doom, would lead them directly to the capital of Valeria. So, 2 weeks to reach the city, search it, and return, Prince Oberyn commented idly as the sailors rowed them towards the land. I wonder if you are cutting the timing a little too close, Sorcerer. Looking at those maps you acquired, it could take us several days to even reach the city. And that is provided we do not run into any unpleasantness. Then a few days to return. That does not leave much time to search through the ruins of Valeria. Tell me, Oberyn, can you feel that slight weight on your mind? The unease. The fear. Nox asked, but did not wait for the prince to respond before pressing on. What you are feeling is residual effects of a dark ritual that was performed that left the very land tainted. Do you ever wonder why, after all these centuries, that none who has ventured deep into this land has managed to return? Or, if they had returned, why did they return mad? It is because it is no fallacy to say that this land is cursed. Literally and figuratively. The longer we stay here, the higher the risk we have of succumbing to whatever influence has taken hold here. 2 weeks is a long estimate, Prince Oberyn. And at that point, should we not have returned, then it would be safer for all involved should we be left to die. He could feel the fear of the sailors in the boat grow with each word that passed through his lips. Even the seemingly unflappable Prince of Dorne was now facing off towards the land of Valeria with no small amount of unease. Well, too late to back out now. And should it come out that Northmen would venture where a Prince of Dorne dare not, I would never hear the end of it. As the mouth of the river slowly drew closer and closer, Nox could feel the familiar oppressive weight of a land infused with the dark side of the Force intensify to a level that he had not expected, even after taking a full night to study the broken peninsula. It was unusual and unnerving in the depth and quickness of the change. As they passed into the mouth of the river, Nox had to fight to remain stoic as he felt the Force wash over him in such a rush that it nearly brought him to his knees. And as if to exemplify the sensation, cries of alarm and spikes of fear came from every boat that was with him. Quiet! Nox hissed, his voice carrying over the distance between the boats, silencing everyone. But the unmistakable fear remained, even in the quiet. Acolyte, what happened? We passed through a wave of the Force, but that should not have elicited such a response from those not attuned to such matters. It's gone dark, Lord Knox, John answered, fear making his voice quiver slightly. It was bright as day just a moment ago, but now it's as if it is now dusk with barely any light to see your own hands. And there's a fog. It's so thick I can barely see the other boats. Frowning, Knox redoubled his foresight to try and see just what exactly the others were seeing. But, for some reason, his vision was limited. Under any normal circumstance, he could see just as well as any two-eyed individual with perfect sight. Even in heavy force-concentrated lands, he could see just as fine, if not better. But now, in this land, his sight was hampered by something he had never encountered before. Hold here. Light the lamps. Knox called out to the other boats. Stay within sight of the other lamps at all times. Trust nothing you see or hear beyond us. He could hear John fumbling about in the darkness as he brought out the oiled lamp with mirrors, another new invention he'd brought up to the north before leaving. Finding the lamp, John held it out to the Prince of Dorne who, with but a single try, managed to light the oil-infused wick with a piece of flint and steel. Taking the lamp, Knox affixed it to the front of the boat and waited as the other boats struggled to light their own lamps. Are the others lit? Knox asked, thoroughly not enjoying having to rely on his acolyte to be his eyes while they were in this place. Yes, Lord Knox. Good. We press forward. He said, raising his voice to carry to the other boats. Do not give in to your fear and do not doubt. Trust only in yourselves and those around you. It took a bit, but soon enough the sound of oars striking the waters started up again and the small force Knox had assembled resumed their trek up the river towards Valeria. All right, Sorcerer, Oberyn called out after a time. What's your explanation for the loss of the sun? There is no logical explanation I can find for it, and the only land that I've heard of that is even remotely like this is Asai. But even then transition from light to darkness is subtle and slow the closer you draw to the city. I have not seen Asai, so I cannot comment as to why that land is shrouded in darkness. But as for here and now, the force is vast and mysterious, Prince Oberyn. And lands where great concentrations of the force can be found are often altered by the force itself. And that is what has happened here. With that explanation, conversations died as everyone began trying to peer through the darkness that had surrounded them. A short time after passing into the darkness Knox felt something waver the edges of his foresight. Acolyte, he called out once more. There, just before us in the river, what do you see? The boat shifted as John rose to his feet and took his place next to Knox, the young boy leaning forward almost to the point where he was in danger of falling into the river. It looks like an island splitting the river in two. Frowning, Knox pushed harder against the darkness shrouding his sight. Something didn't feel right about the island, as John had described it. It was unmoving and moss had seemingly started growing over the small mound, but he could feel a slight pulse of life coming from just under the surface of the water. He wasn't sure just what it was, but he wanted to steer clear of whatever it was. Steer clear of the island before us, he ordered, feeling the position of the bow shift as the rowers shifted their patterns to obey his order. As they passed the island by, Knox began to wonder if his senses were fooling him when he heard a commotion coming from the rearmost boat followed by a splash as something, or someone, fell into the water. Bora! Get your arse back here! There's a maiden! The sailor in the water cried out as he swam loudly through the river towards the island. I can hear her song. She's beautiful. I need to get to the maid. Fucking fool, Knox growled, raising his hand to forcibly pluck the idiot out of the water and bring him back to the boats. But before he could so much as twitch a finger, the water shifted as the island moved. The sailor could only give out a single scream before a giant head emerged from under the surface of the water, catching the man in its massive open jaw and raising him out of the water. The darkness may have blocked out what happened next. But the sound of crunching, followed immediately by the ending of the sailor's surprised cry spoke volumes as to his fate. Fuck me sideways, is that a fucking sea turtle? It looks like one that fucked a giant and then got mixed with some beast. Prince Oberyn marveled, his voice filled with awe and fear in equal proportions. Wonder about that fucking later, Knox growled as the turtle finished its meal. Row hard for the shoreline. We need to get out of the deep waters. The expedition didn't need telling twice and Knox had to balance himself as the boat he was on lurched forward as the rowers redoubled their efforts, none wanting to be anywhere near the carnivorous sea turtle the size of a small island. Holding his hand towards the turtle, palm out, Knox concentrated on the sea beast. Now that it was out of the water and active, he could get a good sense of the beast's mind. It wasn't mindless, but it certainly wasn't intelligent. It seemed driven only by hunger. Which was good. The less complicated the mind, the easier it was to influence in a manner that suited his needs. Sending waves of fear and domination towards it trying to scare the thing off. That fucking thing can swallow our boats whole, and that shell, a lightsaber could pierce it, but I doubt the wound it would create would be little more than a slight annoyance. But, strangely enough, as they moved closer to the shore the beast became fearful, even without his influence. And without even needing his help, the turtle turned tail and dove under the water, swimming away from them and back towards the mouth of the river. Fucking hells, Small John Umber cursed from the boat next to him. Did you see the size of that fucker? Swallowed that poor son of a bitch whole in one go. Fuck me, at least he's run off. And that should be more worrisome, Umber, Prince Oberyn commented, Nox's senses telling him that the Prince of Dorne was currently keeping a watchful eye on everything around them. A beast like that would only flee if it was in the territory of another beast. What kind of beast could make that thing flee? Daisy Mormont asked from yet another boat. That, my dear, Prince Oberyn commented dryly, is what we should be more worried about. Fuck this. One of the sailors shouted as the boats pulled up near the rocky shore, water splashing about the man's boots as he jumped off the boat and ran to shore. I'm not fucking dying for this shit. Not for any amount of coin. You fuckers can just pick me up on your way back, I'll be right fucking here. Nox could hear the others mumbling about how he was right as the darkness and the sudden attack by the mutated sea turtle began to eat away at their courage. But before he could calm them down, he sensed a life form approaching from just across down the shoreline. Get back on the boat! Nox yelled, trying to locate the life form but was having a difficult time considering just how fast the creature was moving. You're not alone on that fucking shore. Get back in the damn boat N. A burst of flame shocked everyone back onto their backsides, the boat splashing in the water as at least two fell over. The man on shore had but a moment to widen his eyes in terror before the flames overtook him and then he was gone. His loud but brief screams echoing down the beach as some sort of, what he could only identify as an oversized serpent with a fiery glowing hide dragged the horribly charred man off. Fuck. We need to hunt that fucking thing down and kill it. Eddard Karstark screamed, his sword clearing his sheath. Do that and you're dead, Karstark. Prince Oberyn yelled, as the men who'd fallen out the boats were being pulled back in. That was a fireworm, I'd bet my cock on it. And trust me, the last thing you want to do is go chasing after one of those god-forsaken creatures. With that thing around, the only safe place for us to be is in the boats in the middle of the river. Fireworms can't survive in the water. Back out there? With that fucking sea monster. Small John yelled. I'd much rather take the fucking sea monster than the god's damned fire-breathing snake, moron, Asha shouted back, staring the much bigger man down. The turtle has fled. That thing, though? That will be fucking back. Asha is right, Nox said, agreeing with the Ironborn. Get us away from the shore. And we press forward. Press forward? Two have already died. And you want to keep going? Fucking hells. You're fucking mad, Sorcerer. You're going to kill us. Feed us to the darkness, and you want us dead. You only want us dead. We should feed you to the fucking snake and sacrifice you. Yes, an offering to the gods of Valeria. The darkness is the way. The only way. We must feed the darkness. Feed the darkness. Lunging forward, the man pulled a dagger from his belt, heedless of the others on the boat as he made for Nox with the blade extended towards his heart. Feed the darkness the power of the sorcerer. Feed the true gods of. The air hissed as Nox's lightsaber sprung to life, the blade cleaving through the air and removing the man's head from his shoulders. And then with a simple force push, the headless corpse fell out of the boat and into the water, the man's head joining soon after. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox turned his full focus on the shocked and frightened members of the expedition. I told you all not to listen to the whispers in the darkness. To not give in to your fear. This land is cursed, have no doubt of that. But your fear will only destroy you if you let it. This one let his fear get the better of him. Which is how and why the darkness within this land latched onto him and drove him mad. Trust in yourself. Trust in each other. Hold on to a powerful thought. A loved one. Your home. Your reward at the end of this voyage. And the darkness will find no purchase in your mind. But make no mistake. There is no going back now. Not until we finish what we came here to do. And that is end the curse on this land. You can either continue on with me, or you can take your chances swimming back or walking on land. Silence greeted the end of his speech. A silence that was eventually broken by Asha. Well, I don't know about these pussy fuckers, but no Ironborn fears the water. What is dead may never die, only comes back stronger. I'm with you. Not about to let some Ironborn cunt outshine the bears of Bear Island. My mother and grandfather would never be able to look me in the eye again. Daisy Mormont added. I'm in. Fuck, Small John grumbled. My old man would let the fucking Boltons flay me alive if I was too much of a coward to not go where women will, I'm still fucking in. So is Karstark here, even if he has pissed his pants. Fuck you Small John. At least, judging from the smell coming from you, I didn't shit myself. Eddard Karstark jibbed back, breaking the tension and drawing more than a few uneasy chuckles from the men. Sitting back down, Nox motioned for them to press. As they started to move up the river once more, Nox's mind went back to just how quickly the man who had attacked him lost his mind. I despise having to use anything that woman taught me, but it seems I underestimated the pull of the dark side in this land. I'll have to actively shield everyone's mind from the darkness, and there's only truly one viable technique to do so on this scale, though it will be very taxing. But still, better to be taxed than to have to constantly look over my shoulder waiting for my own men to stab me in the back. Force, it feels like I'm back in the Dark Council chambers. As he began working out the logistics of shielding everyone, Oberyn leaned towards him. Sorcerer, while we need to stay out in the middle of the water, it would behoove us to find a place to stop for a brief time so we can inspect each other thoroughly. Why? Nox asked, turning his attention to the Prince of Dorne. Not much is known about fireworms, Sorcerer. In fact, there is only one documented case in all of the Citadel about them. But one thing that is known is that they produce larvae. Larvae that infect the flesh like bot flies. Only difference is these larvae burn the host from the inside as they grow, killing their host in a most horrendous fashion. And I don't know about you, but being slowly roasted alive by larvae festering beneath my flesh is perhaps the last way I wish to leave this world. Nox could see his point. Risking exposing himself, Nox focused hard on the river before him and let his sense flow outwards but kept himself contained to the river. There is a wrecked ship less than 2 hours' row from here, he said. The ship ran upon some rocks and cannot move, but it should serve for our purposes. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, Oberyn. That would indeed be one of the last ways I would want to leave this world. All right, lad. I don't see shit on you. Not that I can hardly see shit to begin with. Now put your clothes back on before you make the women blush, Snow. Shaking his head, Jon immediately began pulling on his pants as Eddard Karstark began to do the same. Looking around the deck of the shipwrecked Lannister ship, Jon took a quick count of everyone on board. Not that he really needed to. He already knew exactly how many of them there were. And it was 2 less than the number they set out with. And those 2, gods, Jon didn't think he would ever forget what happened to them. One was pulled underwater by some sort of giant turtle. And the other plucked off the ship, burned alive, and then eaten by a fire worm. Neither was a fate Jon would wish upon anyone. Tightening his pants and throwing his shirt back on, he left his Karstark kin to finish getting dressed while he went over and stood next to Master Nox, who at the moment was standing by the edge of the ship staring off towards the east. At least Jon thought it was east. It was near impossible to tell in the thick fog that covered Valeria and blocked out the sun to tell which way was which. Standing beside the sorcerer, Jon tried to peer out into the darkness with both his eyes and through the force, yet he failed with both. Can you see anything, Jon? Nox's sudden question caught Jon by such surprise that he only just barely managed to keep himself from jumping. I know, Jon answered honestly, trying once more to see, or sense, anything beyond the ship. I can't see anything through the fog and without the sun. And I can't sense anything either. At least nothing beyond the ship. And why do you believe that is? Jon frowned in thought as he tried to work out an answer to Lord Nox. Because something is preventing us from seeing. In a manner of speaking, you are correct, his master confirmed. But it is far more complicated than just someone blocking our sight. There is such a ritual for that specifically, but it would be impractical to use the ritual I'm thinking of in such a confined area. So, rather, it is not someone but rather something that is blocking our foresight. And that is the very land of Valeria itself. That brought Jon up short and sent a spike of fear through him. Valeria itself is blocking us. In a sense, Master Nox nodded. I am now more convinced than ever that what happened to cause the doom was some sort of powerful ritual gone wrong. I can only speculate on the exact details of the ritual, but to be sure it was a dark, very dark ritual. One that covered the very land itself in a blanket of the dark side and turned it into this desolate wasteland where only the strongest can survive. Biting his lip, Jon fought to keep himself calm. But you can see through the darkness, right, Master? You're the most powerful man alive in manners of the Force. His master didn't answer immediately, which did nothing to calm the swell of fear within Jon's gut. My vision is also impaired, Acolyte. Normally, yes, I would be able to break through the shroud that is blocking us. But as I am now, I cannot. Now it was all Jon could do to keep his fear in check. If his master, the strongest and most powerful man alive, couldn't fight back against whatever was shrouding this, then what hope did they have? Then, what? This land is far more than tainted than I had originally anticipated, his master cut him off. Already it is looking to twist and corrupt the minds of those with us. And it is taking a good deal of my strength to hold the darkness at bay. And while I am doing so, I'm counting on you to be my eyes, both physically and through the Force. The fear within him was now reaching heights he never knew possible. I don't. If you don't, then we will all perish within these lands, Jon, Nox said, using his name and surprising Jon greatly as he turned to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're strong, Jon. Strong as any I have met or trained. Do not doubt yourself. To doubt is to invite failure. And if you fail, then we will all die. Set your nerves to steel, John. Use your fear to strengthen your resolve to live. Do not try. Just do. You always wanted to prove that you were more than just a snow. More than just a stain on your father's honor. Well, this is your chance to do just that. Prove all those who thought you were worthless wrong. Here and now. The fear that was almost overtaking him but a moment ago evaporated faster than a pool of water in Dorne. His master rarely gave out compliments. But now, he just said that he trusted John to be his eyes for him. And John would not fail. And with that decision, it was almost as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes and from the living force around him. He still couldn't see far past the wrecked ship they were on. But he could see and sense everything that was on the ship with them. Including the strange presence that had just started dropping down from the rotten mast to land behind Prince Oberyn's daughter, Obara. Obara. Get down. What happened next occurred over the span of only a few seconds, but for John they felt like an eternity. He watched as a figure in black dropped from the sky and landed behind Obara. He could see the fear in Obara's eyes as she turned, her hands grasping for the spear that was not by her side. He could see Oberyn shouting for her. He could see his own hand rising slowly as the figure in black raised a blade high in the air, ready to cut Obara down. And then the figure was gone. Flung backwards and into the back cabin wall of the wrecked ship with enough momentum to carry him clear through the rotten wood and into the room beyond. For a moment, no one moved or said anything. Then all seven hells broke loose as one of the sailors yelled out Stoneman. With that one word, everyone on the wrecked ship were suddenly scrambling for whatever weapons they could find while spinning around in tight circles trying to see if there were any more attackers looking to ambush them. Enough. Knox's one-word command was said with such a commanding force that everyone stopped in place as if he was holding them with the force. Without a word, Lord Knox held out his hand towards the hole that had been created in cabin wall. As the body that had been flung through the wall came back out onto the deck, everyone took several steps back and kept their swords, spears or clubs at the ready to kill whatever it was. This isn't time to sate your curiosity, Sorcerer, Prince Oberyn nearly hissed, having moved himself between his daughter and her would-be attacker, his spear held tightly in his hands ready to end the threat. Stonemen have lost their minds to grayscale. We need to kill it and dump the body over the railing and get. That is no Stoneman. Staying close to Lord Knox, John watched in fascination as his master used the force to pull the man's helmet off. The man beneath the helmet couldn't have been much older than his Lord Father, or even Master Knox, but that was where the similarities ended. He man's cheeks were hollow like the small folk near the end of the winter years, and his skin was almost the color of ash from dirt and only the gods knew what else. What John could only assume was golden, hair was covered in mud and the long locks were tangled into numerous knots. While most everyone was looking at the man in fascination and confusion, there was one who was not. Oh, the gods truly have a sense of humor, don't they? Prince Oberyn growled, his sudden anger so strong that it nearly brought John up short. You recognize this man, Oberyn? The Prince of Dorne nodded, lowering his spear and spat, yes. This is none other than Jaerion Lannister, the younger brother of Tywin fucking Lannister. A Lannister? Small John Umber bellowed. What in the fucking hells is a god's damned Lannister doing all the way out here in? Probably the same thing we are, Small John, Asha shot back. The Umber heir scowled at Asha. The trip had done little to nothing to mending the relationship between the Greyjoy and the Umber. I know that, Raider. I meant, why is he out here? Shouldn't he be back in the Westerlands shitting gold with his cunt brother? Jaerion Lannister sailed out from Lannisport 3 years ago in hopes of making it to Valeria and finding the Lannisters' ancestral sword, Bright Roar. He has not been heard from since. Lord Knox answered, kneeling next to the unconscious lord and holding his hand above his face. And, in all this time, he has somehow managed to keep his mind from succumbing to the pull of the dark side, at least mostly. Interesting. While Lord Knox was examining the man, something caught John's eye. Keeping wide of the unconscious Lannister and his master, John went over to the hole in the ship and peered inside. Lying just inside the hole was a sword. A hand-and-a-half sword that seemed in remarkable condition. But what truly caught his eye was the red rippling pattern running down the length of the blade. A pattern he'd only seen on 2 other blades. Ice, and red rain. Valyrian steel, he thought, grabbing the hilt and pulling the sword out from the wreckage. Feeling a presence walk up next to him, John stopped gazing at the sword and found Obara standing next to him. Is that Valyrian steel? John nodded, glancing down at the golden lion that had been engraved into the pommel of the sword. Bright Roar if I had to guess. Lowering the blade, John made to rejoin Lord Knox, but found himself halted as Obara grabbed him by the arm. The next he knew, she had yanked his mask down as well as her own and her lips were pressed against his. The act caught him so off guard that he couldn't even form a response before she pulled away from him. Don't expect that to happen again, Obara said, stepping away from him, her eyes hard as she reaffixed her mask in place. That was a thank you for saving my life. Nothing more, boy. John felt his face heat from his neck to the roots of his hair as several wolf whistles and cheers came from all around him. Daisy and Asha were both openly laughing at him and the small John and Eddard were giving him looks of approval. But the one he feared the most was Prince Oberyn. He had just kissed, his first kiss, the prince's daughter. But instead of looking angry the prince looked pleased. And when their eyes met, the Red Viper merely gave him a cocky grin before he turned his attention back to Lord Knox and the unconscious Lannister. So, now that that bit of entertainment is out of the way, Prince Oberyn said loudly, what do we do with the Lannister? We take him with us. Lord Knox stated, rising to his feet and holding a hand over the still form of Geryon Lannister. I'm sorry, I think I might have misheard you. Prince Oberyn said, shaking his head and working a finger in his ear. I believe you just said something incredibly stupid like we are going to be taking a Lannister with us. A Lannister who just a moment ago tried to cut my daughter down. No, you heard me correctly. This man has survived a year or more in this land on his own and he was able to keep his mind intact. Or at least mostly intact. That alone piques my interest in him. Not a single word was spoken amongst the men and women as Knox stood between Prince Oberyn and the downed lost Lannister. I know your history with House Lannister and believe me I understand your anger all too well Prince Oberyn. But can you honestly tell me that this man before us had anything to do with what happened to your sister, niece, and nephew? And if you need another reason, then think of how much it will twist a knot into Tywin Lannister's gut when he learns that it was a Martell that not only helped to save his brother's life, but also helped in returning Bright Roar to House Lannister. After all, a Lannister always repays their debts, do they not? The movement was slight, so slight that if one were not watching for it, they would miss it. But it was the slight shifting John felt that drew his eyes to Lord Knox's right hand. The same hand that made a quick cutting motion with his forefinger barely a fist width. But it was unmistakable. They do, Prince Oberyn nodded. Very well, Sorcerer. I'll play your game for now. But mark my words, should that Lannister even look my direction in a manner that displeases me, I will cut him down without hesitation. The tension quickly bled out of the area as Oberyn, followed quickly by Obara, marched away from the downed Lannister and towards the edge of the wrecked ship where their boats were tied off. Umber, Karstark. See to it that the Lannister and his sword are placed into one of the boats. Lord Knox commanded the two men. I, Sorcerer, Small John nodded, walking up to the Lord Lannister before seemingly thinking twice and stopping. Should we secure him? Don't feel like turning my back on the man. Even if he's unconscious. There's no need for concern. Lord Knox waved off his concern. I've placed him into a coma. One that won't lift until I want it to be. He's as safe and secure as he will get. The rest of you get back into the boats. We've already wasted far too much time here as it is. If you say so, Sorcerer, Umber nodded, grabbing the Lannister under the arms. Karstark. Get your thin arse over here and lift his legs. Don't feel like carrying this fucker on my own. Watching as the everyone slowly started making their way back towards the boats, John waited until they were mostly alone before approaching Lord Knox. He recognized what Lord Knox had just done. It was a technique called force persuasion, and it was used to dominate the mind of a man and make them think whatever you wanted them to. And it was a technique that John, his brother, and Lord Father all found to be without honor. And it was a technique that John swore he would never use. Lord Knox. You saw it, didn't you? Either your observation skills are increasing significantly, or I'm getting rusty. Not trusting himself to speak, John nodded. You still have reservations on using certain techniques I have taught you. You must cleanse yourself of these thoughts of what is honorable and socially acceptable. Only then will you be able to fully access your full power and thereby know the correct path to take. But, forcing someone to do what you want, controlling their mind. There is no honor in that, John said lowly, not wanting the others to hear their conversation. Knox's face turned towards him, his unseeing eyes seemingly peering into his very being. Tell me, John. What is more important, to be honorable or to do the right thing? Going into a battle and causing the death of thousands? Or using a force persuasion to make the commander of the opposing army stand down, thereby avoiding the battle altogether? John didn't like this. Every time he tried to argue aspects of right and wrong with Lord Knox, he always felt like a fool. Something that his Lord Father had confided that Knox did as well to both himself and Robb as well. But forcefully controlling someone's mind is just wrong. The gods gave us free will. And it goes against the gods to alter that. A Sith uses every tool at his or her disposal, John. Knox replied calmly. And even a Jedi isn't afraid to negotiate to get others to see the better path. Remember our lessons back in Winterfell. Not everyone you meet will fall into your ideas of honor, let alone what is right and wrong. Holding on to your honor is all well and good, but do not let it be your downfall. And if it makes you feel any better, what I did to Oberyn was not a force persuasion. That man has far too strong of a mind to be susceptible to such tricks. No. What I did was merely nudge him in the direction I wanted him to go. But his anger over what happened to his family back during the rebellion clouds his judgment. I merely gave him a moment of clarity, as it were. Now come. We still have quite a bit of ground to cover before we reach Valeria. And I'm still counting on you to be my eyes while we go. Watching his master walk away, John frowned, his thoughts heavy. Maybe Lord Knox is right. Honor will also be important. But if you could save lives by using less than desirable means, then does that mean that, in the end, you did the more honorable thing by taking the path that saves lives rather than costs them? Gods, no wonder Father said he avoids conversations of ethics and honor with Lord Knox. Setting his thoughts aside for the moment, John followed Knox over to the boats so that they could continue down the river towards the home of the Dragon Lords. After leaving the wrecked Lannister vessel behind, Knox had the men and women with him set a brisk pace through the rivers of Valeria. While the river itself had an unnatural calmness to the surface of the water, it was not free of obstructions. The most frequent of which belonged to wrecked ships that had either run ashore on rocks beneath the surface of the water or were partially to almost completely submerged under the water. And while most were easy to bypass, there were a few that were blocking the river in such a way that it was next to impossible for them to navigate around them, leaving it to Knox and John to lift the wrecks out of the water and move them off to the side. While the wrecks were a nuisance, given their consistency, they were barely even a footnote in the problems that they were encountering. Without sunlight, with the oppressive weight of the dark side, and having to divide his attention in protecting the minds of the men and women with him, it was next to impossible to tell the actual time of day or night. Leaving them with only exhaustion earned from rowing to mark the passage of time. And with exhaustion came the need to rest. Unfortunately for them, however, resting was confined to within the boats where half the men or women on board would rest while the other half rowed. Thankfully, it was an arrangement that everyone was willing to follow after 2 failed attempts at resting off the boats. The first chance they took was at least an hour or 2 past the Lannister vessel when they came upon another shipwreck. This one was like the Lannister ship in that it was mostly intact. Against a warning from the force, one Knox tried and failed to impress upon the others. They tied their boats up to the wreckage and the crews disembarked to catch some much-needed rest. While most of Knox's expedition force started unloading the boats or setting out food, one of the sailors who'd been most adamant about needing a rest had found a comfortable spot against some rotten wood to lean back against and catch some rest. A rest he would never wake from. One of the other sailors had made to shake his seemingly sleeping shipmate awake, only to let out a scream of terror as the resting sailor fell face first onto the deck. His back covered in fist-sized slugs that had burrowed into his flesh and were in the process of making a meal out of his internal organs. It didn't take much convincing after that for the expedition to pack back up immediately and get back onto the boats and continue on their way. The second time had been when they'd found a solid rock formation on the side of the river. Not sensing any dangerous life forms, or even any life forms for that matter, in the immediate vicinity, Knox had agreed to go ashore and let the expedition rest for a short while. And while he was correct in that there were no dangerous animals nearby, the reasoning as for why that was became apparently rather quickly as one of the men found a small stream feeding into a pond just off the edge of the river. For reasons that Knox could not comprehend and despite his warnings about not trusting anything coming from the land, the sailor had cupped his hands into the stream and taken a drink of the water. By his own admission, Prince Oberyn was a master of nearly all things related to poisons. But even he was surprised at just how quickly and violently the seeming innocent-looking water took effect. Within a minute of drinking, the sailor was projectile vomiting up everything in his stomach while blood began to drain from every orifice on his body. There had been no hope for the man. And the only thing that could be done for him was a quick death, which Knox granted with a twist of his wrist which snapped the doomed man's neck. Thankfully, after losing 4 of the expedition before the close of the first day, or at least what Knox assumed was the close of the first day, things began to fall into a routine and normalize. Or at least normalize as much as possible considering they were traversing through a land that Knox was quickly coming to think could make even Korriban seem tame in comparison. The members of the expedition, no longer willing to get off the boats for any reason, had settled into their current rotation where half the remaining members would row, and the other half would rest while either John or Knox would take lead, guiding them through the darkness of Valeria. It was boring. But at least it was a good type of boring in which there wasn't a significant risk of death. After nearly a dozen rotations of rowing, Knox felt something shift in the force. It was similar to the shift he'd felt when they first came close to the peninsula, only in reverse this time as the constant dark weight pressing on his mind seemed to almost lift ever so slightly. A sensation that caused almost the entire expedition force start as John quickly rose from his seated position next to Knox. His excitement so intense that he was almost shaking in place. "Master Knox," John breathed beside him, no doubt having felt the same thing he had. "Tell me what you see, acolyte." We're passing by a breakwater. Just like in White Harbor." Lowering his defenses on the minds of the expedition slightly, Knox refocused himself so that he could see with unclouded eyes through the force once more. "We're here," he said, a smile coming upon him as he turned to face the expedition as he spoke loud enough for all to hear him. At long last, Valerian freehold. The home of the Dragon Lords. His words were like a drink of water to man dying of thirst as the expedition, almost as one, shot to their feet, nearly tipping the boats in their exuberance as they all watched as they passed by the sphinx-topped breakwater leading into what he hoped is the harbour adjacent to the old Valeria. The fog is lifting, Prince Oberyn stated, the man staring around in wonder. It's still dark, but the fog has lifted. Why? Frowning, Nox concentrated on the barrier they'd passed just before the breakwater. The barrier was, surprisingly, made up of the light side of the Force, and seemed primarily to serve to keep things out. But not physical objects, considering they were able to pass through without incident. Which then raised the question of just why it'd been erected and what purpose did it serve. The latter answer seems obvious, he thought as the members of the expedition began rowing with a renewed purpose as their end objective came closer and closer. It was erected to keep out the dark side taint that has covered the land. But why that in specific? And when was it created? During the Doom? Before? Or perhaps survivors created it to keep themselves safe. The last thought gave Nox a moment of pause. As unlikely as it was, there was still the possibility of survivors in this dark side-infused land. Deciding it was better to err on the side of caution, Nox let his sense roll over the landscape. He could sense the barrier of light, a large dome that encompassed almost the entirety of the ruined city just before them. But inside of the dome he could sense nothing. No life. Not even that belonging to insects. The city might have been protected from dark side that had covered the land, but it was truly a dead city in every sense of the word. I see a dock ahead. Asha called out, her fledgling power enhancing her vision just enough to see through the darkness and the light fog that covered the water. Her eyes proved true as within a few minutes of near-frantic rowing the expedition let out a cry of joy and relief as a set of stone piers appeared through the fog. Bring us up to the nearest pier, he ordered. Get the ropes ready to tie us off. As the first boat carrying Nox, John, Obara, and Oberyn neared the stone pier, the sailors on board immediately jumped off the moment they were close enough and began to tie off the boat while the other 4 boats found separate parts of the pier to tie off onto. Stepping onto the pier, Nox took a moment to shake out his legs to get the blood flowing back through them after sitting for only the Force knew how long. The rest of the boats emptied rather quickly as everyone was rather anxious to get back onto relatively safe land. Or as safe as the land could be on this peninsula. By the drowned god and gods of old and new. Asha murmured, coming up and standing beside him as the two peered into the ruins that was old Valeria. Sorcerer, if I could give you my eyes for a day to see this, I surely would in return for this gift of bringing me here. This will be a tale none on the Iron Islands will ever hope of topping for 100 years. No need to gift me your eyes, Asha, Nox replied, stepping towards the base of the pier and onto the stone walkway that led towards a street running between the ruined houses of Valeria. I can see just fine. And he could. Valeria, just like almost all larger cities on this world, was filled with buildings that were stacked nearly on top of each other. But that was about where the similarities ended. For while White Harbor, Bravus, and Volantis all had buildings made up of stone, wood and mud, every single building within Valeria was made of a black stone substance that had faint echoing of the Force within. Almost as if this entire city were made in manner similar to the Jedi and Sith temples on Tython and Korriban respectively. But that was about all the good he could say, as evidence of the doom that caused the fall of Valeria was very evident in hardened lava lining parts of the streets. Most if not all the once perhaps majestic buildings had been damaged or outright destroyed. And most telling of all was the settled and very thick layer of ash that nearly went up to his knees, and in some places even deeper. So, it was a volcanic eruption had caused the doom, Prince Oberyn observed, poking at the hardened lava resting against one of the houses. What in the gods' names is a volcans, whatever the fuck you said? Small John mumbled, staring down at the hardened lava, poking it with the tip of his sword. A volcano is a fissure in the surface of the planet leading down to a pocket of molten rock, magma, or lava if you will, Nox explained, taking a moment to further examine the immediately area in as much detail as he could. Over time, pressure from natural gases will build up beneath the fissure and eventually the fissure will rupture, spewing forth the magma, volcanic ash, and gases that had been pressurizing beneath the surface. A small eruption can affect anything with a mile or so of the eruption point. However, a large-scale eruption can affect everything within several leagues. Falling ash thick enough to choke a man. Lava running across the ground hot enough to burn a man to death just from passing too close by. Falling rocks and melted stone larger than a carriage falling from the sky. What happened here was no doubt a large-scale eruption. Everyone, including Prince Oberyn, stopped and stared at him. Are you sure you have never been to the Citadel, Sorcerer? Oberyn asked, shaking his head. You speak with the knowledge of an archmaester who has forged enough chains to weigh a man down. If such a thing caused the doom, then are we safe even standing here? Eddard Karstark asked uneasily. What if this eruption thing happens again? Unlikely, Oberyn answered before he could. A volcanic eruption on this size is believed to happen only once every several hundred years. At least that is the theory proposed by the most learned men in the Citadel and confirmed by scholars in Essos. So, there shouldn't be any concerns of us getting caught in another blast anytime soon. But, this cannot be all that caused the doom. Why not? Nox's acolyte asked, his tone curious. It looks like everyone here died from exactly what Master Nox described. Because it is unlikely that a volcano caused the breaking of the peninsula, Nox answered. There is only one other such recorded event similar in history. The tale of the children of the forest breaking the arm of Dorn to try and prevent the first men from crossing the land bridge from Essos to West Eros. So, you're saying someone broke the peninsula of Valeria just like the children are said to have broken the arm of Dorn, Prince Oberyn summarized. An interesting theory, but one that you are not alone in thinking. One of the archmaesters in the Citadel, Marwyn, brought forth that same theory some years ago. And he was nearly laughed out of the Citadel and stripped of his chains just for suggesting it. But looking at this place, perhaps he truly was on to something. This was not the first time Nox had heard of this archmaester. Marwyn the Mage, Maester Luwin called him. A name he had garnered for his near-obsessive research into the arcane arts. The more I hear of this particular archmaester, the more I am inclined to invite him to Winterfell to speak with him. Or perhaps even make a trip to the Citadel. The library is said to be the only one that surpasses the library of Winterfell. Yes, I do believe that something caused the doom, or at least kick-started it. Then, why didn't they flee? Jon asked. I mean, they had to know something was going on. Couldn't they have outrun the eruption? And whatever or whoever caused it? Possibly. But I think they had more on their minds than simply fleeing once whatever started the doom happened. To accent his point, he pointed off to his right and with a gentle wave of the force, created a small gust that parted the mist at least momentarily. What was revealed made everyone gasp. And the few swords that were not drawn were suddenly pulled from their sheaths and held at the ready. Barely 50 paces away from them, laying across the destruction of several stone buildings, were the two dragon skeletons. At least he believed they were dragons given what he knew of the creatures. Each creature was nearly half the size of the sea wolf with a wingspan that could rival the Great Northern Ship. But what was most curious was not the fact that there were two dragon skeletons that had crashed into several homes and presumably died upon impact. No, what was most curious was the fact that one dragon clearly had the neck of the other in its powerful jaws and had not let go even as they crashed and died together. Put those down, Nox commanded. They're dead. And even if they were not, I doubt simple swords and clubs would be enough to even make those things blink. Keeping his spear held level, Oberyn moved through the ash towards the two skeletons. They were battling one another, he noted, coming to the same conclusion as Nox. Civil unrest and infighting during a volcanic eruption, I wish I could say I am surprised. But what little history remains of the Valyrian freehold would say that this would be a normal occurrence. Turning around, he motioned towards the dozen sailors that were trailing behind the main group. You lot stay here at the docks. Do not venture beyond eyesight of one another. And whatever you do, do not touch anything with your bare hands. Not until we have a chance to examine it better. And keep an eye on the Lannister. Should things go tits up, we might need to awake him for his sword arm if nothing else. The men nodded, needing little encouragement after seeing the corpses of the two dragons, before backtracking the short distance to the boats. Down nearly a quarter of their manpower, Nox took a pause to search the area once again. This time he was focused more of his power into the buildings, piercing through the strange stone that seemed almost resistant to the force. And then he felt it. A slight resonance within the force that nearly had him jump in surprise. How could this be? This is strange, Prince Oberyn observed, his gaze pointed skywards as if he were trying to pierce the darkness looming over their heads. No shite, Small John muttered, shaking his head. We're standing in the middle of fucking Valeria of all places, what hasn't been strange so far? Not that, Prince Oberyn shot back hotly before pausing and recollecting himself. Well, in part it is that. But listen. What do you hear? The rest of the expedition stopped in their tracks and turned their heads skywards. I don't hear a fucking thing, Small John muttered, breaking the silence. Exactly, Oberyn stated as if it were the most obvious thing. No birds. No wind. No creatures scuttering about. No rippling of the water. Nothing. Even on our way through the cursed land to reach this city we could still hear the sound of wildlife. But here there is nothing but silence. Nox was seriously starting to like the Prince of Dorne. The man appeared carefree and reckless. But, in reality, he had a very keen mind that made him dangerous both on and off the field of battle. And while he might not be exactly what Nox was looking for in an ideal rival to keep him sharp, he was close. Jon, Nox called out to his acolyte. Reach out with your senses and search for anything in the area that feels off. His acolyte gave him a quick nod before shutting his eyes. Nox could feel the young man reach out through the force, grappling blindly as he tried searching for anything. Going to need to work on this more. Nox thought with a frown as he watched Jon search through the force. He's reaching blindly. searching without a pattern and backtracking over himself without even realizing it. At this rate, I'm going to have to forcibly direct him in the location of the resonance if I want us to keep moving at a reasonable pace. Just as he was about to do just that, he felt John's senses sharpen as he honed his attention onto the resonance Knox had found. There, he said, pointing towards the resonance with his eyes still closed. There is something in that direction. Well done, Knox commented as John opened his eyes, a swell of pride coming from his acolyte. But your searching was faulted. You backtracked over yourself multiple times. You need to work on developing a search pattern when you reach out through the force, otherwise you will never find anything that isn't sticking out like a sore thumb. Now, let's keep moving. John, you're on point with me. Setting off down the street, or at least what was left of the street, Knox and the others nearly had to high step as they trudged through several hundred years of dirt and volcanic ash that had only semi-hardened over the years. It's almost as if this place has been frozen in time. But the barrier we passed through wasn't near strong enough to cause such an effect. Yet, this place is so remarkably well preserved. As if to prove his point, as they passed by an alley the group pulled to a stop as Daisy let out a light gasp. Tucked against the wall of a building was a skeleton that was clutching another skeleton close to its chest. A young woman, judging by the structure of the hips and child in her arms. Oberyn observed, using his spear tip to lift the gilded collar around the skeleton's neck which, amazingly, did not cause the skeleton to crumble. A slave. But the child doesn't wear a collar. She was protecting the child, Daisy said mournfully before whispering a prayer to the old gods under her breath. Let's move. No point in standing around with our thumb up our asses. Oh, interesting. Didn't realize that sort of thing interested you, my beautiful she-bear. Rolling her eyes, Daisy waved her mace just under the prince's nose. Keep those thoughts in your herd, Viper, or my mace will find its way up your ass. That was the wrong thing to say as Oberyn merely winked at the young woman. Well, I'm usually the giver in such situations, my dear. But I am not opposed to be a receiver in the right company. And if such a thing truly interests you, I might just be willing to make that exception. Though, we might want to find something smaller. I understand pleasure houses in Yunkai have these wooden polished fake phalluses that women can wear around their waist for such occasions. The half of Daisy's face that was visible above her leather mask went red as she tried to stammer a reply, only to come up short as several of the men chuckled or gave her wolf whistles, making the she-bear glare at them threateningly before holding her head high and purposefully marching away from them. Knox allowed the moment of levity to go. Given the situation they were in, and just where they were, a bit of humor wasn't the worst thing for the men and women currently under his command. After nearly an hour of trudging through the ruined city, the expedition found themselves before a dome structure that, like the rest of Valeria, had seen better days. But what better days they were, Knox thought, marveling at the architecture as he led the group up the stairs towards a towering set of double doors that were left ajar. The strange force touched black stone. The masonry. All of it, it's extraordinary. And even more so due to it being built by hand instead of with machines. It's still so remarkable to me, just what works of art this world can create without the use of droids or advanced building techniques. Walking through the doors, Knox paused as he turned his head skywards. The room they'd walked into was about half the size of Republic Senate chambers, making it almost ridiculously massive even by this world's standards. Around the edges of the room were columns of black stone statues, separated out evenly to provide both support to what was once the roof, as well as to add an artistic flair to the room as each column was carved into the visage of beyond beautiful human men and women standing in heroic or suggestive pose. And on the far side of the chamber, sitting upon a dais that rose nearly 20 feet from the main floor, were a set of 7 chairs, evenly spaced from one another. No doubt a throne, but for 7 chairs, and despite most being little more than piles of rubble, each was just as extravagant as the last. No more, no less. And below the main dais, spaced out amongst the pillars on lower platform, were 33 other seats that, while less extravagant than the ones on the highest dais, were still of high quality. I suppose what I read was true, Knox thought as he took a single stepping into what he assumed was once the massive throne room of the Valerian freehold. Valeria wasn't ruled by a single ruler, but rather by a set of archons that oversaw the other dragon lords. Impressively forward of them. Almost like Volanites. Another step and Knox felt it. The unmistakable force presence that he, and he alone, was uniquely qualified to deal with. Stop, he commanded, holding out his hand and stopping the rest of the expedition from entering the hall. Whatever you hear or see, none of you will take a single step into this hall until I say otherwise. Understood. There was mumbling from the expedition, but none dared question him. Especially after he sent a small bolt of lightning that struck the floor right near where Jon Snow had been about to step. That means you as well, Jon, he said, and then took his attention off the expedition and onto the hall before him. You are not ready yet to deal with what is to come. And the rest of you, honestly, you'd just get in my way. Walking into the middle of the room alone, Nox waited as he felt the familiar force presence start to gather itself at what it felt to be an intruder. A loud cracking cut through the silence of Valeria, giving Nox more than ample opportunity to sidestep as one of the columns behind and off to his side broke loose from the floor and ceiling and flew towards him like a spear. Letting the projectile fly uselessly past him, he traced the ambient force signature until he found what he was looking for. "Oh, no, you don't," he grinned, holding his right hand out, his fingers curled inwards as if grasping onto something. "Time to reveal yourself, apparition." A low moaning howl reverberated through Nox's very bones as light and dark mist materialized atop the tallest dais in front of the center chair. Within a heartbeat, where there was once nothing, a semi-translucent being appeared and immediately fell forward onto its hands and knees as it gasped desperately. "Impressive," Nox noted, lowering his hand having completed the first aspect of the force walking technique. "I did not realize that the force sensitivity in this land had developed to the point where one could reject joining the force after shedding their mortal coil, or did you?" Watching curiously, Nox kept himself ready to act as the spirit rose to its knees and stared down dumbly at its hands. For a time, the spirit said nothing and did nothing as it just sat there, staring at itself as if trying to understand just what had happened. "How long?" The question was simple, yet full of anguish. 400 years, give or take a decade or two. The apparition disappeared, only to reappear less than a few paces before Nox. I know not what you did, yet for the first time since my death, my mind is clear," the ghost stated. "Yet I know not from where you hail. You are not Valerian. Nor are you from any region of Essos. Sothorios, perhaps? But your magic, I. Neither," Nox countered. "I am a wanderer with a particular set of skills that is far, far away from anywhere I would consider home." The spirit seemed to accept that. "Then, perhaps, you would tell me, did any of the dragon lords make it out?" "No. All those that were within the city or even the peninsula died during what has now been called the Doom of Valeria," he answered, seeing no reason to beat around the bush with the spirit. In his experience, telling anything but the explicit truth to a spirit never really ended all that well for any party involved. "Then our failure is complete," the spirit mourned, turning away sorrowfully. "I am Archon Draesquidum, leader of the Archons of the Valerian Empire, or at least I was. Not much of an empire now, is it? I would know the name of the man who gave me peace after so long, and his companions as well. They have no need to fear my losing control. Darth Nox," he introduced himself while motioning for the rest of the expedition to enter, which they did with no small amount of trepidation. After all, it wasn't every day that one has an encounter with an actual spirit of the dead, let alone one that belonged to a long-lost dragon lord of Valeria. To be on the safer side of things, however, Nox carefully wove a barrier around John to protect his identity. The last thing he needed right now was for the spirit to recognize the ancestry in John and say something about it. "The Northern Sorcerer, as some have decided to call me. Currently in service to Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North." "Stark?" the Archon stated, its attention shifting off Nox and onto the rest of the expedition that dared to approach, namely the lords and ladies that were with him, before settling on John. His attention focused on the pendant John wore on his chest that Ned had given him for his last name day. "You, boy. You wear the sigil of the Kings of Winter. Be you a son of the Starks?" John, not expecting to suddenly be called upon, started. He muttered. I mean, I'm Lord Stark's bastard son." "Bastard means nothing," the Archon replied dismissively. "You are a son of the Kings of Winter. That is all that weight. You said, Lord Stark, not King Stark. And you, Sorcerer, referred to him as the Warden of the North. Not the King of the North. Why? Fucking Targaryens, that's why," Small John spat, drawing the attention of the spectre. "The Targaryens? Why would those upstarts have anything to do with why the Kings of Winter no longer have their title?" the Archon asked, clearly curious. "Because 100 years after the fall of Valeria, Aegon Targaryen and his sister wives took their dragons and conquered Westeros one kingdom at a time," Nox answered. The spirit of the Archon stayed silent as he absorbed the information. "Ha! We must have greatly overestimated the strength of Westeros then if that pathetic house was able to conquer the whole continent with but 3 dragons. But how did the Targaryens manage to get the Kings of Winter to kneel? Did the next generation marry to solidify the alliance? Or did those idiotic fools continue their ill-advised practice of fucking within the family to keep their blood pure?" "No," John answered, his eyes downcast much like the rest of the Northerners. "The King of the North at the time knelt to prevent his men from being bathed in dragon fire." Deciding to head off more questions, Nox launched into an abridged history of the 7 kingdoms from the time of Aegon the Conqueror to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. By the time he'd finished, the Archon's spirit had noticeably dimmed. So, those fools not only failed in the one task they were given before setting out for Westeros, over the course of 300 years they managed to lose their magic and their dragons. And now the last ember of Valeria now resides in 2 children on the run and alone in Essos. Pathetic. The Archon growled. What was the one task that was given to House Targaryen? Nox asked as he started to struggle to keep the spirit solidified. They would have to make this quick. As far as history states, House Targaryen left Valeria of their own accord after Daenerys the Dreamer predicted the fall of Valeria to her family. And your history is only partially true, the Archon sighed. This was not common knowledge, but with our empire nothing more than dust on the pages of history, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. But the Dragon Lords were losing their magic. Each subsequent generator being born progressively weaker in terms of magic. And because of this weakening, our holds on our dragons, our greatest strength, was weakening. Where normally a rider could last their lifetime before the mind of the dragon overtook their own, now a rider could only bind for a decade, maybe 2, before the link had to be forcibly severed and transferred to a new rider. Pausing, the Archon turned his back on the group and walked a few paces towards the dais before continuing. Valeria grew strong not because we decimated or subdued our enemies but rather, we grew strong because we took what made our enemies strong and incorporated it into ourselves. Usually through marriage. A lesson the Targaryens failed to realize. As our powers began to decay, we recognized the need to bring new, powerful magic blood into the line of the Dragon Lords. And there was only one line that was considered that would be beneficial to us. The one line that kept an invasion of the Western continent from happening, the Kings of Winter, the Starks. We sent out the Targaryens with the hope that they would negotiate with the Kings of Winter for a bride that would become the wife to my son. And that through that union, we would create a new generation of dragon riders that were hopefully not as susceptible to pull of the dragon's mind. It was hoped that by going through marriage, we could avoid a repeat of the bloodshed that transpired when we tried to bring the Rhoynar under our rule and obtain their water magic. Wait, Prince Oberyn said, stepping forward and catching the attention of the spectre. You mean to say that the reason for the Second Spice War was because you wanted the magic of the Rhoynar? And you wanted to take the women and men as your breeding stock? The spectre nodded. Yes. And for a time, it worked. The water magic of the Rhoynar helped to stabilize the fire that came from binding a dragon to a rider. We still lament that your ancestor, Nymeria, escaped our grasp. What an Archon of Valeria she would have made. But while the war was bloody and almost pointless as the ones who survived barely had any magic talent, it did teach us a valuable lesson. Which was why we decided to try a gentler hand with the Kings of the North. Sighing, the Spurt shook his head. But there was another idea that was brought forth at the same time by those who were not willing to wait. A blood ritual that would require the sacrifice of thousands to reignite our magic back to its former glory. But the idea was shot down due to the unpredictable and potentially violent nature of the ritual in question. However, it appears that we should have shut the notion down harder than we did. Nox immediately connected the dots. The one who proposed the ritual went ahead with it, anyway, didn't they? Yes, the Archon nodded. His plan was perfect. He waited until all the Dragon Lord families had gathered in the capital, and then he and his acolytes went into a ritual chamber within the 14 flames and performed their sacrifice. The magical backlash from the sacrifices caused all the volcanoes to become active and erupt nearly simultaneously. But that was only the first problem. The moment the ritual was completed, and the destruction began, those of us with sufficient power could sense the true purpose behind the ritual. The warlock, or sorcerer, or however you want to title him, wanted to absorb the souls of not only those he sacrificed, but all of those in Valeria as well, Nox stated, surprising the Archon and drawing more than a few sharp looks from those around him. You are very knowledgeable, sorcerer, the Archon nodded slowly. Amongst my people, I was the head of ancient knowledge and charged with the safeguarding of the secrets of my order, Nox replied. And my people had a variation of the ritual you described. To our knowledge, it has only been successfully used once. And the effort it took to bring that bastard down is, well, let's just say you cannot imagine just what it took to bring an end to him. Yes, I can only imagine, the Archon nodded. When his intent became clear, those of us with the power to do anything were left with a choice. Try and protect the lives of our people, or their souls. The barrier, Nox deduced. It wasn't to keep anything out necessarily. It was to ensure that the one who did the ritual would not be able to claim the souls of the dead and thereby exponentially increasing his power. The Archon again nodded. You are correct. We were able to save the souls of our people, but we were not able to save their lives. The ritual. The sorcerer who performed it. It affected more than just the land. It affected our dragons as well. Severing the connections between rider and dragon, our beasts went feral and began attacking anything and everything that moved. Add to the destruction with the eruption of the 14 flames, and it truly was the end of our great empire. Remaining silent, Nox gave the spirit a moment to compose itself. While this will be of little comfort, I am here for the sole purpose of destroying the one that caused the doom and brought an end to your people. That got the spirit's attention. I doubt that is your only purpose here, sorcerer, the Archon countered and sighed. You seek the secrets of our people. Our steel. Our magic. And our gold. Yes, Nox nodded, not bothering to hide it. The lost knowledge of your people can go a long way to advancing the world at large. And I am a sucker for lost knowledge, you could say. And as for the gold and Valerian steel, well, you can consider them payments for getting rid of the being that killed you and continues to haunt this land. The spirit appeared to think it over. Not like I can stop you. And I'd much rather our legacy and knowledge return to the world than rot. Turning, the Archon pointed towards the dais. Upon the center chair in the base, there is a hidden chamber. Within is a key that will open the vault in the lower levels of the palace. It may take some work to reach the vault, but, within, you will find all that you seek. Our lost knowledge. Steel. And gold. It is yours, should you swear to me now that you will end the creature that caused our destruction. You have my word, Archon Drace Quidam. The one who brought about the doom shall not exist to torment you or your people any longer. Then I shall see if your word is good soon enough, the Archon said, accepting his oath. But if you truly intend to end the one who did this, then you will need aid. For he will call forth his own companion, even from the grave, to fight against you. I'll take all the help I can get, Archon, Nox agreed. Let's hear what you have to say. Even with the light of nearly a dozen torches to help guide their way, John still had to squint into the darkened corridor to have even the slightest of hopes of seeing where they were heading. And he knew the others were having the same problem as he with the darkness. All except Master Nox, of course. There were times when John truly envied the fact that his master didn't need to use his eyes to see. Not that John would ever want to go without his eyes. But still, to be able to see the world around them as Master Nox did, even for a day, would be an experience. All right, Small John growled, drawing attention to himself as Master Nox continued to lead them down through the lower levels of the palace, pausing only even now and then to clear debris from their path with John's help. Am I the only one who thinks that us talking to a fucking ghost of a god's damned dragon lord was fucking strange? Ahead of them, Master Nox chuckled as he moved yet another pile of debris, this time a section of wall the size of a carriage, out of their path with barely a flick of his wrist. Finding and talking to the ghost of a 400-year-old dragon lord doesn't even enter the top 10 of strange shit that has happened in my life, Lord Umber. Ugh, forget I said anything then, Small John mumbled, holding his torch higher above his head to try and let the light shine farther. Hells, how deep does this fucking place go? And the fuck is the damn vault that, ghost, thing, was talking about? We haven't even gone that far down, Small John, Nox stated before stopping suddenly. But to answer your question, right here. Turning and facing the direction of his master, John found himself facing a section of wall that was covered with multiple dragons that had been etched into the black stone wall. Focusing through the force, John could just barely make out the edges of what appeared to be a door in the vast room that lay beyond. So, this is the vault, hey? Prince Oberyn half questioned as he stepped up and began running his fingers along the wall trying to find the edges of the door that was all but invisible. I trust your judgment, Sorcerer, but how do you intend to open this door, without the key that Ghost told us about? This vault has been through earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and 400 years of disuse, Prince Oberyn, Lord Nox lectured. Do you really think the locking mechanism still works after all of that? Fair point, Prince Oberyn agreed, stepping away. Question still stands, though. How do you plan on opening the door? Merely giving a smirk in response, Lord Nox stepped back away from the section of wall and motioned for everyone else to do the same. Once clear, Nox raised his hand, palm towards the wall. John could feel the pressure building from the force as the wall groaned loudly before something snapped and the section of wall jerked away from its holdings only to hover in the air for a moment or two before Nox carelessly tossed the door, its frame, and even sections of the wall off to the side. It took a moment for John's eyes to adjust to the dim light, but as he got a good look within the vault, he felt his jaw just about hit the floor. The vault, although John wasn't sure if it truly deserved to be called that, was nearly the size of the Great Hall in Winterfell. And there were more shelves within the room than the Winterfell's library. And each shelf was full of jewels and books. And interspersed throughout all the shelves were mannequins wearing armor that had the same distinctive Valyrian steel coloring. And there were also dozens, maybe even hundreds, of Valyrian steel weapons of just about every type John could name. Swords, spears, axes, maces, shields, name it, and it was appeared to be in the vault and made of Valyrian steel. And that was just from what he could see from the entrance. Holy, Sevens Harry Ballsack. Eloquent as always, my large friend. Prince Oberyn remarked, shooting the Small John a look out of the corner of his eye while keeping his attention firmly on the treasure before them. But your point is well made. Well, Lord Nox called out, stepping into the vault. What are you all waiting for? This is why you all came with me on this crazy adventure, is it not? The sailors, lords, and ladies did not need telling twice as they all rushed into the open vault with such speed that John was sure there were dust clouds forming behind them. He could hear cheers coming from all the men and women as they pulled Valyrian steel weapons off the shelves, lifted Valyrian armor off mannequins, and dug their hands through chests full of gold coins. A not so small part of John itched to join in with the revelry, but he resisted the impulse and stayed by his master's side as Lord Knox calmly and slowly made his way between the shelves of the vault, all but ignoring the treasures around him. "Tell me, acolyte, do you sense anything from within this room that resonates with you?" The sudden question caught John off guard, especially as he had been staring longingly at a Valerian hand and a half-blade that was nearly screaming for him to take it up. Forcing his attention away from the sword, John instead focused inwards before letting his senses flow out like ripples in a pond. There's something in that direction," he stated, pointing towards and frowning at the strange sensation. "Very good," Lord Knox congratulated him as he led the two of them in the direction John had sensed the disturbance from. In the end, it turned out to be a series of shelves twice as tall as John and spanning the length of 5 horses. And on each shelf, situated carefully with a holder, were gems nearly the size of his fist. If John thought the wealth that he saw at the entrance to the vault was something, this shelf completely outdid everything he'd seen so far. Granted, the only jewels he'd ever seen were the few gems and that decorated the necklaces and bracelets that were owned by Lady Stark. But none of those were any bigger than this thumb at best. Before you get the wrong idea, these are not diamonds, rubies, emeralds, or any other type of valuable stone. These are man-made crystals, forged in the heat of the 14 flames or perhaps with the aid of dragon fire. But their worth is not material, but rather, that they are imbued with the Force. I wonder. Just how advanced force-wise were these Valerian dragon lords? Lord Knox cut in, raising his hand and using the Force to pull one of the crystals off the shelf so he could examine it. John honestly didn't know what to make of the strange crystals. To him, they looked expensive, but that was about it. Sure, he could feel something off about them when he focused on them through the Force. But that was it. His master, however, he was holding the crystals as if they were a newborn babe. Should have figured that a man of your tastes would forego all the gold, jewels, and rare steel, and head straight over to the books. Although, considering what is before you, perhaps you do have an eye for valuables, no? John just barely managed to keep himself from jumping into action as Prince Oberyn came up to them. Force, I don't understand just how the prince can do that. John cursed at not having sensed the Prince of Dorne's approach. Master Knox says that he has some force sensitivity, not enough to be trained like myself or the others. But he still has some skill. And that even without proper instruction, he'd managed to turn his slight force sensitivity to his advantage, which also helped make him one of the most dangerous fighters in the world. Not all valuable treasure can be measured in gold and jewels, Oberyn, Lord Knox said, seemingly not put off in the slightest at the prince's sudden arrival. In fact, I would argue that the treasure that cannot be measured in terms of monetary gain is the most valuable of all. Tell that to the others, Prince Oberyn smirked, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Small John has gone through 4 damn claymores. Each time he finds a bigger one, he discards the one he has and grabs the next one. I swear he's trying to compensate for something. The she-bear is scrounging through mazes trying to find one she likes, and Asha is currently deciding between 2 different axes, though I wouldn't be surprised if she decided to claim both as her own. And I see that you didn't waste time, either. John's eyes widened as he finally noticed the spear in the prince's hand. One that he had not come ashore with. The pole was nearly as tall as the prince and one end was adorned with a long curved blade nearly the length of a man's arm with the other was topped with a spike. The blade and spike were both made of Valerian steel and the pole had, if his eyes weren't deceiving him, Valerian steel inlaid within the wood. Yes, the prince nodded, holding the spear aloft and admiring the weapon. I have great plans for this beauty. Great plans, indeed. Plans that do not pertain to our current arrangement and can wait until we are clear of this land. The prince looked affronted as Lord Knox placed the crystal back on the shelf. My dear sorcerer, revenge is like a sweet wine. One that is to be savored over a long period. Not rushed and gulped down in one go. I cannot argue with you on that point, Lord Knox shrugged, shocking John slightly with just how sincere he sounded. But there is a time and a place for such thoughts, and this is neither the time nor the place. We have work to do. All of us. True enough. Oberyn nodded, looking around the vast darkened room. Even if we load each of the boats to the point where they nearly submerge themselves, I doubt we will even be able to take a quarter of what is in here. At best, Lord Knox agreed as John moved himself back away from the 2 men. I need you to assemble the men into 2 groups. The first is to start locating chest, trunks, sacks, whatever they can find and begin collecting things from the vault. As tempting as it might sound to them, gold takes the least priority here. There are things far more valuable in this vault and the gold will just weigh us down. The second group will scavenge the docks to try and find anything that might be seaworthy or working to make something seaworthy. We only get one shot at taking as much from here as we can. Once we reach the Sea Wolf, we will not be returning to this land. At least not for some time. Prince Oberyn seemed confused, as did John if he were being honest. 2 things, sorcerer. Why would we leave such a large amount of treasure behind? It may take some time to transfer all of this to your ship, but surely now that you know the route through the waterway and we are aware of the dangers, such a return trip will not be as difficult as the first. Master Knox didn't answer immediately as he held the Prince of Dorne in a sightless stare, one that John had been under more than a few times during his tutelage. And just like John, it did not take long for even the Prince of Dorne to begin fidgeting uncomfortably. Tell me, Oberyn, do you remember the first man who died on this expedition? John swallowed hard as the memory came back to him. Of course, the prince nodded. He started ranting about hearing some maiden's song and jumped off the boat and got swallowed whole by that massive sea turtle. And since that time, I have been actively shielding your mind, as well as the minds of everyone else that is with us. Master Knox said, making the Prince of Dorne blink and raise a hand to his head. The land itself is tainted. That man did not suddenly go mad, nor was he just hearing things. His mind was the weakest of the bunch and therefore the easiest to manipulate, and that led to his death. Since then, I have been shielding all your minds to prevent such an occurrence from happening again. But such a thing is taxing, and none of us are immune, not even John nor me. Given enough time in this land, all of us will go mad and attack one another just as has happened to every other expedition that has been launched in the past. Which is another reason why I am so interested in the Lannister we recovered. His mind, despite spending a year in this place, is still relatively intact. Such a phenomenon must be observed carefully and studied. And then there is the dangers we faced coming here. Again, the only reason why we were not attacked more frequently is because of my, and to a lesser extent John's, presence. And while you might not have realized it due to the lack of sun, it took us several days of rowing upriver to reach this port. And there were multiple channels and divergent streams that we could easily turn down that would lead us to our doom. So, having said all that, Prince Oberyn, is your want of adventure so great that you are ready and willing to risk such a venture multiple time over? Your point is, well made, Prince Oberyn agreed after only a moment's hesitation to think on what Lord Knox had said. But to the second point, this is your expedition, Sorcerer. Why do I have to be the one to organize the tedious part of it? Because John and I both have tasks of our own that we need to see to, Lord Knox replied, making John start. And of everyone here, I trust a learned man like yourself to understand the difference between items of true value and those that only give the illusion of value. Well, Prince Oberyn said slowly, drawing himself up so he stood taller. When you put it like that, I guess I have my work ahead of me then. Good luck on, whatever crazy agenda you and that young boy have planned, Sorcerer. I'll make sure to hold the boats until you return. Don't want to leave without our shield, after all. The moment the Prince of Dorne left them alone, John immediately turned on his mentor. Lord Knox, are we going after the one who caused the doom? I am, Lord Knox nodded, casting one last glance towards the crystals lining the wall. You, however, will not. I have a different task in mind for you. A trial, so to speak. Should you succeed, then you will officially become my apprentice, Jon Snow. John stared dumbly at his mentor as his mind tried to process what he'd just been told. When he first started training himself and Robb, he had explained the ranks of the Sith and Jedi orders with the best approximate comparisons that Westeros had of each level. An acolyte could be considered a page, an apprentice a squire, a lord of the Sith a knight. And if one were to reach the rank of Darth, then they would be comparable to the King's Guard. Apprentice, Lord Knox's squire, how many would do anything to have such an honor, and it is almost mine. What is my task, my master? Motioning for John to follow, Knox led the two of them towards the exit of the vault. John's fingers itched to grab hold of some of the Valyrian steel weapons and armor that the others were going through, but he fought that impulse and focused on following Lord Knox. And it was a good thing that he had, as his master had begun talking to him just as they were passing by the others. The spirit of that fallen Archon had stated that there will be something we need in the fight to come. Something that will help to firmly tilt the scales of battle in our favor. You are going to collect this item while I go and confront the one who brought about the doom. And you will do so alone. Succeed, and you will earn your place as my official apprentice. Listening carefully, John committed every word his master said as to just what his task would entail. As he descended through the darkness into the depths of Valeria, Knox let his hand run across the wall of corridor while feeling every inch he could through the force. The familiar cold, the despair of the dark side, increasing with each step he took. Letting his head loll to the side, he took a moment to bask in the familiar cold, the hatred, the anger. It was disconcerting. But at the same time soothing in a familiar way. For it was in the darkness, alone, that Knox was made. In the deep of the mines belonging to his first master while he was still but a slave boy. For a long time, and even now, the darkness was all he knew. His time with Ashura, with Nyra, had given him a taste of the light. A taste he thoroughly enjoyed. But the darkness would always be his home. His journey to this cavern was not easy nor quick. The 14 flames were a fair distance from the actual city of Valeria. And seeing as how there were no rivers for his to boat down nor any creatures easily available for him to ride, he was stuck walking. Or rather running. And even then, after reaching the base of the 14 flames, many of which had been destroyed during the massive eruptions 4 centuries earlier, finding the ritual chamber was not simple. Although, that wasn't necessarily true. It was easy to find the general location of the ritual chamber given the heavy concentration of dark side energy surrounding it, but getting there was difficult considering he had to remove centuries of rocks and landscape that had covered the entryway. And if that wasn't bothersome enough, the land around Valeria seemed to have become infested with strange slug-like creatures that reminded him greatly of core slugs from Korriban. Troublesome, pack ambush hunters, and vicious against anything that entered their territory. Feeling the ground leveling out under his feet, Nox found himself before a towering set of stone double doors that were nearly 3 times his own height and, judging by the feel of the door beneath his fingertips, covered in runes of varying styles, though there was a distinct lack of force presence within the runes. Meaning they were more for show than anything else. Although from what I've seen of these dragon lords, I shouldn't be surprised. They did seem to adore showing status, even if all their posturing meant next to nothing in the grand scheme of things. Letting his hand fall, Nox went for the simplest means of opening the heavy doors. Which was by throwing them open with a force push hard enough to knock them off their hinges and fall inwards. Stepping into the ritual chamber, Nox could immediately feel the pressing weight of the dark side that was not his own press down in his mind, trying to dominate his very being as the lost soul that died in this chamber centuries ago cried out in agony and pain. Lessening his shielding on those that came with him, Nox reinforced his own mind and kept striding into the middle of the darkened circular ritual room. Trying to dominate my mind already, tisk tisk. Not a very good way to make a first impression. The darkness pressing on his mind receded slightly. Who are you? A disembodied voice reverberating in the dark side called out to him. Holding his hand aloft, Nox waited with the patience of a fisherman as he searched the room for his prey. Feeling something brush by the edges of his power, Nox closed his hand, grabbing the presence in a force binding and forcing it to the ground before him. Ah! What have you done? The presence screamed as Nox contained the entity, forcing the miasma that encompassed the being to condense, forming into the shape of a man that could make even the withered husk seem attractive in comparison. Sorry about that. Nox shrugged as the being tried to disembody itself again, only to find it unable to do so. Yeah, that's not going to work anymore. See, I prefer being able to talk face to face and eye to eye with an individual. Well, maybe not so much eye to eye, but you get my drift. The pressure on his mind increased as the entity tried to push its influence. Who are you? The entity screamed as the pressure continued to increase, making Nox want to submit. You are no dragon lord. Yet you stand before me like you think you are my equal. Submit. And tell me your name. When Nox had first left Korriban, that might have worked. But that was neither here nor there. He was now older and far wiser than the naive apprentice he was when under Darthzush. During the short trip to the ritual chambers from the Archon's throne, Nox had been preparing his mind for what he would face. And now the pressure was more of an annoyance than anything. Obviously, this creature had never had to deal with one on equal terms. Sighing, Nox rolled his neck. You mind stopping with the whole influencing shit? You can't influence me, no matter how much you try. I've had more than enough time to prepare myself for the likes of you. The pressure increased tenfold as the entity launched one last mental assault at him. But the thing might as well have been throwing rocks at an Imperial cruiser for all the good its attack did. Interesting. The entity hummed, the pressure slowly ceasing. You have power, but you are no dragon lord. You are lowborn, are you not? How pathetic must the times have come that the lowborn are the ones who are born with power. Wait, no. You cannot be lowborn. You must come from a line of dragon lords. Could it be? It is. You are a descendant from the Targaryen upstarts, are you not? You have the look of one, despite not having any eyes for me to see. I'm not a descendant from that incest-ridden family, Nox denied, waving the suggestion off. And as for being lowborn, I guess you can say I am. After all, I was born a slave before I broke my chains and made a name for myself. A slave? The entity shouted. A slave dares to stand before a god of the dragon lords as if he is my equal. I will smite you to all the hells for your blasphemy. Nox felt the build-up of power as clear as day. Primitives. No subtlety at all. They get the tiniest taste of true power and suddenly they think they are gods. How pathetic. Rolling his wrist, Nox waited as the entity collected a whirling vortex dark side energy between its hands. As the vortex reached a critical mass, the entity threw it at Nox. Standing his ground, his hair and clothes fluttering against the wind created from the vortex, he waited until the attack was almost at him and then raised his hand and backhanded the sphere of energy away and into the wall where it dissipated with barely a flutter. Really? That's all you got? He asked, shaking the minor sting out of his hand. How pathetic. I didn't even need to exert myself at all to knock that pathetic attack away. Now, let me show you a true attack. Force lightning leapt forth from his fingertips, traversing the distance between them in a blink of an eye and catching the entity full in the chest. The being didn't even have time to cry out as the lightning broke the entity down at the near molecular level and disintegrating the body. A body which quickly began to reform the instant his attack ceased. Across from him, the newly reformed entity began laughing. Ha ha ha. Not bad, slave. That tickled. Ha ha ha, tell me, what is your name, slave? Perhaps I won't kill you, after all. No, one of your power deserves more than to just die. Instead, I will take you on as my disciple. Yes, you will be the disciple to the newly reborn Valeria, God of Valeria. Kneel, slave. And accept your new place at my SI. Another blast of force lightning and the so-called god was once again destroyed. Sorry, did I break your concentration? Nox asked rhetorically as the would-be god reformed itself. I must say, your definition of godhood must be severely lacking if you can consider yourself a god. At best, I would consider you a lich. But, in reality, you are nothing more than a wound, a blight in the force. One that I intend to cleanse. Once fully reformed, the so-named Valeria tried to retaliate with an attack of his own, only for Nox to once again casually grab the attack with his bare hand and throw it back at the wound, once again causing it to dissipate. It seems we are at an impasse, slave, Valeria growled as he reformed yet again. Your power is indeed incredible. I will even grant you the honor of staying that your power might even be near equal to my own. But that will not help you here. For I cannot die. How many times must I say it before you finally realize the foodie? Crossing the distance between them, Nox snapped his lightsaber into his right hand, slashing across the entity's chest as he passed him by, cutting him in two. I should have expected as much from a slave. No class at all. Valeria sighed as the wound bisecting him healed over. Your magic has failed you, so you resort to brute strength. How dull. But if this is the way you wish to die, then I will oblige your request. Feeling a sensation through the force, Nox leaned back just in time to have a sword pass by where his neck had been. Grasping the hand and a half-sword out of the air, Valeria gave it a few experimental swings before settling into a stance. It has been some time since I held Dragon's Lament in my hand. Even longer since I quenched her thirst for slave's blood. Yours shall suffice. But you will not die. No, you will have to suffer first. I believe I'll cut off your hands and feet. Then make you watch as I kill those you came with one by one as you sit there powerless to. Spare me the bullshit doom and gloom, Nox interrupted with an annoyed sneer. I care not for grandstanding. But if you are so sure in your victory, tell me something. How many slaves did you and your acolytes sacrifice here in this room to start your ritual? Valeria seemed taken aback by the abrupt change. His very being screaming his curiosity as it tried to piece together Nox's thought process for asking such a question. 1,000, Valeria finally answered. 1,000 souls to bring forth their new god. My 6 acolytes were nearly bathing in their blood by the time they finished. And you of course told your acolytes that you would be sharing the power amongst yourself and them, Nox stated. And they, foolishly, believed you and went along. Right up to the point where you turned the tide on them and killed them to act as the catalyst for your ritual. A ritual which brought about the doom of Valeria. The doom of Valeria? No, I saved Valeria. Valeria shouted. The foolish archons believed that they knew the path forward. But they were blind. They could only see what they had. Not what they could become. The dragon lords had grown stagnant, our empire faltering. New power was needed. A rebirth. The others couldn't see what I could. The old had to be burned away to make way for the new. A new empire. Ruled over by the god of Valeria reborn. Yet that didn't happen. Your ritual failed. Nox cut in coldly. I recognize what you were trying to accomplish here. You weren't after just the souls of these 1,000 slaves and your acolytes. No. You wanted to absorb the souls of all Valeria. Yet that didn't happen. You managed to destroy Valeria, yes. But like all who get a taste of true power, you didn't have a clue of what you were doing. And because of that, the ritual failed in allowing you to gain control of those who lost their lives. And not only did you fail in that regard, you also failed in containing the 1,000 souls sacrificed here in this chamber. Even now they are fighting within you, not aloe. Ducking, Nox spun out of the way of the Valerian steel blade that meant to cut him down. Pushing off the ground with his left hand while parallel to the ground, Nox spun in a tight roll, his lightsaber cutting through the back of Valeria as he quickly put distance between the two of them. If you're going to try and launch a surprise attack while your opponent is speaking, you are going to have to do a lot better job than that. You were practically screaming your intent well before you even began shifting your weight to strike at me. Whole once more, Valeria turned to him. You think you know me, slave? You think you know what happened during my ascension? You are nothing more than a foolish slave who does not deserve to breathe the same air as one as divine as myself. Fuck, make up your mind already. Nox cursed. First you want to kill me. Then you want to make me your acolyte or prophet or whatever. And now you're back to wanting me dead. Make a decision and stick with it already, will you? Letting out a cry, Valeria launched a flurry of overhead attacks in quick succession. Backpedaling, Nox didn't bother blocking as he merely shifted his weight ever so slightly from left to right to avoid each downward blow. The moment Valeria overextended, Nox struck, slicing through the being's wrists and severing them before striking upwards, cutting through Valerian's neck and retreating to the far side of the chamber. Twirling his lightsaber, Nox waited once more for Valeria to reform. Well, I guess we're going to be at this all day, aren't we? He asked rhetorically. At least we'll finally be able to answer the age-old question of what happens when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force. Rolling his head, Valeria let out a crude crackling laugh that echoed throughout the chamber. You still haven't learned yet, slave? I cannot be killed. The only question that will be answered today is how long you will keep up this charade until I kill you. Tightening his hold on his lightsaber, Nox settled into his Form 3 stance. You can't die yet, that's true. But that's simply because I'm not ready to lose such an interesting opponent. But mark my words, before I leave this land, you will meet your end. God of Valeria. Chapter 11, The Valeria Expedition Part 3. Well, I'm back everyone. Managing to keep my monthly schedule going for now. Hopefully that will continue. In the long run, I'm not sure just how long this story will end up. It's gonna be a long one though, so everyone better buckle up. Also wanted to thank everyone who reviewed, alerted, or added this story to your favorites. Your support is what helps me keep going with my writing. And a huge shout out and thank you to my beta reader and brainstorming pal Telemachus Sundance. Thank you for all of your help and work on this. Hope that you all enjoy and please leave a review if you feel so inclined to do so. Standard disclaimer, I do not own A Song of Fire or Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. Chapter 11. Pushing through the rumble blocking his path in the middle of what had once been a road through the city, John paused for a moment to catch his breath. As he did so, he stared upwards at the imposing structure before him. While the curved walls were not particularly tall nor in the greatest of shape, for John, in this moment, he might as well have been staring at the wall itself for how imposing the structure was to him. Finally, he sighed in relief. The breeding grounds of the ancient Valerian dragons. The place of my trials to become a Sith-like Master Nox. Taking a few calming breaths, John started towards the breeding grounds while running the instructions Master Nox had given him before the two had left the vault and gone their separate ways. To the east near the outskirts of the city proper, you will find a building that looks like a coliseum. According to the Archon, this was a hatchery that held the dragon eggs when it became time to bind the hatchlings to their riders. That time has long since passed. But there are still artifacts and talismans and perhaps even tomes, if we're lucky, that will prove useful in the fight to come. Trust in the Force, and you will find what will help us. But be wary. For there were protections created by the Force users of old Valeria. And I sense that those protections are still very much active and capable of ending your life if you are foolish. Arriving at the entrance, which had been completely closed off due to rubble and years of disuse, John closed his eyes and reached out with the Force, trying to find something, anything, that resonated. But try as he might, there was nothing. Just the cold feel of stone. Come on, he thought, tightening his eyes as he delved deeper and deeper into the structure through the Force. Give me something, anything. Just as he started to feel that this was nothing but another false trail laid out by Lord Nox, he felt it. The slightest of a resonance on the edge of his senses that he nearly overlooked. Concentrating, he focused solely and only on the slight resonance. It was faint. So faint that it was as if he were trying to spot a minnow in a murky river at night. But it was still there. And the longer he focused in on the resonance, the clearer it became. But instead of just breaking his concentration and running into the structure, as he was tempted to do, he held himself in check. Instead, he continued to focus on the resonance and the immediate area surrounding it as his master had hammered into himself and his true-born siblings time and time again. Rushing into an unknown situation or location will only get you killed. He remembered Master Nox lecturing them as they all sat before the weirwood in Winterfell's God's Wood. Before heading into any situation, even if it is life or death, take a moment to analyze everything you can with all your senses and through the Force. A moment's preparation could mean the difference between survival and death. Both for yourselves and your loved ones. After feeling that he'd mapped out the immediate area around the resonance as best he could, John pulled his senses back into himself and opened his eyes once more. Well, I have an idea of where I need to get to. Now the question is, just how do I get there? The front of the building, indeed most of the building, was in ruins with no clear passageways leading to the outside. But by visually scanning the outside, he found another way in. It was a single opening, whether intentional or not, on the second level of the structure. Keeping his eyes on his target, he channeled the Force into his body, focusing it into his legs to strengthen the muscles as he'd done so many times before that it was now almost second nature. Bending at the knees, he pushed mightily off the ground with the aid of the force strengthening him. The calm air rushed by in a gust of wind as he flew up to the small opening on the second level, landing just barely inside the small hole and throwing his weight forward to make sure he didn't fall backwards. All right, that's step one, he thought, frowning as he investigated the darkened room he'd entered. Thankfully, a combination of the roof mostly missing, and the dim light of the sky made it so that he didn't need a torch. But who knew how long that luck would last him? Keeping the slight resonance he'd felt at the forefront of his mind, John made his way through the darkened ruined halls. His eyes were continuously moving as he searched for any sign of structural damage or potential threats. During one of Master Knox's many lectures, he'd briefly touched on his experiences exploring abandoned or ancient ruins, a topic that had never failed to keep his sister Arya thoroughly enraptured. And it was those lessons and the dangers that such places often held that John was putting to use now as he began to make his way through it. He was only within the ruins for a few minutes before he came across his first obstacle. A hole in the ground that stretched the length of several men and went from wall to wall. Kneeling at the edge, he carefully examined the edges of the hole, looking for a way to possibly go around. Looks deep. He frowned, picking up a rock and letting it drop, waiting to hear the echo in order to gauge just how far down it went. Very deep. I might be able to jump it, especially with no roof overhead. But the question is if the other side can support my weight when I come down? Is it even worth the risk? From what I can sense, the resonance is down in that direction, but do I drop down or continue on this path? Deciding that he really didn't have the time to just stand around and argue with himself, John steeled himself for a moment before stepping off the edge and down into the hole. Using the force to slow his fall, John bent at the knees the moment he felt his feet touch solid ground to cushion the blow. Hey, that wasn't that far of a fall actually, he thought, looking skywards. Strange. It looks so dark from up there. But now that I'm down here, it's not that bad. In fact, I can see better down here in the dark than I could from up there. Like this corridor is filled with the light of the full moon. Strange, very strange. Despite the oddity of the light where there shouldn't be any, there was something else tugging at the back of John's mind. A nagging sensation that something just wasn't right. It wasn't that much of a feeling, not much more than slight unease in his gut, but it was persistent. And it only started once he dropped down the hole. I don't have time to worry about it, he thought, steeling himself as he forced himself to put one foot in front of the other down the hall. Master Knox says we can't stay here for long lest his protections wear off. And I, for one, do not want to become some mindless beast attacking everyone. As he walked, he gradually became aware of carvings on the walls surrounding him. Carvings that had somehow managed to survive the test of time and the doom of Valeria. Strange, he thought, pausing to examine one such carving, which showed a man or woman standing before what he could only assume was a dragon with their arm held towards the massive beast. The carving itself wasn't necessarily strange, the Valerians were known as the Dragon Lords after all. No, what was strange was the almost emphasis that was put onto some object that was on the person's arm. What could that be? Looking back in the direction he came from, John found himself dumbfounded. Wait, I came down a straight corridor, that turn wasn't there just a moment ago. He found himself less than a few paces from a sharp corner that he swore wasn't there just a moment before. Leaving the carvings, he started to make his way back, only to find that he didn't recognize anything. The corridors weren't the same as the one he'd passed through after dropping down the hole. The carvings on the wall were different and the twist turns that he suddenly found himself constantly encountering were not there before. Not good, he thought, starting to become panicked as the thoughts of being stuck down in this place started to crawl through his head. No, stop thinking like that. If I get lost, Master Knox will, no, I can't rely on him to save me. This is my trial. This is something I have to do myself. Stopping, he took several deep breaths to try and calm his racing heart. Breathe, just breathe. Feel the force. The force will grant me victory, and through victory, my chains will be broken. The strange resonance he'd felt before coming down here flared up once more, stronger than before. It's close, he thought, opening his eyes. Very close. Just a little bit further and what is that noise? Turning at the sound of something that sounded like tapping on the ground, John had just a moment of warning from the force to duck as something passed over his head close enough that the wind of its passing brushed through his hair. Scrambling back, he found himself face to face with something. Something shaped like a man but cloaked completely in black cloth that even covered its face, and which also stood a full head and shoulders above him. Gods! Is that a man? He thought as he scrambled back further as he began to recognize the object that the being held in its grasp and had apparently swung at him. Fuck! That's a sword. Drawing his own short sword, John clashed with the unknown man. Their blades locked momentarily before the cloaked figure hissed and pushed him a surprising distance away. Keeping his feet under him, John brought his sword up into Midgard. Lord Nox had shown him with the tip of the short sword pointed up towards the ceiling. Of the 7 sword forms Lord Nox had forced him to practice time and time again, John had found himself most drawn to the 2nd and 7th form styles, Makashi and Juyo. He found that quite enjoyed Juyo the most. He loved the feeling he got when he immersed himself in the fight, especially when he was able to beat his opponents soundly. But he also loved Makashi, specifically the strategy that was required with the form. And against such a large foe and in such tight corridors, he knew that Makashi was his best bet now. Waiting until his opponent struck, John quickly shifted his feet to his left to sidestep the downward swing before using his sword to deflect the blow towards the ground and using the recoil to help quicken his backstroke towards his larger foe. John expected the man to dodge or move or something. But what happened was not what John expected. The man did not move. Instead he caught the edge of John's sword in his bare hand. What? That's oh shit. John cursed as he had to let go of his sword in order to dodge the larger man's backswing which threatened to cut him in two. Now without a weapon, John did the only thing he could in this situation. Setting his feet firmly, he threw his hands out and lashed out with the force as hard as he could. The man, or whatever he was clearly not expecting the attack as it was flung back into the darkness behind him, dropping John's sword as he did. Picking up his sword, John prepared himself for another attack from the shadows. But nothing came. The man that attacked him had disappeared into the darkness. He couldn't even sense him through the force either. What the hell? He muttered out loud, keeping his guard up as he slowly backed away from where the larger man had disappeared, waiting for him to reappear and resume his attack. Fuck, I don't have time for this, he thought. He quickly scanned the area once more with both his eyes and the force but found nothing. I can't go chasing after him now. Just have to keep going forward. Keeping his guard up and his senses stretched, John turned his back on where the man had disappeared and took off at a light run towards the resonance he'd been chasing. Almost without warning, John turned a corner and suddenly found himself within a large room that was perhaps half as large as the Great Hall within Winterfell. And if the fact that he suddenly found himself in the room wasn't odd enough, there was also the fact that the room was as bright as the city outside the breeding grounds. But where the light was coming from, he had no idea. The ceiling was intact, there were no windows and no torches lit. But he could see perfectly fine. Scanning the room, he noticed that it was devoid of, well, anything. The only apparent decorations in the hall were a dozen or so statues of men and weapon that were standing in the center of the room facing one another. All of which were still fully intact. All right, he muttered, slowly entering the room as he sensed the strange resonance coming from the far side. As if things couldn't get any stranger. Walking into the room, he made his way between the statues while constantly keeping his eyes open and his sense outstretched. The moment he walked between the statues he suddenly doubled over as it felt like something invisible struck him in the gut. The resonance, he breathed, straightening and looking around. It's here. Looking around widely, he tried to find whatever had drawn him here, but failed to spot anything of note. That was until he made a second turn and noticed a slight flickering of light on the arms of one of the statues. Stopping mid-turn, John walked over to the statue. And on the statue's arm was a golden bracer the length of a man's fist adorned with large red jewel the size of a man's thumb in the center. Whatever the hell that thing is, that is definitely where the resonance is coming from, he thought as he reached out to grab the armlet off the statue. Just before his fingers could touch the armlet, he heard something behind him. A slight hiss followed by the sound of leather rubbing against stone. A feeling of dread filled him as he turned around, and found himself nearly face to snot with the largest snake he had ever seen in his entire life. The damn thing was nearly as thick as John's torso. It had also reared upwards and poised backwards slightly so, to John, that it seemed even bigger than it already was. But what truly made John nearly piss himself was the snake's hide. It had a faint orange glow, something he had only seen once before in his entire life. And that was just after they passed by the oversized sea turtle that was at the mouth of the river when they'd first departed the sea wolf. Fuck! John screamed, jumping to the side behind one of the other statues. He was just in time to dodge the fireworm's head as it struck, smashing the statue with the armlet into a cloud of debris and dust. Shit! 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 Not good! John yelled, running behind yet another statue as the snake recoiled and reared itself up again. The glowing orange of its hide brightened up considerably mere moments before its jaw opened, and John could see the flames swelling within the back of the beast's throat. Fuck! He cried, running away once again, only this time with the flames of the fireworm right behind him instead of the snake's head. How the fuck am I supposed to fight this thing? Using the force to lift a larger piece of the statue that had been destroyed, John flung it as hard as he could at the snake, hitting the beast upside the head. The snake hissed loudly, an angry sound that chilled John to his bones despite the residual heat of the flames nearby, as the fireworm coiled in on itself briefly before lunging for him once more. I think that only pissed it off. John yelled to himself as he tried to think of anything that he could use against the beast. But as he moved to hide behind another statue, he saw something. A flutter of something in the darkness that soon emerged from the shadows and charged the fire worm. That's the same man who attacked me in the hall. He breathed, watching completely dumbfoundedly as the man who tried to kill him not moments before completely ignored him as it charged the fire worm with its sword held high. The fire worm seemed to completely forget about John as it turned its attention to the large man charging at it. Opening its jaw, the serpent sent out another wave of fire, which seemed to do absolutely nothing to the seeming man as he completely ignored the fire and slashed at the underside of the snake with his sword. Peeking around his hiding place, John watched transfixed as the man went toe-to-toe against the fire worm, dodging the snake's lunges and seemingly to be completely unbothered by its flames. As he watched, he noticed something. The destroyed statue was not far from where John presently was and that the golden armlet was still intact. Not going to get a better chance than this, John thought, deciding to risk it while the two creatures that had just tried to kill him fought one another. Dashing out from his hiding place, John slid across the ground feet first through the gravel and shrapnel of the destroyed statue, grabbing the armlet as he passed it. The moment he laid his hand on the armlet, he knew exactly what its purpose was. It allowed the wearer to control fire, as long as the wearer had magic, or the force. How he knew that he didn't know, all he knew was that he knew it to be a fact. Slapping the armlet onto his arm like it had been formerly worn by the statue and securing it, John sprung to his feet, ready to face the fire worm and the dark cloaked figure. But the two seemed to still be completely ignoring him as they continued to fight one another. Okay, this is going too well, John thought, as he slowly inched back away from the two. As long as they're fighting one another, I can make a break for it and get the hell out of here. But just as he was about to make his break, he saw the fire worm lunge out once more, only this time the dark cloaked figure wasn't able to dodge in time. The result was the snake being able to tear his sword arm clear off. The cloaked man immediately fell to his knees, clutching at the bloody stump that had once been his arm. The fire worm rose to a height twice as tall as the man, its glow brightened again as its mouth opened and flames welling up in the back of its throat as it prepared to roast the man alive. Fireworms do not kill their prey, not right off. The words of Prince Oberyn fluttered back to him as he watched the scene before him. They'll burn their prey, but they won't kill them. At least that is what little evidence we have says. No one has really studied them, considering how dangerous they are. But it is believed that they'll roast their prey slightly and then implant them with their larvae or hatchlings. And then the prey becomes a host. A host which is slowly roasted alive from the inside until the larvae grow large enough to consume their host. It's a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Well, maybe one or two. But it is definitely one of the worst ways one could ever possibly imagine dying from. The cloaked man may have just tried to kill him, but John couldn't just leave him to suffer such a fate. If he did, he would never be able to face his father or siblings ever again, or call himself a Stark, even if he was just a bastard. Fuck, John cursed out loud, holding out his arm with the armlet. You better not attack me again after this. The fire of the fireworm shot out of the snake's mouth and descended upon the helpless man. But just before it could reach him, the jewel on the armlet glowed brightly and the flame stopped, and instead of roasting the man alive started billowing upwards and around the intended victim as if hitting a brick wall. After just a split second of this, they suddenly seemed to warp back on themselves and back towards the snake. One of the many exercises Master Knox had forced John and the others to undergo was making fire dance. It was a nearly impossible task, and one that couldn't be maintained for long. Holding onto the fire and manipulating it was like trying to hold onto a freshly caught slime-covered fish that was the size of your arm. And that was just with a candle's flame. But now, with the armlet's augmentation, John could control the fire with such ease that it honestly felt like cheating. The snake hissed in pain as its own flames attacked it. As the snake thrashed about, John let go of the flames and charged forward with a cry, his sword held high as he readied himself to cut the fireworm's head off. But the moment John's sword was about to contact the snake's hide, something happened. There was no resistance. In fact, there was nothing. It was like John's sword was cutting through mist as it passed uselessly through the air and struck the ground where the snake had been. Catching himself, John readied for whatever counter the fireworm was about to launch, but there was nothing. The room was empty. No giant snake. No cloaked man. No flames. No destroyed statues. Nothing. The only thing that remained was the amulet on his arm. What in all the hells was that? He muttered, still not understanding or believing that all of that had just happened. But just as he was beginning to question his sanity once more, he felt another resonance from the force. Unlike the previous resonance with the armlet, this one was almost like a physical pull so strong that nearly took him off his feet. And in the center of the room he found a box, roughly the size of a man's head, just sitting there. A slight white glow coming from underneath the lid. Not entirely sure just what was going, or even sure that the box was even there, John cautiously approached the box and used the tip of his sword to open the lid. Within the box he found the source of the light. It was a small white jewel the size of a man's thumb that seemed to glow with the light of sun somehow contained within it. A jewel that was practically calling out to him through the force. But that wasn't the only thing in the box. Resting underneath the jewel was a large, scaled black stone with light grey stripes running around the numerous scales' edges. No, he thought, kneeling and inspecting the contents of the box. Not a stone, an egg. A dragon egg. Deep within the darkness of a ritual chamber buried within the 14 flames, 2 figures performed a dance of death as old as time, circling one another with blades unlike any other. Nox's blood-red lightsaber illuminated the surrounding area, the only light source available to see within the chamber as the blade spun around in quick movements. Its counterpart, a Valerian steel blade, and its wielder, the false sorcerer god Balerion, did everything in their power to keep up with the sorcerer. The hall leading to the surface echoed with the hissing and clashing of their blades as the two moved steadily down the corridor towards the outside world. Exactly where Nox wanted the false god. Ducking beneath a wild swing and placing his left hand on the ground, Nox spun on his hand in a move that would make any dancer green with envy as his feet left the ground, only to plant themselves in the chest of the would-be god before following up with an upswing that cut the creature from hip to collarbone diagonally across its body. But as had happened countless times before, the mortal wound closed almost immediately after being inflicted. Though, Nox noticed the regeneration seemed a touch slower than it had been when the fight began. Before he could fully regenerate, Nox let loose a barrage of force lightning, flinging the would-be god across the slight expanse left in the corridor and out into the land of Valeria. "You are infuriating," the false god shouted, his power flaring in response to his temper. "Why won't you die already?" Again, the fool was basically telegraphing his attacks as his anger and ego overrode any common sense. So, it was but a trifle matter for Nox to swat the attack aside once again. An attack which was little more than a barely solidified bout of dark side energy that obliterated a nearby rock formation. "Many better than you have tried," he remarked idly, slowly spinning his lightsaber in his right hand as he waited for the false god to provide him an opening once again. "They have all fallen to my power and blade. And you shall be no different." The false god sneered at him for a solid minute before its features morphed from one of frustration to one of confidence. "Ah, I see. That is your weakness." Raising a brow over his sightless eyes, Nox tilted his head. "Okay, this ought to be good. What is my weakness?" "Your feelings." The false god laughed. "You feel a sense of camaraderie for those you brought with you, yes. I have been watching you ever since you and those you brought with you entered my domain. Because of that camaraderie, you've overextended yourself and your power from trying to protect them from my influence for days. Yes, your weakness is that you can be distracted by them. And with the protections around Valeria that those foolish archons put in place with their last breaths now weakened, how easily it will be to influence some of them to attack the others. Yes, I will do just that. Many were already set to betray you and it will be nothing to give them just the right push in that direction to accelerate the process. With all that treasure you have found, it will be easy to sway their hearts and minds. They will attack the others and kill them. And what will you do then? Rush to defend them? Or continue our fight here?" "Haha, yes. Your weakness is your care for those you brought with you. And now, it shall be your downfall." Lowering his lightsaber, Nox fixed the false god with a sightless glare. "You truly are an idiot, you know that?" he asked, shaking his head and chuckling, much to the bafflement of the false god. "I already know that there are those that are planning on betraying me within my expedition force. You see, I made sure that the force I brought with me was composed of all of those who were willing to betray me as well as a counterbalancing force that would be able to handle them easily. So, go ahead, influence those traitors into making their move. Have them make the moves I have already predicted and already have countermeasures against. You see, I knew that I needed a decent-sized force to reach Valeria. But I don't need the same size of a force to leave. You will actually be doing me a favor by exposing the traitors and helping me clean house before leaving these shores. You will find that those who are vital for my long-term plans or those who are not traitors are shielded such that you will find no purchase in their minds." The false god faltered, then sneered as it gathered its resolve. "You think you're so smart? Don't you, slave?" "Yes," Nox responded with a shrug. "I won't pretend I'm the smartest man in existence, but I am, at the very least, smarter than you. Insolent slave!" The false god screamed, fire springing to life along the length of his blade. "Perhaps you have accounted for potential traitors in your midst, but your paltry minions will not stand against my army which will soon descend upon them." "You mean the roughly 3 dozen stonemen that are making their way towards Valeria from the northwest over that way?" he asked, waving his hand towards the north. "Yeah, we were already prepared for stonemen as well. We were heading into Valeria after all, and the Smoking Sea is known to have a colony of stonemen that have chosen to exile themselves there. So, not really a surprise that there would be some in the area. Honestly, I was more surprised that there were not any stonemen that had laid claim to the city. But again, your taunts are meaningless. Those that I brought with me are prepared to fight your infectious army. And I have the means to mitigate any damage after the fight as well. So, nice try." He could feel the fury coming from the false god, his emotions such that the dark side itself was reacting, forming small wisps of miasma around the being's form as it stood fuming before Nox. You are nothing. Slave. Wrong, Nox countered, leveling his lightsaber at the being. I was a slave. But then I was thrown to the darkness and left to die. But in the darkness, I learned. Peace is a lie and there is only passion. Through passion, I gained strength. Through strength, I gained power. Through power, I gained victory. And through victory, my chains were broken. The Force set me free. And with this code, I became something far more than you could ever comprehend. Pathetic drivel that means nothing. Fitting that one such as you would spout it. Valeria cried, holding his sword up high. Let me show you the true meaning of power. Holding his lightsaber before him, Nox braced himself for the attack while gathering the energy to create a force barrier between himself and the false god. The build-up of force energy from the fake deity was immense and sudden. But as quickly as it came, it went, with no adverse effects to Nox at all. Rise. Rise, my companion of old. It is time to unleash your fire once more. Time to feast on flesh once more. Rise. Rise and smite those who dare to challenge the god of Valeria. Frowning, Nox followed the path of the force energy that had been unleashed. He found it settling on a pile of rocks along the edge of the volcano. A pile of rocks that began shifting and rising, dust and loose ash falling to the ground as a large shape began to pull itself up and out of the place it had been buried for so long. Nox only stared with a blank expression as he observed how the force was being twisted and warped into recreating a deceased artificial life. Have you prepared for this, slave? The false god laughed as the last rocks fell away, revealing a winged creature the size of several troop transports rising from its grave. My companion. My dragon. The Mount of Valeria. Fly forth once more and lay waste to those who dare desecrate our sacred city of Valeria. There was little Nox could do but marvel as the undead dragon spread its wings, which somehow managed to retain their webbing despite centuries of being buried beneath the ground, and took the sky. Its path was clear as, with a few powerful beats of its massive wings, it headed straight for Valeria, giving off an earth-shaking roar as it passed the two of them by. Well, slave. Did you plan for my dragon as well? No, he answered plainly. Honestly, encountering an undead dragon being raised and sent to attack those under my protection was perhaps one of the last things I expected to see when I was planning this voyage. Haha, so the slave is not all-knowing, the false god laughed. So, what will you do now? Without those you came with, you cannot hope to defeat me, nor can you ever leave this place. You are mine. You should have had the beast attack me instead of sending it after my expedition force, Nox continued on calmly, observing the undead beast through the force as it struggled to stay in the air with its tattered wings. Disappearing, the false god reappeared almost within arm's reach of him, his Valerian steel blade aiming to remove his head. The damage will be the same. The false god laughed as Nox almost lazily leaned back and let the blade pass uselessly through the air. Already your moves are sluggish. Your attention is divided. This fight is. Twisting, Nox shifted to Ataru, flipping over the head of the false god and cutting his head in half and landing behind him. You talk too much. Nox murmured, shifting back to Sorcerer and ignoring the dragon for now. Victory is never assured until your enemy lays dead at your feet. And as for your dragon, I care not. My acolyte is more than capable of handling such a beast, especially now. And if he is not, then I have wasted my time training him. Cracking his neck as his head reformed, the false god turned towards him. And what gives you such confidence in that uncultured barbarian Westeros boy you call your acolyte? Simple, Nox smirked. Let us just say, that the archons of your time were not wrong in their beliefs. Standing on the edge of the stone pier overlooking their boats, Prince Oberyn idly cleaned the blood off his newly acquired spear as he watched the man he'd just killed bob in the water for a moment before the weight of the steel plate he'd been wearing beneath his tunic dragged him below the surface of the water. Turning aside, he saw the Mormont girl cleaning a man's brain off her mace while Asha retrieved one of her new throwing axes from the back of another man. Hearing a growl, Oberyn turned his attention to Small John Umber, who was returning from down the dock with Eddard Karstark and two other Northmen that had stayed true to their cause. Fucking bastards disappeared into the damned wilds, Small John spat. Couldn't even bloody my new sword, lucky bastards. The mutiny, for that was exactly what they'd faced, had been poorly thought out and even more poorly executed. A group of 10 sailors had apparently decided they wanted the treasure for themselves and had concocted a half-crazed scheme to take the women hostage before jumping on the boats and sailing off into the distance. Apparently, they'd thought that his daughter, the Mormont girl, and the Greyjoy would be easy for the taking. Or perhaps they thought that the Greyjoy would join them considering her family history. Stupid, but the plan did have an inkling of sense in that they at least waited until most of the men, with the exclusion of Oberyn himself, had left the docks to make one last run at the vault before making their move. Of course, Their plan had gone tits up the moment they pulled their poorly hidden daggers and tried to grab hold of the women. His daughter had gelded the man who grabbed her before slitting his throat nearly to the bone. The Mormont girl had simply thrown her head back, breaking the nose of the one that tried to grab her before swinging around with her mace and braining the poor sod. Pathetic, stupid, ill-conceived, and costly, Oberyn thought as he observed the bodies littered across the ground. They'd started out with 40 strong, 8 men to a boat. They lost 3 on the trek up the river. Now, 10 more had mutinied. Of the 10, 6 were dead and 4 had scattered to the wind. But before that, they managed to kill 2 others that had stayed loyal to the expedition, bringing their number down to 30. Thankfully, they waited until the boats were mostly loaded before launching this harebrained scheme of theirs. The looting of the vaults had not been an easy task, just as the sorcerer had predicted. The first problem had been locating anything that would be able to carry the valuables. Thankfully, there were lower levels within the palace and other homesteads in their immediate vicinity that were still moderately intact, and they were able to find the chests and crates to load the valuables. The second obstacle came to transport them out of the city. Despite the 3 losses on their voyage, they were still numbering 50 strong. And the boats simply couldn't hold much in the way of valuables and men and stay afloat. Which was why, if he'd been a pious man, he would have thanked the 7 and the old gods when one of the sailors stumbled upon a small building that had several small skiffs located inside. None of which by themselves were seaworthy. But with a bit of rearranging, they were able to tie 2 of the skiffs together and create a large enough raft that, while definitely not usable on the open sea, would be able to float down river easily enough and hopefully out to the sea wolf. And best of all, they had been able to load it with over a dozen extra chests of loot. The last issue present came about exactly as the sorcerer had predicted. And that was with what to take. The small folk of the crew had wanted to take all the gold coins they could find, while the lords wanted to hoard as much Valerian steel as they could hold. Even his own daughter was not immune as she had eyed several Valerian weapons she wanted to bring. Surprisingly, only the Greyjoy and the Mormont had shown the slightest bit of foresight. Coins were good, as was Valerian steel. But gold was heavy. And if you could learn the secrets of Valeria, particularly how to reproduce their steel, then they could easily recoup the loss of leaving behind most of the weapons. So, it was with no small amount of moaning and groaning that the expedition began filling the first several chests with scrolls and books. After filling 5 to the point where they could hold no more, he had them move on to the strange crystals that the sorcerer had been admiring, which had filled another 3 chests before he decided they had enough. And while Oberyn himself could not see any value in the things, as they were obviously crafted crystals from a forge, he had learned to trust the sorcerer to a degree where if the man said they were valuable, he would take his word for it. With the books, scrolls, and crystals loaded, Oberyn then directed their attention to the Valerian steel. While most of the blades were too big to be placed into chests, they were easy to load onto the skiff once they were rolled up in whatever cloth they could find. The last 4 chests that went onto the skiff were loaded with gold and jewels. As a compromise, Oberyn had agreed that each man present could find a satchel and load it with whatever they wanted from the vault and keep it as payment for their services. He'd hoped that would have been enough to satisfy the men, but he should have known better. Greed was a powerful motivator, after all. They can't have gotten far, his daughter stated, a hard look in her eyes. If you lumbering fools can't track them, give me 5 men and I'll track them down and end them. Let them go, Oberyn ordered, surprising his daughter and several others. We've all seen what is out there. Those 4 won't last but a few hours. And neither would we if we pursued them. Best just to leave them to their fate and let the land itself take care of them. His daughter, nor the Northman, seemed particularly pleased with his orders, but as the sorcerer had made it known that in his absence Oberyn was in charge, they wisely kept their opinions to themselves. Walking slowly back towards the others, he made certain to keep a close eye on each of the fallen, just to make sure they didn't have any sleepers waiting to strike when his back was turned. Fucking fools, Daisy Mormont spat as he approached the young she-bear and the Greyjoy girl. What the fuck were they thinking? In short, they weren't, Oberyn sighed, not for the death of the men, but rather for the inconvenience it was creating. Their greed blinded them to the cost. And now their short-sightedness is going to cost us more than it already has. Asha nodded, throwing the rag away that she'd been using to clean the blood off one of her axes. We've lost a quarter of those we set out with. It will be difficult rowing back downstream, especially given what it took to get us here. And now we got the skiff to consider as well. We'll have the current to help take us downstream, but it won't be enough to offset what we've lost. She was right. The voyage upriver had been anything but easy. All of them, himself included, were nearing the point of exhaustion, he could feel it in his very bones. The current downstream would help. But as Asha correctly pointed out, losing a quarter of their number meant they had a quarter fewer to row. Which meant they would either have risk rowing to the point of near exhaustion, or risk staying in this accursed land longer than necessary, or they could leave behind some of their loot. None of which sounded particularly appealing to Oberyn. Perhaps we should wake up the Lannister. Daisy muttered. The lions might not have much in the way of honor and he might be half out of his mind, but at least he'd be one more pair of hands to man the oars. The idea was not without merit, as much as he loathed to admit it. And, granted, Geryon was not his brother nor the mountain. But still, the idea of having to rely on a Lannister for anything was not something he was willing to entertain. Knox has seemed to have had a counter-plan for any potential issues that arose so far this voyage, he thought, his eyes flickering to the boat where the Lannister man remained asleep. I wouldn't be surprised if he even suspected a potential mutiny before we left. Let's just hope he has plans for how to get all of us out of here in a timely manner. The shifting of rebel away from a wall brought all of them around, their weapons leveled and ready to fight. Only to hold themselves in check as Jon Snow appeared on the other side of the rebel and stopped dead, his hands held out in a non-threatening manner while his eyes took in the scene with the several dead men scattered across the pier. What in the name of the gods happened? A slight dispute on the proper distribution of pay, Oberyn replied almost on reflex as he raised his spear. A few of our number thought they were entitled to all of what we found and fully intended on leaving the rest of us behind. The rest of us had issue with that idea and, well, they lost the argument. Oh, the bastard of the Warden of the North replied elegantly, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, well, what do we do now? Now. Oberyn replied, hefting his spear over his shoulder. Now, we wait for the Sorcerer to return from whatever fight he's hogging all to himself. And then we figure out how to man our boats plus an extra skiff with less than a quarter of the manpower we started with. Either that, or we begin sorting what we have and start leaving things behind. Something that I'm sure no one wants to have happen. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the boy frown in thought before turning northwards and staring off into the distance. Oberyn considered himself a master of reading people, one had to be if you were to survive the games of nobles and the games in the fighting pits. In a fight, the slightest twitching of a hand or shifting of the eyes or even the shifting of one's weight could tell the opposition exactly what their next move would be. And in the game of the nobles, one's eyes or twitching or one of 100 slight tells could give away a lie or the truth. So, when Oberyn saw the bastard of the North go stone still as he faced the north when he was relaxed but a moment before, 100 warning bells started sounding in his head. Tightening his grip on his new spear, he moved to stand side by side with the boy. Jon's eyes were pointedly facing northwards and had an almost detached look to them. As if he were seeing without seeing, if that even made sense. Master Knox is still fighting, something dark. Something strong, but wrong. So very wrong. It's as if the Force itself is rejecting the thing's very existence, Jon said almost emotionlessly as if he were describing the weather. Looking at the boy out of the corner of his eye, he kept his attention northwards. Is he winning? Jon shook his head. I can't tell from this distance but... Wait. What is that? The sense of dread increased tenfold as he watched Jon turn whiter than the snow of his homeland. What is what, boy? Jon's answer came in a single word as his eyes grew large and went skywards. Run. Not a moment later, an ear-splitting, chest-rumbling roar came from the sky, chilling the very blood in Oberyn's veins as he looked skywards. What he saw was impossible. Yet, it was there. Dropping from the clouds and flying low enough to scrap the tops of the buildings was the very creature that allowed the Targaryens to conquer almost all of Westeros. A dragon. Scatter. Now. He yelled, running off to his left and, on instinct, grabbing Jon by the waist and putting himself between the dragon's path and the young boy. The heat was the worst. Even though Oberyn was well clear of the dragon's path, he could still feel the heat of the dragon fire down to his very bones as the beast of legend passed them by, scorching everything in its path. Which included 2 more of their number who were too awestruck to move. The only saving grace he could think of was that the flames of the dragon killed the 2 hapless sailors so quickly that they didn't even have time to scream nor, he hoped, to truly feel the pain of the fire turning them to little more than piles of ash. Someone better tell me I'm fucking sleeping on a pile of gold back in the fucking vault. The young Umber yelled. Because there is no damn way that a dragon just passed us by and tried to fucking cook us. This isn't a fucking dream, Umber. It's a fucking nightmare. And one we're all sharing. A second voice, the Karstark boy he believed, shouted back. We need to get into the buildings. Daisy Mormont shouted. Her mace held tightly in her hands as her gaze remained skywards. The thing can't burn us if it can't find us. No. Oberyn blinked, the voice hadn't come from him, but rather from the young bastard boy he'd been protecting, who'd suddenly shrugged him off and marched out into the open. Dragon fire can melt stone, even this stone here in Valeria. We go in between the buildings or in them, and that dragon will turn them into ovens. And we can't stay here, if one of those flames hits the boats, we lose our only way of getting out of here in any timely manner. He was reasonably impressed with the boy's logic. Between the buildings would give them the option to hide, but it would limit their mobility and if the dragon hit them with a burst of fire, those stone homes would turn into ovens to cook them alive. Out in the open had its risks, but it was the better option. But regardless of out in the open or into the city, they had to get away from the boats to prevent the dragon from targeting them. Hopefully. Listen to Snow. Get your asses towards the outskirts of the city or I'll kill you myself and save the dragon the trouble. He shouted, motioning with his spear in the direction they were to go before turning and speaking quietly to John. I hope whatever task the sorcerer sent you on, boy, gave you some kind of trick to deal with the dragon. I just might have a trick up my sleeve, Prince Oberyn. Jon Snow shouted as the two ran towards the outskirts of the city. The movement was brief, but out of the corner of his eye Oberyn noticed Jon touching the sleeve of his tunic on his right arm. I see, he meant that quite literally. I'm interested to see just what the sorcerer sent him after. Careful with that cavalier attitude, boy. I might just start taking a real liking to you. And, if not me, then Valeria certainly will. She likes witty young men AF. Shut the fuck up. Ashes shouted from just ahead of the two of them. Think with your cock later, Prince. Dragon first. Fucking after. Despite the situation, Oberyn felt his face split in a smile under his mask as he stared at the Greyjoy woman's backside. Is that an offer, Lady Asha? Here it comes. Scatter. At Snow's warning, everyone scattered off to their left or right, taking whatever cover they could find. Shit, Oberyn cursed, tucking himself behind a building's corner just as he could hear the dragon's roar and the beating of the beast's wings. We're not out in the open yet. That thing lets loose a blast like last time, and we're all cooked. Just as he could start making out the form of the dragon through the mist, he noticed something that had slipped his attention when he ducked for cover. And that was the fact that Jon Snow was no longer beside him. In fact, that boy was standing out in the middle of the street, staring down the dragon that was on a direct path for him. Fucking fool. Oberyn cursed, ready to burst out from his hiding place and tackle the boy out of the path of the dragon. I don't fancy taking a swim in these waters, but if I go fast enough I should have enough to take the both of us into the water. And what is he doing? Any action he was about to take halted as he watched Jon casually raise his arm. This action allowed his right sleeve to roll back and revealed some sort of golden armlet on the boy's right forearm with a ruby gem in the center. A gem that started glowing brightly just as the dragon's maw opened and flames leapt forth, consuming the boy and everything around him. Ducking back, Oberyn closed his eyes. Fuck, I got distracted. I couldn't save the boy. Damn it. What was he fucking thin? His thoughts were cut off as a torrent of wind rustled his clothes. The flames from the dragon weren't dissipating. If anything, they were gathering, right above where Jon had been standing. The Prince of Dorne had seen and experienced a lot in his life, more than almost any could ever hope to see or experience. But the sight of the bastard of Winterfell, standing amongst a raging vortex of flames with his hand held above his head, his face twisted into one of great concentration? That was something else. Something new, even for him. With a yell rivaling any war cry he'd ever had, Jon turned, the vortex of flame following his movements as if a slave to his will. The flames formed into a ball and, launched like it was a stone out of a trebuchet right into the back end of the dragon. The beast of legend gave a cry as it flailed in the air before crashing through several buildings. After picking his jaw up off the ground, Oberyn was the first to react. Eyes bouncing continuously between the downed dragon and the boy, he slowly and cautiously approached the bastard of Winterfell. All right, I'll bite. What in the seven hells did the sorcerer send you after that allowed you to do that? It's this talisman, Snow answered, his face looking more than slightly drained, but his eyes remaining in the direction where the dragon had fallen. I'm not sure how, but it almost enhances my force powers to manipulate fire. But only fire. Master Knox never spoke of anything like it before. Well, that's convenient, Daisy Mormont remarked, her mace at the ready as she kept her eyes in the direction of the fallen dragon. But please tell me you weren't dumb enough to use that thing on a dragon without knowing it would work. Well, I wasn't sure that it would work that well against dragon fire, the boy said before hastily adding. But I did use it to kill a fireworm with its own fire. At least I think I did. So, I just assumed that it would work as well against a dragon. The ease with which he said drew many up short, no doubt as they remembered their first and only encounter with one of the most dangerous creatures in perhaps the entirety of the known world, now that dragons were extinct. Well, maybe not completely extinct seeing as they were now facing one. But as Oberyn drew close enough to touch the boy, he had to reassess his original thoughts on him looking drained. Drained would be an understatement. He looked as if he'd just sprinted from Sun Spear to the Water Gardens during midday. Not surprising. While I might not know about this brand of magic the sorcerer and the boy use, there has always been one rule that all magic abides by. It's taxing. Those two have been using their magic non-stop for days to guide us and keep us safe. And Jon, by his own admission, has already finished fighting off Fireworm and now he just used his power to deflect dragon fire. A feat thought to be impossible. The boy has given us a chance, Oberyn called out, forcing himself out of his thoughts and back to the matter at hand. He's brought the dragon to the ground, which gives us a chance to kill it. Wait, you want us to go on foot and hunt that fucking thing? The Karstark lad all but shouted. Did you see how fucking big that monster was? Yes, he nodded. And while it is in the air, that big fucker will be impossible to kill without a heavy scorpion or ballista. So, our only chance to survive this is to try and kill it once it's on the ground where we can reach it. But how are we supposed to kill it? Umber growled. We might hate those dragon fuckers, but we know of them well enough. Their skin is tougher than heavy plate armor. Not to mention, you ever try and hunt a bear? You corner them and they get 10 times as vicious, which this beast now is. And not to mention, you need to drive your spear damn far into the bear in order to kill it. How the fuck are we supposed to get in close enough to not only stab it, but I doubt even our new Valerian steel weapons will be able to get past those scales. Master Nox's lightsaber, John spoke up, stopping the retort that was on the tip of Oberyn's tongue. A lightsaber can cut through anything. I've seen him cut through steel, wood, even solid stone with little to no difficulty. If there is a weapon that can kill a dragon, it is that. Master Nox is far away but, I can sense he's returning. Then that's what we'll do, Oberyn decided, ending the discussion. Snow will use his magic to nullify the dragon fire. The rest of us will keep it occupied and once we get it to ground, we try and kill it. And if all else fails, we hold it off long enough for the sorcerer to get back and have him finish the job with. Something's coming out of the mist. Turning, Oberyn squinted off into the distance of the mist clouding wall that was just barely visible that had once served to contain the city of Valeria. At first, he couldn't see anything through the mist. But that didn't last as he soon saw figures shaped oddly like men limping through the fog. Misshapen men with skin the color and texture of the very stone walls that surrounded them. And as if to truly make their situation any worse, he could hear the distinctive beating of heavy wings and the roaring of the dragon as it once again took to the sky. Fuck me, he muttered. Just what we needed right now. Fucking stonemen. The reaction from everyone was about what he'd expected as everyone, from noble to layman and from man to woman, took a step back in fear and disgust. Grabbing the sleeves of his tunic and making sure they were fully covering his arms, he popped his collar up and then took a two-handed grip on his spear as he stepped forward. Form lines. We fight in groups of 10 to give others the chance to rest. Make sure every piece of exposed skin you have is covered in something before you step forward to fight. No one moved to join him. No one save the one who couldn't, as Snow proved to have the biggest set of balls as he rearranged his sleeves and drew the short Valerian sword Nox had given him from the vault. Not you, boy, he said, holding out his spear and blocking the boy's path. You're the only one who can deal with that fucking dragon when it comes back around. The rest of us will keep the stonemen from reaching you. The boy looked like he was about to protest, but a distant roar from the dragon still in the sky must have brought the situation they were now in around to the boy. And with little more than a nod, he moved back as his daughter, Asha Greyjoy, Daisy Mormont, and the small John all stepped forward with weapons held at the ready. Well, it appears you women have bigger balls than most, he smiled under his mask as the stonemen started picking up speed towards them as they advanced. Let's just hope you are as skilled. Lashing out with a high spinning hook kick, Nox felt the attack find purchase against the face of the false god, stunning the being as his force-empowered limb sent him stumbling back. Capitalizing on the opening, Nox used a force push to send the stumbling Balerion reeling head over heels down a small ravine. Reaching back, he grabbed hold of a boulder, easily lifting the nearly 1-ton object over his head and sending it down the ravine. The false god had just barely managed to right itself in time to see the boulder approaching, and by then it was far too late to do anything but take the attack head-on. Which resulted in the boulder passing almost effortlessly through him as it turned his body into a bloody red paste, forcing Balerion to once again expend the energy to create a new one rather than just repairing the old. Knowing he had a moment, Nox let his sense of awareness expand. Almost there. Just a small distance further and this will end. Feeling a disturbance, Nox ducked in time for Balerion's sword to pass over his head. Switching to Form 4, Nox twisted and turned his body, becoming the very weapon he wielded as he danced and parried around Balerion's desperate attacks. Die. 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 Die already, you fucking slave. The false god shouted as he continued chasing Nox, his blade finding nothing but air in the edge of his lightsaber as Nox stayed ahead of Balerion. The once man was powerful, there was no doubt about that. In fact, if the battle was to be decided by sheer power alone, Balerion would probably have been able to best him. But power was only part of the battle. To be a true warrior, one had to be skilled enough to wield both the power and oneself effectively. And while the man was decently skilled with a blade, he could not combine his power and skill and transform them into something greater. At best, he could be considered on par with a high-ranking Lord of the Sith. Not even a Darth, let alone a Dark Council member. The only reason why the fight had not already ended was because of his more than slightly annoying regeneration capabilities. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox twisted into an aerial as Balerion overextended a down sweep with his sword at his legs. Before his feet touched the ground, Nox hit Balerion with a force push and used the recoil of the attack to flip and twist himself over backwards so that he landed on his feet facing the false god, his lightsaber activating the moment he solidified his stance on the ground. Digging the point of his lightsaber into the ground, Nox channeled a rivulet of dark side energy through the blade and into the ground. Dragging the lightsaber through the ground, Nox sent a wave of dust and superheated debris towards his adversary, temporarily blinding the still recovering Valeria and allowing Nox to once again get a killing strike in. This time piercing the being's heart, or at least where his heart should have been, before wrenching the blade out through his chest and under his arm. Not giving his enemy the chance to recover, Nox flicked his left middle finger off his thumb on the lightsaber hilt, sending a concentrated burst of force energy the size of a fist into the unwounded side of Valerian's chest. The concentrated strike hit the false god with the force of several tons packed into a few square inches, throwing the man back through the air for nearly 30 meters before his back struck a wall. The wall collapsed from the force of impact, covering the immediate area in a shower of debris composed of stone, mortar, and wood. Raising his left hand, the newly freed clump of debris rose into the air a good 50 feet. Closing his fist, he compacted the debris into a single sphere before throwing it down on the false god, the mass just barely reaching terminal velocity before it impacted the ground where the false god still lay. Throwing up a force barrier, Nox defended himself against the falling stone and wood that was thrown up into the air in result of the makeshift asteroid he'd just hurled down on his opponent. Once the debris had stopped falling, Nox let his barrier drop and calmly walked towards the broken wall. I'm actually impressed that he managed to go through this wall without disintegrating in a splat again, he thought as he observed the hole that had created in the wall surrounding the ruined city of Valeria. Either he's durable, or this wall was not nearly as impressive as it looked. Although, considering they had dragons that could fly over any wall built, I'm sure they didn't really care if their constructs were structurally sound or not. Walking over the debris, he calmly observed the swirling mass of dark side energy as Valerian once again reformed his body. Your regeneration is slowing considerably, Valerian, he said the name mockingly, jumping down from the pile of debris so that he could watch the finalization of the reformation. I suppose that I should welcome you home, but I know for a fact that the current tenants are not all that pleased with you, so I wouldn't really be expecting a warm reception here. Once whole again, Valerian looked around wildly as he spun in the debris. Slowly, a low rumbling began in the creature's chest that quickly turned into a fully belly laugh. Ahaha, so this was your great plan, slave? Bringing me to Valeria, my home, the place I have been unable to set foot into since my ascension. And why? Did you think the Archon's spell would weaken me? Make me mortal? Ha! They are but toothless worms pretending to be dragons, when I am the only true dragon of Valeria. Do you care to put that to the test? Nox asked calmly. The Archons gave their very lives to erect the barrier that has kept you barred from this place for nearly 400 years. Are you so sure of your victory? Know that you are willing to put your will against not only mine, but of the lost Archons as well. The creature faltered. It was only for a split second, but Nox caught it. Good, all according to plan. I do not fear those dead worms. Valerian shouted, and in the distance Nox could hear the undead dragon howl in response to his master's cry. They are dead and gone. And their magic has worn off such that I can step foot in this city once more. And now, slave. You shall die. John. It's time. Standing in the center of the 20 men-at-arms and nobles, John kept his eyes and his senses firmly skywards. Around him, the others fought to keep the stoneman away from him, which allowed him to keep his concentration on locating the beast overhead that was trying to fry them all alive. Sensing the dragon swooping lower through the fog once more, John focused on the talisman in his right hand as he prepared himself to once again fend off the dragon fire that could melt stone. Concentrating on the talisman on his arm, he held his hand high as the dragon got close enough that he could see the beast's jaw open as the fire swelled within the back of its throat. Bracing himself for what he knew was coming, he kept himself fully focused on the dragon as the flames spewed out. The heat was almost unbearable, as well as the pressure that seemed to weigh on his shoulders as the gem on the talisman shined, giving him the strength and focus through some means he still didn't understand to hold the flames at bay. But this attack was different from the last, and vastly different from the very first onslaught. It was, well, weaker. He hadn't been able to notice it earlier. But now that it come to his attention, he could sense that with each pass the dragon made, the flames were getting weaker and weaker for some reason. Am I getting stronger? He wondered as he directed the flames into the river water, quenching the flames. As if to answer his unasked question, his body answered him as one of his legs gave out and he dropped to a knee as darkness began creeping in on the corners of his vision. John. Several voices shouted at once as John struggled to regain his footing. The plan, if one could call it that, had been going well for a time. The arrival of the stonemen had forced them to forego going outside the walls of the Valerian to fight the dragon in the open field. Which unfortunately left them boxed in with buildings to one side, water to the other and only a single path forward and back. Thankfully, the stonemen were neither numerous nor were they attacking from all directions, which allowed Prince Oberyn and the rest to prevent any of the diseased from reaching him. But it had also cost the group 2 more of their number to do so. Despite the almost insurmountable odds being sent against them in the form of the dragon and the stoneman, they were holding their own. But there was a problem. A major one. "I'm all right," he forced out, doing his best to hide just how badly he was lying with that. He was nearing his limit and he knew it. A lot of Master Nox's training had been focused on, what he called, surpassing his limits. Which usually meant running, lifting stones, or fighting until the point of physical exhaustion and then using the force to either purge that exhaustion or to perform some other task. Other times, though, he would have John, Rob, and Arya use the force until they fainted, usually by forcing them to hold stones several times heavier than a man in the air for hours on end. And having succumbed to that form of training more than once, John knew that he would not be able to keep using the force like this for long. "John. It's time." The sudden voice in his mind sent a shock through him as if he'd been doused with a bucket of icy water. "Master. The sorcerer is back." Oberyn yelled as he speared a charging stoneman, then sidestepping to allow the once man to fall on his face dead. "It's about time. Where is he?" John nodded, trying to not divide his attention too much from the dragon overhead as he searched for Master Nox. "He's in the city again." "Good." Umber yelled, cleaving a stoneman in half with his new Valyrian greatsword while making sure to stay clear of the corpse when it fell to the ground. "Tell him to kill that god's damned dragon then." "It doesn't work like that," John shouted back as the dragon descended once more. It was the truth, he wasn't sure how exactly Master Nox was able to speak to him in this manner, but it wasn't as if he was hearing him. It was more like feelings and pictures from a book that left a message in his mind. Fighting through the exhaustion screaming through his entire being, he channeled the force into the talisman once more, just as the flames of the dragon descended upon them. "The flames are getting weaker," he thought as he once again pushed the flames away from himself and the others. "But, why? Then what the fuck are we supposed to do?" Asha asked, her axes held at the ready, waiting for the next group of stonemen to jump out from the ruined buildings surrounding them. As if to answer Asha's question, the sound of something crashing through multiple walls, followed quickly by the sound of a building collapsing, brought John and the rest around to face down a pathway leading into the city. Something, gods only knew what, had crashed into a home less than a few hundred paces from where they were. They weren't given long to wonder either as a dark mist almost came from the wreckage and formed into almost arrow-like objects before firing off into the distance like they'd been loaded into a ballista. The bolts of mist didn't make it far as they simply ceased to exist mid-flight. Then Lord Nox was there, his blood-red glowing blade alight in his hands as he ran directly into the building the dark figure had broken through not a moment before. Within moments of him disappearing, the dark figure was flung out of the wreckage and across the wide street into the buildings on the opposite side. Once again, Lord Nox appeared right behind the figure, only. By the old gods, John had seen Master Nox fight in the past. Hells, he'd sparred against him for years and he'd always thought that he could somewhat hold his own against his master. But now, watching Lord Nox defy almost every law of nature as he all but flew through the air, performed flips and turns that even mummers would think impossible, John knew without a shadow of a doubt that Master Nox had only been playing with everyone who'd ever sparred against him in Winterfell. "No time for daydreaming!" Prince Oberyn shouted, shaking John and several others out of the trance they'd fallen into, so enthralled were they with the battle between Lord Nox and the strange figure in the distance. Clenching his fist, John forced himself to look away from the fight between his master and the unknown figure and turned himself back to the task at hand. "I'm not angry he's been holding back," John said to himself. Whether he was trying to convince himself that or not, he wasn't even sure. "But now I have a true goal to reach. I will reach Master Nox's level. And it starts now." Eyeing the dragon, John concentrated on the talisman, pouring as much power as he could into the object as he could as the ancient beast once again descended from the sky. Only this time, it wasn't heading for John and the others. No, this time it was heading for Master Nox instead. "It's heading for Lord Nox!" John shouted, breaking off from the rest as he sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him towards his mentor and master. The world seemed to almost slow as he watched the dragon draw closer and closer to Lord Nox. The ground shook and several ruined buildings lining the street collapsed as the dragon landed onto the street, its body acting as a barrier blocking John's path, preventing him from reaching Lord Nox. "Master Nox!" John yelled as he watched on, helpless, as the dragon's head lowered, and its maw opened. Dragon fire erupted from the beast, covering the street and all the nearby buildings that surrounded Master Nox and his advisory. "No!" John thought, his steps faltering as he watched the man he admired, trained under, and looked up to as a second father was blanketed in a wave of fire. "No! Stop worrying so much, acolyte. If it was this easy to kill me, I would have died a long time ago." John could have wept with relief at hearing Lord Nox's voice in his head once more. And even more so as a Master Nox leapt out of the flames and landed on top of the nearest building that would put him above the level of the flames. "Now, John. Use what you have. Trust in the Force. And it will set you free." John didn't need telling twice. Channeling what little strength he had left, he forced his legs to move as he ran headlong towards the dragon. Behind him, he could hear the Prince Oberyn, Asha, and the others yelling for him to get back, but he paid none of them any heed as he focused solely and only on the black eyes of the dragon. Sliding feet first, John could nearly feel the heat of the dragon's scales as its spiked tail passed over his body. Slapping his hand on the ground and pushing with the force, John threw himself into the air, twisting his body in the air as the dragon's maw snapped shut in the air where he'd once been. Reaching out a hand, he grabbed hold of one of the dragon's horns, using it to stop his motion and pull himself down on top of the dragon's head. He could feel the rage, the hatred, the pain coming from the powerful beast beneath his feet as the creature began bucking and thrashing, trying to toss John from his head. Putting his faith into the force fully as he held on with only one hand, John reached above his head blindly with his right hand and felt something solid strike the palm of his outstretched hand. Pulling his hand down, John could only gawk at what was in his hand. Lord Nox's lightsaber. It's lighter than I thought it would be. Stop daydreaming, boy, and finish that beast. Copying the movements of Lord Nox, John pressed his thumb down on a specific spot on the hilt. The blood-red blade shot forth, startling John. For just a moment, he could do little more than stare at the light coming from the blade. It's so light. Reversing his grip on the hilt so the blade was pointed towards his feet, John stared down at the top of the dragon's head he was standing upon. Letting go of the beast's horn, he grabbed the hilt with both hands and brought the sword down with as much force as he could. The lightsaber cut through the hide and bone of the dragon's head with only slight resistance, like he was using a freshly sharpened knife to cut through boiled leather. Beneath him, the dragon let a cry of agony as John fought to keep his balance atop the beast while cutting deeper and deeper into the dragon's head. Slowly, the bucking of the dragon slowed as the beast collapsed, its head flopping down heavily on the ground and throwing John from his spot. Ducking his head, he let his shoulder absorb the hit from the ground as he rolled just as Lord Nox had taught him. Coming out of the roll he brought the lightsaber to bear as he turned, ready to face the dragon once more. Only, the dragon wasn't moving. The ancient beast was merely laying on the ground less than a few paces from him. One blackened eye open and staring at him. End it. The voice that rang in his head was louder than the bells of Winterfell, nearly bringing him to his knees as he fought against covering his ears. End this. Shivering, he met the eye of the dragon that was staring at him. That was the dragon. I didn't think dragons could talk. Cautiously, John met the dragon's one remaining eye as he reached out to the downed beast through the force. What he felt nearly made him lose his stomach. Pain. No, anguish. Fear and longing, a longing to rest. It wants to die, he realized, keeping the lightsaber held firmly in front of himself as he slowly approached the dragon. Its very existence is pain. What? Why? What happened to it to bring it to this state? Reaching the dragon, he transferred the lightsaber to his left hand and gently laid his right hand on the dragon's scaled head. You're already dead, John realized with a start, looking down into the dark pool that was the dragon's eye. You're dead, but your rider has been forcing you to stay alive, somehow. Stuck between life and death, but neither one nor the other. Gods, why? Letting his hand drop, he took a moment to compose himself before clutching the lightsaber with both hands and raising it above his head. May you finally find rest, he sent out to the dragon before bringing the lightsaber down once more upon the dragon's head. Hearing the dying cries of the dragon brought a smile to Nox's face as he sensed the intoxicating fear and despair coming off the would-be god of Valeria as his dragon was brought low by a mere boy. No. Balerion yelled, his movements becoming more and more frantic as he felt his companion being ripped away from him. No. This cannot be. I am a god. I am immortal. You shall know. Having grown more than tired of the monologue, Nox, now without his lightsaber, calmly brought his hands forward and unleashed a blast of force lightning into Balerion's chest. The would-be god tried to fight back against the current, but as he was now, there was absolutely nothing he could do. I told you before we began that your ritual was a failure, he said after ending the onslaught and letting Balerion drop to his knees. But I never specified why I said that, did I? You did manage to collect the souls of your followers and the slaves you sacrificed and added their power to your own. But you made one egregious mistake. You collected their power, instead of absorbing it. Which means that all those 1,000+ souls within you have retained their individuality, even after all this time. There is no difference. Balerion shouted, rushing at Nox with his blade held high. It was almost pitiful with ease that he was able to sidestep the attack before burying his armored fist into the creature's gut, dropping it to the ground where it was left gasping desperately for air. The fact that you do not recognize the difference only serves to prove my point, idiot. Not even bothering to dodge what he knew was coming, Nox simply used the force to strengthen the palm of his hand and caught the edge of the Valerian steel blade as Balerion tried to cut him with a weak backhanded strike. What? Balerion gasped, staring dumbly at the edge of his blade, held firmly in Nox's grip. This cannot be happening. I am a god. You cannot be more powerful than me. Wrenching the blade from the would-be god's grip, Nox casually tossed the blade aside before delivering a full arching kick straight to the man's jaw. He could feel the bone break under the pressure of his foot as Valeria was lifted off his knees and sent careening into a nearby wall. At the start of this fight, you would have been correct in saying that I was not as powerful as you, Nox lectured as he squatted down a fair distance from Valeria and watched him through his sightless eyes as he tried to reform his jaw. But, like many before you, your pride and belief in your supposed immortality led to your downfall. I must thank you for not even bothering to block my first couple of attacks, by the way. That allowed me to not only form a theory, but to test it as well. Do you want to know what I learned? I learned that you imprisoned the souls within your body and then started to channel the power from those spirits. While this method does allow one to become more powerful, there is a problem. A problem that exists with all prisons. In that prisoners can escape. He could sense Valeria's startle as fear began pouring off the fool. Utter dragon shit. I have no reason to lie to you. And you know that I'm telling the truth. Nox replied dismissively as he advanced on the now cowering being. Each time I delivered a fatal blow to you, I weakened your hold on the souls imprisoned within you. And then you did me a favor by overextending yourself by manipulating the stoneman and using a fair portion of your power to reanimate your dragon. But now, your dragon is dead, and the power you used to reanimate it is gone. And what little power you have left, you need to use to keep your spirit anchored to this plane. In short, you're powerless now. Growling, Valeria threw his hands forward, dark mist forming in the palms of his hands. I'll show you powerless, slave. Nox didn't even bother trying to form a defense. The attack was so pitiful that the dark mist simply bounced off him before dissipating harmlessly into the air. As I said, powerless. Holding his hand above his head, Nox began pulling heavily on the dark side of the force as he prepared himself to call his wrath down upon the fool. Unfortunately for you, you still have quite a few souls left to help anchor you. So, I'm just going to have to kill you again and again and again until all those souls you imprisoned are set free. And you are once again mortal. Wait. Valeria screamed, hands held out pleadingly as the being scrambled to get to its knees before him. I will swear myself to you, my lord. My knowledge will be yours. You will be able to take over the world. And I will serve at your side for eternity. If the being expected Nox to be moved by his plea, well, he was correct that it moved him. But not in the direction it'd been hoping. Snarling at the kneeling man, Nox paused what he had been preparing and opted instead to simply lay into Valeria with a blast of force lightning. Did you think that kind of plea would work on me? He all but yelled as he carefully maintained the current of the lightning to optimize the pain but making sure it wouldn't kill him further. You sacrificed thousands to get here. Destroyed an entire civilization in your pursuit of power. Now, you dare to plead for mercy. How fucking pathetic. At least have the decency to die like a fucking man and not a sniveling coward. And besides, I already made a deal. A deal to end your pathetic existence for good. Ending the attack, he once again raised his hand towards the sky. As he did, he could feel the powers within him shift once, twice, thrice, and again until the 7 beings he'd contracted temporarily separated themselves from him so they could be revealed before Valeria. For his part, the would-be god could do little else but whimper as he stared at the now 8 faces glaring down at him. I told you. Had you used your full power from the moment you saw me, you potentially could have defeated me. That was not a chance I was willing to take. So, before confronting you, I took my time to track down the 7 archons who gave their lives and bound their spirits to the barrier to protect the souls of Valeria from you. It didn't take much to get them to agree to be temporarily bound. I just had to give them my word that they would have a front row seat at seeing you being obliterated. In return, they would grant me their powers. And now it is time for me to uphold my end of my bargain. May you rot in whatever hell you believe in, God of Valeria. He could feel as the 7 archons gave up their forms and returned to him, boosting his connection to the force like a dam that had all its floodgates open simultaneously. The sky above him crackled and boomed as lightning arched through the sky and the wind began to blow fiercely enough to kick up dust and even start to move rocks. On the ground, the false god begged again and again for its life, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Nox let the storm of force energy saturate everything around him. Dropping his hand, Nox unleashed the strongest force storm he'd ever conjured. The wind surrounding them whipped up into a frenzy, tearing buildings apart as its cyclone spread around the two of them. Force lightning fell all around the two of them, reducing everything to ash and sand before crystallizing it due to the extreme heat before vaporizing the crystallization once more. And in the center of it all, the false god convulsed on the ground, screaming as loud as the being could as its body was torn down to a molecular level. Only to be reformed by its own power, just so that it could be torn asunder once more. As he poured more and more power into the onslaught, he could even feel the fabric of space and time around the would-be god begin to tear, ripping into the creature even more deeply than the lightning. And, through it all, Nox stood his ground, acting as judge, jury, and executioner on the one who brought about the doom to Valeria. Nox had no idea just how long he remained, standing amongst the storming winds and lighting of the force as the creature Sorcerer. But, eventually, the last of the souls held captive within the creature were ripped from him, leaving Valeria defenseless. Snarling, Nox focused harder on the being, condensing the force energy around him as he ripped his connection to the force from him before using the force to tear him apart cell by cell until there was nothing left of him. Physically and in the force. Letting go of the power, Nox leaned his head back as the storm slowly started to dissipate around him. As it did, he could feel as the 7 archons left him, only to reappear before him in their astral forms. "Our pact is done, Sorcerer from the stars," Archon Draesquitum said, standing in the middle of the archons. "The fool is gone." He is." Nox was tempted, Force knows he was tempted. But he knew the risks of keeping the spirits bound to him indefinitely like this. While the force walking technique allowed one to bind a force ghost, there was a price to pay. Binding 4 Sith Lords had nearly killed him and would have killed him had he not all but remade his body down to a molecular level. Binding 7 beings of nearly equal power, well, that was not going to end well. Going to his knees, Nox lowered his head on as he called upon the power within him that he hadn't even known he was capable of until he met Ashura, and later Naira. "May my light, what little there is, redeem your spirits in the force. And may you find peace as you leave this plane and become one with the force." One by one, the spirits of the last archons of Valeria glowed brightly before dissipating as they became one with the force. Soon, only Draesquitum was left standing before Nox. As his body began to glow, the archon asked, "The boy? The one whose presence you guarded when we first met? The one you sent to the breeding grounds? Is he?" "He is," Nox stated, cutting the spirit off. He could practically feel the relief and joy that was coming off from the spirit as it began to disappear. In the end, our will was done. "Train him well, Sorcerer. And see him safe." With his piece said, the last archon of Valeria became one with the force, and Nox was left alone. "Well, that's that I guess," he thought, rising to his feet and rolling his neck as he took a moment to study the land now that the archons and the false god were gone. The land is still heavily tainted in the dark side of the force. And without the archons' protection, the various monsters that call this land home will be able to start claiming parts of the ruins here. But give it a century, maybe 2, and this land might actually start to become something close to habitable for again. Turning his back on where the archons had disappeared from, Nox made his way across the freshly ruined landscape towards where the rest of the expedition was standing. Perhaps that was a bit overkill, he thought as he listened to his boots crunch through the ground, which had been partially transformed to glass. From what he could tell, everything within a half-mile radius of where he'd been standing had been reduced to nothing. There wasn't even any evidence left of the structures that had once surrounded him. But highly satisfying. Now, I know that creating a force storm of such magnitude is indeed possible. And not only that, but at that level of intensity it was warping time and space, creating a wormhole effect. Interesting. I wonder if such a phenomenon could be controlled. Standing near the edge of the ring of destruction he'd caused were the surviving members of his expedition force. Each of whom, from Oberyn to his acolyte and the sailors, were all staring at him with varying degrees of shock, awe and fear. "What's our status? Have the ships been loaded and are they still in one piece?" he asked as he stepped out of the ring of destruction before his men and women. "Gods, that's the first thing you say?" Oberyn asked with a forced chuckle as Nox calmly brushed some dust and debris off his overcoat. "People say that I like to showboat on occasion, but you, Sorcerer? You give a whole new meaning to the word." "That was not me showboating," he said, only slightly lying. "That was simply the level necessary to destroy the fool who was responsible for all of this. Now, what is our status?" We still have all the boats and a skiff Prince Oberyn managed to find and repair, Master," his acolyte said, tentatively stepping forward and holding his lightsaber out for him to take back. "But there was a mutiny and, with the dragon and stoneman as well, we only have half of our original number, my master. If we want to take everything with us, we'll have to tow the boats down the river." Taking his lightsaber back, Nox gave it a quick check to make sure John hadn't damaged it in some manner before reattaching it to his belt on his left side. "Then that is exactly what we'll do. Split the boats in half, 3 will carry our spoils along with this skiff and those of us still alive will be in the remaining 3. Scour the docks for chains or ropes or anything that we can use to lash the boats together. Now." "You heard the Sorcerer," Asha yelled, being one of the first to break out of her stupor as she rounded on the others. "He's given you lot an order. Now get your asses in gear before I put my boot up it." Now. Except for John and Prince Oberyn, everyone all but jumped as their senses came back to them. Then it almost seemed like a race to see who could get away the fastest, leaving only the 2 men and the boy at the edge of the ruins. "John," Nox said, turning towards his acolyte. "Show me the talisman." John hesitated only a moment before rolling up his right sleeve, revealing the talisman attached to his arm. "I see," Nox said simply after only a moment's investigation. He had a pretty decent idea about just what the talisman would do, but it never hurt to confirm one's suspicion. I must admit that I have not seen many items like this in all of my travels, and that is saying something. For the Dragon Lords to have been able to construct such an object, perhaps they were more force adept than I had originally theorized. And, for those of us who don't speak your cryptic tongue, Sorcerer, care to translate? Prince Oberyn asked, eyeing the talisman on John's arm warily. Reaching out, Nox laid a single finger against the talisman. A full explanation would more than likely leave you even more confused than you are now. Suffice to say, when the Dragon Lords crafted this talisman, they imbued it with the Force with the purpose to give the wearer the ability to control flames, even those from a dragon. Such Force constructs are not unheard of, but it takes a certain level of knowledge of the Force in order to achieve such a specific result. Perhaps, yes. If they were able to manipulate the Force to such a degree and create an object with such a specific purpose, they could also, is it that simple? It must be. Interesting. Hopefully, one of the tomes we collected will have the answers. But then the question would become how to mass-produce it without a sufficient heat source. Master Nox. John called out tentatively, breaking Nox out of his thoughts. It is nothing, Nox responded. At least not now, but soon it could be much more. And what of the crystal you gathered? Let me see it. This time John didn't hesitate in removing a small coin purse he had tied to the waist of his pants. His acolyte didn't even need to open it for Nox to know what was inside. But even knowing what his impressive acolyte had found didn't fully prepare Nox to see the small finger-size kyber crystal in John's outstretched hand. It wasn't the fact that John had found a kyber crystal that had surprised Nox so much so. While rare outside of Ilum, other veins of kyber crystals were known to exist elsewhere. No, what truly surprised Nox was the fact that the crystal in John's hand glowed with a steady white glow. A feat only obtained when a corrupted kyber crystal became purified. But John couldn't have purified the crystal, he thought, examining the crystal through the Force. To do so takes a tremendous amount of time and energy, not to mention a level of understanding of the Force that is currently beyond my young acolyte. Which means the Valerians either corrupted a kyber crystal and then purified it somehow, or they took an already corrupted crystal and purified it. Perhaps I was a little too hasty in dismissing the spirits of the Archons before I could bleed them for more information. Do you know what you have in your hand, John? He asked rhetorically. He hadn't yet explained to John or any of his acolytes just what a kyber crystal even was, seeing as how he doubted that he would ever encounter another outside of the lightsabers he'd brought with him when he crash-landed on this planet. No, Master Nox, John answered honestly. But I could feel it through the Force. Like it was calling out to me. And, it feels like your lightsaber, on. Prince Oberyn, perhaps you could assist the gathering and disposing of our dead, Nox interrupted his acolyte as he turned to face the Prince of Dorne. You've been a great asset to this expedition so far, and my acolyte and I have words that must only be said between the two of us. On the outside, Oberyn didn't appear to have registered anything as he gave Nox a polite nod before moving away to go about the task. Nox though knew that was furthest thing from the truth. Oberyn was sharp. And Nox didn't forget the primary reason as to why the prince was even in Essos in the first place. To gather knowledge about Nox and his powers. And while his display did give Oberyn a good idea about just what he could do, John had just given the prince a clue as to how some of his abilities could work. Master, what? You need to learn to watch that mouth of yours, John. Nox lectured his acolyte as he used the Force to fashion himself a chair of sorts before sitting down. Between the journey to Valeria and the fight with Bail Ryan, even with the aid of the Archons, he was starting to feel the familiar signs of fatigue beginning to wear him down. Oberyn is not our ally. Not yet. And he is not a Sith nor a Force user like yourself or your Stark brethren. Yet you have just given him vital information that is not known. That is not acceptable. You must watch your tongue in the future. Anything you say, even if it might seem trivial to you, can be used against you by your enemies if they are cunning enough. Or even your friends, if they are ambitious enough. John seemed thoroughly confused as he tried to put together what had just happened. But, what? What is this? Nox asked, motioning towards his lightsaber. Your lightsaber, John replied without hesitation. Yes, now, have you ever seen a weapon like this before? Or do you know of any who can create this type of weapon? Frowning, John shook his head. No. And that is because no one besides myself and those I decide to teach in the future will know how to make them. Let alone what needs to go into their making, Nox lectured, leaning forward so he could rest his elbows on his knees. But one of the key parts to creating a lightsaber, the very core of a lightsaber in fact, is the utilization of a kyber crystal. A fact that you just now hinted to Prince Oberyn with your offhand comment. Now, it is highly unlike, improbable even, that some smith and scholar working together could manage to hit upon how to make a lightsaber based on what Prince Oberyn now knows, or some weapon that is similar to a lightsaber. But if it ever did happen, what do you think would happen once those weapons start to become as commonplace as, say, Valerian steel? Don't answer right away. Think first. Think of what my lightsaber can do, then think of it in the hands of those unworthy of wielding it. And what that would do to the lay of the land. He could see the wheels turning in John's head as he thought everything through. I'm sorry, Master. I'll be careful with what I say in the future. Good, Nox nodded. The boy was learning, but he still had a long way to go. Despite your slip of the tongue just now, you have done exceedingly well. Kneel. John's eyes widened as Nox stood while he went down to a knee before him. Resting a hand on John's head, Nox added a little more flair than he usually did to his acceptance. You have stood against that which many cannot. You have survived your trials and come out stronger than you were. You still have a long way to go, but you are no longer an acolyte, Jon Snow. From this day forth, you are now my apprentice. Rise. He could practically feel the pride and joy bursting off the young boy, but thankfully he was at least able to keep some of it from showing on his face. What now, Master? Now? He questioned. Now, you are going to help Prince Oberyn with the last details on loading our boats and getting ready to leave this place. Jon nodded. And what will you be doing, Master? Me? He asked, a grin coming across his face as he thought of what was to come. I have a few degenerates to teach a lesson to. Oh, and by the way, that other thing you found in the hatchery? Make sure you keep it safe and hidden. No telling what will happen if it becomes common knowledge about what else you found. Catching himself with his hands on his knees, Theo Snow, or Theo Pike, when he was out of the north and back where he belonged on the Iron Islands, resisted the urge to rip the blasted leather mask off his face so that he could breathe properly. But despite his deep hatred for the sorcerer, he couldn't deny that the man was intelligent, frighteningly so. And because of that, when the sorcerer spoke of the dangers of Valeria, Theo listened and obeyed. Even if he had been planning on stabbing the man in the back ever since before the Seawolf set sail from White Harbor. Glancing to his left and right, Theo took stock of the few that were left who he'd managed to convince to go along with his little plot. Of the 10 he'd convinced to follow his lead in leaving the sorcerer and taking the treasures for themselves, only 4, including himself, remained. There was some bastard, from the Riverlands he thought, and 2 others from the north. The Riverlands fuck was bleeding, courtesy of the Red Viper's cunt of a daughter. And one of the men from the north was nursing a broken arm, thanks to that Mormont bitch's mace which she'd taken from the vault. The other 6 were all dead. Killed when that skeleton fucking dragon decided to show up and breathe fire down on the ruins. And then there were the fucking stonemen that came right behind the beast. 2 of us are lame, and we're weighed down, he thought, his eyes glancing to the leather saddlebag he had hanging around his shoulders. A saddlebag that was filled to the brim with more gold than he'd ever seen in his entire life. Enough gold to set him up with his own ship and his own crew. This bag was his future, and he would be damned if he would let it out of his sight. Our best, and only hope is that the fucking dragon and stoneman managed to finish those noble fuckers, the sorcerer and bastard boy off. Never should have listened to ye, fucking iron-born cunt. Glaring to his left, Theo spared the Riverlander a sneer. You were just as ready to betray the fucking sorcerer as I was. So, don't give me no shit just because you wanted to get your fucking cock wet in that Dornish cunt. Probably couldn't even get his cock wet, one of the northerners chuckled as if there was something amusing about their current situation. Bet that one is as dry as the deserts those snakes call home. Cunts, cocks, fucking, gold, none of it fucking matters right now, just in case none of you pieces of shit realize how deep of shit we're fucking in, the other northerner spat, surprising Theo as he actually spoke a semblance of sense. We've all seen the horrors of this godless land, and now we're stuck in the middle of it, alone, without the fucking sorcerer to guide us and no boats to hide on. We won't be out here for long, Theo countered, resting his back against the rocks they were resting behind. Between that dragon and the fucking stoneman, no way those noble pricks survived. And even if they did, well, they won't stay here long. All we need do is hide out here a day and then go back. If they're dead, we loot their corpses and take the boats. Then continue with the plan to convince the others on the Seawolf to turn on the fat fuck, and then the Seawolf, the treasure and the path to Valeria will be ours to sell to the richest lords and ladies in Essos. We'll live like fucking kings still. Mark my words. And what if they're not dead? The Riverlander challenged. If the sorcerer ain't dead. What then? Shrugging, Theo tried to make himself as comfortable as possible. Then we wait until they're gone. Fashion a raft out of all the rubble that the Viper found along the docks and make our way out to Essos. Either way, we still get to leave here with as much coin, jewels, and Valerian steel as we can carry. I doubt the sorcerer, if he is even still alive, will care about us. All we need to do is hide and wait. I wouldn't be too sure about me not caring. Theo felt all the blood in his body freeze as it suddenly felt like he was standing naked atop the wall. No, it can't be, he half whispered, half prayed to the drowned god as he slowly turned around as his sight traveled upwards. But the drowned god could not hear his prayers, not in this forsaken land. For squatting atop the very rock pile he was leaning against was none other than the northern sorcerer. His rumored eyeless face hidden behind his ever-present cloth and the leather mask he made them all wear. You know, while hide and seek isn't my favorite game, I'm not all that bad at it either. Wouldn't you lot agree? Theo had heard stories from the ones who'd survived the massacre of the Pike. Tales of the sorcerer being the storm god reborn. That he destroyed the very walls of Castle Pike with thunder and lightning he'd summoned forth. How his sword of fire cut through wood, steel, and leather as if they were nothing. Of how battle-hardened Ironborn now pissed themselves out of fear just from the thought of getting too close to him. But Theo had always thought the stories to be horseshit, especially after traveling with the man for months. But now, staring up at that mask and cloth-covered face, Theo felt as if he were staring into the very eyes of the storm god and the stranger of the seven, had they somehow combined into this one vengeful being. Run! He hardly even recognized his own voice, and he wasn't even sure just how he managed to pull the dagger from his sheath and throw it at the sorcerer. All he knew was that one moment he was staring down death and now he was running for his very life. Fucking shit! Ass fucking nobles, he cursed, squinting as he tried his best to see as the land became darker and darker. Fucking Balong Greyjoy ordering me to come. Fucking sorcerer, fuck that Greyjoy cunt. Bet she's fucking the sorcerer and that's why she didn't join us. She probably sucks his cock and kisses his ass whenever he tells her to. She's nothing but a fucking puppet he's going to send back to the Iron Isle. Fuck. His screams echoed as the ground beneath his feet gave way to nothing. He could feel the air rushing past as he fell deep into darkness, his hands reaching desperately for anything to break his fall. And suddenly it ended as his back hit the ground, driving the air from him. Fuck, he coughed, rolling over and noticing that he wasn't the only one who'd fallen into this pit as the other three had joined him. Getting his hands under him, he tried to clear his head as his hand slipped across the ground. Despite his slightly dazed state, he could immediately tell that that wasn't normal, whatever it was he'd put his hand in. What the fuck? One of the others mumbled, lifting his hand, which was covered in some strange substance. What is that fucking stench? And what the fuck is this shite? That shite is a viscous secretion from a rather unpleasant creature that calls this area its home. Looking up, Theo found the sorcerer, once again squatting above them all. Only this time he was on the edge of the hole that they'd fallen into. An hole which seemed to be as deep as four men standing atop one another. Turning away from the sorcerer, he tried to find some way of getting out of this hole, but the dim light barely provided them with enough light to see much of anything in the hole they were stuck in. Quickly giving up on looking around, Theo yelled up at the bastard, "What the fuck are you on about, cunt?" As he was trying to get to his feet, only to slip in the strange substance. With the dim sky light backing him, Theo could do little more than watch as the sorcerer picked up a stick of some sort and scraped one end around the inside of the hole, collecting the strange substance on the end. This slime is a mucus secreted from a slug-like creature. And that smell you noted is a compound that, if I had to guess, is a type of petrochemical. In other words, it is highly flammable. Shall we test that theory? The air hissed as the sorcerer's strange fire blade came to life. Holding the stick in one hand, the sorcerer brought the fire blade to the end of the stick he'd rubbed inside the hole, and to Theo's fear, the stick burst into fire as if it were coated in oil. Interesting. Highly flammable. And the gel consistency isn't affected by heat. In fact, the heat almost seems to be hardening the gel, making it cling even more tightly to whatever is on fire. Interesting defense mechanism. The dragons were the alpha predators of this land, so these creatures developed a natural defense against them by fighting fire with fire. So, if the dragons burned them or tried to eat them, their secretions would ignite, burning and sticking to whatever killed them. Makes one not want to mess with them. Such a curious evolutionary trait. What the fuck are you on about, sorcerer? Theo shouted, finally rising to his feet and looking around. If this shit did burn like the sorcerer was showing, then Theo really did not like the way the sorcerer was holding that torch so close to the edge of the pit. You fucking caught us. We surrender. Surrender? The sorcerer asked, his head turning back towards them. Oh, forgot you lot were there. Sorry about that. I tend to get carried away when I find something fascinating. Oh, and as for your surrender, that's going to be a no. No. One of the northern men barked. I'll take the black for my crimes. You serve the Starks. I've decided to take the black. So, you're honor-bound to see me to the wall. The fire blade disappeared as the sorcerer stood to his full height. Am I? While it is true that I do serve Lord Stark, that is primarily because 1, I like the man. And 2, for the time being, our goals align. But that does not mean that I share Lord Stark's sense of honor. You lot have been planning this mutiny with the others since before we departed Bravus. I know you lot planned on leaving the rest of us to die. That you planned on using the riches of Valeria to make the other crew members of the Sea Wolf turn against Sir Manderley. I also know that you either planned on either selling Lady Talisa and Lady Valeria into slavery or turning them into your own version of salt wives. And I also know that each of you were sent to White Harbor to spy on the north. You, the Riverlander, were sent by House Frey. You were sent by the Lords of Skagos. You were sent by the Lords of the Three Sisters. And you, Loudmouth, were sent by Balong Greyjoy. Each of you had orders to sabotage the expedition or to make sure I never returned to the north. So, what makes you think that I would show you mercy now? Theo felt his blood run even colder, if that was even possible. Horseshit. Didn't you find it odd? The sorcerer continued. That you lot were always thrown together during the voyage? I knew that you were all planning on trying to kill me and the others, even if you didn't know that about each other. I planned this all from the very start. I made sure you traitors were always together. I even gave slight encouragement to your planning. I was the one who planted the idea of leaving me to rot here in Valeria. With each word, Theo found himself involuntarily taking a step back until his back was pressed against the slime-covered wall of the pit. He didn't want to believe the sorcerer, but it all fit. He hadn't even questioned the fact that his bunk, isolated in one of the lower levels of the ship, was with so many others that were of similar mindset to his own. And he hadn't even thought twice when all of them eagerly jumped at the chance to join the expedition, nor had he balked when the suggestion came about that, instead of stabbing the man in the back, that they would leave him to die in Valeria. No, he's spewing horseshit. He couldn't have planned all of this. Yes, I did plan all of this, Theo Pike. The words made his breath catch as he suddenly couldn't breathe. You see, I knew it would require a decent amount of manpower to get to Valeria. However, the same amount of manpower would not be needed to leave. In fact, keeping the same number would be a nuisance as it would mean that I would have to leave some of the lost knowledge of Valeria behind. And Force only knows when I'll be able to come back here to gather more. So, the most obvious solution is that I needed to leave with fewer men than which I came with. And you and your accomplices provided the perfect solution to that. After all, no one will question the loss of traitors. And speaking of which, I suppose it's time we wrap this up. If I were you, I wouldn't let this touch the ground. Time slowed as the sorcerer held the torch over the pit and then let it go. The others with him started yelling as they tried to get away, but he knew it was no use. This slime was everywhere. Which meant there was only one chance for survival. Tracking the falling flame, Theo waited until just the right moment before snatching the torch from the air. Ha 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 ha. He laughed, holding the torch high and glaring at the sorcerer. Is that the best you can do, cunt? No, the sorcerer shrugged. I can do far worse than that. But, if I were you, I would be far more worried about those things, especially as I am no longer holding them back. I wonder if they'll simply eat you or if they'll use you as incubation hosts for their young. But, a study for another time, I guess. Oh, and by the way, I do believe they are attracted to heat signatures. So, if I were you, I would find a safe place to put that torch down. A loud chittering noise followed by the sound of flesh tearing and a scream of agony brought Theo and his torch around. One of the Northmen was on the ground, covered in large slug-like creatures nearly half as tall as a man. And when one pulled back away from the screaming man, it came with a strip of the Northman's flesh as if he'd been flayed. Fuck! Theo shouted, drawing his dagger in his hand as he backpedaled away from the dying and screaming man. Hearing more chittering from behind, he whirled about just in time to duck as another slug flew through the air, its maw open like a fucking lamprey, showing off rows of thick serrated teeth as it passed him by, only to land on the chest of the Riverlander, bringing the poor fucker to the ground where he was immediately swamped with other slugs coming up from the ground. Fuck this! The other Northman yelled, going from the pit wall. We can climb this. Just need to find the right F. Oh fuck! A piece of the pit wall gave way, revealing no less than two more of the slug creatures which immediately lurched out, one going for the man's face and the other going for his crotch. Fuck! Theo yelled, dodging his way through the pit and trying to block out the sights and sounds of the others being torn to pieces. Holding the torch above his eyes, he looked to where the sorcerer had been standing, prepared to get on his very knees and beg for his life, only to find empty space. Fuck, he murmured, not caring as his fear drove him to piss his pants as he turned back to the pit. The light of the torch revealing a swarm of the slug creatures rising from the slime and coming towards him. Fuck, fuck, fuck you, sorcerer. Resting with his back to a wall, Prince Oberyn allowed himself a slight grin as he watched the last of their plunder be loaded up onto the boats and skiff that were tied off in the harbor. While the sight of chests of gold, Valyrian steel, and other valuable loot was enough to make anyone grin, that was not the true reason why he felt the way he did. No, what was causing his mood was the young boy who had, without even seeming to have realized it, taken over command of the expedition while Nox was off doing whatever it was a sorcerer did in his free time. He'd always been one for the more underprivileged of the nobility, especially bastard children. Which was understandable considering he had 7 bastard daughters of his own and, God's willing, hopefully more in the future. But he had an especially soft spot for those who did their best to rise above what the civilized nobility thought their place was. His own squire back in Dorne, Damon Sand, was one such bastard. His eldest daughters could also be considered amongst that group. And now, Jon Snow was with them as well, having earned the respect of the only true sorcerer of Westeros to the point where the man had taken the boy on as his official apprentice, a position akin to being a squire if his somewhat limited knowledge of the sorcerer and his ways meant anything. And, without a doubt, it was an honor and privilege just about any lord or lady in Westeros and Essos would kill to have. And, at least to Oberyn, the honor was well deserved. The boy did manage to not only hold off the flames of a dragon for gods only knew how long until Nox could return and put an end to the skirmish by killing whatever the hell it was that he'd been fighting, but he also managed to kill said dragon as well. Thinking of the fight dampened his mood more than slightly. For a long time, Oberyn had considered himself one of the more knowledgeable men in all of Westeros, especially in matters of the arcane. Unlike many in the Citadel, he took his studies of the high mysteries seriously. He'd bore witness to a shadow priestess ritual. He knew of the warlocks of Qarth. And while he had not had the pleasure, or displeasure pending on one's viewpoint, of meeting the faceless men of Bravos, he knew the assassins used some form of magic to aid them. But his short time here, perusing some of the tomes of ancient dragon lords, reminded him of a lesson he'd long since forgotten. That no matter how much one thought they knew, there was always more out there. Whatever magic the dragons used, it was far beyond anything he'd ever seen or even heard of from other people. And watching just what Nox had done, well, that was so far beyond what even the Valyrians could probably do that he was relatively sure that had he been born during the Valyrian Empire, the sorcerer would have either been given one of the highest seats in the empire, or be considered a god reborn. To say nothing of his fighting prowess, the man's power was far beyond anything Oberyn could have ever imagined. He was able to call down a storm that completely obliterated a fair portion of a city. Not destroy. Obliterate. And, as if that wasn't enough, he was able to stand in the midst of said storm and emerge without a single hair out of place. And when Oberyn added what he'd seen to the rumors he'd gathered from the Battle of Pike, rumors that he was now sure were understating Nox's capabilities, he was left with one conclusion. That Nox was, without a doubt, the most dangerous man in all of Westeros. Perhaps even Essos and Sothorios, and all other land masses as well. And not just because of his power, but his mind as well. The man was a born strategist and a beyond excellent player of the game, on the same level as his brother, or perhaps even greater. A thought that chilled Oberyn to the bone. My brother sent me out to learn what I can about Nox and report back to him. Specifically, if there is anything we can use to entice him to our way of thinking in the times to come, Oberyn mused, glancing out of the corner of his eye at his new Valyrian spear. Well, after spending weeks with him, I can safely say that any rumors or stories about the man and his abilities are, if anything, understating his capabilities. And as for enticing him to our side, according the Northerners with looser lips, the sorcerer has a woman he cares deeply for waiting for him back in the North. He has the respect of the North for all his actions, which have placed him on the same level as Ned Stark in their eyes. And with this little venture into Valeria, he now has more wealth to his name than perhaps even Tywin fucking Lannister. In short, there is nothing we can do to entice him to leave the North. And facing him either on the field of battle or off is akin to suicide. But, perhaps, the answer to our problems lay not with the sorcerer himself. But rather, in someone who would be more malleable. Someone young. Someone who doesn't stand to inherit anything from his father because he laid with a woman who was not his wife. The idea had merit. But it would take time. The sorcerer obviously cared for his new apprentice, though how deep that relationship went, he still wasn't sure. But if, within a few years, Jon Snow could wield even a fraction of the power Nox had, then he could change the course of a war with his mere presence. And there is the added benefit that Snow and his true-born siblings are being raised as if they were truly siblings. Meaning there is love between them. Oberyn mused, watching as Jon coordinated the efforts to finalize their departure. If there truly is family love between Snow and the future heir of the North, then that could be potentially leveraged if we were to gain control, or rather the allegiance, of the boy. I doubt controlling him will be an option, given who his mentor is. Though, the reverse is true as well. Any action taken against the North and his family would firmly put Snow against us. It will be a fine line to walk, but it is possible. That is quite the pensive look for you, Prince Oberyn. Damn, Oberyn cursed, just barely managing to keep himself seated instead of jumping up and grabbing his spear. I need to learn how he can sneak up on people so effectively. I know of many assassins that would do just about anything to have his level of skill. I find myself in a pensive mood, Sorcerer, Oberyn responded, slowly rising to his feet as he turned to the man he was starting to consider a friend. Or at least a man that he knew he couldn't afford not to befriend. I take it you dealt with our wayward sailors. No, Nox responded, shaking his head. I let the land take care of them. I just led them to the right spot. Oberyn didn't really have much to say in response. The men tried to kill himself and take one of his daughters as a plaything. As far as he was concerned, whatever ill fate befell those fools was well deserved. Well, as long as they're dealt with, I guess that is all that matters. Indeed, Knox agreed before turning towards the boats. Is everything set? Yes, Oberyn nodded. The boats are filled to the point where they're about to capsize. And they're chained to the others so we can tow them out of this god-forsaken land. Good, Knox nodded, his tone lighter than it had been for days. Then let us get out of this hellhole and start discovering just what kinds of treasures we have managed to procure from this costly venture, shall we? Chapter 12, The Return Part 1. Welcome back everyone. I hope that everyone is managing to stay healthy during these trying times. This chapter kinda got away from me lengthwise. I was debating cutting it into 2 chapters, but then decided against it. I want to get this story rolling, and if that means I have a longer chapter here or there, then so be it. But just so everyone is on the same page, this story is gonna be a long one by the time everything is all said and done. I mean, we aren't even to the start of the books or the show and I'm already this far. And we still have quite a bit that I want to have happen before we reach that point as well, so buckle up everyone, this is gonna be a long one. Again, huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I am not Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. The summer sea was peaceful, calm, serene. There wasn't a cloud in the sky and the air was warm. The sea wolf rocked only slightly as the tide of the ocean water gently pushed at the massive ship with a weak effort, or none. Yet despite the calm weather and sea, Valeria Sand could find no peace. Not while her love was away from her side. Deep in the forsaken land of Valeria for over a sennight now with no word nor sign of himself, his bastard daughter, or any of the others that had gone with them being even close to returning. Normally, whenever her lover would go on some dangerous venture, it was never for very long and she was able to keep her mind off him and just what dangerous things he could potentially be facing. She'd tried to employ the same tactic this time as well. Unfortunately, she was stuck on a ship. It was a large ship to be sure, but nonetheless a ship. After only 2 days, she'd run out of activities that could potentially keep her mind off what could be happening to Oberyn and Obara. Well, not all activities. And while she knew that Oberyn would not chide her for turning to the pleasures of the flesh to keep her mind occupied, she simply couldn't work up the will to do so. Not without him. The only thing that kept her occupied now was her daily duties where she helped the Lady Talisa, who'd taken on the unofficial role of healer on board. But even then, there wasn't much in the way of injuries or sickness when the ship stayed anchored in a single location for days on end. The only oddity that had occurred was a few days prior when 2 longships, not even galleons, had tried to attack the Sea Wolf while it was anchored. The battle or rather skirmish and even calling it that was a stretch was very short-lived. The longboats didn't even get close enough so that the occupants on board could start attempting to board the Sea Wolf before one of them was sunk by well-aimed scorpion bolts and a firebomb. The other was very quick to flee in response. She knew that Sir Manderley had wanted to go after the ship, but 2 things stopped him from ordering the pursuit. 1, the longboat was faster than the Sea Wolf and was already at full sail. And the second was the fact that their orders from the Sorcerer took precedence over petty grievances. And no one wanted to have to explain to that man why they weren't in place to pick him and his expedition up once they returned from the Valyrian Peninsula. My lady. Glancing to her left, she gave an acknowledgement to Sir Manderley as he made his way towards her. Honestly, I try not to be judgmental. But how does one gain such weight, she thought as she could feel the deckboards give slightly under her feet as he approached and stood beside her, looking out towards the river that her lover had taken on his never-ending quest for adventure and thrills. Sir Manderley. The 2 stood in silence as they both stared out at the same spot leading upriver. It's been a sennight, my lady. I don't care. Valeria shot back, just barely managing to keep the venom out of her tone. Even if another sennight should pass, simply leave me in a boat and go on your way if you wish to flee. That isn't what I was saying, my lady, Sir Manderley responded slowly. I meant. Well. I talked to the crew and, well. In the north, the Sorcerer is well respected. Even loved as much as the Starks themselves for what he's done for us all. And then there's Lord Stark's boy. Even if he is a natural-born son, he's still Lord Stark's. Then there are all the other lords and ladies that went with them and, well, if they don't return in another sennight then I've gathered together a list of volunteers that are willing to head upriver and find them, no matter what. I thank you, Sir Manderley, she muttered, not entirely sure just else to say on the matter as the 2 continued to look out over the ocean water towards the river. I believe I shall see if Talisa needs any more help with, well, anything. Turning her back on the peninsula, she made it only a dozen steps before Sir Manderley stopped her. You might want to wait on that for a moment, my lady. Spinning back around, she rushed to the railing of the ship and leaned over it as she stared hard towards the river opening. Her breath quickened as her heart threatened to beat out of her chest as she squinted, trying to see as far as she could. It was faint, barely little dots on the horizon, but it was unmistakable. Boats, several of them, were leaving the river and making their way out into the sea. They're back, she breathed. Aye, that they are, Sir Manderley nodded before turning towards the rest of the ship. All right, lads. The sorcerer is returning from having spit in the eyes of the dragon lords of old. Get off your fucking asses and get the winches and ladders ready to get our men and women back on board. Around her, the ship exploded into a flurry of activity as the sailors began preparing the numerous ropes and winches to raise the small boats out of the water. Despite everything going on around her, Valeria stayed rooted to her spot, keeping a watchful eye on the slowly approaching boats, looking desperately for any sign of her lover and her half-daughter. As the boats crossed the halfway point between the land and the sea wolf, she felt the cold hand of fear grip her tightly as she could begin to make out aspects of the boats. While she couldn't make out the individuals on the boats, there were a few things she could already tell. 1. There was an extra skiff that was drifting behind the others. And 2. Only half of the boats had people in them. They left in a full company, she thought, trying and failing from allowing her fear to overcome her. Yet they return with what looks like less than half the number they set out with. Valeria wasn't a devout woman, but at that moment she was praying to the seven, the old gods, the many-faced god, and even the red god for her family's safe return. Once the boats were close enough to begin making out individual faces on board, she nearly sagged in relief. For in the lead boat sitting beside the sorcerer was her lover Oberyn and her half-daughter Obara. Thank you, she sighed in relief, her hands gripping the railing so hard she was almost sure to leave marks in the wood. Thank you. Sorcerer. Sir Manderley bellowed, leaning over the rail as the ships got close enough to begin tying off on the Seawolf while rope ladders were lowered down the side of the hull. Looks like things didn't go as smoothly as you hoped. The sorcerer didn't respond as the boats began roping themselves to the side of the Seawolf. Once they were secure, the sorcerer raised his hand and lifted several unconscious individuals out of the boats, one of whom she noted as being the Lord Stark's base-born son, while Oberyn and a few others began scaling up the rope ladders. Send for Lady Talisa and the healer on board. The sorcerer shouted as the sailors began scrambling to take the bodies that were being lifted using sorcery. You heard him. Sir Manderley shouted as the bodies were lowered onto the deck. Get your asses moving or I'll put my boot up em. The mother in Valeria wanted to immediately go to the boy, but that thought was quickly pushed to the back of her mind as Oberyn vaulted over the railing and landed lightly on his feet right next to her. My love. She nearly cried, rushing into Oberyn's waiting arms and clutching him tightly to her. Please, please tell me you will cease with these ventures for some time now. I don't know if my heart can take another night like this. Tears began falling from her eyes as she felt Oberyn's warm soothing arms encircle her and hold her close. I think I can safely say that my need for adventure has been sated. And will be for quite some time. Good. Valeria smiled, pulling back just enough to lean forward once again and capture her lover's lips with her own. Sorcerer. I can't find any wounds on John. What happened to him? Breaking the kiss she'd been longing for, Valeria felt her motherly instincts return full force as she broke from Oberyn's embrace and rushed over to Talisa, who was currently on her knees and examining the young Jon Snow. He wasn't wounded, the deep, almost sensual voice of the sorcerer called out as the man himself slowly climbed over the railing of the ship. He's merely exhausted. Due to our losses, John and I were forced to use our powers to help push and guide the boats downriver. And while John is powerful, he doesn't quite have the experience or endurance to bear such strain for longer than a day or so. He needs rest. Maybe a day or two and he'll be back to normal. Talisa seemed to accept his words and left John to go to the other man's side, who she didn't recognize but could clearly see was in worse shape than John. Or anyone else for that matter. Rising to her feet, she moved to return to Oberyn's side, but halted as she watched her lover lean in slightly towards the sorcerer. His words were quiet, but she could still just barely make them out. You should be taking your own advice, Nox, Oberyn said quietly as the men and women around them scurried about, congratulating those returning from Valeria while working on bringing the loot from the voyage on board. The others may not have noticed, but I have. You haven't slept since we left the Sea Wolf. And you've been using whatever power you have the entire time to protect us, to fight that monster, and then to ensure we made it back safely and timely. There's no shame in admitting you're exhausted too. Gods know that if anyone has earned the right to rest, it's you. I can handle things from here for now. You need to get your pretty ass in bed. Upon hearing that, Valeria began examining the sorcerer closely. The man was doing a good job of holding himself up, especially if what Oberyn had said was true. But the closer she looked at him, the more she could see the telltale signs of exhaustion, the slight bend in his knees, his slight leaning, and while she couldn't see his eyes beyond their cloth coverings, she could see the signs of exhaustion clear on his face. Back in your paramour's arms for barely a few moments, and already trying to get me into bed, Oberyn? Have you no shame? Valeria found herself smiling at the jest as she walked up and weaved her arm around Oberyn's. Oh, I don't mind, Sorcerer. I'm sure you two would put on such a show that I would be unable to remain a spectator for long before joining you. The Sorcerer chuckled. And as I've said, I have a fine woman waiting for me back in the north that I will not stray from. Then perhaps we shall just have to venture north and bed both yourself and this mysterious woman who has ensnared you so. Valeria laughed back, feeling a familiar warmth return to her lower regions. She needed to get Oberyn alone and fast, or she would be taking him right here on the deck. If she is strong enough to capture and keep your attention, Sorcerer, then she is definitely the kind of woman I would gladly feast on. And with that thought, I believe I shall be taking your advice, Oberyn, the Sorcerer replied, making a hasty retreat towards his cabin at the rear of the ship. Sir Manderley. I leave the unloading of everything to you. Sort out and categorize as much as you can. I want the books kept separately as well as the crystals that are in some of the chests. Lady Talisa and I will begin working on translating as much as we can once we're back on the open waters. Aye, Sorcerer. Sir Manderley shouted. All right, lads. You heard the man. We got gold. Valyrian steel. And only the gods know what else to sort through. No longer able, or even willing, to remain above deck, Valeria grabbed a firm hold of Oberyn's arm and began leading him back towards their own private cabin. Why, my love, Oberyn chuckled. So forward. Did you not find a suitable substitute while I was away? Shut your mouth, love, Valeria hissed, throwing open the door to their cabin and tossing Oberyn inside before shutting and latching the door behind them. Or, on second thought, she muttered, unclasping her dress and letting it pool at her feet. Let us put your mouth to much better use. He was sitting on a grass field, feeling the warm air brush across his face as he watched his little girl dance through the meadows. The wind catching her golden hair and her emerald green eyes full of mischief as she danced and laughed. This was peace. This was what he wanted. If only he hadn't been a fool, he could have had exactly this. But now this was denied to him. And the only chance he had of experiencing this bliss was in the world of dreams. His only escape from his current reality of horror. As if to curse him more than he already was, he could feel the waking world calling for him. Denying him the peace he so desperately sought. He knew it was a pointless struggle to fight against that what was natural, but he fought against it all the same. Here, he was at peace. Here, he was with her. The waking world held no peace for him. No respite. Nothing but unending torment and hardship. But even as he struggled to remain in this peace, with her, he could feel the world slipping away from him as he began to regain conscious. Joy, my joy, I'm so sorry. As darkness eclipsed his vision and his one hope left his sight, Jerian fought against the tears threatening to fall as he began mentally preparing himself once again for the hardships of the day that had become the norm for him while being stranded in this accursed land of the fallen dragon lords. But as he began to wake, he noticed something odd. There was a gentle but subtle rocking motion that was not normal. And whatever he was laying on was certainly softer than the hard wooden planks of the shipwrecked lion's pride that he'd taken to call his bed. And there was also a soft sheet covering him? What? What fresh hell is this? Have I finally lost my mind and succumbed to the darkness that claimed so many that foolishly came with me on the promise of riches and fame beyond imagine? Forcing his eyes open, he had to immediately shut them once again as a light, far brighter than any he'd seen in a long time, assaulted him. Raising his arm to shield his face, he slowly cracked his eyes open once again. My armor is gone, he thought, marveling at the rough woolen tunic that covered his arm. Though after so long wearing leather and whatever he could scrap together, the cheap wool felt more like the softest silk. What is happening? Finally awake, Jerian Lannister. I must say that you certainly took your sweet time. I was starting to wonder if I'd overdone it with you. But I didn't want to take any chances. Turning his head, he noticed that he was in a decently sized cabin of some sort. And just a short distance from him was a man who had his back turned towards him with a book in his hands as he sat in a chair. A man dressed all in black with his hood pulled up over his head. I'm dead, he thought, closing his eyes once more. And the stranger has come to take my soul to the seven hells for my greatest sin, or I've finally lost it. Either way, I suppose this isn't all that bad. Interesting. Your emotions are screaming confusion yet acceptance. Yet at the same time, your thoughts, which should be screaming as well, are muffled. Quite curious. Yet it does serve to reaffirm my decision to take you with us, even if you did try and kill one of my expedition upon our first meeting. What? Forcing his eyes open once again, he turned to the stranger. Only, he wasn't the stranger. Or perhaps he was, but just a representation of what Jerian found to be the stranger. A man with Valerian features, yet who was blind, so kept an ornamental cloth wrapped around his head to hide his ruined eyes. A man he knew of very well. After all, his insufferable elder brother wouldn't shut up about him, and his nephew continuously gushed about him. The Northern Sorcerer, Lord Alum Knox. Scrambling away from the man, creature, whatever he was, Jerian only stopped as his back hit the wall, leaving him nowhere else to run. No, no, no. You can't be real. You can't be here. This is impossible. This is a trick. You're the stranger himself taking that form. Or just a figment of my mind sent to. He hadn't even seen the man, thing, move. But within a blink of an eye he managed to cross the distance between them and flicked him in the forehead with enough force to knock his head back against the wall. Does that hurt? Does that fucking hurt? Jerian yelled, rubbing the front and back of his head. Of course that fucking hurt. Then, by that logic, this is no illusion. Nor is this the afterlife. This is real. I am the Sorcerer Knox, as you more than likely know me by. Now, stop being a fool and don't do anything to hurt yourself. I would hate to have the effort I expended getting you out of Valeria to go to waste. He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't let himself hope. Hope was something that he'd long ago abandoned in order to survive in the hell that had become his life. But, despite himself, he found himself slowly inching towards to the man claiming to be the sorcerer. Reaching out, he poked the man in the arm with a finger, half expecting it to go through his form and for him to once again be in the ruins of the lion's pride. But it didn't. His finger struck solid flesh under cloth. This is real. He murmured, hope, dangerous hope rearing its head within him despite his best attempts to suppress it. It is, the man, sorcerer, nodded. Valeria is a few days at our backs. Soon enough, we'll be coming upon the stepstones, and then into Westerosi waters once again. Soon enough, you'll be home once more. He didn't want to believe him. He didn't want to get his hopes up once more, only to have them crushed. But even as he tried to deny what was happening, tried to suppress the hope this man had given him, he failed. The relief, the joy he felt was so overwhelming that he fell to his knees as tears of relief started pouring from his eyes. His brother, may the gods curse him, had always insisted on an image for all of those of House Lannister, especially after his father passed and he took up the mantle of Lord Lannister. And if he were to see the state Jerian was in now, he would consider it a disgrace. But Jerian simply didn't care at that moment. He was finally free of that hell hole. And now he could return home. Correct the wrongs he'd committed and do everything he could to keep his promise to the gods, old and new, for having delivered him his salvation. He didn't know just how long he knelt there, sobbing like a child, but eventually he managed to compose himself enough to raise his head. Mercifully, the sorcerer had turned his back on his shameful display and had resumed his spot in his chair, the book he had been reading once again in his hands. Though just how the sorcerer managed to read the words on the page without the use of his eyes was beyond him. I apologize for that display, sorcerer. There is no need, the sorcerer said dismissively as he closed his book and set it aside. Given what you've just went through, it's understandable. But now that you have gotten that out of your system, perhaps you will sate my curiosity. I am most interested in just how you managed to retain your mind in a situation where you shouldn't have been able to. Swallowing past the lump forming in his throat, Jerian nodded and sat down on the only seat left available, his small bed. I don't know what I can tell you, sorcerer. But I'll answer any questions you have for me. I owe you that much and more. And a Lannister always pays their debts. Let's start with your mind, the sorcerer said, leaning towards him. Besides having a noble upbringing and an educated mind, what thoughts occupied your mind most frequently? And were there any that you found to keep yourself from falling into despair? The question was honestly one that he had pondered frequently during his isolation in that hell. Why was he spared when so many of his men, good men, fell victim to madness? I don't know, he answered honestly, dropping his head. I thought often of my daughter. Of my failure to her as a father. I swore to the gods old and new that should they deliver me from Valeria and return me to Westeros that I would do right by her. That I would go to my brother or even the king and beg, on my hands and knees if I had to see her legitimized. And I would spend the rest of my life making up for my failure in taking full responsibility for her. And after I made that promise I started seeing her in my dreams. Of the few memories I had of her. Of her playing at the beach with other children or her running through a field of grass. I thought perhaps the gods had blessed me. But then as no rescue came, I began to think they cursed me. Torturing me day in and day out with thoughts of a peaceful life with my daughter only to have me awaken and find myself still fighting every day to stay alive and to keep my mind sound. You might actually have the right of it, the sorcerer replied, surprising Jerian. The god part is debatable. But the thought of returning to your daughter and doing right by her, combined with your will, might have been enough to hold back the darkness that encased Valeria for a time. But such a protection should not have lasted for as long as it did. Especially as your brothers showed no obvious signs of force sensitivity during the brief time I spent with them on Pike. But maybe, would you consent to an examination? Jerian could only follow about half of what the sorcerer was saying, as most of what he said seemed like mere ramblings. Why would you need my consent? He asked. I've been unconscious for days. You could have done whatever you wanted to me then. Why ask now? Because there is a difference between examining an unconscious mind versus a conscious mind, Knox answered. Now, do I have your consent? Warning bells were ringing in his head louder than the bells of King's Landing. But he owed this man a debt and he would see it repaid. If that is what you want, then I give you my consent, so. He wasn't entirely sure just what happened as soon as he said the words. One moment everything was normal and then next it felt like someone had their fingers inside his skull. What the fuck? He shouted, jumping to his feet and backing into a corner of the room, trying to put as much space between the two of them as he could as he felt the strange sensation within his mind disappear as quickly as it came. What did you do to me? Nothing, the sorcerer answered with a dismissive wave of his hand. I expected something along these lines, but certainly not to this extent. You are an extraordinary individual with quite the will to back it up. What in the name of the gods are you talking about, sorcerer? Jerian shouted, his body physically shaking as thoughts of Valeria and the cries of his men descending into madness returned full force upon him. No games. What did you do to me? Scratching at the short stubble on his face, the sorcerer took his time in answering. I did nothing more than probe your mind. A probe which you successfully rebuffed, I might add. You see, when you were asleep your unconscious mind repelled any type of probe. I tried to perform on you to see if you were in your right mind. In fact, I'll even admit that it was more than slightly difficult to keep you unconscious for those few days between our finding you and bringing you back to the Sea Wolf. At first, I simply assumed you had a strong will which manifested in your subconscious to keep foreign intruders at bay. The reality is far more complex. You see, you were force sensitive. Not to a high degree, but there was some force sensitivity within you. Perhaps, with the right training, you could have manifested the force in slight manner. But your time in Valeria has altered that. Subconsciously, you pulled on the force, centering on thoughts of your daughter and your will to return. You then coalesced the force into a construct around your mind. Think of it as sort of like building a castle in your mind where the designs were based on your desire and will to survive, and see your daughter and the force made up the bricks and mortar of your castle. You then locked your mind within, preventing any outside interference. Your time in Valeria eroded quite a bit of your defenses and, if given enough time, they would have crumbled completely. But now, your castle is constantly repairing itself to any attempts to breach it. In short, you subconsciously gave up your force sensitivity and any future potential you might have had to manifest the force in return for making your mind essentially as strong as Valerian steel. It's actually quite impressive. Jerian couldn't keep up with over half of what the sorcerer was saying, but he thought that he understood the general premise. Though the one facet that he was interested in was the fact that the sorcerer claimed he was force sensitive, whatever that meant. So, what does all that mean? It means that in exchange for giving up any magical potential you might have had, you now have perhaps one of the strongest and best protected minds in all of the land, save for my own of course, the sorcerer answered. But we can go into more details later. Now, I believe that it would do you a fair bit of good to get some fresh air, don't you? The thought of smelling fresh air, of feeling the sun on his face once again was enough to make him put thoughts of the sorcerer's words to the back of his mind. Yes, that does sound good. Good, the sorcerer nodded, rising from his seat and going towards the door to the cabin. Oh, and by the way, I would highly recommend that you make your apologies to Prince Oberyn Martell and his daughter, Obara Sand. After all, you did try and stab her in the back when we first found you. From what little I know of the Dornish, they tend to hold a grudge. And I doubt you want to give them any more reason to dislike House Lannister than they already have. The elation he'd been feeling dried up immediately as a cold chill went through him. Wait, I tried to kill who? In the lower levels of the Sea Wolf, Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell and apprentice to Lord Knox, watched quietly as Lady Talisa made her way through the chests they'd brought back from Valeria as she carefully began pulling out selected books to begin translating from High Valyrian to the common tongue. By order of Lord Knox and Sir Manderley, no one could enter the room unless they were accompanied by Jon, Knox, Sir Manderley, or one of the other nobles on board the ship. They had to keep everything under lock and key, which Jon had at first not understood the reasoning behind. But the reason became obvious as the night after Jon had awoken from his exhausted state, one of the sailors on board had been caught trying to filch some of the gold. The man had received 10 lashings and been placed in the brig for the rest of the voyage, but after that Jon understood the need for precautions. The men of the north were honorable, but in the end, they were still men. And greed was a powerful motivator that none were free from, as Lord Knox liked to continuously remind him. As Talisa continued her process of pulling out one book, opening it to a random page and then either tucking it into the basket she was carrying or placing it back. John idly looked around the room, taking in the riches that they now had. He'd been part of the original sorting and categorizing of the loot they'd managed to find, so he knew just about everything they had. But before they did, the nobles and the sailors who'd survived had each been allowed to take something. Naturally, all the nobles had decided to take Valerian steel weapons. John Umber had taken a sword that could easily rival ice in size. Eddard Karstark had taken a longsword. Daisy Mormont had held onto the mace she'd found while Asha had kept her twin throwing axes as well. Prince Oberyn had claimed his long spear and his daughter had taken a strange weapon that Lord Knox had categorized as a spear sword. As for himself, John had surrendered the short sword he'd used during his trial for Lord Knox. After all, he was able to claim the strange armlet as well as the strange crystal Lord Knox called a Kyber crystal, which Lord Knox had recently taken possession of though he wouldn't tell him why. As well as the dragon egg, which he was keeping secret from everyone except for his master. As for the rest of the men who'd accompanied them, Knox had promised each of them the sum of 1,000 gold dragons, which would be held in safekeeping until they arrived back in the north. After the rewards had been sorted out, what was left had been catalogued and categorized, and the sheer amount they had collected completely shocked John. In terms of Valerian steel, they managed to find 27 additional swords, 8 axes, over 30 daggers, 2 other spear swords, 2 spears and 3 shields. What was also surprising was the fact that they managed to find 2 complete sets of scaled armor and 7 chainmail vests. Gods only knew how his father and Knox were going to distribute or sell the steel. In terms of gold, that was far more difficult to count. But if John had to guess, he would have to say that they had over 400,000 gold dragons worth in gold, and that was a low estimate. A very low estimate. Then there were the 6 smaller chests of rare jewels and jewelry. There were the 4 chests of the strange crystals that didn't honestly look all that valuable but, according to Master Knox who had taken a few to study, if they were what he thought, then they might honestly be the most valuable things they'd found. Then there were the dozen chests full of books as well. And with it all piled into this one room and somewhat on display, he had honestly never seen so much wealth in one place before. Even the treasury in Winterfell couldn't compare to what they now had. I believe this should suffice for the time being, John, Lady Talisa stated as she walked up to him, at least 10 books in her basket held under her arm. I swear, Lady Talisa, John chuckled, holding open the door for her to leave. Between you and Master Knox, I don't know which one of you reads more books. Once they were both outside the room, John shut the door and held his hand towards the latch. Closing his eyes, he reached out with the force and manipulated the locking mechanism inside the room and locked the door. It was another precaution implemented by Lord Knox. By using this method, only John or Knox would be able to open the door. We all have our skills, John, Lady Talisa answered him as the two began to ascend to the main deck of the Sea Wolf. Reading just happens to be one of mine. No need to be jealous just because it is not one of your particular strengths. The tone was teasing in nature, but she was quite accurate in her statement. He'd never been the greatest of readers, preferring instead to spend his time in the yard rather than sitting with the Maester or Master Knox reading one book after another. That wasn't to say that he couldn't read or didn't enjoy it under specific circumstances, there were just quite a few other things that he would prefer doing. Coming onto the main deck, John took a moment to lean his head back and smell the sea air while Lady Talisa immediately left for her cabin to continue her seemingly never-ending task of translating as much as she could from what they recovered. Until this voyage, he'd never really been on the sea, never really understood its appeal. But now, after so many weeks, he felt a slight pain of regret as he recognized that his time on the sea was soon coming to an end. Granted, they still had weeks at sea as they were still days away from the Stepstones, but still. He would miss it when he was back on land permanently. Lord Snow, the sorcerer wants to see you. Opening his eyes, John turned the owner of the voice. While he'd tried his best to learn as many names as he could of the sailors on board, the simple fact was that the Sea Wolf was massive and carried a large crew to keep her afloat. Because of that, he only knew a handful of the sailors at best. And the one who'd come up to him was one that he did not know. Thank you, he said, nodding to Man, who quickly left him to return to his duties. Heading for the back of the ship, John hesitated only for a moment outside of Lord Knox's cabin before knocking and letting himself in the largest room of the ship. The captain's cabin was a mess, and that was putting it lightly. The table within was covered with scrolls, books, the strange crystals, a hammer, pincers, and various other hand tools. And standing with his back to the door, facing out the back windows overlooking the sea behind them was his master. Master Knox, John called out, shutting the door behind him. You wish to see me? Knox didn't say anything, he just continued to look out the window. Or rather, face out the window. Tell me, John. Why didn't you decide to keep the Valerian sword I gave you at the start of your trial in Valeria? I didn't think it was right of me to keep it, he answered slowly, choosing his words carefully. Between the armlet, the Kyber crystal and the, well, you know. I didn't feel it was right for me to keep the sword also. Fair. But keep in mind what is fair is not always what will be in your best interest. In the future, do not discard a potential advantage just because you do not believe that it would be fair to others. But I suppose it is a moot point regardless. I was going to have you surrender the blade. Not because it would be fair, but because such a weapon is frankly beneath one of your skill. John's heart started to race as Knox turned away from the window and made his way back to the table. The day after John had awoken, Knox had all but demanded the kyber crystal from John, which he had immediately handed over. Though what Knox wanted the crystal for he wasn't sure. But he had a suspicion, or rather a hope, of what the reasoning might be. Especially after their talk in Valeria just before they left. His already racing heart threatened to beat out of his chest as he watched Lord Knox bring out a long box, set it on the table, and open the lid such that John was unable to see what lay inside. You have done exceedingly well so far, John. You earned your place as my apprentice, yet you still have much to learn. But now it is time for you to take the next step towards becoming a true Force adept. From within the confines of the box, a long cylindrical shape floated upwards before shooting across the room towards John, who just barely managed to catch the object out of reflex. It took him a moment to recognize what he was holding. But when he did, he nearly fainted on the spot. It was a hilt. A hilt with no crossguard. A black grip that was interlaced with silver decorative designs that seemed to almost form some sort of wolf-like creature. And, while it was faint, he could feel the kyber crystal he'd found in Valeria within the hilt. Well? Knox asked. You can activate it whenever you want. It is yours. Just be mindful in here. You break anything, and you'll be spending the rest of your time on board fixing it. Nodding absent-mindedly, John's thumb traced over the small red part of the hilt that he knew, even if he didn't know just how he knew, that would bring the blade to life. The blade hissed just like Lord Knox's as it emerged. But unlike Lord Knox's lightsaber that was a blood-red color, his lightsaber was as white as the winter snow and the blade almost seemed to hum in his hands. And he could have sworn he felt something within the blade feel almost pleased to be released. Lord Knox's blade didn't feel like this the one and only time John had wielded it. It made him wonder just why that was. This lightsaber is your life now, John, Lord Knox lectured as he retracted the blade. Take care of it as you would your own child. For you will not get another. He murmured, marveling at the weapon in its hand. What's its name? The question seemed to catch Lord Knox off balance. You know. No one has ever actually named a lightsaber to my knowledge. Well, I suppose if you want to name your lightsaber, that is your prerogative. It is yours, after all. Perhaps I may even follow suit and name my own after all these years. But, until we're back in the north, do keep that out of sight. A frantic knocking on the cabin's door abruptly ended their conversation, and John was just able to turn around and hold his retracting lightsaber behind his back as the door was thrown open by a frantic-looking Asha, a state John had never associated with the woman. Lord Knox. Taliesin needs your help now. Knox immediately stepped forward beside John. What is going on? Asha swallowed hard, the fear rolling off her in waves so thick John could almost taste it. It's Daisy. She has grayscale. As does the Karstark lad and 2 others that went with us to Valeria. Cold dread settled in John's stomach at the thought. Gods be good, grayscale. How no, not like this. Not after everything we went through. However, Lord Knox didn't say anything. Instead he went over to one of the cupboards in his room and pulled out a large glass jar the size of a man's head that contained a thick yellow substance inside. He also grabbed a satchel of what he called surgical instruments, which to John just looked like very small knives, and also a small bottle of vinegar. The strange substance that he made from all that molding food. John thought, trailing behind Knox, who was following Asha out of the cabin and down to the next level of the sea wolf. He called it medicine, penicillin, something like that. He said it would help cure diseases, but can it truly cure grayscale? Was this why he insisted on making so much before we left the north? As they descended the stairs, John could hear Daisy's distinctive voice shouting. Just give me a fucking axe and I'll take the god's damned rotting arm off myself. I keep telling you that won't do any good. Lady Talis's voice joined in at nearly the same level. Cutting off your arm won't help matters. Shouldering past Asha, Lord Knox made his way into the small room with John right behind him. Inside were 5 people, Lady Talisa, Lady Daisy, Lord Eddard Karstark, and 2 of the sailors that had come with them. Talisa currently had Daisy's arm held tight with her sleeve rolled up, and the others were seemingly trying to put as much space as they could between themselves and the 2 women in the room. The moment Knox entered, the yelling stopped as they all turned as one towards him and Lord Knox. Sorcerer, Daisy breathed, hope shining in her eyes. Please tell me you can heal this. Or, at the very least, use your fire sword to cut my damn arm off. I won't turn into one of those mindless beasts. I won't. Setting the glass jars and satchel down, Lord Knox replaced Lady Talisa on the stool just in front of Daisy and took hold of her arm. Peeking over his mentor's shoulder, John shuddered at what he saw. A fist-sized patch of skin on the top of Daisy's forearm had turned black and grey and was starting to resemble scales more than flesh. "John," Knox said, not moving from his spot in front of Daisy. "The tools I brought, start cleaning them with the vinegar and then let them air dry. Someone else go and get fresh clothes for all 4 of them that haven't been used recently. As for you 4, strip. Now. Everything you're wearing needs to be destroyed. Even your small clothes." Grateful for the excuse to leave the room, John picked up the small satchel of tools and the bottle of vinegar and left to do exactly what Knox told him to do. It took longer than he cared to admit, mostly because most of the knives were so small and sharp that John had to be extremely careful when cleaning them out of fear that he'd cut himself open. But eventually he managed to get all the knives and other various strange tools cleaned and dried. When he returned to the room, he noticed that all 4 that were afflicted with grayscale had shed their clothes and were now each wrapped in a blanket to give them some modesty. And, once again, Daisy was seated before Lord Knox and Lady Talisa. This time the 2 were wearing gloves as they examined the blackened scaled skin on Daisy's arm. "Just in time, John," Knox said and, without looking, reached back and swiftly took one of the smaller knives, more like an oversized needle, from the pile. "I want you to tell me when you can feel anything, Daisy." Daisy nodded. Her eyes wide as she tracked the oversized needle point as Lord Knox brought it down on her arm. He first poked directly in the center of the blackened skin, and Daisy shook her head. He then continued to poke, slowly moving away from the center of the blackened mass until he came to the edge. The moment he poked the skin just outside the black, Daisy winced as a small amount of blood appeared on her arm. "I felt that." Nodding, Knox reached behind him once more towards John. This time he grabbed one of the larger knives available. Taking the knife, he carefully laid the flat of the blade against her skin just outside the grayscale and moved forward. Daisy stiffened and flinched, but his master's hold was too strong. So much so that she couldn't move, even as the knife sunk into the black skin. The instant the knife cut into the grayscale, yellow pus surged forth from around the knife. The stench and sight of which nearly made John lose the contents of his stomach immediately. "The pus means that her body is trying to fight the grayscale," Lady Talisa noted. For the first time John noticed that she had a quill and a parchment beside her, which was already half full of notes written in her delicate hand. The fact that she can feel outside the visible grayscale area means it hasn't spread too far. At least, that is what is widely believed. The best treatment is lime or vinegar to try and stem the tide of the infection until the individual can recover, but that doesn't always happen. "Because that would be like trying to dam up a lake the size of Volantis using only twigs," Knox lectured, to which Talisa immediately began writing again. "No. We need to remove the visible infection first and then treat the infection from the inside." Talisa's hand stopped writing. "Treat the infection from the inside? How?" Turning around, Knox grabbed the bottle filled with the strange yellow substance. "This is called penicillin. It's an antibiotic from my homeland that's created from mold. It will help the body fight off the infection." Talisa stared at the bottle as if it were the most valuable gem in the world. "How?" Setting the bottle aside, Knox took the vinegar from John and poured some out onto a cloth and began to wipe at Daisy's arm around the grayscale. "It's difficult to explain, so perhaps an analogy then. Think of your body fighting off an infection like 2 armies fighting against one another. This medicine is basically a second army of reinforcements that will combat against the infection, aiding the body to get rid of the invader." "Amazing," Talisa breathed, staring at the bottle. "But, does it work for grayscale?" "I don't know," Knox answered honestly. "In truth, I'm not even sure if it is a true cure for grayscale as, to my knowledge, it's never been used to treat this disease. But if we combine the penicillin with the removal of the visible infection, and then keep the original infection area clean with methods that you know of, it should be enough to help the body overcome the grayscale." "Well, this is all fascinating. But can we please move on to getting this shit off me instead of just talking about it?" Daisy nearly screamed as she kept the blanket clutched around her body with the arm that Knox was not holding onto. "Very well then," Knox nodded. "Talisa, I'll need your help with this. You as well, John. So, get your stomach back in place. If you feel the need to lose it, for God's sake do not do it where I'm working." Swallowing the bile that was steadily rising in his throat, John stood next to his master as he held his hand over the grayscale. He wasn't sure just what his master was doing, and it seemed to also confuse Daisy. "Sorcerer, what are you doing? I can't feel anything in my hand or arm." "Good," Knox stated, picking up the large needle again and poking it into the normal flesh on her arm. When she gave no reaction, Knox nodded and swapped the needle for another knife. "You might want to look away for this part, Daisy. It won't be pleasant." Daisy quickly looked away, and John wished that he could as well. But he didn't want to disappoint Lord Knox. So, as hard as it was to watch as Knox and Talisa worked in tandem to slowly and methodically remove the blackened scaled flesh from Daisy's arm, John forced himself to watch. Gods, how can they do this so calmly? John wanted to scream as he watched the yellow pus stream out around the knife Nox was using to cut into Daisy's flesh while Talisa stood next to him, a pair of pincers in her hands as she helped to lift the cut flesh away. The sight, the smell. Gods! How can they do this? John, bowl. Wordlessly, John picked up a wooden bowl that was next to Nox and held it out for him. Just as he was about to ask what it was for, he nearly lost his stomach once again. Nox casually dropped a piece of hardened flesh the size of his thumb into the bowl. Coughing and swallowing, John pointedly looked away from the bloody, pus-soaked flesh, and towards the others. Daisy was still pointedly looking away from what was happening but didn't appear to be in any pain for some reason. The other four, however, they had all turned completely white as they watched what was happening to Daisy, knowing that they would be next. After what felt like an eternity, the infected flesh on Daisy's arm was gone, leaving her exposed flesh for all to see. That was step 1, Lord Nox said, making John curse as he wondered just how many steps there were. Now, we need to clean and disinfect the wound before going about healing it. Setting their tools aside, Nox and Talisa went about collecting clean cloths, water, and vinegar before going about cleaning the exposed flesh on Daisy's arm. By the time they were done, the cloth they'd put on the floor was covered in blood, but the wound on her arm didn't look nearly as bad as it had. Now, to cheat slightly, Nox proclaimed, holding his hand above the wound. John could feel the manipulation in the force this time. He'd seen his master use this technique before, the force healing he called it. It was capable of completely healing most physical wounds. And, unfortunately, it was a technique that John had next to no affinity for. In fact, neither Rob, Arya, nor Bran seemed to be able to use the force healing. Which, according to Nox, wasn't necessarily surprising as the technique required a very specific understanding of the force and often couldn't be taught. And just as John had seen happen several times before, Daisy's flesh under his fingers mended on its own, leaving behind completely unblemished skin such that you wouldn't be able to tell that anything untoward had happened. While John had seen the healing before and wasn't surprised, the same could not be said for Talisa. The Volantis noble was doing a very impressive impression of a fish out of water as her mouth soundlessly moved up and down. By all the gods! How did you do that? And, if you had such a technique, why didn't you just use it to cure the grayscale at the onset? Talisa all but yelled, moving to touch the freshly healed skin, only to think better of it and stop. Is her flesh safe to touch? Honestly, I don't know, Nox answered cryptically before elaborating. About the touching her flesh part. I'm not entirely sure just how deeply the infection runs for now. So, until you all show no resurgence of symptoms, you are all under quarantine. As for why I didn't just heal her, the simple fact is that the force is limited in this capacity. I can heal wounds, but not diseases. In this case, we had to remove the infection as much as possible and then I could heal the physical injury that was left behind. Amazing, Talisa breathed as Daisy found the strength to finally look down at her arm, her eyes going wide as she did. What now? Now, we send in the reinforcements, as it were, Lord Nox answered, turning and grabbing the glass of yellow liquid. Each of you will need to take 2 spoonsful of this a day. Once when you wake and once before you sleep for the night. You'll stay on this regime for a week. And once that time is up, we will re-evaluate your condition. John, wrap up Daisy's arm in a bandage so she isn't tempted to touch where the grayscale was. As for the rest of you, who's next? Keeping a firm hand on the ship's wheel, Asha Greyjoy kept her eyes steady on the horizon as she guided the massive sea wolf towards the edge of the stepstones. She hadn't been on a ship since she'd been torn from her home after her father's ill-conceived rebellion, and until now she hadn't truly realized just how much she'd missed this. At the same time, she recognized just how pathetic it was that such feelings had gone unnoticed for years. She was an Ironborn, for fuck's sake. Not some soft Greenlander. Salt was in her very veins, yet her time in Winterfell had softened her far too much. Within the next 2 years she would be able to return to the Iron Islands, and if she returned as she was now, she would never be able to achieve her long-term plans. Plans that would see the Ironborn rise above their status as simple-minded reavers and the dreads of Westeros. No, she intended for the Ironborn to be feared and respected once more, only for something more than reaving. And if she were to do that, she needed to forego the Greenlander tendencies that had been drilled into her by Lord Stark and his family. Not that she was ungrateful to Lord Stark, far from it in fact. The man had treated her like his own daughter despite her status as his ward. He'd treated her a hell of a lot better than her own father had, that was for sure. But that was just another reason why she needed to put her Greenlander tendencies to the wayside. She wanted to protect the Starks, something she would have never thought she'd be saying in 100 years. To do that, she needed to take over the Iron Islands. Because she knew, as things now stood, it would only be a matter of time before her father or some other fools decided to try their luck raiding the north. And that was not something she was about to let happen. Mostly because she didn't want her people to end up dying at the hands of the Sorcerer. Just the thought of the Sorcerer drew her attention to the man, who was currently standing at the bow of the ship with Talisa and John right by his side. John being next to him was a foregone conclusion, he was his apprentice after all. A position that Asha had coveted when Nox had first explained to her the levels of learning within his doctrine. But after a few years, she began to realize it was futile for her to keep holding out the hope that she would take John's place. The irritating truth was that she just wasn't as strong in the Force as John, or any of the other Stark children were. To be sure, she could do a few tricks, but what took her an extreme effort to accomplish, John and the others could do as easily as if they were walking. Talisa staying by his side however had been a relatively new development. After Nox had cured Grayscale on Daisy, the Karstark boy, and the other two, the noblewoman from Volantis had pretty much stuck to the man's side like tar on the side of a ship, picking his mind every waking second. At first, Asha had thought that the noblewoman was infatuated with Nox. An idea which made her chuckle, especially at the thought of what would happen when they returned to the north and he reunited with his lover, Nyra. That woman might have once been a serving girl, but Nox had raised her well above her station and she'd grown fangs, sharp fangs. It was a not-so-hidden secret that she'd nearly beaten the backside of a particularly ambitious whore red when the whore had tried to sneak into Nox's private chambers, which Nyra had been using to take a bath at the time. But it quickly became apparent that Talisa wasn't interested in him physically, an extremely odd thought to Asha as she would easily admit that Nox was perhaps one, if not the, most handsome man she'd ever met. But Talisa didn't seem to care about that. Instead, her interest in him was purely for his knowledge, nothing else. Alternating between watching the slowly approaching island chain and Nox, Asha was able to glimpse a peek as Nox used his powers to lift a section of rope in front of John and Talisa and tie it into several knots before setting it back down on the deck. Seeing such a casual display of his power brought back memories of Valeria. She'd seen the destruction he'd caused when he rampaged through the pike firsthand years ago when he almost single-handedly ended her father's extremely short tenure as king of the Iron Islands. At the time, she thought that was his peak. But now, after watching what he'd done in Valeria, she was forced to accept the unthinkable. He hadn't even been taking things seriously when he'd invaded Pike with the Starks. If he had, there wouldn't have been anything or anyone left alive. It was an incredibly chilling thought. And one that made her renew her vow that she would change the Ironborn, make them more than just reavers. Because if they did not change, if they went back to reaving the Greenlanders once more, then Nox would come for them. And she doubted that he would hold back a second time. Moving off the Sorcerer and his little lesson he was giving, she scanned over the rest of the deck of the Sea Wolf. Which honestly, was sparsely populated even at this time of day with the sails at full mast. Outside of the normal amount of crew required to be on hand, the only ones of note were the Dornish and the Lannister sitting together, of all things. And talking, amicably. Honestly, she thought with a shake of her head and a slight chuckle. A Lannister sitting with the Martells and talking with them like they are old friends. Any doubts I might have had about Nox's ability to do the impossible have been greatly diminished. Thought it might have helped Gerion's cause when his first action was to beg forgiveness from Obara for nearly stabbing her in the back and then following up his apology by calling his brother an ambitious cunt. Seeing that they were now close enough to see the first of the stepstones, Asha cranked the wheel of the Sea Wolf, turning to port so they could align their starboard side with the island chain and make their way towards Dorne, where they would be harboring for a day or so to resupply and drop off their Dornish passengers. As the ship leveled out, she felt something. A nagging in the back of her mind that would not leave her alone. A nagging that she had grown accustomed to after hours spent under Nox's tutelage as he tried to coax out what power she had. "Take the wheel," she commanded, not looking nor caring as to which Sob grabbed the wheel as she turned her back and walked to the very aft of the ship and peered out into the distance. Tugging at a small metal cylinder on her belt, she pulled on the tube as it extended to 4 times its original length and held one end up to her eye. "Myrish eye glass," she smiled as she closed one eye. "Heard about 'em when I was younger, never thought I would see one in my time and always thought they were a waste of shite. An Ironborn leaving the helm of a ship. Never thought I'd see the day." Not rising to the bait, Asha merely held the eyeglass out for Manderley to take. Straight behind us, on the horizon. Blinking at her curt manner, Manderley took the eyeglass from her and held it up to his pudgy face. "Looks like 2 longbow no. 2 galleons. Both flying colorful banners. Can't quite make them out with the wind on our backs, more than likely merchant vessels from Lys or Volantis en route to Dorne or perhaps Old Town." "Unlikely," Asha countered, taking the eyeglass back. The 2 galleons were already starting to get slightly larger in the eyeglass, enough so that she could start making out the colors of the banners flying high on their main mast. The ships came from within the stepstones, and the banners are not those of Tyrosh, Mir, Pentos, or Bravus. Those aren't merchant vessels. Manderley made the connection quick enough, pirates. Asha nodded, lowering the eyeglass. "And even with us at full mast with the wind at our backs, they are gaining on us quickly." "Who is gaining on us quickly?" She just barely managed to keep herself from jumping. Manderley wasn't so fortunate. Though it was a testament to the carpenters that built the sea wolf that the floorboarding held under the force of the fat man landing flat on his ass. Fuck, Sorcerer, you trying to make my heart go out. If I was trying to kill you Manderly, you wouldn't know until you were already dead, Nox deadpanned before turning towards her. What do you see? 2 ships, at least galleons in size. Probably a crew of 50 strong on each. Asha explained, moving to off the eyeglass to Nox on reflex, only to stop as she realized just how stupid such an offer would be to a man with no working eyes. Both flying banners with colors corresponding to either Lys or Volantis, but they sailed out from the stepstones and are making their way towards us at full mast. Pirates then? Nox nodded, seemingly unsurprised. Not surprising. Our journey to Valeria was not necessarily a well-kept secret, especially in Volantis. More than likely they were waiting for us to finish our little expedition and then waited to ambush us at a location of their choosing, and a place where they could garner more like-minded allies to help take down a ship the size of the Sea Wolf. Asha immediately made the connection in her mind as to just how they would know if they'd been successful in their venture or not. The 2 longboats that attacked the Sea Wolf while it was anchored offshore waiting for us to return. They must have been sailing non-stop since the engagement to make it back to wherever they made berth to set all of this up. Benefits of using smaller and faster ships, Nox commented idly. 2 galleons, no matter their speed, won't be a match against the Sea Wolf, Lord Nox, Manderly boasted, having finally managed to regain his footing. We'll show these pirates that the North is not one to be trifled with. Again, Nox seemed to ignore Manderly as she felt his attention on her being. Asha, what would you do if you wanted to take a ship like this? Frowning, Asha thought for several long moments. She'd learned the hard way, the very hard way, not to simply answer any of Nox's question with the first thing that popped into your head. She still wasn't sure just how he managed to use that lightning trick of his to hit her backside while she was facing him and he was across the room not even facing her. So, she contemplated, deeply and carefully. Not only with her mind, but she thought through the force as well, just as Nox had taught her to do. 2 galleons cannot take on a ship the size of the Sea Wolf and expect to come out on top. Not unless they loaded up their ships with enough men to almost capsize them. But I would do just as they are now. Use my galleons to draw the attention of my target, then once engaged I would have smaller longboats or even other galleons that were waiting in ambush to strike. Nox seemed to ponder her strategy, nodding his head as she spoke. And on the flip side, how would you defend against such a strategy? She didn't need to think as long to come up with an answer this time around. The Sea Wolf is strong, but even she can be overrun if attacked from multiple sides. Our best option is to fight the 2 behind us and then after we've finished them off go after whoever else is out there. I'd have the sails pulled to half no, quartermast and let those 2 catch up. While they were, I'd order the crew to begin preparing quietly for battle to not tip our hand. When they get close enough to make their move, we preempt them and strike first. And, if for some reason they turn out to just be simple merchant vessels, then we don't attack and go about our day. An ambush is only an ambush if one party does not know about it, otherwise it can be used against the aggressor. A sound strategy, Asha, Nox congratulated her, which caused her chest to swell with pride as Nox was not a man known for handing out compliments easily. Well, Sir Manderly? What are you waiting for? You heard her. Get the men ready for battle following her instructions. To her utmost surprise, the fat man started barking out orders that followed her strategy exactly. What? Nox asked, as she glanced towards him. Your strategy was sound. No reason not to follow it. Even Manderly knows that. Stop doubting yourself just because of your ancestors' stupidity and look to the future. After he walked away, Asha turned back out to the horizon. The 2 galleons were now close enough to see without the use of the eyeglass. Well, time to show these northerners why the true Ironborn rule the seas. She thought, leaving her spot on the deck to retreat to her cabin so she could collect her axes and don her leather armor. Steel had the benefit of offering the greater amount of protection. But during a sea battle you really did not want to be wearing anything heavy. If you fell into the water, then your armor became a weight that would drag you to the bottom of the sea. By the time she'd got her leather jerkin on tight, grabbed her axes and made it back on deck, the 2 galleons were close enough for her to start making out individual details of each ship with the naked eye. The biggest clue was that colors they were flying. While matching lists, they were incorrectly patterned. Hells, one was even upside down. Definitely not merchant ships, she thought as she made her way back to the helm, taking care not to fully acknowledge the men who were hiding as best they could along the ship's railing with bows in their hands, waiting to spring their own ambush. Feeling her heart beat wildly in her chest as she gripped her axe tightly, she took her place beside the Sorcerer and John, who were also standing next to the helm alongside the fat Manderly and Prince Oberyn. Well, Asha, it seems that your hunch was spot on, Nox stated, nodding off into the distance in front of them towards the stepstones. I can sense a lot of, less than savory individuals perhaps a league or so ahead of us. We should be able to deal with the two annoyances behind us before the others crawl out from under the rocks they're waiting under. And how are we going to handle the two behind us, Nox? Oberyn asked, risking a glance over his shoulder. The scorpions on board are not in position to fire accurately at either ship. And turning quickly to give the two a full broadside is not a strong point of this ship of yours. We won't need to use the scorpions on the galleons, Nox countered as he motioned towards the galleon approaching on their starboard side. When it starts, have our archers concentrate on that ship. Once they've cleared an opening, a boarding party led by Jon and Asha here will clear the deck and claim the ship. I'll deal with the other galleon. You'll deal with the other galleon, by yourself, Sorcerer. Manderley gaped. I respect your strength, Lord Sorcerer, but isn't that overkill? Yes, I suppose it is, Nox commented, making those who had seen him in Valeria chuckle darkly at the thought of just what was about to happen. But it can't be helped, I suppose. Oh, and Jon. Yes, Master. Don't hold back the advantage you now have. And give these bastards no quarter. If it were up to them, we would all be dead or in chains. And as for Daisy, Asha, Valeria, and Obara, well, it is better not to say what fate would await them should these pirates have their way. Asha wasn't exactly sure just what Nox meant by Jon not holding back his advantage, but the bastard sure did as he gained a hardened look in his eye and his hand twitched towards belt. Specifically, towards a long slender leather pouch that hung on his belt. Well, no point in wondering about it for long, she thought as the two galleons drew close enough for her to start making out the members of the crews on board. The mystery will be answered soon enough. Just as the three ships were about to become close enough to reach out and touch one another, the colors on both galleons dropped while the sounds of dozens of bowstrings snapping filled the air. Dozens of arrows arched up from each ship, aiming for the deck of the Sea Wolf. Take cover! Sir Manderley shouted, only for Nox to calmly turn around and raise his hand towards the sky. All the arrows that had been in flight just stopped. Everyone, save for those who'd seen what he could do, stared awestruck at his display of power. Then, as if he were a puppet master pulling on strings, Nox turned his hand around and every arrow that had been launched their way turned as well, pointing back towards where they came from. A snap of Nox's fingers, and the arrows shot off like they'd been launched from crossbows. Screams of fear and pain came from the two attacking galleons as the men on board were suddenly trying to hide behind whatever they could to protect themselves from their own barrage of arrows. Well? Nox asked, turning his head around as the crew all stood, awestruck by his sudden display of power. Return fire already, or I might just decide to use the lot of you as projectiles next time. The threat was enough to spur the men on board to rise from their hiding places and begin returning fire with their own arrows. Gripping her axes tightly, Asha grabbed a rope and hook that was nearby and waited for the ship to get close enough for her to board. Nox however didn't bother to wait as he walked a railing on the opposite side of the ship from her, completely unfazed by the arrows passing close to him. Had she not seen what she saw in Valeria, she would have sworn that she was drunk. But, having already experienced just what Nox could do, what happened next didn't even faze her. She could feel the air grow colder as Nox held out his hand towards the ship on their port side, his fist closed tightly as if he were grasping hold of something. Sailors on both galleons and even on the Sea Wolf all cried out in fear as the galleon started to rise. The ship rose steadily into the air until the hull was completely clear of the water and above even the deck of the Sea Wolf. Then, without saying a word, Nox rotated his closed fist. The ship rolled in response, flipping over slowly as the men on board cried out and screamed in fear as they clutched onto whatever they could as the ship was turned upside down in the air. Once the ship had been fully rotated, Nox opened his hand, and the ship crashed mast first into the seawater, crushing all of those who couldn't get out of the way. Stop gawking like a bunch of green bowies seeing a freshly shaved cunt for the first time. Asha yelled, smacking one of the archers on board with the flat of her axe. Keep firing at those fuckers before they get their shit together again. Sorcerer! Manderley cried. Ahead on our starboard side. 6 longboats coming out from the stepstones. Well, they didn't waste any time, did they? Nox asked, turning his back on the sinking ship he'd overturned with next to no apparent effort. Plan stays the same. Asha, Jon, go and claim that galleon. I'll help deal with the longboats. Yes, Master, Jon nodded, as did Asha, only leaving out the whole Master comment. As Nox walked away towards the bow of the ship, Asha could no longer hold herself back. Fuck this. This is taking too damn long. Dropping the rope and ignoring the others, she took off as fast as she could towards the railing. Using what little power she had to strengthen her muscles, she planted one foot onto the railing and pushed off as hard as she could. The air passed her by in a rush, rustling her hair as she jumped off the Sea Wolf and towards the deck of the remaining galleon. The moment her feet touched the hardwood decking, she tucked her head and rolled to soften the impact of the landing. Coming out of her roll, she shot up to her feet, both axes in her hands ready for the first poor fool that thought they could get the better of her. She didn't have to wait long as the first of her soon-to-be victims ran at her with a worn saber raised high. But before he could reach her, he was suddenly launched off his feet and thrown over the side of the ship. Damn it all, John! She yelled, spying the bastard boy land on the deck right next to her. He was mine. The young man shook his head and motioned towards the rest of the attacking crew, who were all staring at the two of them with wide eyes and shaking weapons. There's plenty more here for you. True, Asha smirked maliciously as she revealed in the fight to come. Whatever this advantage is that Nox says you have, you might want to bring it out. Either that or get your pretty ass back on the Seawolf and leave these fuckers to me. As you wish, John said, reaching into the leather pouch at his side. She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting John's so-called advantage to be, but it certainly wasn't what she was seeing now. A long cylinder like an eyeglass, only silver and black in coloring. She didn't even need to ask to know what it was, even though there was only one other like it she'd ever even heard of. No, it's impossible. Then, he can make more. Any doubts to just what John was holding were firmly put to rest as John's hand twitched and a pure as snow-white blade emerged from the hilt in his hands. The blade humming as it cut through the air. Well then Asha, John smirked, holding his blade in front of his face before sweeping it down and to his right. Shall we begin? Leaping headfirst into the fray, John brought his lightsaber down on the nearest unsuspecting pirate. The idiot tried to bring the club he was holding up to block John's attack, but the lightsaber cut clean through the club and the man that had been holding it. Not breaking stride, John dodged sideways, avoiding a thrust from a saber before retaliating by thrusting his lightsaber through the man's neck. Fuck this! Asha screamed, slapping her chest with the flat of her axe. I'm not about to let some pretty northerner with a fancy sword show up a true ironborn on the seas. Rushing forward, Asha focused on one of the fools that obviously thought John was the bigger threat and therefore had turned his back on her. Raising the axe in her right hand, she brought the Valerian steel down with enough force to split the man's skull wide open and spill his brains out onto the decking. Her axe still logged in what was left of the man's skull, Asha parried a wild swing with the axe in her left before kicking the dead fool in the back to free her axe. Time lost meaning as she stood back to back with John as the two of them methodically worked their way through the men on board the galleon. Amateurs, the lot of them, Asha nearly spat as she cut down another would-be raider, her 11th since she stepped foot onto the galleon. Attacking a superior vessel in full daylight, pathetic. At least they came with a full crew and multiple ships. But still, in the end, their numbers mean nothing against a true ironborn. After cutting down two more, Asha held her bloody axes ready for her next opponent, only to discover to her utmost surprise that were none left. Everyone who had been on board the galleon were dead. Be it from her axes, John's fancy new blade, or from the archers perched up on the sea wolf. Damn, Asha muttered lowering her guard slightly. And here I was hoping for an AC. Something solid struck her side, and it took her a moment to realize that the something was in fact John's hand. What the fuck John? She cursed, scrambling to get back to her feet, what the fuck AR? The words died in her throat as she saw a crossbow bolt still quivering in the mast of the galleon. Which just so happened to be right where her head would have been had John not knocked her out of the way when he did. Fuck, thought I had the bitch with that one. Turning to the source of the voice, Asha found who she could only assume was the captain of the galleon. The man had a darker shade of skin and was wearing a ridiculous-looking overcoat with a discarded crossbow at his feet and a saber in his hand. Well, perhaps 'tis better this way. I get to kill the boy, take his fancy sword, and then go balls deep in your ass, girl, before selling you off to the highest bidder. Growling, Asha leapt up to her feet, firmly intending to end the fucker. Only for John's outstretched arm to stop her. There is no point in continuing this, John said. Your men are dead. And the rest of your fleet is destroyed or surrendered. There is no point in continuing this. Blinking, Asha risked a glance over her shoulder. Sure enough, the longboats that had descended upon the Seawolf were either sunk, sinking, or had sailors from the Wolf scouring across their decks and roping prisoners together. Fuck me, just how long were John and I at it? The captain merely chuckled. You think I don't know that, boy? But I still have some crew left below deck, useless dregs, but they will serve their purpose of getting me back to holdings. But I'm not about to run away without some form of compensation. And as I said, I've taken a fancy to your sword and the woman you fight alongside. So, I think I'll be taking you both. John, Asha said, using her bloodied axe in her right hand to push the bastard aside. Step aside. This fucker is mine. John spared her a glance, but she didn't look back at him, her focus only on the captain before her. This fucker wants to claim me through the iron price, so be it. I'll teach him what it means to pay that price. Reaffirming her grip, she shifted her weight onto the balls of her feet and shot forward towards the captain without warning. When she was within arm's reach, the captain lunged forward, his saber aiming for the center of her chest. Throwing her chest back, she slid feet first across the deck, her axes swiping at the man's leg as she passed. The captain just barely managed to evade her, but the move cost him precious time. Time in which she was able to get back to her feet and engage him once more. The captain was skilled, there was no doubt about that. His strikes were quick, accurate, and used as little motion as possible to conserve his energy. But compared to her normal sparring partners, namely Knox, John, Rob, and recently Oberyn, the man might as well have been as mobile as stone for all the swiftness he showed. All too soon, the captain made his mistake by performing an ill-advised lunge into an opening Asha had purposely presented. Dodging to her left, she brought her right axe around and buried it into his sword hand. As the man was still screaming in pain, she followed up by kneecapping him with her left axe. Then once he was on his knees, she let go of her left axe and brought her right above her head and held it in both hands. With a yell, she brought the Valyrian steel down onto the top of the man's skull. The axe cut clean through his skull and neck, stopping only when the handle ended up getting caught on the top of the man's chest. "Balls deep in me, will you?" she shouted, spitting on the man's corpse. "There's only one man that I would let touch me like that, and you are not fucking him." Wrenching her left axe free from the man's knee, she took several deep breaths to calm herself before turning and facing John. The bastard was staring at her with wide eyes as he looked back and forth between her and the man she'd partially split in two with a throwing axe. "What?" she glared, to which John merely shook his head. "Nothing," he said, looking around the galleon. "I think that's all of them. Let's tie this ship onto the Seawolf and head back to Lord Knox." By the time Asha and John found themselves back aboard the Seawolf, the sun was nearing the horizon. The massacre, for that had been exactly what it was, had been over relatively quickly, but the cleanup had taken some time. In all, the pirates had attacked them with 2 fully crewed galleons and 6 longships. Of those, 1 galleon was now resting on the bottom of the sea along with 4 of the longships. The vessels that had survived were now tied off onto the Seawolf. The surviving members of the various crews, perhaps only 50 in total, stood on board the Seawolf bound together into 2 rows with barely any space between them, while around them the men of the north jeered and laughed at their pathetic attack. And sitting before the prisoners, remaining completely stoic, was none other than Knox, flanked on either side by herself and John, while the fat Manderley paced in front of the prisoners. "You men stand accused of the crime of piracy," Sir Manderley bellowed, his girth jiggling slightly as he paced in front of the prisoners. "Under the orders of King Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name, protector of the Andals and the First Men, the penalty for piracy is... fuck your fat king." One of the men near the end spat. "The narrow sea is ruled by no man. Not your king. Not your god's forsaken demon you have tamed. You have no right to Jew-ah." The sound of bones breaking filled the air as the prisoner who'd spoken arched up onto his toes, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as he gasped for air until his neck snapped at an unnatural angle and he fell to the ground dead. "Anyone else feel like speaking up?" Knox asked, his hand held out in a tight fist. "No? Come now, surely one of you have an opinion on the matter at hand. So, speak up. You might not get another chance." None of the prisoners said a word. Not even when Knox rose to his feet and approached them. Unless one could consider whimpering and pissing their pants as saying something. "No? Nothing? Well then, Sir Manderley, please continue." Still staring at the corpse, Manderley had to visibly shake himself. "Right, you are all guilty of the crime of piracy. The penalty for which is dependent on the severity of your crimes. You will be either flogged, sent to take the black, or put to death." "There is no need to judge based on the severity of their crimes, Sir Manderley," Knox cut in, pulling out the captain's log that Asha had taken from the surviving galleon. "According to the recently departed captain, this little fleet has been working together for over a year now. Raiding and pillaging the trade lines around the stepstones, and you even managed to capture and kill an entire Dornish crew. Tisk tisk, not very smart." Watching as Knox put his hands behind his back, Asha felt the familiar warmth spread through her body and pool in her nether regions as she watched Knox utterly destroy the fools before him. "By the drowned god, I respect Nyra far too much to poach on her territory, but if they ever gave me the chance, I would gladly give every first I have to this man. You are all guilty of rape, murder, pillaging, torture, and of selling people into slavery," Knox stated, walking up and down the line of prisoners. "Not a single one of you is innocent in these crimes. And there is only one fate awaiting you." At this, several of the prisoners wet themselves as many more began to whimper and a few even started to openly beg for mercy. "But," Knox stated, holding up his hand, "I am not a wasteful man. I see an opportunity here to help alleviate some of the issues surrounding the stepstones. So, in the interest of making things better for trade in the future, I've decided to go about a different route. Tell me, Asha, how many would it take to sail one of the longboats back to where it makes berth?" She hadn't been expected to be called on, so she had to fight back the blush that she knew was forming as she was torn from her fantasy of Knox bending her over the railing and having his way with her. 5 would suffice. It would be difficult, but doable. 5, very well, Knox nodded, walking up and down the line. "This one. That one. Those 2 and the one at the end that pissed and shit himself. Release them." The 5 Nox pointed to were all cut from their bindings and moved away from the rest. You 5, Nox stated. We'll be delivering our message to any other pirates that call the Stepstones their home. And this is our message. Nox moved so fast that Asha could barely follow him. One moment he was standing at one end of the line of prisoners with his back turned towards them. And the next he had his fire sword drawn and is turning towards the prisoners. Only he didn't strike the nearest prisoner down. No. He threw his sword. The blade spun in a tight circle, cutting through the prisoners' necks one after another until it reached the end of the line. And then it simply stopped moving and flew back to Nox's waiting hand. By the time the first body hit the deck, Nox had killed all 50 or so prisoners and sheathed his sword. Sir Manderley, Nox called out as the 5 chosen prisoners proceeded to piss and shit themselves as they were approached by the northerners. Load the heads onto the more damaged longboat and then throw these 5 onto it. As for you lot, you get to leave with your lives today. But do not mistake this as mercy. You will deliver the heads of your fallen to whoever you call a leader and tell them that should there be any more pirate attacks on the trade lines between Essos and West Eros, I will personally sweep through the Stepstones. And I will not be merciful a second time. Oh, and should any of you get the bright idea of throwing the heads overboard once you're out of sight, don't. I will know if you do. And you will suffer in agony for hours before I allow you to die. Do not test me on this. Now, get out of my sight. As the prisoners and heads were loaded onto one of the longboats, Asha sidled up next to Nox. Can you really do that? No, if they throw the heads overboard and kill them from a distance. To her surprise, Nox just shrugged. I probably could if I wanted to. But I'm not going to. There's no need as they believe that I can kill them from here. And there is a lesson for you, Asha. It doesn't necessarily matter what you can do. It matters what people believe you can do. Pondering his words, Asha watched dispassionately as the surviving pirates were set upon their way with the shipload of heads. Once they were on their way, Asha made her way back towards the helm where Manderley and Nox were discussing what to do with the remaining longboat and galleon they had tied off to the Sea Wolf. Shame to leave them behind, Manderley was saying as she arrived. They might be pirate vessels, but they are well made. Then there's no reason to leave them behind, Nox replied. We can tow the longboat behind the Sea Wolf easily to Dorne with us. Perhaps the Martells will be interested in purchasing it off us. As for the galleon, Asha, you have captaincy of the galleon until we return to the north. Her mind froze. What? Did I stutter? Nox asked. I said that you have captaincy of the galleon until we return north. After that, perhaps you could talk to Lord Stark and try and convince him to allow you to keep it as name day present or something of the like. Either way, for now the ship is yours. Nox turned back and continued speaking with Manderley, but Asha didn't care. Her attention was solely and only on the galleon tied off onto the Sea Wolf. A ship. Her ship. One she'd earned through the iron price. The moment Nyra says I can share their bed, I'm going to show them both a passion greater than the sea. After the brief distraction provided by the incredibly ill-conceived attack by the pirates of the Stepstones, the rest of the voyage by sea towards Sunspear was relatively peaceful. Those that had been afflicted with grayscale had made a full recovery and, in general, the morale of the ship was extremely high. After all, they had just succeeded in doing something no one in the past 4 centuries could claim to have done. Made their way to the very heart of the ruins of Valeria and lived to return and tell the tale. And the fact that they could now see the impressive structure of the Sunspear, the walled city that served as the seat of House Martell and the capital of Dorne, the morale had skyrocketed with the knowledge that they were truly back in familiar waters. I don't suppose that I could convince you to stay any longer than just a night at most, my friend. Prince Oberyn asked as he sauntered up next to him, his Valyrian spear resting against his shoulder as the Sea Wolf slowly made its way into the harbour on the south side of the city. I know that my brother, niece, nephews, and my daughters are all very excited to meet you. The offer is tempting, Oberyn, Nox replied, mildly shocked that he'd meant the sentiment. But I fear that we cannot afford more than a night at most. The men of the Sea Wolf are of the north, and it has been little over 6 moons since we left White Harbour. They are anxious to return to their homes and their families. He could tell that Oberyn was giving him a sidelong glance. You don't fool me, my friend. You've been anxious ever since we put the Stepstones to our backs. The men and women on board are not the only ones anxious to return to the warmth of their ladies back home. I wouldn't be surprised if your Lady Nyra will be walking bow-legged for some time after you return to her. Nox didn't deny the accusation, because Oberyn was right. The ache of not having Nyra by his side was starting to worsen the longer he was away from her. And what wasn't helping matters was the strange sensations he kept getting from the Force every time he tried to meditate with her in mind. Something had happened. He didn't know what it was or even if it had or had not happened just yet, but some sort of change was happening around Nyra that he couldn't see. It was starting to frustrate him to no end. Not to mention, ever since they destroyed the false god in Valeria, aspects of his foresight had started to darken. He was unable to come up with an explanation as for why that might have been. And on top of all those things, Oberyn was also correct in that he missed Nyra's warmth. After all, it had been over 6 months and would probably be another month at best before they made landfall in the north. Besides, listening to Oberyn and Valeria night after night was starting to wear down on even his self-control. Putting thoughts of Nyra and his inevitable return north to the side, Nox focused his sight instead on the walled city before them. It was truly an impressive sight to behold, as he was starting to become accustomed to in this world. Honestly, the sheer architectural genius of almost every city or keep he'd encountered during his years on this world could make even the most skilled amongst the Empire seem like floundering incompetence. Sun's Pair was a walled city that was composed of 3 massive winding walls which encircled one another, which protected miles of roadways all condensed tightly together. Honestly, it would be insanely difficult to take the city if one were to try. 3 sides of the city were surrounded by the bay, while the only access point by land was protected by a secondary city just outside the walls. Shadow City, he believed Oberyn called it. Even if an invading army were to breach the first wall, they would have to either choose scaling the next several layers of walls or traversing the miles labyrinth roadways between the walls. Neither of which were pleasant options. But the city wasn't just built to protect against invaders. It was also built to withstand the harsh weather of the desert which covered most of Dorne. Well, it seems that our arrival will not be a quiet one, Oberyn sighed, nodding towards the docks the Seawolf was being guided towards so they could tie off. That man there is Sir Manfred Martell, my cousin, and the Castellan of Sun's Pair. Does this mean that your brother knows that you're on board? Nox asked. More than likely, Oberyn conceded. The crew I brought with me to Essos likely returned some weeks ago and informed my brother about my decision to accompany you on your little excursion. No doubt he has quite the berating waiting for me the moment I enter his presence once more. Well, no time like the present, as they say. As the ship was tied off and the gangplank lowered, Nox and Oberyn were quickly joined by Valeria, Obara, and Jon. Once all together, the group made their way off the ship and towards the growing crowd of people who were staring at the Seawolf with awe. At the head of the crowd was a man who resembled Oberyn greatly, though he was a bit stockier than the Prince of Dorne and was wearing a set of what looked like ornamental armor complete with a sword at his waist. Oberyn, ever one for the dramatic, embraced the man with a flourish and a kiss to either cheek. Ah, dear cousin Manfredi. I wasn't expecting the Castellan of Sun's Pair to greet me in person. Are my brother and beloved niece and nephew resting at the water gardens? Prince Oberyn, welcome home, the man returned the greeting cordially before his eyes flickered briefly towards himself and Jon, an air of suspicion growing around him as he did so. And, no, Prince Doran and his children have not gone to the water gardens, so you cannot postpone your fate this time. Oberyn didn't appear to be fazed at all by the not-so-veiled threat, but he did notice the curious glance that had been sent towards Nox and Jon. Ah, forgive me. I forgot to introduce my new friends and guests of Dorne. This is Lord Alum Nox, the Northern Sorcerer, the slayer of Sir Armory Lorch. And the young man beside him is his apprentice, the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, Jon Snow. Whatever curiosity remained in Oberyn's cousin disappeared immediately and was replaced by an all-too-familiar sensation of fear and awe. Lord Sorcerer. Sir Manfredi gaped, while around them the crowd started breaking out into loud whispers as people began jostling for position to see what was going on. We were not expecting you to arrive and in the presence of our wayward prince, no less. Used to the reaction his presence could cause from his time traveling the Empire, Nox merely waved off the man's concern. There is no cause for concern, Sir Manfredi. Prince Oberyn has been a most interesting and amusing traveling companion for these last few weeks. And good spear to have at one's side when it is needed. The stench of fear remained within the man, but at least it had lessened slightly. Yes, well, if you would please follow me, my lord, Prince Oberyn, I will lead you to where Prince Doran is waiting. Falling in step beside Oberyn, Nox kept his senses on high as the group made their way off the docks and towards the towering walls that protected Sun's Pair. Normally, I would take the time to show you and young Jon all the delights our fair city has to offer, Oberyn explained as they walked along the edge of the first wall before coming upon a massive gate. But, as I know you are pressed for time, we shall be taking the threefold gate path directly to the old palace to meet with my brother. The city itself was mightily impressive. At a rough estimate, the entire area of Sun's Pair was only slightly larger than Winterfell, but thanks to what he could only describe as incredible city planning, they would be able to fit the entire population of Winterfell and Wintertown within the walls of Sun's Pair several times over and still have room to spare. The culture was also vastly different, such that he felt that the Dornish had more in common with the people of Volantis than they did with the people of the north. It's understandable, he thought as they passed through a bazaar where peddlers, whores, fire dancers, and mummers plied their trades. Westeros is huge, and Sun's Pair is about as far as one can get from the north and still claim to be on Westeros soil. Still, such vast difference in cultures, the literature I've read does not do it justice. I feel I'm going to have to start taking trips around Westeros to get a better idea of the cultural and political climate I now find myself stuck in. If only there were faster methods of travel, well, there are. But they've yet to be invented here yet. Perhaps I'll have to start planting the theories behind internal combustion or steam engines in the minds of my students at the Winterfell College. As I really don't feel like spending the rest of my life on horseback trying to get from one city to the next. As they passed through the third gate, Knox found himself tilting his head back as he took in the beauty that they entered. Unlike most of the city or even the land surrounding the city, the grounds of the inner palace area were relatively green and very well maintained. And in the center were three structures. A rather squat structure that stood in stark contrast to the two towers next to it, one of which was easily the tallest tower Knox had seen in his time here on this world. The Sand Ship, the Tower of the Sun, and the Spear Tower, Prince Oberyn explained, pointing to each tower of note within the center of Sun's pair. My dear brother will be waiting for us in the Tower of the Sun, no doubt in his private rooms as it is still too early in the day for him to hold court. Obara, dear, why don't you bring young John here to my squire, Damon Sand? I'm sure the two will hit it off well in the yard. And then go and find your sisters and cousins. Valeria, my dear, I know you're itching to see our daughters again, so I will not hold you any longer. I'll come find you and our beautiful girls after my brother is finished with me. The three nodded and quickly left, leaving Knox alone with Oberyn and Manfredi. Come, Sorcerer, Oberyn said, motioning towards the more ornate structure. My brother is most anxious to meet you. Following Oberyn into the Tower of the Sun, Knox took a moment to marvel once again at the elaborate layout presented to him. High vaulted ceiling with marble columns and flooring. A glass and gold-laced ceiling that allowed the light of the sun to filter and provide illumination. And at the far end of the main hall was a dais where the twin seats of the rulers of Dorne sat. One inlaid with a spear and the other with a blazing sun. A symbol of their heritage, he thought as they passed by the thrones. If my history is correct, the spear designates House Martell, and the sun is for their Rhoynish roots through Princess Nymeria. Fascinating. And beautiful. After leaving the throne room and walking up a few flights of stairs, they found themselves before an open doorway that was guarded by a dark-skinned man that was easily as large as his old companion Kemval. His sheer mass was pressing outwards against the copper-scaled shirt he was wearing. And if Knox had to guess, he would put the axe he held to weigh nearly as much as himself. Honestly, Knox thought, just barely managing to suppress the chuckle. How a pre-industrial world can produce men the size of the mountain and this giant now before me I will never know. Perhaps something in the food? Or maybe it's the force presence of the planet itself. Who knows? Ah, dear Ario, good to see your smiling face once more, Oberyn greeted the man joyfully. Though Knox assumed the smiling face was set in jest as the man looked as hard as Durasteel. Prince Oberyn, Ario greeted the prince back before shifting his focus to Knox. Prince Doran is waiting for you. Not this one or Sir Manfredi. Oh, don't be so formal, Ario, Oberyn smiled, patting Knox on the shoulder. This is my new friend, Lord Alum Knox. Perhaps you've heard of him? Or perhaps you've heard of his more well-known moniker, the Northern Sorcerer. My brother certainly has. After all, he sent me out to learn as much as I could. And after meeting him in person, well, I decided that the best way to really get to know someone is to travel with them. And we've had quite the interesting few weeks, haven't we, Knox? That we have, Oberyn, he responded in the same light tone as Oberyn. There, now you know who he is, Oberyn said, stepping forward. Now, why don't you move aside my large friend and let me see my brother? Ario didn't respond, instead he simply moved aside in order to let Oberyn and Knox pass him by while Sir Manfredi took his leave. Interesting, Knox thought, giving the man a once-over. His skill is on par with Oberyn's, or perhaps even more so. And he isn't afraid of me, even knowing my reputation. If he had been born in the Empire, he would have been a shoo-in for the Imperial Royal Guard. Inside the room were three men, two of whom were wearing the grey robes of the maesters and the third was sitting in a rather primitive but elaborate wheelchair of all things. Brother, Oberyn called out, making his way over to the man in the wheelchair and kneeling before him quickly before taking his hand. Brother, Prince Doran greeted back, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It is good to see you that you have returned. I was most distressed when the crew you left with returned without you and tales of you running off with the sorcerer of all people. Yes, well, when you are offered the chance to explore the lands of the fallen dragon lords beside a living legend, you can't really say no, Oberyn replied good-naturedly as he rose back to his feet. Indeed, and I can see that your venture was indeed a success, Doran said, nodding towards the spear still in Oberyn's hand. Yes, it was, Oberyn replied, handing the spear over to his brother. We fought side by side with against beasts straight out of nightmares, raided the vaults of Valeria, killed an undead dragon, and even obliterated a forsaken dragon lord sorcerer. Sounds like quite the adventure, Oberyn, Doran noted with a quirked eyebrow, handing the spear back to his brother and turning his attention towards Knox. I take it that I owe you my thanks, Lord Sorcerer, for ensuring that my brother returned to his home unscathed. With his naming, both maesters froze as fear tore through them. Strangely, though, it wasn't the same fear as that which was present in Sir Manfredi. No, this time their fear was all-encompassing. As if he were their very worst nightmare come to life before them. In part, Prince Doran, Knox replied, bowing his head slightly in greeting to hold proper decorum. In truth, your brother proved himself invaluable to our success in Valeria. Flatter, Oberyn laughed. I saw what you did when you leveled a part of old Valeria. You didn't need any of us, except as pack mules, I suspect. But still, even if that was all I was, it was a privilege to fuck with those dragon lord cunts. Leaning back in his chair, Doran waved the two maesters off. Kale Miles. That will be all for today. And send out word that I will be in private talks for the rest of the day and will not be holding court. Yes, Prince Doran, both men said before they all but ran out of the room while trying to keep as much distance between themselves and him as they could. Interesting duo, Knox said, tilting his head towards the fleeing maesters. I haven't experienced that level of fear just from my mere presence in some time. Grabbing the wheels of his chair, Doran brought himself over towards what Knox recognized as a Cyvasse board. It is a not so well kept secret that the maesters are wary of all things magic. Doran explained as he motioned for Knox to join him on the opposite side. There are exceptions, of course. But most do not view that which they cannot explain in the best light. Taking the offered seat, Knox took his time in examining Oberyn's older brother. They shared physical similarities and a fiery passion. But unlike his younger brother, Doran was very in control of himself. And even with just the briefest of passes, Knox could tell that the man had a mind like a steel trap. First Tywin Lannister, now Doran Martell, Knox thought as Oberyn went about filling a few wine glasses behind him. Two of the four top players of the game, as it were. And both live up to their reputation. Now, I just need to meet this Jonaran and Olenna Tyrell to see if the rumors regarding their prowess are indeed true. Well, Oberyn said, giving each of them a glass of dark red wine. I take it that you two have quite a bit to talk about. Most of which I've already heard. So, with your permission, brother, I would seek out my daughters. It has been some months since I last laid eyes on my beauties. Of course, brother, Doran said excusing Oberyn. They have been most anxious for your return. But do not think this gets you out of the conversation we will be having soon about your disregard for my instructions. Why, brother, you wound me. Oberyn cried out dramatically, I followed your every instruction to the letter. I even went above and beyond by bringing the very man you were interested in home with me. And this is the thanks I get? A scolding. Perhaps I should have just stayed on the Sea Wolf with you, Knox, and gone north. I've heard the women of the north are most eager to keep warm. Enough, Oberyn, Doran sighed. No doubt used to his brother's antics. We will talk later. Now leave us and tell Ario that we are not to be disturbed. As you say, brother. Knox, have a good game. And, brother, don't try and play too hard. This man is perhaps one of the best players I have ever met, even if he is new to the game, Oberyn said with a flourish before making his way out of the room, leaving Knox alone with Doran. Well then, Doran said, placing a screen in the middle of the board so that the two could place their Cyvasse pieces where they so desired. Shall we begin our game, Sorcerer? Leaning against the arch leading out to her balcony high within the Tower of the Sun, Princess Arianne Martell, eldest daughter of Prince Doran Martell, took a moment to enjoy the warm breeze that fluttered her silken robes around her body while she idly listened to her cousins interrogate their sister who had accompanied her uncle across the narrow sea. To say that her cousin Obara had experienced perhaps the adventure of a lifetime was understatement. Traveling to Valeria in the accompaniment of the northern sorcerer of all people. Raiding the vaults of the lost dragon lords and fighting against a dragon. An actual dragon. It made even Arianne's most interesting days seem utterly dull in comparison. Do you truly expect us to believe that a boy, a mere boy whose balls probably haven't even dropped yet, was able to take down a dragon, sister? Turning her attention away from the landscape of Sunspear and Shadow City, Arianne started paying closer attention to what her cousins were saying. Her companions for today, all of whom were her cousins, were currently lounging around her room. Obara was standing with her back straight as if she were a guard standing watch was usual for her eldest cousin, who was undoubtedly the most serious of them. Her second cousin Nymeria was lounging across several cushions, her pale yellow silken dress hugging her curves tightly while her black long braided hair laid draped across her shoulder and down between the valley of her breasts. Laying in a similar position to her sister, her third cousin and frequent bedmate, Tyene, was listening intently to her elder sister while slowly popping one grape after another into her mouth in an almost sensual manner while her golden hair was done up into an elaborate braid behind her head. And lastly, Elia, the eldest daughter of her uncle's paramour Lady Elaria Sand, laid on her front while using her elbows to prop herself up. At only 10 name days, the young Elia idolized her elder sisters and was hanging off every word that left Obara's mouth. That is exactly what I am saying, sister, Obara continued, completely unfazed with the dismissive tone of her sister Nymeria. While the sorcerer battled the creature that he claims was responsible for the doom of Valeria, his apprentice, Jon Snow, held off the flames of a dragon before cutting the beast down while the rest of us protected him from the stonemen. And how did he manage to cut the beast down? Tyene asked, her tone lacking the disbelieving tone of her sister's. The only method that has been successful in taking down a dragon is to use a scorpion or another dragon. Or to kill it in its sleep. He used the sorcerer's fire sword, his lightsaber as he calls it, Obara explained. He jumped up onto the top of the dragon's head while the beast was distracted, and the sorcerer threw the weapon to him. The moment Snow had it in his possession, he brought the blade to life, plunged it into the dragon's skull, and killed the beast in 2 blows. It was quite the story, one worthy of any bard's tongue. The killing of a dragon was no small feat, and unlike the uncertainty that showed on Tyene's and Nymaria's faces, Ariane knew her cousin's words to be true. Obara wasn't one to shovel horseshit. If she said something happened, it happened. And what of Jon Snow himself? Ariane asked offhandedly. Is he as Nymaria says? A boy whose balls haven't even dropped. Sharing a glance between Tyene and Nymaria, she could see just the slightest of an upturning of Obara's lips, while on the floor Elia watched on in ignorance of the full meaning behind Ariane's question. 3 years ago, Ariane had stumbled across an unfinished letter in her father's solar that was destined for her brother, Quentin, who was fostering at Yeronwood to try and improve the relationship between their houses. In the letter, her father had stated that Quentin would one day sit in his seat and rule Dorne. Which was a clear violation of Dornish laws of inheritance. She was the eldest. Dorne was hers by right of birth. Not her brother's. Yet still, her father was going to pass her over in favor of her frog-faced brother. At first, she hadn't wanted to believe it. But as she thought on it, the more it made sense. Her father had rejected many of her potential suitors that would serve her well as a consort. After nearly 2 moons off thinking of the letter, she finally confronted her father. The conversation that followed was perhaps the worst of her young life. Her father had not denied the accusation. In fact, he stated that it was his plan to have her brother inherit Dorne. To steal her birthright. And when she pressed on what would happen to her, he simply brushed off her concerns and said that he would find a good place for her. For nearly a year after that conversation she waged a, in hindsight, anyway childish rebellion against her father. She stopped listening to him. Stopped taking commands from him. And in the end, she even went so far as to have a brief tryst with her uncle Squire Damon Sand. But even then, her father didn't seem to care. After her tryst, she realized just how childish she was being, and decided that if her father wasn't going to give her Dorne, as was her right, she would have to take it from him. She wouldn't kill him, she still loved her father far too much to even consider such an action. But she would make it so that he was left with no choice to name her as his official heir. To that end, she started paying far more attention in her lessons, learning everything she could of not only Dorne and its politics, but of the rest of the 7 kingdoms as well. Everything she put her mind to, she excelled at. She even managed to successfully create a new trade agreement between Dorne and Braavos. It wasn't for much, merely a decrease in taxation from Braavos on imports, but still, it was something. And yet, no matter what she did, her father never even so much as gave her an acknowledgement of her deeds. Just before she reached her 6 and 10 name day, it became apparent that her father would never name her his heir. And unfortunately, she simply didn't have the political pull within Dorne to force her father's hand. But she still had one weapon at her disposal. And it could be a powerful one at that. Her hand in marriage. But she needed to be extremely careful with her pick. She needed someone strong. Someone powerful. Someone who no one would even think once about crossing. And as she came to this realization, there was only one person who met that criteria. The Northern Sorcerer and the Butcher of Amory Lorch, Lord Alum Knox. But while the idea of betting the powerful man was indeed a fantasy that filled many of her fantasies late at night, she slowly came to realize that he was not necessarily the best option. To be sure, he was powerful, and no one would dare cross him, especially after what he had done for Dorne by helping to give some justice to her Aunt Elia Martell. But that was exactly the problem. He was too powerful. She knew that if she were to marry him, eventually she would become little more than a puppet while he ruled Dorne behind the scenes. And that was not something she was willing to have happen. And there were also the rumors of the man having a woman back in the north. So, as unfortunate as it was, she was forced to conclude that the sorcerer would simply not fit in her long-term plans, at least not as her husband. That was why it seemed to have been a gift from the gods that, after little more than a moon's turn after acceding that Knox was not a fully suitable option for her, rumors started floating through Dorne regarding Knox and, more importantly, why he was so fixated on staying in the north. The Stark children all had the same type of power as Knox, and the sorcerer was training them all. Including Lord Stark's bastard son. And it was the bastard son who drew Ariane's attention. Politically, marrying a true-born son would be preferable. But in this case, it wasn't feasible. Marrying Lord Stark's heir meant that she would become the next Lady of Winterfell, which was not what she wanted. And the other son was far too young for her needs. That was why she started trying to dig up every scrap of information about the bastard son of Lord Stark as she could. Strangely enough though, this proved far more difficult than she would have liked. She'd been able to learn that Jon Snow was in fact Lord Nox's favored student. He had also been raised alongside his true-born brothers and sisters, something that seemed far more Dornish than Northern. But when she tried to find out just who his mother was, that was when she hit the proverbial wall. No one was able to answer that question. Even Lord Stark had never seemed to state who Jon's mother was. It was a complete mystery. Naturally, it was one that people started taking a great interest in the moment word started to spread that the Stark children and Jon Snow had the same abilities as the Sorcerer. The most common story she'd heard was that he was the son of Lord Stark and Lady Ashura Dane. A tale that held some merit. It was well known that the late Lady Dane and Lord Stark were at the very least interested in one another at the tourney of Harrenhal. And if that interest had progressed to a physical affection, then the timing would work out that after finding his deceased sister at the Tower of Joy, Lord Stark took his bastard son from Lady Dane's arms on his way back north. It could also explain why Lord Stark was so hesitant to speak of the boy's mother. After all, it was known that Lady Dane killed herself after he left, so perhaps the pain of losing her brother, her lover, and her son in one fell swoop was simply too much to bear. In fact, the story held such merit that her father had recently even reached out to House Dane to ask to either confirm or deny the story. And they were still waiting to hear back from them on the matter. If he truly was a son of Dorne, then he could be even more useful to her than she'd originally thought. After nearly a year of collecting every scrap of information she could on Jon Snow, and the Starks in general, she made her decision. Jon Snow was the perfect consort for her. From what she heard, he was well liked, even loved by his true-born siblings, giving him close ties to the future Warden of the North. He was also being trained personally by the Northern Sorcerer to wield the same power as he did. And being a bastard meant he stood no chance of inheriting anything from his father without pissing off his lords. The best he could hope for would be to become a master of arms or perhaps live out his life at the Wall or with the Maesters. None of which seemed appealing prospects for one who held so much promise. But most importantly, he was still young. Malleable. Someone she could mold into what she wanted. Though, she did hope that he was strong enough to resist somewhat. The chase and seduction wouldn't be as fun nor enjoyable in the end if he simply went along with her every whim. And she wanted someone who was strong enough to rule alongside her. Not a simpleton who would bow to her every wish or a fool who would think that just because he had the cock that he was in charge. To call him a boy would be a disservice, Obara said, bringing Arianne back to the conversation at hand. While he is young, he has this aura about him that makes him seem far older. After he killed the dragon, it was like he was a different person. He gave orders and even I was willing to go along with what he said. And despite his boyish looks, he will grow up to be a handsome man. Why, sister? Nymeria grinned, eagerly leaning towards her sister. I do believe I see a blush forming on your face. Do you fancy the boy? I didn't know you liked them that young. He doesn't look his age, Obara muttered quietly, but not quite quietly enough to keep to herself. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Father left him with his squire in the yard while he and the sorcerer went to talk with Uncle Doran. Then that is exactly what we'll be doing, Arianne announced with a note of finality, marching towards the door to her chambers and leaving her cousins scrambling to follow. Just as she was about to pass through her door, she stopped and took a moment to look herself over in the mirror that had been gifted to her by her uncle after one of his many trips across the narrow sea. At 7 and 10, she had changed greatly from the little pudgy flat-chested girl she had been. Her olive skin was near flawless, her chest grown to be a thing all admired, and her hair had grown into long curls that hung loosely down her back and over her shoulders. In short, she had grown into a beautiful woman. A woman that was desired by men, and even women, from near and far. He's barely 3 and 10 name days, she thought as she took a moment to adjust her dress to accent her curves just the slightest bit more. Men twice his age can barely control themselves around me, let us hope that he is made of stronger stuff. Pleased with her appearance, the Princess of Dorne marched out of her chambers with her cousins close behind as she sought out her prey. It didn't take them long to arrive at the training yard, nor did it take long to find her intended target. For standing in the middle of the yard were 2 young men, both shirtless and each with a training sword in hand as they worked through a series of movements together side by side. The slightly taller young man was easy for her to identify. After all, she had a rather, if only singular, carnal encounter with him. And while there was no true spark or passion between herself and Daemon Sand, she could at least admit that he struck an impressive sight. His strong jaw, sky blue eyes, sandy brown hair with a close-trimmed beard and his well-toned body earned from hours upon hours of training were certainly a sight that could make many a maiden make any woman wet themselves with desire. But while Daemon was impressive, the young man beside him was equally impressive. Her cousin was correct. Snow certainly didn't look like a boy of 2 and 10, almost 3 and 10. Rather, he looked more like a young man of at least 5 and 10. He was slightly shorter than Daemon, but not by much, merely a hand's width if she had to guess. And even with the distance that separated them, she could tell that in a few years he would indeed be a handsome man. With his long face, his dark hair and dark grey eyes. And, just like Damon, his body was nothing to be ashamed of. Lean and well-toned, if slightly paler than she was used to. Damon was a sight to behold, but this Jon Snow, if given a few years, he would be the thing of fantasies for any maiden, young and old, across the 7 kingdoms. A slight stubble on the cheeks, kept closely trimmed to less than a finger widths, Ariane mused as she tried to picture what sort of man he would grow into in a few years while watching the two treat her to an unexpected, but quite welcome, show. Let his hair grow and pull it back, perhaps bound in a tail behind his head. Yes, I can definitely work with this. Letting her hand rest lightly on the railing, Ariane slowly walked her way around the upper level surrounding the training yard, keeping herself out of the eyesight of the 2 strapping men below. As she made her way around the backside of the 2 of them, she started to realize something. While she was not an expert in martial combat, she did enjoy watching a good fight or watching men and women train. At first, she'd thought that Damon was teaching Snow a few tricks, but as she watched more closely, she realized it was the exact opposite. Snow was teaching Damon a few things. Coming around almost full circle of the yard, Ariane descended the steps leading to the ground level of the yard, emerging just as the 2 men in the yard appeared to reach a stopping point as Damon led Snow over to a shaded area of the yard so the 2 could drink greedily from a flask of water. Raising her hands, she began to lightly clap, the sound of her hands echoing throughout the empty yard and announcing her presence to the 2. Damon didn't seem surprised to see her as he merely turned to her and bowed his head respectfully. Snow, however, his reaction was everything Ariane could have hoped for. His eyes grew twice their size at seeing her before tracking up and down her body while his face turned a steadier shade of red. Well done, you 2, she congratulated the 2 as she approached. That was quite the display. I am glad you approve, Princess Ariane, Damon said, using her name as a way of subtly announcing her presence to Snow. The bastard's reaction to her station was even more comical. His eyes, which were already wide, grew even wider as his blush increased and he started trying to look everywhere except where he, and even she, wanted to look. Even more amusingly, he seemed to be suddenly very conscious of the fact that he was standing before her without a shirt on. I have known my uncle Squire for some time now. But I have never truly seen him take lessons from anyone other than my uncle, let alone from one so young. What is your name? Jon Snow, my lady, Princess, Ariane couldn't help but smile slightly at his stumbling. It was rather cute, in a boyish way that stood in stark contradiction to his physical appearance. Jon Snow, the son of the Warden and Lord Paramount of the North, Eddard Stark. And the apprentice of Lord Knox, the Northern Sorcerer. I have heard stories about you. Snow appeared shocked that she knew of him, until his eyes flickered behind her where she knew Obara was standing, and a look of understanding crossed his face. I hope what you've heard have been good things, Princess. Ariane, she corrected, drawing a quick look from the boy. In a private setting like this, I prefer if my name, not my title, would be used. Snow took a step back. I couldn't do that, Princess. It would not be proper for. Not proper? Ariane asked, taking a step forward to counter his step back, putting her almost within arm's length of him. I am the Princess of Dorne, am I not? And we are currently in Dorne. So, what I say is proper is what is proper. Let us try again, shall we? I wish for you to call me Ariane, not Princess. Now, try it. Snow looked more than a little unsure, but soon enough he relented. As you wish, Prin Ariane. Letting loose her full smile, Ariane took another step forward, placing her well within arm's reach of the young man. That's better, she muttered, looking him up and down. I see that your training has done wonders for one your age. I may not be an expert with a sword, but I can tell just by watching you that in time you will, undoubtedly, be one of the best in the lands. Perhaps even on par with the Sword of the Morning. She'd hoped that by mentioning the legendary position given only to those of House Dane that she would be able to gain some sort of insight on whether the boy knew of his lineage or not. Unfortunately, the boy showed little recognition of his potential mother's family outside of the name and position. Shame. Either he doesn't know, or he is far better at hiding his true thoughts than any young man his age has the right to do so. I could only hope to eventually be considered on the same level as the legendary Sword of the Morning or Lord Knox, Prink Ariane. Humble too. Such a rare trait to find these days, considering almost all men like to strut about like a stallion out to stud. Yes, this young man has the qualities that I'm looking for. He'll need some refinement but he's still young. He will grow. Gracing him with a dazzling smile, she looked back and forth between sand and snow. Damon was giving her a more than slightly amused look as she did so. He knew exactly where her thoughts were, they'd discussed it a length before and he'd been one of the first to agree to help her take her place as ruler of Dorne, even if he knew that she would never be his. Well, maybe not never, this is Dorne after all. The display between yourself and Damon here was quite impressive, Jon Snow. Arianne stated, slowly circling the young man. Tell me, Daemon, if you two of you were to spar, who would emerge the victor? Daemon didn't hesitate. If we were to spar with swords alone, Snow here would win without question. But if we were to spar while I wielded by spear, then I believe I would have the edge over him. His words brought her up short slightly. Daemon, much like her uncle, was not one to exaggerate their skills. They were both good and they knew it. For Daemon to say that Jon could potentially beat him, he wasn't just trying to build up Snow's confidence. He was serious. And what of you, Jon? She asked, turning the young man. Do you think you can take on Daemon while he wields his spear instead of the sword? To his credit, Snow didn't answer right away, preferring instead to turn and study Daemon. I believe I could, Pr Arianne. Confident. Good. Then, let us put that to the test then, Arianne said with a clap of her hands. You two shall spar. Daemon with his spear, and Jon with his sword. First to 10 victories will take the match. And to give you both a little incentive, I shall put a wager of my favor to the winner on your little contest. Jon looked confused at her statement, but Daemon merely gave her a sidelong look. Regardless of the looks, both accepted and Jon moved off to the weapon rack to replace his wooden training blade for a training blade. Daemon, Arianne whispered quietly, ushering her uncle's squire to her. Test him, but don't hurt him. To her surprise, Daemon merely laughed. Arianne, I fear your concerns may be misplaced. If anything, you should be concerned that he will be the one hurting me. Raising her brow at the statement, Arianne stepped back towards a shaded section of the training yard and took a seat amongst the cushions on the ground. As she and her cousins got settled, she watched with rapt attention as Snow and Sand choose their respected training weapons before meeting back in the center of the yard. Daemon held his spear in both hands, the shaft crossing his body on an angle while the tip pointed slightly towards the ground. Jon meanwhile took a stance that she had never seen before. He stood with his sword level with his arm and pointed on an angle towards the ground while he turned his body slightly so that his side was facing Daemon. Begin! Arianne shouted, signaling the start of the match. Daemon struck first, letting go of the spear with his left hand while he thrusted with the right to extend the reach, trying to draw first blood. But before the spear could ever even get close, Jon parried the attack away before quickly countering by stepping in close to Daemon and placing the tip of his sword directly over Daemon's heart. The entire exchange lasted less than a few seconds, but there was no doubt that Jon had taken the first point in just 2 moves. Didn't realize he was a water dancer, Nymeria commented as she leaned forward, suddenly very interested in the fight going on before them as Daemon and Jon reset themselves. He isn't, Obara countered. I have watched Jon and the Sorcerer spar for hours on the ship. From what I've learned, Jon prefers 2 forms of fighting. This one he and the Sorcerer call, Makashi I believe it was. It focuses on quickness, precision attacks, and counters. His other style is called, Juyo. I fought him once when he used that style and, that was one of the few times I truly feared for my life. Even though we were only sparring. Now Arianne was even more impressed than she already was as she watched Jon and Daemon trade blows with one another. This time Daemon, after losing the first point so quickly, had adapted a more cautious approach as he tried to figure out Jon's fighting style. Jon Snow, she thought, licking her lips. You are just becoming more and more of catch with each new thing I learn about you. Holding his wine glass in one hand while swirling the dark red wine around, Nox carefully examined the board resting between himself and Prince Doran. The various pieces on both sides of the board were scattered throughout as both players carefully moved their pieces across the board as they tried to kill the king on the opposing side. Seeing a path to victory, Nox leaned forward and moved his heavy horse piece across the set number of tiles, placing it near Doran's dragon piece, which was nestled up against a mountain terrain to block the path to his king piece. His move made, Prince Doran went to immediately counter his move, only to pause as he truly looked at the board. Impressive trap, the prince muttered, retracting his hand from his dragon piece. I almost fell into it headlong. I didn't take you for an expert Sivas player, sorcerer. Never played a game till our brief stay in Volantis, Nox admitted. But my homeland has a similar game. And strategy is strategy. No matter whether you're partaking in war, politics, or a simple game like this. Some would argue differently, Doran stated, moving his catapult around the mountain terrain to flank Nox's heavy horse piece. While they all require a level of strategy, the nuances of each are vastly different. Perhaps, but they all boil down to the same basic principle, Nox admitted, taking his dragon piece and using it to remove Doran's elephant from the game. In order to win, you must get your opponents to think they know what you are doing, and then do something they do not expect to take their victory out from under their feet. Looking down at the board, Doran went to take his move but then stopped. Even without sight, Nox knew the game was over. His dragon was poised to take Doran's king piece, which meant that he would have to move his trebuchet in order to prevent the dragon from moving into a killing position. But if he made such a move, then his light horse would be able to move to the spot that would be vacated, and the game would be over anyway. Well played, Dorian nodded, tipping over his king piece in admittance of defeat. Well played indeed, Sorcerer. It is but a game, Prince Dorian, Nox shrugged. In the grand scheme of things, you are perhaps one of the best players in all of Westeros, on level with Tywin, Olenna, and Jonnaran, if my analysis is correct. Flattery, Dorian chuckled. I'm but a crippled man stuck to this wretched chair. Your body may not be in its prime, but your mind is far above almost all others, Nox countered. Your play with your brother in Essos speaks volumes to your abilities to play the game. Oh? Dorian asked, leaning back. And what was my play with my brother? To find out if there is anything that you can use to sway me to your side when you make your move against the Baratheons and the Lannisters. As well as to set up a few other parts of your long-term plans. Nox replied casually. Dorian didn't appear fazed, not that Nox expected him to be. The man was a master politician after all. I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're talking about, Sorcerer. Yes, I did send my brother to Essos to try and learn if you were in fact from that region, but House Martell and Dorne are loyal subjects to the crown. Ha, if anyone actually believes that, then I have a wonderful plot of land to sell them in the middle of the bite. Nox chuckled. You want vengeance, Prince Dorian? Do not try and deny it. The mountain killed Prince Aegon by smashing his head in with his bare hands. Then raped your sister to death with the boy's blood still on him while Lorch stabbed your niece over 100 times. Then both were presented to Robert Baratheon, who not only smiled at their deaths, but released and rewarded the two men responsible for their demise. If you weren't planning on taking revenge, then I would be disappointed in you. Such an insult cannot go unpunished. Picking up his own glass, Dorian took a long drink. Robert. The mountain. Lorch. You missed one if revenge was truly my goal. Tywin, while complicit, is not guilty of the murder of your sister and your niece. Aegon yes, but not the women. Nox answered, holding up his hand to stop Doran's response as he continued. While ruthless, you and I both know that Tywin is smart. Elia and Rhaenys were far too valuable. Ideally, he would want Elia to be married to his son Jaime after leveraging his release from the King's Guard. And then Rhaenys would be betrothed to Robert and Cersei's heir to the throne, thereby easing the tensions amongst the loyalists with the knowledge that the dragon's blood, however diluted, would still be on the throne. The only woman he truly wished dead was Lyanna Stark, because if she were to be alive, even soiled, Robert would name her his queen and there would be nothing he could do about it. Dorian seemed fairly interested in his words now. Not surprised but interested in Nox's point of view. Then why did he not condemn the actions taken by the Mountain and Lorch and have them executed? Because, to a man like Tywin, being seen as not being in control is worse than being seen as guilty, Nox answered, to which Dorian nodded. Plus, he never outright said that he had or had not ordered the attack on Elia and Rhaenys. He more than likely gave the orders for the two to be captured. But more than likely the two put up a fight and due to the bloodlust from battle, the Mountain and Lorch lost control and killed them. That left Tywin with one of two options. 1. Admit that his bannermen went against his orders and appear weak. Or 2. Say nothing and let people come to their own conclusions. So that is what he did. He counted on Robert's well-known hatred of the Targaryens to blindside the people so that no one would ever suspect that his own men went against his orders. Setting his glass aside, Dorian folded his hands in his lap. Your thoughts mirror my own. Tywin is a prickly sort. One who would rather be found guilty than not in control. And it is not wrong to say that I hate the Lannisters and the Baratheons for what was done to my family. But I am not engaged in treason against the crown. Nox smiled at the wordplay. He had missed this verbal sparring. The North, for all its charm, did not care for politics or verbal sparring on this level. It reminded him greatly of his time on the Dark Council. An interesting turn of phrase to say that you are not engaged in treason. Setting down his glass, Nox decided it was time to pull out his trump card, so to speak. My apprentice ran into two interesting individuals before we met with your brother in Volantis. A young girl and a young man, both with silver gold hair and violet eyes. And the young man seemed most aggravated. As if he was expecting something to happen but was denied what he thought was his due. No doubt he was hoping for an alliance through betrothal of sorts, but the father of the potential bride must have made the proposal provisional, based on certain elements regarding what could happen in the future. Doran's friendly demeanor, as well as the atmosphere, disappeared completely as Nox dropped his proverbial bomb on the Prince of Dorne. Before you make any rash decisions, Prince Doran, Nox said, holding up his hand. Know that I have no loyalty to the Iron Throne. And what I heard can be considered merely hearsay or conjecture. Therefore, I have no intention nor desire to spread it beyond just the two of us. Unless someone was to act, rashly, of course. Then I would be forced to do what I must to protect myself and those I care about. Doran relaxed slightly, but not much. The man was still on edge, and rightfully so given what Nox had laid out before him. And what would it take to ensure such hearsay did not spread? I wouldn't want such unsubstantiated rumors about Dorne spreading through the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Nothing, Nox replied, waving the concern away. Nothing is happening to myself or those I call my own, so no word need be spread. The underling meaning to his words were clear to Doran. Nox had him, and Dorne by extension, by the balls. If Doran left him alone, then the fact that Oberyn met with the exiled Targaryens would stay with him. But should Doran try anything, then word would be spread. And given the king's general mentality towards anything related to the Targaryens, well, Dorne's peace probably wouldn't last long. And if things were to change? Doran questioned. If, for some reason, those in exile brought war to come home, where would you stand? Depends, Nox shrugged. My allegiance is not one that can be bought. But if I'm left alone, then that is that. But do keep in mind, while I do not owe direct allegiance to the Starks, I do consider Ned Stark to be a friend. And a friendship to me is indeed a rare thing. It is something which I have only acknowledged to less than 10 individuals in my entire life. Thus, I would be most aggrieved if something were to happen to him or his family. Doran didn't seem to like that answer, but it appeared as if he was resigned to it. Then the future will indeed be interesting should the unfortunate develop. Indeed, it shall, Nox nodded, rising to his feet. But I feel that is enough politicking for the day. I sense something amiss in the training yard that I fear will need to be addressed soon. And while we are making our way there, perhaps you can indulge a question of mine. Just what is the purpose of the King's Guard? Ever since she was a little girl, Arianne had always been fascinated with displays of skill, particularly on the field of battle. In fact, her first infatuation was with her uncle Oberyn and had come to be after watching him spar and utterly humiliate no less than a dozen men in the yard on his own. Later, her attention had turned to his squire Daemon Sand, who was quickly becoming one of the better spears in Dorne. But while she'd always enjoyed watching a good spar, she had never experienced a reaction quite like the one she was having now watching as Jon Snow thoroughly trounced one of the best spears in Dorne. Her entire being felt like it was on fire, and not because of the heat of the sun bearing down on her. After Snow had managed to take 2 points on Daemon, a familiar warmth had started to pool within her. By the time Snow had taken a 5-1 point lead, the warmth had grown into a raging inferno and had started to coalesce between her legs. And now that the young man had taken a 9-3 lead and was on the match point, she was having trouble sitting still. The fire within her was all but demanding that she take the object that had stoked such passion within her. Even if he was still a slight bit younger than what could be considered proper for such activities. And she wasn't the only one who was drawn to the display. Beside her, her cousins were all staring at the two men with undivided attentions. While she wasn't sure just how word of what was happening had spread throughout the palace, but to be sure it had. For all around the training yard, both the ground and upper levels were packed with visiting nobles and servants alike, no doubt hoping to catch a glimpse of the man that was being trained by the northern sorcerer and was a potential son of Dorne, if the rumors of his mother were true. Biting her lip, Arianne watched with rapt attention as the two squared off against one another. Daemon was panting more than slightly. His spear was held at a slightly lower angle than when they started, as the toll of the training the two had gone through, and now the fight began taking its toll on his body. Jon, though, did not seem to have the same difficulties. To be sure, his breath was labored, and his body was covered in sweat, but his stance was still just as strong as it had been when the two had started their duel. Letting out a loud yell, Daemon lunged forward, his spear aiming for the center of Jon's chest. Jon moved almost impossibly fast as he sidestepped the lunge and batted the spear tip away. Daemon, having seen the same move before, quickly countered by trying to strike with the butt of his spear. Jon, though, had apparently seen the move coming and quickly moved to block it before kicking Daemon in his unprotected chest, doubling him over and ending the spar as Jon brought his training blade down, stopping just a hair's width from making contact with Daemon's head. All around the yard, people started clapping, congratulating the two on their performance. For her part, Arianne couldn't keep the smile off her face as she watched Jon hold out his hand to help Daemon. Oh yes, he is perfect. And give him a few more years, he will be beyond perfect. I need to talk with Obara, and soon. I need to know if I can expect any competition for his eye or not. As the clapping slowly died down, there was one set of claps that did not. Even after everyone had stopped, the one set continued to clap slowly, almost mockingly, as the owner stepped out from the crowd and into the yard. Well, well, well. The squire of Prince Oberyn, bested by a foreign boy. How low the Red Viper's standards must have become. Arianne wanted to curse as she quickly rose to her feet, recognizing the man making his way towards Jon and Daemon. Damn it, she cursed, holding her head high. Father did not tell me that Sir Gerald Darkstar Dane, of all people, would be in the palace today. The Knight of High Hermitage was from a cadet branch of the House Dane, and he was cousins to the infamous Sir Arthur Dane, the last Sword of the Morning, and Lady Ashura Dane. But while Sir Gerald may have inherited House Dane's striking features with his purple eyes and gold almost silver hair, he had not inherited their temperament. Sir Arthur was a man of honor and Lady Ashura a woman of grace and generosity. Darkstar was neither. He was a cruel bastard at heart, at most generous of times. And to think, there was a time I entertained the notion of tying myself to him to affirm my hold on Dorne. Thank the gods I learned of his true self before I did something incredibly foolish. Sir Dane, Arianne said out loud, drawing attention to herself and hopefully away from Jon. This is an unexpected pleasure to have you within Sunspear once more. Gerald smiled brightly as she approached, a look that might have once thrilled her, but now filled her with nothing more than dread. Princess Arianne, Gerald smiled, taking her hand and kissing the back of it. Your beauty continues to grow and shine brighter and brighter than the sun with each passing day. Flatterer, she smiled, but felt disgusted with herself for even having to act halfway interested in the man. But I must confess curiosity as to the reason for your visit. Gerald's smile slipped only slightly before reaffirming itself. Why, because of this young man here, of course, Gerald smiled unkindly while beckoning at Jon. I came to speak with your father on the matter, and imagine my surprise to find the supposed ill-gotten bastard of my whore of a cousin here in Sunspear. And not only is he here, but apparently also humiliating the squire of the Red Viper himself and under the watchful eye of the Princess of Dorne. My, how far House Martell has fallen. Has House Martell already forgotten that it was the barbarians of House Stark that were instrumental in during the war against the Targaryens? The same war that saw to the death of our beloved Princess Elia and her children? Yet here you now stand with the son of the very dishonorable man who not only apparently fucked, impregnated and then abandoned my cousin, Ashura, but also murdered my cousin Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword in the Morning. Your ancestors would be turning over in their graves if they were to see this insult to their memories. Arianne wanted to slap the man. But before she could utter any defense, Jon beat her to it. My father is not dishonorable, Jon stated clearly and loudly. And I do not know if Lady Ashura Dane is my mother not. My father has never spoken of her. My father fought Sir Arthur Dane on equal footing. But, regardless, you should not speak of your kin so unkindly, Sir Dane. In the north, we have a saying. When the snow falls and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. In the north, family is everything, Ser. Arianne just barely managed to hide her grimace. While Jon's words had some weight and good meaning behind them, she really wished he wouldn't have said anything in the first place, as he didn't truly understand just how to deal with a man like Sir Gerald. Is that so, bastard? Sir Gerald asked, his eyes narrowing. Then, tell me, where was your father's sense of honor and family when he married that whorefish after fucking my cousin and putting you in her womb? Most honorable man in the land? Ha! Stark wouldn't know honor if it came up and bit him in the ass. And the day I believe a northern barbarian can defeat a son of House Dane in a fair fight is the day I kiss my own ass. This wasn't good. She could see exactly what Gerald was doing. He was winding Jon up, provoking him into doing something rash. Something that would give Gerald reason to bring harm to him. And that was not something that she could allow. Thankfully, Jon seemed to be able to handle his emotions well enough, as he, mercifully, didn't rise to the bait Gerald was laying out for him. Instead, he just closed his eyes and took several long and slow breaths, his visibly tensing body starting to relax. This was something that Gerald obviously wasn't pleased with. Nothing to say, boy? Gerald asked, leaning towards Jon. Or perhaps your supposed victory over the Squire of the Red Viper has given you a false sense of skill. How about a real challenge then? A spar between the two of us. And I'll even give you an incentive. Should you manage to land a single point on my person, I will apologize for words I spoke against my whore cousin, your possible mother, and that dishonorable barbarian limp dick man you call your father. I accept, Jon said immediately, his voice solemn and drawing a win-ce from Arianne. Splendid. Gerald's smile was positively vicious. I cannot allow this, Sir Gerald, Arianne said, trying to get between the two of them. Jon has been training and sparring all morning. He is exhausted while you are fresh. A match between. Making excuses for the boy's defeat already, Princess Arianne. Gerald sneered. I didn't realize your tastes ran so young or along the lines of barbarians. I am fine, Princess Arianne, Jon said, stepping forward. Even after my spar with Sir Daemon, I am still more than capable of handling Sir Dane in a spar. Chuckling, Gerald began loosening the ties of his clothes to free up his movements. You have a quick mouth, bastard. Let us hope your sword is just quick, or I won't enjoy it as much in shutting it permanently. As Gerald made his way to collect a training sword, Arianne rounded on Jon. What are you doing? She hissed in a hushed tone. You've done exactly what he wanted. You had my father's protection and mine. But now that you are in a spar, he can harm and even maim you without repercussions. Jon turned to her, and when he did, Arianne felt the breath catch in her lungs. His once dark grey eyes were slowly turning a dark yellow before her very eyes. The same applies to him. And while I don't care about what he may say about me, I will not stand for someone insulting my father, their own family, or, you, princess. Don't worry. I can handle the likes of him easy. Moving aside, Ariane watched helplessly as John marched to the center of the yard where Sir Gerald stood waiting. A not so small part of her wanted to stop this farce immediately. Gerald was twice John's size and age, had been fighting for years, and had garnered quite the reputation for his swordsmanship and his ruthlessness. But it had been John's confidence and the, well, aura for lack of a better term that was coming from him. When he told her that he could handle Sir Gerald, she believed him. Don't make me wrong on my assumption, Snow, she thought, returning to her place next to her cousins. Nymeria, Tyene, and Elia all had the same worried look on their faces. But Obara was calm, as if she didn't have a care in the world. There is no need to worry. Her eldest cousin said softly the moment she returned to them. Snow will win. Ariane was about to ask how her cousin could be so sure, but then she noticed it. John had changed his stance from what it had been when he'd been sparring against Damon. In fact, his entire demeanor seemed to have changed. The calm look he wore while sparring against Damon was gone, and in its place was a look that she could only describe as pure, unadulterated, seething rage. Even Sir Gerald seemed taken aback, though he tried to hide it as he pointed his wooded training blade towards John. Nice trick with the eyes, bastard. But yellow eyes don't make you AW. John seemed to move in a blur as he rushed at Gerald, his sword arching downward towards the taller man's shoulder and chest. Gerald just barely managed to get his own blade up in time to block the strike. While he was able to block it, the sheer force behind John's attack defied all logic as Gerald's wooden training sword was pushed back into his chest and the large man was forced to take several steps back as he tried to regain his balance. But John didn't allow that as he rained down a relentless barrage of attacks on Gerald, each one forcing the older man to backstep further and further away as he struggled to absorb the powerful attacks. With his back pressed against the edge of the sparring yard, Gerald finally managed to get his footing under him and began trying to launch a counterattack. With his base set, Gerald was able to start holding his own against John and even started pushing the younger man back away from the edge. As John started backing away, Ariane's concern grew as she started to notice something about John's form. He continuously left his front leg forward, a clear weak point that she hoped Gerald wouldn't notice. But, to her distress, Gerald did notice, and as John made to step back, Gerald slashed down towards John's exposed front leg. But just as the training blade was about to make contact, John shifted his feet quickly, letting Gerald's attack pass harmlessly by and leaving the older man exposed. Which John took immediate advantage of as he delivered a quick and devastating down cut onto Gerald's chest with enough force to make the older man stagger back and drop to a knee. A killing blow. Gerald immediately threw out a blind backhanded strike, which John easily swatted away, as he tried to give himself time to scramble back up to his feet. Time which John seemed to allow as the younger man started pacing back and forth with his training sword held loosely by his side. No, not pacing, Ariane quickly corrected herself. Stalking. Like a predator stalking its prey in the wild. The look on Sir Dane's face was one of absolute fury as he readied himself once more. Letting out a cry, Gerald brought his sword into a high guard with the intent of bringing his sword down on John's head. But John merely raised his sword to block, arresting Gerald's strike before it could gain too much momentum. Then John did something she wasn't expecting, and certainly something she hadn't seen him do against Damon. He kicked out with his front foot, catching Gerald in the side of his knee and dropping him. As he was still falling, John's sword came down and caught Gerald on the back of his shoulder. But, unlike his spar with Damon, John didn't stop his swing before he made contact. No, he brought his sword with far more strength than a young man his age should have been able to possess and dropped a man twice his age, size, and experience face first into the ground. 2 killing blows, Ariane thought with a growing smile, watching as John backed off and began to stalk his prey once again while Sir Dane half crawled half rolled towards the edge of the yard. If I thought he was impressive before, then this is oh shit. The sound of metal scrapping against leather echoed throughout the near-silent courtyard as Gerald grabbed hold of his sword, which he'd left at the edge of the yard, and quickly pulled it out from its sheath. This was no longer a spar. Live steel had been drawn, and from the look in Gerald's eyes, he was thirsty for blood and wouldn't stop till he had his fill. Jumping to her feet, Ariane felt a cry leave her throat as she called for the guards to intervene, but her voice was muffled in the screams of those watching as Gerald ran at John with live steel. But John didn't even bat an eye. Sidestepping Gerald's thrust, the northerner swung his training blade around in a tight circle before bringing it down on Gerald's exposed right hand. The sound of bones breaking and Gerald's pain screamed broke through the noise of the spectators as his sword fell from his now injured hand. But John wasn't done. Instead of hitting Gerald again, an easy target as the man was currently defenseless, John thrusted his right hand towards Gerald, his palm open and facing his downed opponent. Then he slowly began to clench his hand into a slight fist. Whatever doubts remained in Ariane's mind about the validity of John having sorcerer-like powers were dispelled as Gerald's cries abruptly cut off. Sir Dane's eyes bulged as his hands started pawing at his neck. And then, without being able to comprehend just what was happening, Ariane could do little more than watched in befuddled amazement as Gerald as lifted into the air until the tips of his toes were dangling just above the surface of the ground. You call my father a man without honor. She could barely even recognize John's voice, but it carried through the yard as if he were standing right next to her, and the very sound of it sent a chill through her body. A chill, and a renewed warmth that would not go away. You insult the memory of your cousin. Both of them. And you insult a princess in her own palace. You, Seer, no, you do not have the right to that title. You, Gerald Dane, are the one without honor. Enough. The single command resounded throughout the courtyard with such force that many of those who were present immediately dropped to a knee. Even Ariane felt the need to stop whatever she'd been doing and lower her head in submission, a feeling she was highly unaccustomed to. It took almost all of her willpower to keep herself still as she looked around for whoever had issued the command as an unnatural chill shot through her body, making her feel almost as if the stranger itself was standing over her. It didn't take her long to find the man. And the moment she laid her eyes on him, she knew exactly who he was without needing to be introduced. The man was tall and handsome with a close-trimmed ashen beard, pulled back silver hair, and a black cloth covering his eyes. His black robes billowing behind him as he marched into the yard despite the absence of any wind. This was Lord Alum Nox, the Northern Sorcerer. The Breaker of the Pike. The Storm God's avatar. The Stranger Incarnate. The will of the old gods of the First Men. And just behind him was her father, being pushed in his rolling chair by her uncle Oberyn with Ario Hota right behind with his axe draw. All three of whom were looking positively murderous, but not at John, rather at Dane who was still on the ground from where he'd collapsed. In the center of the yard, almost forgotten due to the legend's arrival, Gerald Dane hit the ground hard as John released whatever hold he had on him, leaving the knight to clutch at his throat as he coughed violently, trying desperately to get some air back into his lungs. Backing away, John made to speak, but the sorcerer merely held up a single finger, silencing the young man before he could say even a single word. She was prepared to step forward and defend the young man, but that proved to not be necessary as the sorcerer bypassed John and made his way over to where Gerald was still trying to recover on the ground. As he stood above the downed man, Ariane felt a chill go through her just from standing in the man's presence. She couldn't imagine what Gerald must have felt like to have been at the center of the sorcerer's apparently sightless focus. You insult a man I consider a friend, the sorcerer's voice was calm and steady, but she could hear the underlying tone of anger clear as day. You insult your own family. You insult my apprentice. You draw live steel during a spar because you were losing against a boy less than half your age. Your jealousy has turned to anger. Your anger has turned to hatred. And now, you've allowed your hatred to blind you. Letting it control you. A scraping noise drew Ariane's attention towards the sorcerer's feet. Gerald's sword was sliding across the ground without anyone having a hold of it. After just a moment, it stopped just before the downed Dane. You hated your cousin, Sir Arthur, because he was the sword in the morning. You hated Lady Ashura because she was considered a beauty of the realm and would never give you the time of day. You hate the Martells because of what you perceive to be inaction and weakness. You hate Lord Stark because he defeated Sir Arthur and had the affection of Lady Ashura. You hate me because I work with the Starks. Your hatred has consumed you to the point where it is now all you know. Even now, as you lay before me gasping for breath, your hatred is demanding that you pick up your sword and run me through. You believe killing me will make you a legend beyond anything your cousins, or the rest of your family, could ever hope to overcome. Which leaves you with two paths to take. The first, you leave and begin letting go of your hatred and set yourself free. Or the second, you let your hatred run its course, pick up your sword and run me through. But I best warn you, should you take the latter path, you had best make your strike count. Because you will never get a second chance. You've already lost the usage of your right hand thanks to your actions. I would hate to see you lose more. From his spot on the ground, Gerald glared up at the sorcerer before grasping the hilt of his sword with his left hand and using the blade to help himself rise to his feet. Even from across the yard, Ariane could see the hatred in Gerald's eyes as he met the sightless visage of the northern sorcerer. He's giving the fool an out, she thought, as the two continued to stare one another down. Part of her, the part that recognized Gerald as her countryman, wanted him to accept the offer and leave. He barely stood a chance against John. What chance could he stand against the man who trained him? But another part of her, the slightly more sadistic part that recognized Gerald for the liability that he was, wanted him to try his hand at the sorcerer. Letting out a yell, Gerald made his decision as he lunged forward, the tip of his sword heading straight for the sorcerer's unprotected heart. Ariane could have understood it if the sorcerer had dodged or even blocked the thrust. Although with the distance between them and the frantic nature of the attack, she wasn't sure if the sorcerer would have been able to do either. But what she had not expected to have happen was for Nox to catch the sword point less than a hand's width from his chest and stop Gerald cold. Fool! Ariane had no words to describe what happened next. The sorcerer, Gerald's blade still firmly in his right hand, raised his left hand, and then, thunder and lightning leapt forth from his fingertips and slammed into Gerald's chest, throwing the man to the ground, where he started writhing in agony as the lightning continued to crackle down upon him, screaming at the top of his lungs so loud that she was sure that even the denizens of Shadow City could hear him. The attack lasted but a moment. But when it ended, Gerald was left as a simpering wreck on the ground, curled into the fetal position as he whimpered and moaned while small wisps of smoke rose from his clothes. "Lord Sorcerer Knox," her father's voice cut across the silence, drawing all attention to him as he was wheeled out towards Knox by Oberyn with his ever-faithful guard Ario Hota. "I understand your anger over his actions, Sorcerer, and I agree with your handling of the situation as it involved one sworn to you. However, I cannot allow this to continue, as I cannot allow you to kill one of my own bannermen in my halls. Sir Dane will be educated on the penalty for trying to harm those I consider my guests, breaking the ancient laws of gods and men. You have my word on that." She was half afraid that the sorcerer would press the issue, but to her relief the man simply nodded and backed off. "As you wish, Prince Doran," the sorcerer said, bowing his head slightly. "I apologize for the scene. If my apprentice and I have worn out our welcome, we will make our departure." "Nonsense, Lord Sorcerer." Ariane hadn't even realized she'd spoken until she'd already taken several steps towards the intimidating man. All she knew was that the sorcerer was threatening to leave, and that was something that she couldn't have happen. Not yet. She hadn't had a chance to firmly edge herself into young John's mind. And after seeing just what he could potentially become, that was becoming more and more of a priority for her. Lord Dane's temperament is well known throughout all of Dorne, and he was in need of a desperate lesson in manners, she continued, walking up beside her father and taking her place by his side. "Had it not been yourself, then I'm sure someone else would have taken him to hand soon enough. Though, I doubt their lesson would have been as effective as yours, Lord Sorcerer." "Princess Ariane," the sorcerer greeted her. "Your uncle has told us many a tale of your beauty during our voyage. But I feel as if he has greatly understated just how beautiful you are. Even to one without eyes like myself, your beauty shines like the sun of Dorne on a midsummer's day." She felt a pleasant thrill run through her at the sorcerer's words. "I do hope that young John was taking notes, or not. Don't need him wooing and running into the first pretty skirt he comes across once he figures out how his cock works." "My thanks, Lord Sorcerer. And may I say, the tales of your skill and power are, as you have said, understated." "My daughter speaks true, Sorcerer," her father said, and she had the distinct impression that he was curious as to just what her play was while he motioned for the guards to pick up the still groaning Gerald and escort him out. "There is no need for you and your apprentice to leave. This incident will not be held against you or the North. In fact, Lord Sorcerer, it is tradition to hold a feast upon the return of a son of Dorne." She was stretching things, she knew that. It was tradition to hold a feast to celebrate a return of a member of the ruling family, but her uncle hardly ever cared for such things. "And considering you travelled with my uncle, saw him through the horrors of Valeria, and brought him home safely, we would be remiss should we not offer you, your apprentice, and those you of the nobility you travelled with to join us for the evening." "My dear niece speaks true, Knox," her uncle said, though whether he was following her lead or just having fun, she wasn't sure. "It would be our honor to have you as a guest tonight. As well as the others that we stood shoulder to shoulder with during our brief venture to Valeria." Knox seemed to be pondering as he remained silent. "I was hoping to return north as soon as possible. But I suppose one night's rest will do our crew some good before we set sail once more. We accept your gracious offer, Princess, Prince Doran, Prince Oberyn." "Splendid." Ariane smiled, glancing towards John. "Then we shall see you tonight. I shall have baths and clothes prepared, Sorcerer, for those who follow you. And I look forward to seeing you both tonight." Giving John one last smile, she turned with a slightly exaggerated swivel of her hips in John's direction before heading back into the palace proper. She had a lot of work to do. She had to see that word was sent to the bathhouses to be expecting the Northern Sorcerer and his party, and potentially send clothes as well for them to wear. Then there was what she was going to wear as well that needed to be taken into consideration. This would perhaps be the only night that she would have to get the attention of young John. And she was not about to let this opportunity slip her by. Chapter 13, The Return Part 2. Well, here we are again, folks. Got one more chapter out before the holidays. Don't know quite how I did it, to be honest. Just got into a rhythm and kept on going. That being said, with the holidays upon us, I'm not entirely sure just how much writing I'm going to get in over the next 2 weeks at least, so probably don't be expecting the next chapter until the end of January right now. One thing that I do want to address that a few reviewers have stated, this will not be a harem story. But, having said that, let's just say that it isn't unheard of for an individual to have 2 wives in the history of Azoth and leave it at that. And one other thing that I wanted to say, one of the reviewers have hit the nail on the head. I love leaving breadcrumbs in my stories, at least my longer ones, reference IATB. And right now, there are dozens of breadcrumbs littered throughout this story which can give hints to what will be happening in the future. Again, huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. And please remember, just because a vaccine starting to be administered does not mean we are out of the water yet. Keep the course and we will beat this shit one day. Chapter 13. Leaning his head back against the warm soft stone in the bath, Knox let out a content sigh as he felt the warm scented water begin to relax the muscles in his back and legs. Outside of jumping into the sea on occasion, it'd been months, hell since they left Winterfell, that he'd had a full bath. He wasn't entirely sure if it was Arianne, Oberyn, or Doran who set them up with private baths in the Tower of the Sun for their visiting noble guests, but he was thankful. The baths were a gift from the Force. As were the women who took their time to massage each of them with scented oils. Though their backs, legs and necks were not the only things the women were sent to take care of. And judging by the sounds coming from some of the private rooms and the beat red face of John after he all but ran from his private room, many were taking advantage of the women's skills. But despite the pampering and relaxation, Knox couldn't help but feel more than a slight twinge of annoyance creep into his being. Not from the prospect of having to stay for a feast tonight. No, he had expected that they would have to stay one night in the company of the Dornish ruling family after returning with their wayward prince. But rather his annoyance stemmed from the conversation he'd had with Asha and Wendell Manderley just prior to entering the baths. Apparently, neither the Seawolf nor Asha's yet unnamed galleon had managed to escape their little skirmish completely unharmed. And because they were docked, both decided that now would be the most opportune moment to see to their repairs before starting their next leg north. Unfortunately, the damage to both ships, while not extensive nor enough to make either unseaworthy, was worrying. And at best would take a few days to repair fully. So, with nothing better to do, the crew dispersed into the city while those of more noble birth took guest rooms in the Tower of the Sunday. The only two who decided to stay on the ship were Geryon Lannister and Talisa McGurr. The latter because she wanted to work on finalizing her notes for their grayscale cure. And the former because he was a Lannister, and despite as much goodwill as he might have earned with Prince Oberyn he didn't want to test the hospitality of the Martells by forcing them to welcome a Lannister, and the brother of Tywin Lannister no less, into their home. Ever since they'd left Valeria, he'd been receiving, well, not visions but feelings. Sensations. Sensations that were emanating from the north. Something was happening in the north. Something important. Something that he needed to be there for. Yet here he was. Stuck in Dorne for several days while he waited for their ships to be fully repaired. And while he sat on his ass, that strange sensation only grew in annoyance. What was worse, he couldn't see what was causing the strange disturbances. In fact, his sight had been quite clouded by something ever since they'd passed by the stepstones. He'd thought that after taking out the dark side entity that had made its home in Valeria that he would gain some better clairvoyance in his visions, particularly the one that led him to make his home in the north. But instead, the exact opposite had happened. His visions were even more clouded now than they were before. It was almost as if something or someone was on purposefully blocking his sight. Though the who, where, what, and how currently escaped him. You know, Sorcerer, if I didn't know for a fact you got a woman waiting for you back in the north, I would swear that you prefer the company of a man in your bed rather than women. Rolling his head to the side, he turned in the direction he knew where small John Umber was currently relaxing in a stone bath of his own. Oh, and why do you say that? The small John snorted. What are we supposed to think, Sorcerer, hey? Bravos, Volantis, and now here in Dorne. All these exotic cunts to sample and yet you keep it in your pants. Think you're the only man on the ship who hasn't gone for a taste. Except for young John here, boy? Unless you decided to sneak off and sample some foreign cunt while none of us were looking, John went redder than before and tried to disappear beneath the edge of the tube he was in. Come off it, small John, Knox groaned. He could understand being excited for sex. But honestly, between the small John and Theon, he wasn't sure just who had the more one-tracked mind when it came to the subject. Snow here hasn't even hit 3 and 10 yet. And, as for myself, I am content with Nyra waiting for me back in the north. And I told her I wouldn't lay with another woman till I returned to her, and I am a man of my word. Ha ha ha. She's got you by the balls, Sorcerer. Small John gaffed, splashing water out of the tube as he made to pinch the rear of the woman rubbing his shoulders, and getting a sultry chuckling in response. Come now, we're in Dorne, Sorcerer. Dorne. And these girls know a good find when they see one. Why not take advantage of our host's hospitality? Unless you're more than a little disappointing below the belt, Bet that's it. Gotta compensate with your magic, hey. Shaking his head, Nox rose from the tub he was in to reveal that he had gone without a towel when he stepped in. Life as a slave and as a Sith had removed most reservations of modesty from him. And add to the fact that he couldn't physically see added to the fact that he didn't care who saw his body. Fucking hells, Sorcerer. Umber stuttered as the woman who was massaging his shoulders ceased her menstruations as Nox got out of his bath and reached for a nearby towel. Was your father part horse or something? For God's sake, leave something for the rest of us to compete against you with. Now why would I do that? Nox asked as he tied the towel around his waist as he rolled his neck and headed towards the exit of the bath. Just because you can't measure up, doesn't mean I should limit myself in any manner. Entering the separate room for changing, Nox found that all their clothes were gone and had been replaced with fine silken clothes of varying colors. For Nox, he found a pair of loose-fitting pants, a black silk shirt with gold trim and a light long overcoat that would reach the floor. Either Valeria was taking careful note of our clothes sizes during the voyage, or Sun's pair has some very talented seamstresses in their employ, he thought as he chucked the towel aside so he could dress in the clothes laid out for him. Just as he was finishing up the lacing on his pants, he was joined in the room by his apprentice, who had yet to get the heat in his face under control. Master Nox, where are our clothes? More than likely being laundered, he answered, pulling on the shirt. It was a remarkably good fit. Or destroyed. Seeing as how long we've been wearing them and what we've been through, I would put my money on the latter. Oh, John replied ineloquently as he awkwardly went over to where his new clothes were located and began going through them. How did they know they would fit? Your guess is as good as mine, Nox shrugged, not really caring just how they got the new clothes but thankful for them nonetheless. He had been more than slightly tempted to simply burn the ones he had been wearing. We need to speak of the feast tonight, John. And what is expected of you? John paused with his hand halfway towards his new clothes. I've been to a feast before, Master. In the north, yes. Here in Dorne, no, you haven't. And outside of the pure cultural differences between the north and Dorne, there is also the fact that you will more than likely be seated near, if not at, the high table with myself and the Martells. Now he had John's full attention. His eyes going wide as his nerves raced about the prospect. Me, sitting near the high table? But I'm just as Basta. What have I told you time and time again about that title, apprentice? Nox asked, leaning forward and fixing his full presence on his apprentice, making the young man shiver slightly as the dark side washed out of Nox and over him. That title only means something if you allow it to mean something. Stop using it as a crutch or I can guarantee you that next time you use it in my presence as such, you will need a crutch for the next several months. Am I understood? Yes, Master, John nodded shakily. Good. Nox nodded, pulling his aura back into himself enough so that John could breathe properly. You are an apprentice to a Sith now, John. It's high time you start acting like one. Now, thanks to your little display in the yard in humiliating Seerdane as well as defending the honor of Princess Ariane, you have garnered quite a bit of favor within Prince Duran's court. But at the same time, you have more than likely made a few enemies as well. You must be on guard tonight. Those who are seeking your favor will be obvious. The women will want to bed you or stake a claim on you. And the men will either want you for their daughters or will be looking to poach you away from your family. And the enemies you made will be looking to belittle you and make you make an ass of yourself to lower your standing. Understand? John's flush, which had started to dissipate after being under Nox's aura, flared back to life. I mean, yes. But why would the women want, well, me? And would it be so bad if? Think with your head, John, not your cock, Nox sighed, throwing the overcoat around his shoulders. You need to get over this aversion you have to the fairer sex and sex in general. And I suggest you do so quickly before I take on that aspect of your training as well by locking you in a brothel and forcing you to watch the whores ply their trade until you can talk to or about beautiful women or men and think of sex without stammering like an idiot. Stumbling as he attempted to put on his pants, John started stammering once more. But that. I don't, I know where to pee you I know how. Lord Stark talked to Rob and I about duties and expectations and knowing about sex is a lot different than knowing about sex, John, Nox sighed. Finish dressing already and take a moment to compose yourself. The feast begins soon. And I will not have my first apprentice in this land make a fool of me tonight. Staring down at the glass of watered-down Dornish red wine before him, John did his best to keep himself focused as all around him the feast in the Tower of the Sun went on well past the falling of the sun. His master had been correct in the statements that he'd made to John after the baths. He had indeed been seated near the high table, just below the dais where the Martell family and Lord Nox were seated. He had also been right in that the feast was far different than anything he had ever experienced in the north. It wasn't just the fact that they were in Dorne and the Dornish people were vastly different than the northern people. Nor was it the fact that he was freely given wine, watered-down wine to be sure, and he'd never even been offered that in the north. No, the one thing that truly set this feast apart from the others was the fact that John, again just like Lord Knox had predicted, was being constantly approached by lords and ladies from across Dorne. And they were talking to him. Not just to curry favor with his Lord Father or with Lord Knox or with his siblings, but simply because they were interested in him. Jon Snow. So far, he'd felt that he'd done a decent job in talking with the different lords and ladies, but it certainly wasn't easy. The lords he could handle, as they mostly seemed interested in his skills with sword or his mind for the battlefield or his venture into Valeria. Those questions he could handle. But what he couldn't handle and almost made him want to run from the hall and find a corner to hide in were the ladies. Many of them were, well, quite forward. Hells, one lady who could have easily been older than Lady Stark had point-blank asked him if his cock was working properly yet and if he would be willing to give her a son from his loins. And she asked him this while holding onto the arm of her husband. Then there were the more subtle offers he'd constantly received throughout the night from various ladies and their daughters to either spend the night with them before he had to leave or to offer him a permanent place in their household as their paramour for the older ladies or future husbands for the younger. Mercifully, after fending off the 10th or 11th subtle hint at betting, Asha and Daisy had taken it upon themselves to seat themselves at the 2 vacant seats on either side of him that had been left empty when Small John and Eddard Karstark had both disappeared after being offered a dance. Though sitting with the two had presented a whole new set of problems to Jon. Problems stemming from the fact that both women were wearing dark, form-fitting dresses. Though Asha seemed to have slit hers open down the front to expose the breeches she wore underneath. For as long as he'd known Asha, she'd always worn what Lady Stark would call men's clothes. For over the past few months he'd known Daisy, he'd only ever seen her in leather or light cloth. To see both in dresses. Well, it was something that he never thought he'd see. But what was even more startling was that both seemed, well, pretty. No, beautiful. Not that they weren't before. But it seemed that by wearing dresses, their beauty was just, accentuated. So, he was having trouble keeping his eyes in appropriate places when he looked at the two. But the problems he was facing with the various ladies of Dorne, Asha and Daisy paled in comparison with the real problem he was having during the feast. A problem that was sitting up at the high table with her father, Prince Doran, as well as Lord Knox. Princess Arianne Martell. As was proper, the ruling family as well as their esteemed guest Lord Knox were the last to enter the banquet hall after all the others were seated. And when the princess entered on the arm of Lord Knox, Jon was sure that his heart skipped a beat. When he'd first met the princess earlier that day, he'd already thought she was without a doubt the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. But seeing her in a loose-fitting orange and red dress of her house colors that hugged her body in all the right places with golden ringlets in her hair, Jon was not one for jealousy, at least he tried not to be. But when he saw her enter the hall on his master's arm, well, it wasn't the first time he'd wished death upon his master. Only it was the first time he'd ever done so outside of one of his exhausting and brutal training sessions. If you don't close your mouth soon, Jon, you'll drool right into your food. Shaking his head, Jon sent a half-glare in the direction of Asha, who wasn't even looking at him as she kept her eyes on the lords and ladies dancing in the middle of the hall while sipping on her wine. I'm not drooling. You'd do a better job of convincing us if your tongue wasn't hanging out of your mouth like a dog ready to hump her leg, Daisy chuckled, making Jon growl as he found himself on the defense from the women on either side of himself. Focusing on the food in front of him, a colorful assortment that he never would have thought possible, Jon tried his best to get himself under control once more. We're just pulling your leg, Jon, Asha chuckled, tapping his shoulder with her knuckles. You've done a good job so far tonight, thinking with your head instead of your cock. Just make sure you keep on doing that. Especially with that princess staring at you like you're a rare piece of meat. Gulping, Jon risked a glance towards the high table, just in time to watch Arianne slowly put a piece of food into her mouth. A mundane move, but from her. Gods. That just wasn't even fair. She doesn't look at me like that. Shaking her head, Asha drained her wine and refilled it. Jon, every woman in this room, married or not, is looking at you like that right now because of that little display you did in the training yard. You just need to be careful, because I doubt many if any care about you as a person. They only care about securing your power and your connections for themselves. She the princess isn't like that. Jon hissed, though where his anger was coming from confused even him at the time. Setting her glass down, Asha fixed him with a look that chilled him to his bones. Jon, I say this to you now because you're as much my little brother as Theon. But don't think for a moment that just because she has a pretty face and was nice to you that she doesn't want to use you. She's a princess. An unmarried princess that hasn't been officially declared as her father's heir. Which means she needs allies and power. And she will do whatever she needs to do to get that power. And you Jon, you are a prime target for one like her. Of course, I've known her for about as long as you have, so I could be wrong. But still. You need to be careful. If something sounds too good to be true, it quite often is. Mulling her words over in his head, John risked another look towards Princess Ariane. She isn't like that, is she? She was so nice earlier and... But then again, I am a bastard. What use am I to her? A princess? I'm young, not yet a man. Not like the other men here. All I have is the force. Is that the only reason she is interested in me? With those thoughts running through his mind, John suddenly lost interest in the feast going on around him and the food before him as he sat emotionlessly thinking over everything that had happened over the past day and wondering if anything that had happened during his brief exchange with the princess was genuine or not. Sipping on her wine, a fine vintage of Dornish red, Ariane watched the dancing taking place before her in the great hall of the Tower of the Sunday. Normally, she would be in the midst of the dancing, enjoying herself and working on making the connections that would grant her a smooth transition into her father's seat in the future. But that was not her purpose for this feast. No, this was her opportunity to make a different sort of connection. One that could firmly secure her future. The only problem was, the one that she had her sights set on was seated a fair distance from her and had been almost pointedly ignoring her and the festivities going on around him ever since the Greyjoy woman talked to him. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Mormont woman was sitting right next to him and seemed to be the only one he was willing to talk to. It appears that I am going to have to be the one to make the first move, she thought with a frown as she noticed John look towards her, blush, and quickly turn away again. The Mormont girl is hovering over him like a protective mother hen. But, perhaps, this will be the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with a single stone. Getting to her feet, she took up her glass of wine and made her way over towards the squire's table where her new objective sat. Good, he's staring, she thought with just the slightest bit of glee as she spotted John following her intently out of the corner of her eye. I did wear this outfit to catch his attention. Glad to see my efforts were not in vain. Arriving at the squire's table, all the squires immediately stood up and bowed their heads to her. Giving them all a polite nod in return, she promptly shooed them all away save for the one she needed to speak with. Her uncle Squire Damon. I must say, Damon, she began, setting down her glass and taking a seat. I'm surprised to see you with your ass still firmly planted on your seat with such a prize just across the room. Damon gave her a strained look. He knew exactly what she was speaking of, or rather who she was speaking of. I don't know what you're talking about, Ariane. She couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. It was quite the sight to see the man she knew intimately squirm so. Oh, come now, Damon. I know you better than anyone else. Unless, of course, you've been running off to the Red Lantern district while I wasn't looking. I know what gets your blood moving. Dark hair. Fair complexion. Strong features. A warrior woman. And eyes that says she would brain the first man who looked at her wrong? I'm surprised your sword has not cut its way out from your britches just from looking at her. Damon scowled at her but didn't correct her. And what about you, Ariane? I've noticed your future conquest is sitting right over there and he was practically drooling the moment you stepped foot in the hall. Why aren't you staking your claim and ruining all other women for him? Details, Ariane replied dismissively with a wave of her hand. No way she was about to tell him that John was pointedly ignoring her as of halfway through the feast. But now, I see a way that two friends can help each other out. We drag those two out onto the dance floor. And later perhaps you will be able to have some real fun with the one who has stolen what I couldn't with just her appearance. She hadn't meant to say the last part, but it had slipped out on her before she could stop herself. Much to my regret, Ariane. Sighing, she polished off her glass of wine. We had our fun, Damon, and it was fun, never doubt that. And you will always hold a place in my heart because of it. But you and I both know that there was no spark between us. And if I can help you find what truly strikes your interest, then I will do exactly that. Even if I have to drag you over to her kicking and screaming. Nodding, Damon finished off his own glass and rose to his feet while holding out his hand to her. Well, let us not let our future fun slip from us. We have only the one night for now. And who knows how long it will be before either of us have a chance to meet them once more. Indeed. Ariane agreed, taking his hand. Let us go show those two what true Dornish hospitality is like. Looping her arm through Damon's, she let her uncle Squire take the lead as he led the two of them around the dining hall and towards their targets for the night. As they approached, John was unsurprisingly the first to notice them. He quickly shot to his feet the moment he realized they were indeed heading for him. Princess Ariane, as eloquent as this morning, good to see that you are consistent, John, Ariane smiled, finding his stammering amusing and flattering at the same time. And you would be Lady Daisy Mormont. It is an honor and privilege to meet you. Even in Dorne, we have heard of the strength of the bears of Bear Island and respect you for it. Lady Mormont seemed caught off guard. Apparently, she hadn't been expecting Ariane to greet her personally, or perhaps to even acknowledge her presence. Thank you, Princess. And, may I say that your uncle, Prince Oberyn, greatly undersold your beauty. Apparently proper etiquette is not high on priorities in the north. I suppose it's understandable, all things considered. The North has never cared for the great game. They're too preoccupied with keeping their people alive through the winter and waging a never-ending war against the wildlings. Something I can greatly respect. Ariane smiled in return. Thank you, my lady. And may I introduce my uncle Oberon's squire, Damon Sand. John here already knows all about me. He used me as a training dummy well enough this morning. Damon joked, which drew a chuckle from the Mormont woman and a slight blush from John. But you, my lady? May I say it is indeed an honor to make your acquaintance. And if you would do me the honor, I would love to have the chance to speak and dance with you this evening. Lady Mormont arched a brow at Damon, but Ariane could detect the slightest of red appearing in the warrior woman's cheeks. Do you think it is that easy to woo me, Sir Damon? Remember, I have had to put up with Prince Oberon's advances for nearly 2 months now. Just Damon, my lady. I am not lord and I am not yet a knight. And if it truly were that easy to woo you, my lady, then you would already be on the floor in the arms of one of the men of Dorne. Yet here you are. Alone. And a woman as beautiful and powerful as yourself should not be alone. Yet I hope that you would grant this loyal man the honor of your presence tonight. And perhaps tomorrow the two of us can dance a different dance in the yard to see if the she-bears of Bear Island are truly as strong as any man in the realm. The reddening in Daisy's face had progressed to fully encompass both of her cheeks by the time Damon had finished speaking. Smooth, Damon. Appealing to both her womanly and warrior sides. Very smooth. Do you honestly think you can keep up with me, Damon? Daisy asked, a slight hitch in her voice. Gracing her with a smile, Damon let go of her and held out his hand for Daisy. I would very much like the opportunity to try, my lady. Keep speaking like that, Damon, and I will have to find a better use for that tongue of yours, Daisy replied, mildly shocking all three present as she took Damon's offered hand. What? You try spending months isolated on a ship with your uncle and his paramour constantly going at it like bears in heat while constantly fending off their advances and see what kind of colorful manner of speech you pick up. John? Good luck. Damon then swept Daisy off her feet, almost literally, as he led her off onto the dance floor. And Ariane found herself in the very unusual position of simply being left standing before John, who was doing little more than shifting his feet awkwardly before her. Well? Ariane asked, trying to keep her impatience from showing in her tone. He's still young yet, she reminded himself. It is usually not custom for a woman to ask a man to dance. Nor is it considered polite to simply leave any lady, let alone a princess in her own home, wanting. Oh. Sorry, Prin Ariane. Would you please? Do me the honor of. Will you give me the will you dance with me? He asked more than slightly awkwardly. Points for manning up finally. But he definitely needs some honing of skills outside the yard. Why, yes, Apprentice Snow, she wasn't entirely sure of the title. But he wasn't a knight yet, so apprentice worked as well as any. I would be delighted to see how well you fare on a different field. Apprentice. John mouthed, seeming to test the title on his lips. I like shite. I mean, don't I'm mucking this up, aren't I? Just a little, Ariane chuckled. Honestly, his fumbling was cute in a way. But you can more than make it up to me by showing me a good time tonight. And stop ignoring me. John flinched and, for a moment, she felt a ping of regret. She hadn't meant to let that slip. By the waters of Rione, what was wrong with her tonight? It wasn't like her to lose control of her tongue so easily like this. I apologize, Princess Ariane, John replied, his back straightening and offering her his hand. Would you grant me the honor of your presence on the dance floor this evening, Princess? Better, she smiled, taking his hand. And yes, you may. I do hope you know how to dance. For I am a demanding partner, Apprentice Snow. Letting him lead her out onto the floor, Ariane stopped when she felt they were far enough in and placed her right hand onto his shoulder while holding onto his left with her own. Her amusement increased substantially as she felt John's right hand lightly touch her side, before moving up, then down, then off her before settling back down. Trying to find a spot to hold me that is socially acceptable. Oh, I do so love the innocent. From what I've heard from my uncle and Aunt Valeria, it is often the most innocent ones that have the dirtiest and most adventurous minds. Let's hope they weren't simply blowing smoke. The dance started out awkwardly with John almost stepping on her feet twice. But after the second time it was almost like something flipped in the young man. His awkwardness disappeared. He met her eyes. He tightened his hold on her and he started leading her through the waltz that the bards were performing. I must say, John, you are quite the dancer. I take it Lady Stark insisted on you having lessons with your siblings. She knew the question was a mistake the moment it left her lips as John's eyes darkened slightly before quickly returning to normal. No, if it was up to Lady Stark, I would have been left out in the woods when I was still but a babe. Ariane suppressed the wince. Obviously, Lady Stark was a sore subject for John. Not that she was necessarily surprised. Well, prudes of the Riverlands and the Reach were notorious for their ill treatment of illegitimate children. Even going as far as doing exactly as John described. Leaving them out in the woods when they are still in their nappies. Lord Knox then. This time she got a slight grin out of John. Wrong again, princess. It was my sister, Arya. Well, let's just say that she would probably be right at home with your uncle's daughters. She'd much rather be out in the yard shooting arrows or fighting than sitting in a tower doing needlework. In fact, she hates just about any activity that is associated with being what Lady Stark considers proper womanly activities. It was actually quite entertaining to watch her face when Master Knox took her daughter on as one of his acolytes. Lord Knox is teaching your sister as well. She wasn't quite sure just why that little fact surprised her, but it did. She knew from the rumors circulating around the realm that Knox was teaching Stark's children. She just hadn't put it together that he was teaching both his sons and his daughters. John nodded. Master Knox doesn't care for one's birth or their sex, princess. You are either worth his time or you are not. Hells, the college he started in Winterfell had a woman in the first class as well as a young man who he literally picked up from the streets of Wintertown as he was walking through it one day. It's one of the many things I admire and respect about him. Arianne racked her brain as John twirled her around in a tight circle before reaffirming his hold on her. She needed to leave an impression on John. A good impression. And not just because he could help her in the future with her aspirations. She wanted John to have a good impression of her. Not the apprentice of Lord Knox or the son of the Warden of the North. No. She wanted to leave a good impression on Jon Snow, the young man before her. You care for your siblings. I can hear it in your voice, John. That I do, princess, John smiled, a far-off look entering his eye. There isn't anything I wouldn't do to make sure they are all safe. I suppose that is one of the reasons I want to succeed so bad under Master Knox. I want to prove myself worthy to protect them. From anything. Robb, Arya, Bran, Rickon, even Sansa. I will not see any harm fall upon them. He's very protective of his family. A good trait to have and one that will serve him well in the future once he has children. Unbidden, an image came to her of little children running around her with dark grey eyes, black hair, and tan skin. An image she promptly dismissed. That future is not set in stone yet. And I cannot let myself be consumed by such fantasies just yet. And tell me, John, where do you see yourself once your apprenticeship with Lord Knox has concluded? The question seemed to catch John off guard. But he recovered quickly, and a strange glint entered his eyes as he seemed to almost close off. I don't know, honestly. I'll probably stay with my brother and serve where he needs me most, princess. Asking about his future has undone all the work I put into loosening him up, Arianne could have cursed. Damn it. What did that Greyjoy woman put into his head that has him so on guard? I could probably guess, and in truth she wouldn't be half wrong. But still, this is starting to get more than a little annoying. Stopping their dance, Arianne made sure she had his full and undivided attention. It is getting quite stuffy in here. Don't you think, John? Yes. A little, princess. But to a northerner like myself, if it isn't snowing, then it's always stuffy and warm. Then you agree with the need for some fresh air, she nodded, holding out her arm. Will you do me the honor of escorting me outside, John? And please, for the love of the gods call me Arianne, not princess. I do quite enjoy hearing my name leave your lips. The abrupt change did as she intended and put John off balance once more. I guess Prin Arianne. Good, she said, looping her arm through his and pointedly leading him out of the hall and out into the cool night air of Dorne. Spying Tyene near the entrance to the hall, she gave her cousin a quick look and a subtle motion with the fingers of her offhand. Years ago, Arianne and her cousins had developed a mild code system using their hands. Usually it was to ask for help when they wanted to escape from certain social obligations. But over time it changed to encompass much more. This time, the signal she gave her cousin was to make sure that she and John would have privacy. Getting the message, Tyene gave her a quick nod before moving through the crowd to collect her sisters to ensure she and John would not be disturbed when she decided to sit him down. Leading him out into the courtyard, Arianne kept a firm hold on John's arm until the two of them reached the far end, well away from the Great Hall and close to the Tower of the Sunday. Spotting a stone bench, Arianne purposefully led John over and sat the two of them down. Well, I got him out here. Now, what the hell do I say, she thought, racking her brain for how best to play this situation out. He is not like any other man I've met or played this game with. Perhaps he doesn't know how to play? Or maybe he just doesn't play the game. Well, where subtly fails, let us just try brute force then. Tell me, John, what is it that Lady Greyjoy said to you that has put you so on edge around me? I don't know what you mean, Pri Arianne. Smiling, Arianne patted his knee. Your attempt is cute, John, but don't try and lie to me. You don't have the experience yet to tell a successful lie without a tell. But to be fair, I don't think I need you to tell me what Greyjoy said to you. I can pretty much guess. She warned you to be wary of me, that I was only interested in you because of your power. Am I wrong? John didn't seem surprised at what she said. Are you? Is that the only reason you are paying attention to me? I'm only a bastard. There is nothing else special about me that would warrant the attention from a princess. A not so small part of Arianne wanted to bang her head against the wall. Please tell me that he is not this dense. Please, gods, tell me that it is just his age acting up combined with a distinct lack of instruction regarding nobles and the higher houses of Westeros. Tell me, John. Do you truly understand your current situation regarding the realm and your potential future? My situation? John asked curiously as if the idea was completely foreign to him. I'm just a bastard. Just a bastard, Arianne repeated before sighing. Apparently, both Lord Knox and Lord Stark have been lax in certain aspects of his education. A bastard you may be. But you are the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North and a near brother to Robert Baratheon. You have been raised alongside your true-born siblings and have been well educated your entire life. And, as if that wasn't enough, you are the first and only apprentice to the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Knox. A man that is both respected and feared throughout the land by both the high and lowborn. Your status, John, bastard aside, is unique to any in Westeros. Hells, if it hasn't started already, I can guarantee that lords and ladies across the realm will be lining up to throw their daughters at you in the hopes of claiming you. John looked extremely uncomfortable with the idea. And I suppose that you are not like them, Arianne. This is where she knew she had to be careful. It wouldn't do to outright lie to him, as that could drive an irreversible wedge between them. But she couldn't be too blunt, as that could also drive a wedge that his naive and youthful mind wouldn't allow to be removed. I will not lie to you, John, at first, yes. The fact that you were learning directly from the sorcerer did intrigue me and drew my attention towards you. But do not think that I am some simple-minded fool that claws or whores myself out for even the slightest chance at getting a taste of power. That is not what I am looking for in the long run. I need someone strong. Someone I can count on to stand by my side. Not someone who will simply use me and toss me aside. So, I started looking into you. Granted, given the distance between Dorne and the north, it was exceedingly difficult to find out much. And had I learned that you were a simple barbarian that abused your gifts, I would have written you off and gone about my life. But, instead, the few scraps of information I managed to find out about you only served to paint you in the best of light. While we have only known each other for a few hours now, I can tell that you are indeed a good man and that you will grow into a great man one day. I do consider myself an excellent judge of character, John. You were teaching Daemon in the yard and seemingly enjoying it, a fact that in and of itself is quite amazing. When you fought against him, despite having the clear advantage, you did not humiliate him. When that idiot Sir Dane stepped in and insulted me in my house, you quickly rose to my defense, even though you knew next to nothing about me. And you are quite dashing, even if you still are not yet old enough to grow little more than a bit of fuzz on your cheeks. John's cheeks were quite red by the time she'd finished. I thank you, Arianne. I really don't know what to say to that. Smiling, she patted his cheek lightly. Usually, when a woman delivers a compliment like that, John, it is considered proper to reply with one in turn. Oh, well, I think you are a nice person, I mean, a beautiful woman, Arianne. And I don't think you're a whore. I didn't mean to say that. No, wait, I did. No, John stammered. I mean, I already said that you are, and I should probably stop making a fool of myself. Arianne couldn't help it, watching him stammer was just too, well, cute. It's all right, John. It just means that you must practice, that's all. And it wasn't all that bad of a compliment. The two fell into an easy silence as they continued to sit beneath the stars of Dorne while off in the distance the bards continued to play and sign to all who would hear their tune. May I ask you a question, Arianne? She couldn't resist. You just did, John. But I suppose I wouldn't be opposed to a second, should you have it. John blinked at her, then chuckled and shook his head. Gods, you remind me of my sister. Both actually, to a point, I guess. But what I wanted to ask you is, well. You asked me where I saw myself in the future. Well, may I ask you the same, Arianne? Tilting her head back, Arianne gazed skywards. Dorne is much different from the other kingdoms that make up Westeros, John. Not just in our, well, more liberal approach to certain topics. But because of our line of succession. In Dorne, the mantle passes to the eldest born child, regardless of whether they are a boy or a girl. By all rights, I am in line to succeed my father once, gods forbid, he passes to the next life or steps down. That is the law. I may not have always been the best of students, but recently I have done everything I can to ensure to my father and our bannerman that Dorne will continue to be in good hands once I take over rulership. But my father. Years ago, I discovered a secret letter he was sending to my brother. My younger brother. In it, he stated categorically that he had every intention for my brother to become the next ruling prince of Dorne. Not me. And to add insult to injury, the only betrothal requests my father entertains for my hand are with those who are either still in a cradle or those who are so old that I doubt they would be able to rise without parading a troop of naked horse through their room. Oh, John muttered, his eyes wide. I didn't know. I'm sorry. You couldn't know, Arianne sighed. And I am working to ensure that whatever my father plans for me, they do not come to fruition. But, why? John asked, drawing a sharp look from Arianne, prompting the boy to stammer to make a decent follow-up. I mean, I can understand you being the eldest and all. I mean, I can't imagine what Robb would say should Lord Stark declare that Bran was to become the next Warden of the North. I don't mean to sound, well, stupid or mean, I guess. But why do you want to rule Dorne? Huffing, Arianne shifted herself on the cool stone bench. Dorne is mine, by right and blood. It is my home, John. But more than that, I want to make things better. My father has been a good ruler for Dorne, but there are a lot of grumblings. Especially after he failed to receive any form of reparations after the murder of my aunt and baby cousins at the end of the rebellion. But since then Dorne has stagnated. Then I see the way the North has blossomed the last few years. Your father and Lord Knox have taken the North from a land that many wrote off as an untamed snowy wilderness ruled by barbarians to being perhaps one of the wealthiest and most influential kingdoms of Westeros. Even if many won't admit that fact. I want the same to happen here in Dorne. And I believe that I can do that. With my own sorcerer by my side. John seemed to almost be staring at her in wonder by the time she'd finished. Whoa. You're passionate about this. Again, she couldn't help the laugh that escaped her. I'm Dornish. Passion pretty much defines everything about us. No, John said, shaking his head. I can feel your passion, Arianne. You truly mean it. You're not just saying stuff to make yourself sound like a good person to me. You really are passionate about wanting to change your land for the better. It's amazing. I haven't felt such passion like that in gods, I don't know if I ever have felt such passion before. She wasn't entirely just what John meant with his little speech, but something about her being passionate about her goals seemed to resonate with him. But she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Even if she couldn't understand just what had happened. As I said, passion is what makes the Dornish, well, Dornish. Arianne replied lamely, almost smacking herself for the comment. John smiled, a smile that lit up his face and made her heart quicken. Then, perhaps, I would enjoy more Dornish hospitality. Oh, my dear sweet naive boy. You have no idea just what kind of realm you are walking into with that statement, she thought with a grin as an idea started formulating in her mind of just how, properly show the young man her favor. Well, I believe the feast is done for the night, she stated since she could no longer hear the music from the bards. Would you do me the honor of escorting a princess back to her rooms, young apprentice? Of course, princess, John nearly shouted, jumping to his feet and hastily holding his hand out for her take. It would be a sin for a woman of your beauty to wander the halls of her own home alone this night. Better, Arianne smiled, taking his hand and rising to her feet. So, he can learn. And he's a quick study. Even better. Looping her arm through his, she steered him towards the hall that would take her towards her room. As they walked, she caught a quick glance of her cousin Nymeria hiding in the shadows of one of the columns. Motioning with the hand that was not holding on to John, she quietly dismissed her cousins for the night. Their aid will no longer be needed tonight. So, are your cousins going to follow us back to your room? Or no, you've dismissed them for the night it seems. Arianne nearly tripped. What? Now who is the one stammering, Arianne? John asked, shooting her a cocky grin. I suppose it's reassuring to know that your cousins are looking out for you. And I'm honored to know that you feel safe enough in my presence to dismiss your hidden guards. Oh ho, he wants to play, hey? Well, John, once again you have no idea of the world you have just entered. Though, I am curious as to how he knew about my cousins. Tyene and Nymeria are especially good at making sure that no one will notice them unless they want them to. And tell me, John, how did you notice my cousins were shadowing us? Tyene most especially will be most upset to know that she has been found out. Your cousins are good, Arianne. Very good. But, well, let's just say that Lord Knox and I can cheat a bit, as he likes to say. Oh, getting a little too big for your britches, John. I'm going to have to take you down a peg or two before you leave me for the night. My honor as a player of the game all but demands it now. As they walked, she carefully pieced together how she would get the last word in, as it were. Granted, she'd been planning on this move since she invited the Northerners to feast with them after watching John's fantastic display in the yard, but she hadn't thought that she'd have to go through with it till now. Arriving at the door to her room, she turned so her back was facing the door and she was facing John. "Well, John, it is a shame that you and the Northerners will be leaving come morning. Perhaps the two of us can break our fast together in the morning? I have come to quite enjoy your company this evening." "I would be honored, Ariane," John replied. "But I don't know if we will be leaving right away tomorrow. Before we came here, Sir Manderley informed Lord Knox that the Sea Wolf sustained a small bit of damage to the hull during our encounter with the pirates around the stepstones. So, we might be here another day or two while the damage is repaired." She wanted to do a little dance at hearing that the John would potentially be staying for another day or so. It would give her just that much more time to figure out just what she needed to do to leave a lasting impression on him. "I see. Well then, I hope to see more of you if you do stay beyond morning, Apprentice John." "I would never dare to disappoint a princess, Princess Ariane," he replied, raising her hand and placing a chaste kiss across her knuckles. "May you sleep well tonight, Ariane." "You as well, John," she smiled, opening the door to her room and backing into it, but stopping just short of fully closing the door. Peering out through the crack left in her door, she watched as John took a calming breath or two in the hall. And then waited until he turned and started walking away before making her move. "Apprentice John," she called out, opening the door and stopping him in his tracks. "It occurs to me that I have been quite remiss. I wagered my favor to the victor between you and Damon. And I will not be known as one to go back on her word." John made to say something, no doubt some honorable dribble about her not needing to worry about it. But what he was about to say died on his lips as she made her move. With two quick movements, the clasps that had been holding her dress onto her shoulders were removed and her dress fell to the ground. It was almost comical, and endearing, to see the young man's eyes bulge and his face go scarlet as he saw firsthand that she had foregone any small clothes this evening. And it was also quite thrilling to see that her presence had a very noticeable effect on another not so small part of him either. Very, very impressive, especially for one still so young as he. "Just a taste of what you can expect of my hospitality should you find yourself in Dorne on a more permanent basis in the future, Jon Snow." And with that, she quickly closed the door to her room, sealing it and setting the latch in place. Oh, that was fun. Standing on what had become his customary spot on the covered bridge connecting Winterfell's great keep to the smithery, Ned Stark watched his eldest son and daughter. They were working together to coordinate the dozens, if not 100 or more, servants and builders around as they worked on setting up Winterfell for something that had never before happened in the north, or anywhere else in all of Westeros as far as Ned knew. Based on the suggestion of his heir, and after signing off on the idea, Winterfell would soon play host to the first ever Spring Inventors Fair. The idea had been presented to him by his son several months ago. Apparently, the idea had been floating around in his head for some time. It was based off something Knox had told him about his homeland, about how they valued and uplifted those who sought to better their society by not necessarily through strength of arms but rather through the strength of their minds. After working on the finer details of the fair for weeks, Robb finally approached him along with Maester Luwin and Samwell Tarly. Much to his shame, Ned's first inclination had been to reject the idea out of hand. The North did not have time for tournaments or extravagant displays. But the look of excitement on his son's face when he made his first pitch stilled his tongue and he decided to hear him out. And an hour later, Ned was glad that he did. The knowledge and advances that Knox had brought to the North had propelled them to a position that Ned never thought the North would ever be in. The coffers of Winterfell were fuller than he had ever seen them as a boy or since he'd taken over lordship. And he knew after speaking with Lord Manderley that White Harbor was in a similar position. The glass trade with not only the rest of Westeros but also Bravos and Pentos had brought in enough coin to start expanding their other exports as well. Ironwood from the foresters was highly sought after, especially when crafted into armaments or furniture. For the first time, the North was exporting the excess foodstuffs that they were growing from the glass gardens, which primarily consisted of the exotic fruits, grains, and vegetables that Knox had brought with him in the form of seeds. The blast furnaces were producing high quantities of high-value steel that they were running out of uses for. And while his son's idea would probably not have the same immediate effect as Knox had on the North, it could still lay the groundwork for others outside of Knox advancing their stations and providing services to the North. Robb's idea would encourage those throughout the North to follow in Knox's example. After all, as Robb had pointed out to him, it was impossible for them to know everything. A fact proven when his son asked him of the nuances of plowing and planting crops, which he had some knowledge of but not a lot. Robb had even come up with ways of encouraging the people to attend. The fair would last a week and during that time those who had new ways of doing things, or had discovered a new type of crop, or created something new and useful would have a chance to show it to himself and the other lords of the North and explain its benefits and uses. Should whatever was presented prove worthwhile, then the individual who presented it would be gifted with coins or boons pending on what they offered. His son had even worked out a budget for the rewards. And seeing as how the fair would last a sennight at least, Rob had also planned out other amusing activities almost like it was a tourney. The only difference was there wouldn't be men pretending to be at war. No, the events would be practical in nature. An archery tournament. A contest of strength. A hunting contest. And, once again, Rob had surprised him by planning out every gold dragon that would be awarded and where they would be able to recoup the cost. With his blessing, Rob had taken over full planning of this fair of his, and had sent out ravens to the major holdfasts, informing the various lords of what was planned. And, in a move that surprised and mildly worried Ned, Rob showed a fair bit of political shrewdness as he planned the fair around his name day celebration. Which, as he was turning 3 and 10, the lords of the north would be honor-bound to attend. The responses they received from the various lords of the north was surprisingly supportive. At first, the fair had only been planning on having northern houses attend. That had changed, however, when they received word back from Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, who informed them that not only would he be attending, but that his son Domeric would taking a short leave from his squiring duties under Lord Horton Redford of the Vale to return home for the celebration. And Domeric would not be coming alone. While Lord Redford would not be able to attend due to his duties, his son Mikel Redford would be travelling with Domeric along with the knight he was squiring for Sir Lyn Corbray and a few other men at arms who were taking the opportunity to empty out their dungeons and escorting those who had volunteered to take the black. Apparently, after hearing about Sir Corbray's journey to the north, Lord Bronzeyon Royce had decided to journey with them along with his 3 sons. The youngest of whom would be on his way to take the black after they left Winterfell. But despite the seemingly positive responses to the fair, perhaps one of the most supportive of responses came from Bear Island and the new head lady of Bear Island, Lady Maege Mormont. Feeling the wood beneath his hands groan, Ned forced himself to relax. Thinking of what had transpired just 2 months prior still filled him with rage. The Mormonts had never been the wealthiest of families in the north, but they had always been amongst the most honorable and the most loyal of the Stark bannermen. That was of course until Yoram Mormont had decided to sell poachers to a Tyrogi slaver less than a month after Knox had left with his niece on the expedition to Valeria. How he even managed to get in touch with the slaver, let alone get him into the north, was a problem that still plagued Ned's mind. But the fact remained that he had violated one of the oldest taboos in the 7 kingdoms by selling those men into slavery. His guilt was unquestionable and his sentence unavoidable. Yet, by the time Ned had arrived at Bear Island, Yora and his wife Linus were both gone, leaving only Longclaw, a confession, and a broken family behind. Forcing such thoughts from his mind, he turned back to his children still in the yard, directing the servants and craftsmen of Winterfell as if they were the Lord and Lady of Winterfell instead of just children. Cats, as well as Lady Nyra's, lessons have been paying off for Sansa, it seems, Ned thought with a smile as he watched his barely 1 and 10 name day daughter direct with the experience of a seasoned lady of a great keep. Ideally, both Cat and Nyra would be helping with this task, but Rickon had caught a spring sickness and Cat had refused to leave his sickbed. And Nyra, well, given recent events, it was best if she rested as much as possible. The last thing Ned needed was for Knox to come after him if anything ill were to happen. "My lord, a raven has arrived." Resisting the urge to groan, Ned nodded and held his hand out towards where he knew the Maester of Winterfell was standing just behind him. An unexpected raven was never a good thing. Dark wings and dark words, as the saying often went. "Who is it from?" "Dorne, my lord," Maester Luwin replied. The raven came with 2 messages, my lord. One bearing the mark of House Martell, and the other bearing Lord Knox's sigil. Turning around quickly, Ned took the small scrolls from Luwin. One did indeed carry the mark of the Sun's pair and the other carried the sigil Knox had taken to using. The Sorcerer's sigil was a simple circle with 2 3-pointed spikes on either side. Leaving the missive from the Martells for now, Ned broke the seal on Knox's note and quickly unrolled the scroll. It'd been over 6 months since they'd had word of the expedition. For all he knew, Knox and the others had perished in Valeria. Yet as he quickly read over the relatively short message, Ned felt himself sigh in relief. Jon is still alive and now Knox's official apprentice. No other casualties amongst the nobility that went with him. However, they did lose over 30 men in Valeria. He doesn't mention what they managed to obtain, but he assures that it is a substantial sum that will see the North thrive for generations. And Knox isn't one known for exaggerations. "My lord. Knox has returned to Westerosi waters," Ned informed the Maester, folding the letter up and tucking it into his belt. They had to resupply and do some minor repairs to the Seawolf and Sons pair. By now, they should be approaching Storm's End. Luwin's eyes widened. From Storm's End, it should only take them a scant few weeks to arrive back in White Harbor. Ned nodded. "Have horses and carriages prepared. We're heading to White Harbor to welcome them home and to see what they've obtained from the Dragon Lords." "Yes, my lord," Luwin bowed. "What of your son Rickon, my lord?" "His sickness may have passed, but he is still weak in the lungs. He will remain as the Stark in Winterfell, along with my lady wife," Ned decided almost immediately. "I'll inform my family myself, Maester Luwin. See to it that everything is ready for our trip to White Harbor." And make sure precautions are taken for Lady Nyra. Last thing I need is to alienate one of my closest allies should something ill befall her. Whistling a merry tune as he marched his short legs through the corridors of the Rock, Tyrion Lannister, the imp, the halfman, overall lecher and unofficial heir to the Rock despite what his father would claim, kept his gaze upwards as he made his way into his father's wing of the Great Keep. He'd just received word from his ears in Winterfell, and there were several things of import that he needed to discuss with his father and the Lord of the Westerlands. It'd taken more time than he cared to admit getting his eyes and ears in place in the north and even longer to get a timely communication set up with the two of them. But now that it was in place, he could get regular updates with each trade convoy that went north. Which, in no thanks to his brilliance, was now set to once every other month. For nearly 2 years after setting his eyes and ears in place, there was very little information of import that the two would send him. What little information his spies were able to send him primarily consisted of the sorcerer's advancements in the fields of craftsmanship, the building of glass gardens, the growing of new exotic fruits, and his forming of a college in Winterfell to train both men and women the sorcerer picked as if they were going to be maesters. He urged his spy to try and get closer, but that had failed quite spectacularly. But despite the failure, it had led to an interesting discovery as it given credence to Nox's relationship with the former serving girl, Nyra, a woman with no family nor social standing. Still, though, he did find a small amount of amusement in hearing how his spy had tried to sneak into the sorcerer's private quarters to seduce him, only to find the former serving girl already there and taking a bath while waiting for her lover to return. His father though had not found any amusement in the story. Ever since he met the sorcerer, he'd been trying to plan a way to lure the sorcerer from the north and into House Lannister's service. Marriage, lands, and titles were of course the easiest course of action to take. But over the years, each of those had been slowly taken away from them. The sorcerer, from everything he'd heard, was quite enamored with the former serving girl. And while his father normally would have no problems with simply removing such an obstacle, he was hesitant in this instance as there was always a chance that such an action could lead back to them. Which spoke volumes as to how much his father respected and feared the sorcerer, though he would never publicly admit to the latter. So, while marriage was not apparently an option, lands and titles still were. But then that option was taken from them as well once Robert declared him a lord, though without granting him any lands of his own. There'd been a brief hope that the action would have driven a wedge between the sorcerer and Lord Stark, but that did not seem to be the cause. In fact, the sorcerer didn't even seem to care that he was even given the title in the first place. The man was nothing if not utterly confusing. Thankfully, for both Tyrion, his spies, and the girls' families, the whore he'd sent to Wintertown just happened to catch the eye of the young Greyjoy lad 2 years ago once he came of age to start visiting the brothel. While she was able to get some decent information by carefully plying her trade to the guardsmen, the Greyjoy lad was a wealth of information. It was from the Greyjoy's mouth that Tyrion was able to learn of Nox's training of the Stark children well before it became general knowledge. And it was also through him that she was able to learn of the sorcerer's expedition to Valeria months before they set sail. Apparently, the boy had been quite vocal about the expedition. Mostly over the fact that his sister, Asha, had been allowed to take part and he'd been forced to stay behind. And now, his spies had relayed 2 other bits of information. One of which was only mildly interesting. While the other one was very, very interesting. Arriving at his father's solar, Tyrion gave the 2 guardsmen a passing nod before waltzing directly into the room without knocking. The only occupant in the room was his father, sitting behind his desk with a northern glass pitcher of arbor gold on his desk. "Need I educate you on the purpose of knocking?" his father said levelly as Tyrion shut the door behind him. "Oh, I knock on closed doors, but only in a brothel, father. Nothing worse than walking into a room only to see a man you know getting his cock sucked dry by a pair of wonderfully painted whore's lips." Reaching out for the pitcher, he cursed his luck as his father, without even bothering to look up from what he was working on, blindly reached out and snatched the pitcher away from him before Tyrion could get a hold of it. "I care not to hear of your constant shaming of our house, Tyrion," his father growled, refreshing his own glass before setting the pitcher back down, well out of Tyrion's reach unless he walked around the desk. "The trade vessel from the north has returned. What news do you have of the Stark children's progress and what news of the sorcerer?" Of course he would want to start with Stark's children. Ever since he's learned of them having the same power as the sorcerer, he has almost completely shifted his focus from the sorcerer to the children. After all, it is far easier to claim a child through marriage rather than a full-grown man. Without the presence of the sorcerer or the bastard, their training in the mystic arts have ground to a halt, Tyrion informed his father while pushing himself up into a cushioned chair. Honestly, if his father wasn't about to give him wine, he might as well make himself comfortable. Though from what our ears have heard, Stark's heir as well as his second daughter are both quite powerful, even if we don't have a reference for what that might mean. If the eldest daughter has the same powers as her siblings and the sorcerer, she is denying them and not participating in any training. The second eldest son just began training before the sorcerer left, so his skills are minimal at best. And the youngest is still shitting himself and struggling to walk straight. So, I doubt if we will be hearing any tales of him toppling towers anytime soon. And what abilities are Stark's heir and his second daughter showing? Outside of Rob moving stones larger than a man with his mind and showing the strength and skill of a man 10 years his senior in the training yard, nothing much, he replied, scratching the back of his head. Not sure if they're hiding their true abilities, or if that's the extent of them. Our eyes have noted, however, that the young Stark girl seems to almost disappear at will. Not sure what to make of that, however. Has there been word of the Sorcerer and whether or not he and the bastard were successful on their expedition to Valeria? Tyrion knew that his father was extremely interested in this, as was most of the realm for that matter. But his father especially was, though not necessarily for the reason many may think. It was well known that his uncle Geryon had taken a good number of Lannister men and one of their better galleons and had made off to explore the Cursed Land years ago and had not been heard of since. While Tyrion, and a few others in his family, were curious as to whether the Sorcerer would return with knowledge of his uncle's fate, his father was concerned for another reason. If there were any who could potentially succeed in venturing into the depths of Valeria and return, it was the Sorcerer. And once he did, gods only knew what he could come back with. As none had managed to make the trip successfully since the Doom, no one truly knew what he'd find. Valyrian steel, perhaps even the method to make the steel, gold, lost knowledge? If he came back with even one of those things, he could propel the North into a true power in Westeros capable of toppling any of the other great houses. After all, there was a reason the Valyrian Empire's rule was unquestioned until the Doom. There has been no word yet. But it has only been 6 months since he departed. Dusting the piece of paper he'd finished writing on, his father set the parchment aside and pulled out another sheet. And what new information do your whores have for us? Apparently, the Stark heir has been working to prove himself since the Sorcerer and his bastard brother left Westeros, Tyrion started, eyeing the wine pitcher and glasses longingly. He's organized what is being called an Inventor's Fair. He's inviting lords and ladies and small folk from all over the north to visit Winterfell for the week surrounding his name day. During this time, any who have inventions, new processes, or new products can present them before the Warden of the North. Should he find them worthwhile, he will reward the one who brought it forth with coins, titles, or support to expand. And word is that the students at the Winterfell College will also be displaying some of what they've been working on to garner more support from the local lords. There are also going to be a few competitions as well. Though, no justing nor a melee. In truth, the moment Tyrion heard of the fair he'd wanted to take the first ship north and put his name into whatever lists were available. Given his nature as the halfman, he would never be able to enter a tourney, and if he did it would only be as a joke. But this fair in the north was a tourney that emphasized the strength of the mind over the strength or skill of one's body. And that was a competition that he could not only get behind, but that he was pretty sure he could easily win. I see, his father stated simply, seemingly not caring about the event in the slightest. And what else have you heard? His father might not have been interested in the first piece of news, but Tyrion knew that he would be interested in the next bit. Well, there has been a rather interesting development in Winterfell lately. They've kept it quiet for the most part, but the Greyjoy lad seems to like to run his mouth when he's in the throes of pleasure. And this development just happens to revolve around the former serving girl turned lady, Nyra. His father's quill stopped mid-move. Tell me everything. Please, brother, S. I am not your brother. I am your king. I am the dragon. And you, dear sweet idiot sister, have woken the dragon. And now you must suffer the consequences for your insolence. Violet eyes on a young girl's face turned towards him, pleading for him to do anything to help as the man that had a tight hold on the girl's arm raised his hand high in the air before bringing it down harshly onto her cheek. Letting out a pained yell, Jon sat bolt upright, smacking his head against the low-hanging ceiling that was above his bunk. Rubbing his forehead and doing his best to block out the pain, Jon swung his feet over the side of his bunk in his small cabin on board the Seawolf and rested his head in his hands with his elbows against his knees. The dream he'd just experienced was, well, strange to say the least. If it was the first time he'd had such a dream, he would have just ignored it. But this wasn't the first time he'd had such a dream. In fact, it wasn't the first time he'd had a dream about her, even if he didn't know just who she was. He'd seen her more than once in his dreams since they'd left Valeria. Well, 3 times now. But this was the first time that she looked at him during the dream. Once is mere chance. Twice is coincidence. Thrice is a pattern. Jon remembered Lord Knox telling him during their training. Let's just hope that Master Knox can provide some answers to these strange dreams. Getting up from his bunk and throwing on a shirt and pants, Jon left his cabin and made the short journey up the nearby flight of stairs and to the main deck of the Seawolf. On the main deck, life was pretty much proceeding like normal for the crew. The sailors worked the riggings while the various nobles went around the ship offering a helping hand wherever they could. The only real noticeable difference was the slight decrease in the number of sailors on board. But that was explained by the captured galleon that was sailing a fair distance behind them while being captained, at least temporarily, by Asha Greyjoy. Giving a few polite nods to those he'd gotten to know extremely well over the past near 7 months, John made his way towards the rear of the ship and Lord Knox's cabin. Giving a few light knocks on the wood, John waited until he heard Knox call for him to enter before walking in. It was never smart, nor healthy for that matter, to walk in on Lord Knox uninvited. The interior of Knox's cabin was, as to be expected, almost immaculately clean. All save for the table of course, which throughout the entire voyage had been constantly filled with books, scrolls, and, as of late, crystals from Valeria. Much like the one that Lord Knox had standing on end before him as he leant over the table. And, it might have been a trick of the sun, but John could have sworn he saw the crystal glowing and some sort of mist hovering above the crystal when he first walked in. Trouble sleeping, John? John nodded, deciding not to press on the crystal and instead focus on the reason he'd come to his master in the first place. I've been having strange dreams for some time now. Dreams of a young woman. Knox's face lifted from the crystal and a grin spread across his face. Dreaming of Princess Ariane already, John? Tisk, tisk. It isn't proper to have such dreams about a lady, let alone a princess of the Dorn. Though, if she takes after her uncle in any regard, I'm sure she'd not only encourage such dreams, she'd also give you ample material to dream over. For not the first time, John was glad for his master's lack of sight as he felt his face heat upon the mention of the Dornish princess. The embarrassing fact was his master wasn't wrong. John had had more than a few dreams of the Dornish beauty since they'd left Sun's Pair. Just thinking about how she bared herself to him after the feast was enough to give rise to a problem that he'd had to take in hand more than a few times. But it wasn't just her beauty, or the fact that she was the first woman that he saw bare. She'd also taken a firm hold of his thoughts because of just who she was. The two had spent almost the entire day together in her chambers, with her cousins present of course, just talking. Honestly, John couldn't think of another time he ever said so much than those few hours he'd spent in her company. They talked about everything from family to politics to John's training and potential futures. And while nothing had been set between the two of them, her offer of making him her consort in ruling Dorne had given him a potential future he'd never dared imagining before. Though a large part of him doubted such a future would ever come to pass, she was a princess after all and of age to marry. The thought was still a pleasant one. No. I mean I've dreamed of Ariane and no. This isn't about her. John said desperately trying to keep the thoughts of the princess bare before him her perked breasts, and pointed and I know. He needed to put thoughts of her aside for now. This is about another girl. A girl with violet eyes. I think it's the same girl I ran into in Volantis. The one you asked me about before we met with Prince Oberyn. The change was subtle, but after years of studying under Lord Knox, John had a feeling that he at least could spot when his master was interested in something. The fact he stopped working on anything else and leaned forward a touch screamed to John that he had indeed piqued his master's interest. And what do these dreams of yours entail? Well, not much, he replied awkwardly. All I can see is darkness in her. And whatever she's touching or whatever or whoever is touching her. The dream I had just now. She was with that same man as she was back in Volantis and, he was yelling at her and saying something about waking the dragon or some such nonsense. Then he raised his hand to strike her and she looked right at me. It was like she could see me and was pleading for my help. And then the dream ended, and I awoke. I've dreamed of her before but this was the first time she ever looked at me and saw me. Interesting, Lord Knox replied, leaning back and rubbing at his chin. And you say this is not the first time you've had such a dream since running into the young girl in Volantis, HMM? Very interesting. Tapping his foot impatiently, John wished that his master would just tell him what it was he was experiencing with these strange dreams. Master? Do you know what is happening? Perhaps. His master answered cryptically, making John's shoulders sag in defeat. I can think of a few phenomena that could cause such an occurrence. Each one more unlikely than the last due to sheer rarity of the phenomenon occurring. But, in my experience in such matters, it is best not to rule out anything until you are completely sure it is not the case. Next time you have one of these dreams, and I can guarantee that you will, try and talk to this young girl if you can. Or, if by the off chance you happen to see her when you are awake, try and get her attention. If you can, it will help me narrow down the list of possibilities of what might be happening. I will try, Master, John bowed. Though with that now resolved, he wasn't quite sure just what to do next. Master. If you don't mind me asking, what is it with those crystals you were so intent on bringing back with us from Valeria? I mean, they don't seem valuable, not like the other gems. But, just now, I thought I saw a glow from that gem and some sort of mist forming above it. Picking up the crystal, his master turned it around as if to inspect it before his sightless eyes before motioning towards the empty folding chair next to him. Take a seat, John. I suppose that now that you are my official apprentice, I best begin delving deeper into the mysteries of the Force with you than I have in the past. Quickly taking the seat, John tried not to let too much of his excitement show on his face at the prospect of learning more about the Force. So, what are these crystals? He asked, picking one up in his hand and peering into its depths. He could almost sense something from within. But he had no clue as to just what that might be. If my hunch is correct, and after weeks of studying them I am fairly certain it is, then these are primitive versions of what my people called holocrons. Nox explained, picking up another crystal, this one a pinkish color and the size of his fist. Think of them as repositories of knowledge accessible only to those who are Force sensitive. Blinking, John turned the crystal over in his hand. So, these are basically books that only those like us can read? Why would they do that? Wouldn't it be easier to just write it down on paper instead of using these things? Easier, yes. More secure, no. Secure? John asked. Yes, Nox nodded. The Valerians were smart, John, very smart. They managed to conquer Essos because of their dragons, which also served as a deterrent for any planning rebellion against them. But once they had control of Essos, they kept control through economics. Do you remember my lessons on what drives the price in the market? Supply and demand. The cost of something can be partially determined by these two factors. If you have something that everyone wants but is in low supply, then you can charge extra for it. But at the same time if you have something everyone desires but there is a surplus, then the cost will drop because people will know they can go elsewhere to acquire it. It is why the North is trying to keep a firm hold on the creation of glass. If everyone can make it, then the price of it will drop significantly. The same principle was used by the Valerians, albeit with a different product. Can you take a guess as to what it was that the Valerians had that everyone else wanted and were willing to pay a high price to obtain? Their dragons, John answered immediately before thinking a bit harder. But it takes a dragon lord to tame one, so not that. Valerian steel. Very good. Nox praised him. The Valerians controlled the economics of Essos through two factors, the slave trades and the trading of Valerian steel. The slave trade controlled the people. And the trade of Valerian steel controlled the coins. Now, using our theory of supply and demand, how would Valerians keep a firm hold on the trade of Valerian steel? Frowning, John stared down into the crystal. By making sure that they were the only ones who knew how to make the steel, John stated, before his eyes widened in realization. So, to keep the process secure, they developed a means of writing down the process of its creation in a manner that could only be read by those who had magic. The Dragon Lords. Very good, John, Nox praised him once again, making John sit up straighter. So, how do we read these crystals? John asked, excitement racing through him at the prospect of learning an ancient Valerian secret. His hopes were quickly dashed though as Lord Nox set the crystal he was holding back down onto the table. Well, that's the problem. These crystals, while similar to the holocrons of my home, are still different than what I'm used to. And while I've been able to ascertain that each crystal holds a wealth of knowledge within, I haven't been able to figure out just how to access it. The past few weeks have been quite frustrating. The admission surprised John. He'd never known anything that his master hadn't been able to do, know, or figure out in a relatively short period of time. To hear him admit that he didn't know how to accomplish something, it was something he never thought he'd ever hear from Lord Nox. Turning the crystal repeatedly in his hands, John tried to find anything that might give him a clue as to how to open it. If only this was like a book and I could just simply open it. But I suppose that's the point. If it was easy to do, then the Valerians wouldn't have felt the need to go this far. How do you usually open them, Master? Picture your body as a bucket, and the force within you as the water within, Nox explained, picking up one of the crystals again and causing a light glow to appear within. The crystal in your hand is a second bucket. You want to pour the force out of you and into the crystal. At least, that's how it's supposed to work in the simplest of terms. But, apparently, these have something else that triggers them. It's just a matter of discovering what that trigger is. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, John tried to copy his master's instructions exactly. Gods! He exclaimed, nearly dropping the crystal as it lit up like a torch in his hand while a ghostly image of a lightly armored man appeared above his hand. Well, isn't that something, his master mumbled as the two watched the ghostly figure speak in what John could only assume to be High Valerian while seeming to demonstrate movements with his sword. Turn it off by cutting off the force you're allowing to flow into the crystal. Then repeat the process once more. Closing off his connection with the crystal, John let out the breath he hadn't even realized he was holding as the light in the crystal died and the figure faded from view. Breathing again, John repeated exactly what he'd done before. And just like the time before, the crystal immediately came to life in his hand as the ghostly figure appeared above the surface of the crystal once more and began instructing once more. So, that is how you did it. Figures it would have been something so simple. His master muttered as he picked up the pink crystal once more. The pink crystal immediately started glowing. Only instead of an armored man appearing, a scantily clad and very well blessed woman hovered over the surface of the crystal. And just like the man that appeared from his crystal, the woman started talking in High Valerian the moment she appeared. What are they saying, master? Tilting his head to the side, his master listened to the two voices for some time before answering him. My High Valerian isn't all that good right now. We'll need Talis's help in translating them further or get her to up her lessons in the language. But from what I can tell, the man in your crystal is describing basic sword techniques that are best suited for use when riding a dragon. As for the woman, well, she seems to be describing a sex ritual to ensure proper procreation. And I must say, she is quite vivid in her details. I think she could make even Oberyn blush like a virgin maid. Losing his connection to the crystal, the ghostly figure died out in his hand. That. We're going to need to do something about the innocent nature of yours, John, his master sighed, setting the crystal aside. It wouldn't do for you to freeze up from the first sight of a pair of tits or from someone using crude language. And before you say that it won't happen, don't. I knew a woman who flashed a man during their fight. It distracted him enough to allow her to kill him. And I've invested far too much time and energy into you to let you die that easily. Honestly, I thought seeing Princess Ariane in her name day suit would be enough to not make you blush at just the thought of sex, but, apparently, I was wrong. Perhaps I need to lock you in a brothel all day so you can watch the whores apply their trade. That should knock some of those preconceived notions of modesty out of your head. Gods damn it. How does he always? Wait, what is that? Placing his hand against his head and squeezing his eyes shut, John fought against a sudden pain in his head that came upon him with no notice. But as strange as the sudden pain was, what was even stranger was how fast it left. Leaving not even a dull ache behind as a reminder of its brief presence. Gods, he breathed, placing a hand to his head and surprised to find sweat forming on his brow. What was that? That, John, was a disturbance in the force generated by a single individual that is not only fairly powerful in the force, but also currently in excruciating pain. Turning to his master, John went to ask him what he meant, but Nox was already out of his seat and across the room. A chart of Westeros out in front of him and his fingers running along the coast. With the speed we have been traveling, we should be passing by Blackwater Bay soon. Given the strength of the disturbance, the source must be nearby. John, inform Sir Manderley that we are to change course immediately. We're making a detour to Dragonstone. Yes, master, John nodded, the crystals momentarily forgotten as he quickly got to his feet and all but ran out of the room to deliver Lord Nox's new orders to the crew. The castle of Dragonstone was certainly an imposing sight, one that Nox knew more than one Sith Lord or even Dark Council member would gladly take for his or her own keep. Hells, he was even tempted himself the moment he laid eyes upon it. And it wasn't just because of its near impenetrableness due to the natural defenses of the island provided nor its walls. Nor was it the fact that the keep was made entirely of black stone that almost seemed to shine slightly in the light of the sun. No, what truly drew Nox's attention was the fact that the keep almost seemed to be radiating the force, much in the same manner as the Sith and Jedi temples on Korriban and Tython respectively. Had they not just been to Valeria, he would have questioned as to just how such a primitive world was able to create such a strong force construct like this. But now he didn't question it. He knew. This place, even while still a fair distance from the harbor and the keep itself, felt almost identical to the lost city of Valeria. Only more, well, alive. One of these days, once I have time, I'm going to need to travel this world more, he thought as they passed through the breakwater leading into the harbor while Sir Manderley barked orders at the crew to prepare to drop anchor and lower the rowboats into the water so they could go ashore. Winterfell was built by this Bran the Builder, who I have no doubt had the Force and used to aid in his creations. Force forging, it has to be. A lost art that went out of style once lightsabers became more commonplace instead of force-forged weaponry. Nowadays, the only force forging, if it could even be called that takes place is the creation of the armor worn by the Sith and Jedi. And even those are pale imitations of what they once were. If those with the ability to utilize the force in a forging process are still prevalent on this world, then finding them has now become one of my top priorities. Getting into the boat with John and Talisa at his side, Nox let his senses take in as much of the island as he could. Which, unfortunately, was not much. It was almost as if the keep itself was fighting against his sight. A truly odd sensation, yet not unexpected. This world just keeps getting more and more interesting with each new discovery I make, he thought, barely managing to contain his glee at having the chance to study yet another complex that had been designed and created with the aid of the Force. If this world had been discovered by the Empire, or hell even the Republic and the Jedi for the take matter, there would have been full-blown civil war to decide just who got the right to rule it in each respective body of governance. Though the Jedi would have probably gone for the option of banning travel to the world until they could enlighten the primitives about the power they could potentially wield. It would have been such a waste. But that is neither here nor there. And this world is mine now. And mine alone. Sensing that they were getting close to the docks, Nox pulled his senses back into himself. But paused as he felt a familiar presence waiting for them on the dock. Well, From what I gathered of the two of them the last time we met, one is not far from the other. Which means if he is here, then so is Stannis. Sir Seaworth, Knox called out to the elder man once their boat began to be tied off onto the dock by the rowers and dock workers. I didn't think our arrival would warrant such a greeting from a man of your standing with Lord Stannis. The former smuggler turned knighted landholder merely stared completely gobsmacked as Knox, Jon, and Talisa carefully stepped off the boat and onto the dock. Lord Sorcerer, Seaworth greeted them with a polite bow, his accent thick and quick. I must say, Lord, it's a wonder you're here on this day. Almost enough to make a man believe the gods really do exist in this shite world. Now Knox's interest was fully piqued. Turning his head upwards, he tried once more to try and find the source of the disturbance but found himself firmly rebuked by the keep. Whoever or whatever sent the disturbance must have done it in a single concentrated burst and then retreated into themselves. That seems to be the only way they got the sensation out past the walls of the keep. Is that so, Sir Davos? And why would my appearance make one believe in divine intervention? Fear. Anguish. Hope. Despair all swelled within the older man in swirl of emotion, each one battling to best the other despite him keeping a calm face. Lady Shireen, Lord Stannis's daughter, she's caught Grayscale. Now it all makes sense, Knox thought as the last piece of the puzzle was put in place. That burst was definitely from one suffering some form for torment. But it was also young. Untrained. And it also explained why there hasn't been more than the initial burst that Jon and I both sensed. She doesn't know what she's doing. Then it is indeed fortunate that we are here, considering Lady Talisa here and I have been fine-tuning our cure for Grayscale ever since we had successfully cured 4 members of our crew, Knox stated, shock echoing off the old knight at his proclamation. Jon, head back to the Seawolf and get what supplies we need to treat the young lady. Sir Davos, if you would please leave an escort behind to bring my apprentice here up to the keep once he's acquired what we need, it would be appreciated. And while he's at it, I feel it best that Talisa and I begin to work on the young lady as soon as possible. Jon was back in the boat before Knox had even finished speaking, leaving the elderly knight stumbling to catch up as he ordered a few men to stay behind before motioning for Knox and Talisa to follow him up towards the keep. Lady Talisa, Sir Davos said as they walked up the winding pathway leading up the cliff's edge towards a tower stationed at the very top of the cliff's edge. A very SSC name, my lady, from the region of Volantis, if my ear doesn't mistake me. Talisa's steps faltered ever so slightly. That is correct. I am Talisa Magur of House Magur of Volantis of the Tiger clan. This time it was Sir Davos's turn to lose his footing. Lady Magur? I wasn't expecting to ever see the daughter of one of Volantis's triarchs to grace the shores of Westeros. Not anything we need to be concerned about, is there, Lord Sorcerer? No, Knox replied, shrugging off the concern as they neared the top of the path. Lady Talisa here was merely looking for a chance to leave her past behind and bartered her services as a healer to our crew in return for safe passage. And I must say, it has been quite the advantageous trade. I doubt I would have been able to create this cure for Grayscale without her expertise. Talisa preened at the compliment as Davos's watchful eye flickered back and forth between the two of them. Well, then I owe you my thanks now, if this works the way you say it does. Lord Stannis has sent ravens to every corner of the realm calling on anyone and everyone who might know a way to help his only child. He's even offered a boon to the ones who are successful in healing her. Just don't be blowin' smoke, Lord Sorcerer. Lord Stannis ain't in the mood for false hope. The three stayed quiet as they came to the top of the cliff's edge and entered a drum-like tower that was covered with effigies to dragons and many other unsightly creatures. Okay, I'm starting to seriously think there was a Sith Lord who crashed in Valeria at some point in time and handed down their fashion sense to the Targaryens before they came to Westeros, he thought as Davos led them through a dew within a dragon's maw of all things. This place would suit just about every Sith I have ever come across in my life. Walking briskly through a throne room, which Knox briefly noticed was made almost entirely out of obsidian of all things, Davos led them towards the back of the chamber and up several flights of stairs before coming to a stop before a set of double doors that was guarded on either side by 2 guards. Both wearing the black and yellow stag of House Baratheon. This is the Northern Sorcerer, boys, Davos explained, waving towards the 2 of them. And a lady healer from Volantis. They're here to see Lord Stannis about Lady Shireen's condition. It was telling the amount of pull Davos had, even if he didn't know it, that the 2 guards immediately moved to open the doors. The interior of the room was just like the rest of the keep. Dark with obsidian carved figures of dragons and other almost demonic figures scattered along the wall. But the one thing that truly set this room apart was the gigantic table that dominated most of the room. A table that was carved into an exact replica of Westeros. It even had the major holdfasts and keeps marked along its surface. And at the far end of the table, standing with his back turned towards them so he was facing out the large windows overlooking the bay, was Stannis Baratheon. Lord, Sir Davos said, walking forward to stand beside Stannis as the man turned around. The ship was CA. The Northern Sorcerer. Stannis said abruptly, cutting his man off. And a woman from Volantis. Given what I have seen of your abilities and what many have theorized you can do, I take it that you are here because of my daughter's ailment? Nope. Still hasn't gotten that stick out of his ass. I would have figured since he's obviously married and has a child that he would have gotten laid since the last time we spoke. But either his wife or he is just a poor fuck cause he hasn't loosened up an ounce. You would be correct. Nox replied. We were passing by on our return from Valeria and Sen. Can you heal her? Biting back the retort that wanted to be free, Nox nodded. Talisa and I have developed a technique to heal Grayscale. Has it been successful? Now Nox was getting ready to blast the man with a bolt of force lightning, just to remind him just who he was speaking to. I hate being interrupted. If you would let me finish, Lord Stannis, Nox growled, noticing that the two guards behind him both shifted their weight and readied their grips on their swords. Then you would know that we have cured 4 individuals of Grayscale since we left Valeria. And you too, don't even try it. You take even one threatening step towards either myself or the young lady beside me and I'll shove your heads up each other's asses. It was only because of Lord Stannis's intervention that the two men did not immediately charge at Nox and thus seal their fate. Leave us. Both of you. The Lord of Dragonstone commanded, his tone brokering no argument and making both men immediately bow and leave the room. How long will this cure of yours take to administer? The initial treatment could last an hour or several. It all depends on the severity of the infection. Nox explained. After that, your daughter will need to take a specific dosage of antibiotic twice a day for at least a week or more to help fight off the remaining infection. After the antibiotics have run their course, your daughter will need to remain isolated for at least a week or more to ensure the infection does not flare up once more. And if it does? Nox merely shrugged. Then we go through the process once more. However, of the 4 we have treated, all 4 have had all of sign of Grayscale disappear within 2 to 3 weeks after going through this treatment. Though to hedge our bets, I will leave a detailed process with your maester on how to continue her treatment should the need arise. Stannis's face never changed once throughout the entire conversation. But he could tell that it was just an act. The man was a duck on a pond. On the surface, calm. But underneath the surface, his feet were going near the speed of sound. What do you need? The Lord of Dragonstone asked, breaking the long silence between the 4 people left in the room. My apprentice is collecting what we need from our ship in order to heal your daughter, Nox informed him. But we can begin our preliminary examination of your daughter's condition before he arrives. Nodding, Stannis's eyes tracked towards the open doors and the 2 guards standing just outside. Guard. Go and wait for the sorcerer's apprentice in the main hall. Bring him immediately to my daughter's chambers the moment he enters. You too, with me. You as well, Sir Davos. Falling in step with Stannis, Talisa and Sir Davos lined up behind them as they were led further up the tower. When did your daughter's condition become recognizable? Talisa asked as the 4 climbed the stairs. Stannis didn't give any indication of having heard her as he continued to head up the stairs. Maester Cresson recognized the grayscale forming on her flesh a moon's turn ago. The Maester has been doing what he can to slow its progression, but he has been unable to treat her fully. That wasn't good. The few that they had treated were both recognized and treated within 2 weeks of coming into contact with the affliction. Force only knew just how far the disease was able to spread given it'd been 4 weeks since it was first recognized. As they reached the topmost level of the tower, Nox was immediately hit with another slight disturbance from the force. A wail of agony and defiance. And now he had a decent idea about just who was causing the disturbance and why. Leading them towards a door with 2 guards stationed on either side, Stannis didn't even spare either helmed man a glance before he strode past them, flinging the doors open and leading the 4 inside. My lady. Please, you must take this. It will. No. A young voice screamed in agony. No more. It'd no. Please. Stepping around Stannis, Nox took stock of what was going on. The room was sparsely furnished, save for a desk and a large bed. And upon the bed was a little girl perhaps no older than 6 or 7 years old. Her entire presence screamed agony stemming from the grayscale that stretched from near her eye level down past her neck and under the nightshirt she was wearing. And beside the bed was a very old man, even by Nox's standards, trying to get the young girl to drink some milky white concoction. Milk of the poppy if I remember correctly. The moment the 4 entered the room, the Maester turned his attention from the little girl on the bed to them. He could feel the eyes of the man bounce off all of them, only to come back and linger on him. Lord Stannis, please, forgive the sight. Your daughter is in a great deal of pain. Not waiting for the old fool to finish, Nox stepped past Stannis and all but physically pushed the aged Maester out of the way so that he could take his place beside the young girl. Holding his hand over the girl's head, he sent gentle waves of force into her in order to temporarily deaden the nerves in her body. Almost immediately, the young girl stopped screaming and squirming in her bed. She's strong in the force. Not quite as strong as Jon. But she's definitely at Arya's level in terms of sheer power. Feeling the girl open her eyes under his hand, Nox pulled back slightly on his power. You're the sorcerer from the north. The young girl's voice was coarse from screaming for force only knew how long. And deep within his darkened heart, he felt something shift within him. Damn it, why do I always have such a soft spot for children? That I am, young Shireen. Hope swelled within the young girl as a smile graced her scaled face. Are you here to help me? I am, he nodded before holding his hand out over her face once more. We can talk more later, young one. But for now, I need you to sleep. At his command, Shireen went limp as her eyes rolled back into her head. Gods, what have you done, sorcerer? Turning his head towards the old maester, Nox waved off the man's concern. He could almost taste the fear and distrust that was coming from the maester. Not what you think, old man. I merely put her into a deep sleep for the time being so that we can work on curing her. Talisa, I need you to expose the areas we need to work on. Lord Stannis, we need freshly boiled water, a wooden table she can lay on, fresh linens, and whatever vinegar you have here. Also, her current clothes, plus whatever she's been wearing since the grayscale was discovered, and her bedding, all need to be taken out and burned. Perhaps it was the command in his voice, or perhaps it was because he'd managed to give his daughter a small semblance of peace, but Stannis didn't even hesitate before barking out orders for the guards and chambermaids to fulfill his commands to the letter. Less than half an hour later, the room had been cleared out of her bedding and clothes, and a table was brought in along with fresh linens to cover both the hard wooden surface and to preserve the young girl's dignity. The grayscale has spread far, but not nearly as far as it should have, Talisa noted as herself, Nox, and the maester examined the young Shireen while Stannis and Davos stayed as far back as they could while still being in the room. If the first time you noticed the scaling was nearly a moon's turn ago, the spread should be far greater than what it is. She's remarkably strong-willed for one so young. Nox knew that there was more to it than that, but now was neither the time nor the place to go over the fact that the Lord of Dragonstone's daughter was not only force-sensitive, but one of the more powerful force-sensitive individuals he'd come across on this world. Sensing the approach of his apprentice, Nox didn't bother turning around as Jon half-ran half-skidded into the room as he attempted to slow himself. Master, Jon breathed heavily, trying to catch his breath while holding out the leather case containing the antibiotics and surgery tools. I've brought everything. Good. Not even bothering to look back, Nox held out his hand and used the force to pull the leather case out of Jon's hand and onto the nearby table where the case unfolded to reveal the different cutting instruments and vials of antibiotics. Lord Stannis. At this time, there is nothing you can do to help, and this will not be pleasant. I'd advise you take yourself and my apprentice, Jon here, down to the courtyard so that you can work off some of that famous Baratheon fury that I can sense boiling just under the surface within you. And don't feel the need to hold back on account of his age. I assure you, Jon Kinnan has taken quite the beating in the yard many times. Jon, knowing what was coming, didn't need telling twice and almost left a trail of dust behind him in his haste to get out of the room. Stannis hesitated only a second behind Jon. But after giving a slight nod to the maester and a wordless command to stay in the room, he too left and was followed soon after by Davos. Dipping his hands into one of the buckets of freshly boiled water to wash them, Nox stepped to the side and allowed Talisa, followed by the maester, to repeat the process before the three gathered around the unconscious Shireen while they each put on leather gloves that had been provided for them. Picking up one of his makeshift scalpels, he turned it, so the blade was pointed towards him and held it out for Talisa to take. Talisa, you're on point this time around. We'll follow your lead. To her credit, Talisa didn't hesitate nor flinch as she took the scalpel from him before bending over Shireen near her face. We'll begin near her eye and work down, Talisa stated, her hand steady and her voice firm as she picked up a pair of tweezers in her offhand. Sorcerer, stand ready with water and vinegar to keep the wounds clean. What in the name of the gods do you think you're doing? The maester shouted as he finally recognized just what was about to happen as Talisa laid the flat of the blade against Shireen's skin near the edge of the grayscale by her eye. You cannot just flay the girl. Lord Stannis will have both of your heads when Snapping his fingers, the force responded to his command by clamping the maester's mouth shut with an audible click. Shut up and let us work. Casting the maester a not-so-pleasant look out of the corner of her eye at being interrupted, Talisa bent back over Shireen and resumed her position. Taking a single breath to steady herself, Talisa slid the blade under the grayscale, causing pus and blood to pour out from the wound. Dipping a nearby clean cup into another pail of boiled water, Nox slowly poured the water around the wound, keeping the pus and blood from blocking Talisa's view as she slowly worked her knife around the edges of the grayscale in order to dislodge the infection from her skin. Without a way to tell time, it was difficult for Nox to tell just how long they worked. But he knew by the time Talisa had finally removed the last of the grayscale from Shireen, hours had passed and the sun was nearing the horizon, forcing her to call for torches, candles, and lamps to be brought into the room to provide her enough light to see what she was doing. During that time, the maester had finally stopped trying to interfere and had instead taken over the duties of removing the infected flesh that Talisa cut away while Nox kept the wounds clean. That should be the last of it, Talisa sighed with evident relief, dark circles forming around her eyes. Now, we need to clean the wounds with water and vinegar to disinfect it as best we can. Then, it will be your turn, Sorcerer, to heal her up. Heal her up? The Maester questioned, looking down uneasily at the exposed flesh that had been removed while he and Talisa used a mixture of water and vinegar to clean the infection as best they could. How do you intend to heal her from this? Simple, Nox replied with a slight smirk as. I intend to cheat as it were. With the wounds cleaned, Nox held his hand over Shireen and slowly pulled on the force, shaping it to his will before laying it over the young girl like a warm blanket. The Maester stumbled back and gasped loudly as the open flesh across Shireen's face and chest reformed and closed, leaving only a slight discoloration of skin as any evidence that she had even been afflicted with grayscale in the first place. By the gods, old and new, Crescent breathed as he reached out to touch the freshly healed skin. Don't. Talisa warned the man, stopping him from touching Shireen as she began pulling out bandages to cover the freshly healed flesh. We don't know if the previous areas are still contagious or not. So, for the next week, the parts of her body that were marred with grayscale need to be kept covered and clean. Sensing a familiar presence making its way quickly up the stairs, Nox stalled Talisa from bandaging the young girl. Hold off on bandaging the girl up for a moment, Talisa. In this case, seeing is believing right now. He could sense her confusion as to why he stopped her, but his reasoning became apparent as several sets of heavy boots marked the return of Stannis, Jon, Davos, and several guards wearing the sigil of House Baratheon. I have waited long enough, Sorcerer, Stannis all but growled as he marched into the room. When will you be finished? Purposefully standing between Stannis and his daughter, Nox took his time in removing his gloves and tossing them into a pile of other linens that were destined to be put to the torch. Patience is a virtue, Lord Stannis. Delicate operations like this take time. Otherwise, the healers can make a mistake and make whatever they're trying to heal worse. But, in this case, your timing is impeccable as we have just finished with the first stage of healing your daughter. Stannis didn't even wait for Nox to finish as the man crossed the distance between them so that he could lay eyes upon his daughter. Relief and joy sang out from the man as he looked upon his healed daughter sleeping peacefully on the table. All signs of grayscale gone from her person. But as quick as his joy came, it was quickly and ruthlessly stomped back down, leaving the man as blank as a droid or a Jedi. You said this is the first stage. Yet, I see no sign on grayscale on her. What needs to be done next? So, the man has emotions. But like a Jedi he seems content to deny that they even exist. Moving around the room, he picked up one of the vials of antibiotics that Jon had brought with him. Nothing invasive as what she just went through. She simply needs to take a spoonful of this twice a day. Once when she wakes and once before she goes to sleep for the night for 2 weeks. During this time, she needs to be kept isolated and under observation just in case the grayscale flares back up again. And what is that? Some sort of liquid magic, Sorcerer? Maester Crescent asked, though his tone lacked the bite it had when they'd begun the process of removing the grayscale from Shireen. Nothing quite as fanciful as that, Maester. Nox countered, setting the vial down. This was created with good old-fashioned science. Nothing mystical about it. It's a concoction that's distilled from mold. It'll help her fight off the infection, attacking the grayscale still in her system. Or to put it simply, think of it as sending reinforcements onto a battlefield. And that will cure her? Stannis asked, his eyes still not leaving his daughter. In our limited experience so far, yes. Nox nodded. Though, I will note that we have not treated one with such an advanced condition as your daughter's. But your daughter is strong, very strong. She will pull through this. Giving one last glance at his daughter, Stannis straightened and turned so he was facing Nox and Talisa. I promised a boon to whoever managed to heal my daughter. You two have done what many, including my own maester, have told me was impossible. Name your boon. And should it be reasonable, I will see it done. I require nothing, Lord Stannis, Talisa answered almost immediately. I would never seek payment for healing a child. Well, I'm not entirely as selfless as the good Lady Talisa here, Nox added with a chuckle. But there are 2 things. You only get one, Sorcerer, Stannis countered. I'm only asking for one thing, Lord Stannis, Nox countered back. The interrupting was seriously starting to grate on his nerves. This keep is made of black stone that has drawn my interest. I request a sample of it. A single barrel full would be sufficient. If the Lord of Dragonstone found his request odd, he didn't say it. Done. And the second? A discussion between the 2 of us that would be best held in private. He could feel the irritation come from Stannis, but the man merely gave him a curt nod in response before turning and marching quickly out of the room. Keeping up with the man's brisk pace, Stannis led the 2 of them a short distance down the hall before opening a seemingly random door and letting Nox enter before shutting the doors behind them. Just like the few other rooms he'd encountered in the keep, room was very Spartan with only a single desk and chair in the center of the room. What is it you wish to speak to me about, Sorcerer? Stannis all but demanded as soon as the two of them were alone. Your daughter's future, Lord Stannis, he said, facing Stannis. Stannis rocked back, clearly not expecting that as suspicion and confusion whirred within him. What of her future, Sorcerer? Your daughter is force-sensitive, Lord Stannis. Much like myself and the Stark children under my charge. Not only that, but she is strong in the Force, very strong. It's why she was able to hold the infection at bay as much as she did and why I'm confident that with a little bit of help, she will be able to make a full recovery. Given the proper training, she could become quite the powerful individual in the future. Whatever Stannis had been expecting, that was clearly not it, as his suspicion and confusion were dashed almost immediately. My daughter is, the same as you. Well, not exactly the same, Nox shrugged. She's not nearly as powerful as myself or even my apprentice out there in terms of raw power. But given time and training, she could one day reach my level. Moving away from him, Stannis stood with his back towards him while facing out of the lone window in the small room. And I take it that you are the only one capable of training my daughter to use this power. Yes, he immediately replied. Take it how you will, but it is the truth. I'm sure you could find teachers in Essos or maybe even the Citadel if you're lucky. But, at best, they will be able to teach your daughter mere parlor tricks. I will teach your daughter how to use her power to the fullest. And what will it cost me to have you train my daughter to use these strange powers of yours? The Lord of Dragonstone asked as he folded his hands behind his back. Nothing, Nox answered honestly, drawing a surprised turn of the head from Stannis. Those of us like myself, true Sith, seek out those who are truly powerful and pass on our knowledge to them. It is by doing this that we ensure that the next generation of Force users are more powerful than the previous. So, you could almost say it is my obligation to find and train those I find of sufficient power so that they might one day surpass myself. It was an oversimplification of the Sith doctrine, but Stannis didn't need to know that. I see, Stannis replied, turning to once again look out over the island while thinking over the offer. The fact that you are training Lord Stark's children gives credence to your claims. And if what I saw in Stark's bastard boy in the yard is any indication, then you truly are a man of your word. However, my daughter is not yet 7 name days. She is still too young to foster. This time, Nox didn't bother to hide his scoff. A bullshit excuse and not the real one as for why you don't want your daughter to come with me right now. True to his family name, fury coursed through Stannis as he spun around and faced Nox. You presume to know what I am. I don't presume, I know, Nox countered, not backing down. He'd faced far angrier and far more powerful than the lord of a small island to even feel the slightest twitch of fear. You suppress your emotions well enough to keep your face passive in order to fool those around you. But to one like me, you might as well be screaming what you are feeling at the top of your lungs. You don't want your daughter to come with me right now because of some horse shit about her not being old enough. No. Simply put, you don't want your daughter to come with me because you love her, and you're scared. For fuck's sake, you just nearly watched her suffer a terrible death at the hands of Grayscale. Is it really such a crime to admit to yourself that you love that little girl and you're afraid to let her go right now after she's just been healed? Walking forward until they were but an arm's length apart, Nox kept his eyes, figuratively of course, trained on Stannis. I've seen what happens to those who deny their emotions and rely only on a sense of duty to guide them. They become little more than mindless drones masquerading as people. You love your daughter. There is no shame in admitting that. Instead of denying it, use it. Use your emotions to fuel your purpose and make you stronger. Make yourself better than others think you are. An uneasy silence settled in between the two as Nox stood his ground before Stannis, neither willing to be the first to break away. In the end though, Stannis was the one to crack first as he sighed and turned around, unable or unwilling to keep facing Nox. Is there a time when my daughter will no longer be able to learn how to use these powers of yours? The younger one can begin training the better as it allows their mind to be properly melded to the use of their abilities, Nox commented. But if you wish to hold on to your little girl a little while longer, then I would say she has to begin formal training within the next few years before she reaches the age of 10. Until then, I can give her some exercises to help her begin learning how to control her powers. And if she doesn't begin your formal training until after her 10th name day? Nox shrugged. Then her powers will go down one of two paths. Either they will begin to atrophy until they are next to non-existent or she begins experimenting without proper guidance and potentially harm either herself or those around her. The answer seemed to appease Stannis. So, what you are saying is that I have to decide whether or not I want my daughter to receive training from you within the next 3 years. What does this training entail? The bastard proved himself a fine blade, perhaps one of the finest I have ever seen despite his age. Yet my daughter is no man. And she has responsibilities to uphold as a future lady of House Baratheon. Nox wanted to bang his head against the wall. This shit was so much easier in the Empire, and even the Republic. Once a Force sensitive was taken in for training, their past lives were supposed to be of no consequence. Not that that was always true. But it was the way it was supposed to be. Think of her training as in terms of an education given to even the highest-ranking families in this land and the education given to the maesters of the citadel. And then elevate said education several times over and you will have but a glimpse of what I intend to teach your daughter. She will be trained in martial prowess. It is a part of what makes us who we are. But it need not be the field she specializes in, like my apprentice John. And frankly, Lord Baratheon, it is not just your choice to make here. This is your daughter's life you are talking about. If you don't feel the need to give her the choice about her future, then perhaps you don't actually love your daughter as much as I thought you did. The fury within Stannis raged once more as the man fought to keep a lid on his family's temper. Oh, I can't wait to get Shireen up north and begin her training. Her family's words are ours is the fury. What better slogan for a future acolyte of the Sith can there be but that? Very well, Sorcerer, Stannis said harshly, all friendly tone gone from his voice. I shall consult my daughter about training under you in the future. Splendid. Now he just needed to plant the idea in the girl's head to want to be trained. Which shouldn't be that difficult of a task. After all, children were always very easily swayed by the arcane. Then, with your permission, our ship will stay docked in the harbor for the night so that Talisa and I can monitor your daughter's progress throughout the night. And in the morning, I shall test your daughter's aptitude for the Force, and should she prove herself to a certain point, I will give her a few exercises to do before she comes north. Then we will leave as soon as I am satisfied. We have been away from the north for far too long. And many amongst my crew are anxious to return to their homes. Very well, Stannis replied, going over to his desk and writing down a quick note before handing it to him. Give this to the first servant you come across and they will grant you and your foreign healer any room near my daughter's so you may stand vigil throughout the night. However, come morning, I will be present when my daughter awakes and when you put her through this test of yours. Now leave me. I have much to think about. Taking the note, Knox gave the stern man the barest of nods before turning and leaving him alone. Well, that was interesting. Responding to a disturbance in the Force and finding another potential acolyte on Arya's level? I must be doing something right for the Force to favor me so. Chapter 14, Revelations Part 1. Well, here we go again folks. This chapter was fighting me more than slightly, but I managed to get it out and on time. Let's just hope that I can keep this pace going. Again, huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 14. The morning after healing the young lady Shireen, Knox woke just before the sun rose above the horizon as he was accustomed to doing. Getting up from the bed, Knox went through his morning routine of stretching and meditating as he tried to work out the kinks that the mattress he'd slept on had put in his back. Honestly, how much of a penny pincher is Stannis? I think my bed on the fucking Seawolf is more comfortable. Force only knows what kind of condition Talisa's and John's rooms are in if this is what he gave me to use, he thought as he pulled himself out of his meditation just in time for a servant to knock on his door. Excuse me, my lord Sorcerer, a tentative female voice came from outside his room. The head cook wasn't sure what you would like to have to break your fast, my lord. So, come in and leave whatever you have brought on the desk, Knox called out with his back towards the door as he took a breath to ready himself to enter another trance. Then leave. He could hear the door open slightly, followed by the quick shuffling of feet towards his desk. The sound of a heavy tray hitting the wood later and the servant was all but running out of his room, stuttering apologies and thanks one after another. Honestly, Knox thought with a tired sigh. One would think I'm either a god or a devil given how some of these people see me. Taking another steadying breath, Knox let himself fall into the darkness of his mind as he dived headfirst into the Force. At first, he could only sense the keep of Dragonstone and the surrounding lands, and there honestly wasn't much there of note. Expanding his senses, he reached across the bay towards King's Landing. But as was always the case, the largest city of Westeros was a muddled mess. Though given what he was used to, calling a settlement of 500,000 souls could hardly even count as a city. But without ever having been there and with no real shining Force sensitives in the city, it was difficult to truly differentiate one presence from the next. Leaving King's Landing behind, he let his senses wander throughout the southern kingdoms in search of any potential Force-sensitive individuals. But, just like every other time he'd searched, his efforts were in vain. Sure, there were a few Force-sensitives in the rest of Westeros, some that might even warrant his attention. But in terms of sheer power level, none of them could even come close to comparing to the Stark children. Hells, he doubted any of them would even last a full day in Korriban before they ended up being food for core slugs. Abandoning the south, he moved his attention north. But as he did, he could feel his physical body frown. He could still easily locate Rob, Arya, Bran, Ned, and to a lesser extent Sansa and Rickon. He could even sense Nyra despite her lacking a significant force sensitivity, though that was seemingly changing for some reason. But, no, what truly had him frowning was the fact that it was almost like a fog had settled in over the north. A fog that while not completely obscuring his vision, it was making it harder to see anything. And the further north he went, the thicker the fog became. Was it possible that this fog had always been there? And the fact that he was in the north was the reason it was so easy to penetrate in the past? No. That couldn't be it. If it was, then the force vision he'd received on his first night in Winterfell wouldn't have been as clear as it was, and that was saying something, seeing as how he was still trying to decipher just what he'd seen even years later. Just as he was about to pull back into himself, he felt it. A secondary presence. One he'd never encountered before. One that was unique. But just as he was about to try and confront the presence, it was gone. Disappearing into the fog that covered the north. A fog which intensified as the presence passed through. Ah, interesting. Now I know that this fog on my vision is not a natural occurrence, but rather done at the will of someone or something. And now that I know that for certain, I can combat it. Pulling back into his physical form, Knox rolled his neck and got to his feet just in time as he felt his apprentice just about to knock on his door. "Come in, John," he called out, using the force to open the door while walking over to the desk and picking up the piece of freshly cooked bread and a thick chunk of cheese. Stepping in, his apprentice lowered his head. "Master." Taking a bite, he motioned towards his apprentice. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, master," John nodded. "Good. And where is Talisa this morning?" "She's checking on Lady Shireen right now, master." "Excellent," Knox nodded, finishing off the bread and cheese and downing the cup of water in a single go. "I trust that you managed to sense it from Shireen last night while we were healing her." There wasn't any need for Knox to elaborate further as John nodded. "Yes, master. Lady Shireen, she's strong in the force. And she was the one that sent that disturbance that we felt out at sea." She was and she is." Grabbing his overcoat that was on the back of the chair in the room, he swung it over his shoulders and motioned for John to follow him. "We will be testing Shireen to gauge her potential after Talisa is done examining her. However, even if she shows true promise, she will not be beginning her training just yet due to her father's wishes to have her remain here on Dragonstone until she recovers. And we have idled far too long and must return north. I want you to watch the test carefully, John. For you'll more than likely be performing this in the future as we discover more force-sensitive individuals in the realm." My master," his apprentice nodded, falling into step behind him as the two made their way out of his room and towards the upper levels of the keep where the lord's family were housed. Arriving on the topmost level, Knox didn't even hesitate as he bypassed the few guards that were standing in the hall and entered Shireen's room. The change in the young girl from the previous night was as clear as night from day. Not only did she physically look healthy, but her presence in the force was far stronger than the night prior. And just as John had said, Talisa had beat the two of them in and was currently running a finger along the young girl's jawline. But she wasn't alone. There were 3 others in the room along with her. The maester and Stannis he recognized, but the middle-aged woman he did not. Though given her manner of dress and the fact that she was standing beside Stannis, he could only assume that she was the man's wife. "Force, Ice Queen doesn't even begin to describe that woman." "Important that you rest," Talisa explained to the young lady. "You went through quite the ordeal and your body needs to recover even if it may not look or even feel like it right now. And it is very important that you take 1 spoonful of this medicine twice a day. Once when you wake up and once just before you go to sleep." He could sense the young girl was paying as close as attention as she could to her elder, but the moment the two of them walked fully into the room her attention was broken as she all lunged off the bed and sprinted towards the two of them. Knox barely had a moment to brace himself before his legs were enveloped by the arms of the small girl and her head was buried into his chest. "You came. I called for you and I didn't know if you would come, but you came." Her ramblings would have made Knox blink had he still the ability to do so. "Interesting. She purposefully called out to me. Or perhaps not. Maybe she could have merely wanted me to be here to try and heal her." "Shireen, enough. Mind your manners, young lady." Feeling a spike of fear and remorse, the young girl slowly removed her arms from around his legs. "Yes, mother." Shooting the girl's mother a harsh glance to silence her, Knox squatted down so that the two could be face to face. "Tell me, young one. How did you know to call out to me?" He could feel her anxiety build, which led her to hesitate. Not wanting to waste any more time than they already had, Knox laid a hand on her shoulder and used the force to calm and relax the girl. The moment he did, he was surprised once more as he felt her stiffen and fight back for a moment. But she was still young, and he had decades of harsh experience on her, so it was little more than a trifle matter to soothe her defenses and calm the girl down. You don't have anything to fear from me or anyone else, young Shireen. You don't have to hide who you are anymore. Shakily nodding, Shireen launched into her tale as best she could for her age. Father told me stories about you. About how you defeated the Greyjoy so easily when I was born. I dreamed I could be like you. And Patches told me such wonderful stories of magic. It was so wonderful. So, one day, I couldn't reach my dolly and I really wanted it. And then I had it in my hands. Then Father told me how you could, see people without seeing. So, I wondered if I could see you without seeing you. Then I got sick and I wanted your help. I cried out for you for days. And then you were here. Does that mean I have magic too? Please, do I have magic like you? I want to be special too. You are special, young one, Nox smiled, rubbing the top of her hair. As for whether or not you're special like myself or John here, well, let's test that. Guiding her back to her bed, Nox purposefully set her so that her back was facing towards her parents, John and Talisa. Ideally, none of them save John would be in the room while this was happening. But as Stannis could potentially be a future ally, despite his distasteful near Jedi-like temperament, Nox did not want to alienate him. At least, not yet. Once she was seated, Nox pulled a stool over and sat down in front of her. Now, Shireen. I want you to see without seeing. To hear without hearing. To know without knowing. Focus on me and only on me. Take in everything you can see, hear, smell, and feel. Know everything there is to know about me no matter how seemingly insignificant. Can you do that? The young girl frowned in concentration. Yes. Good. Focusing on a single thought, he sent out a powerful projection in his mind. Now, I'm thinking of something and holding it out for you to see. What is it? Biting down on her lower lip, Shireen stared hard at him. It was faint, but he could feel a slight touching on his mind. A ship. Very good, he nodded, putting the ship away before pulling another thought to the forefront of his mind while weakening the projection slightly. Now, what am I thinking about? It's round and a shield. A shield with a stag. Nodding his approval, Nox dismissed the shield, brought forth another thought, and further weakened the projection. For the next 10 minutes, this process continued with Shireen frowning harder and harder as they went while he weakened the projection with each correct answer she gave. Very good, Nox said after she had correctly guessed the 10th straight object he'd thought of. Holding out his hand, Nox summoned a small wooden ball the size of his hand from across the room and kept it suspended in the air between the two of them. Now, put aside your notions of what is and what is not possible. He lectured, floating the ball towards her. It is but a ball, and you have the force to command. Use it. Do not try. Do. Push the ball back towards me. Nodding, Shireen held out her hand, palm out towards the ball floating between the two of them. He could feel the ball twitch in his grasp, and then it was only because of his reflexes through the force that he was able to duck in time to dodge the ball as it shot towards him as if it'd been shot out of a gauze cannon, stopping only when it struck the stone wall and shattered into 100 pieces. Well, he chuckled, shaking his head at the awestruck look on Shireen's face, as well as the bewildered thoughts and emotions coming from her parents. I believe that settles it. You are quite strong in the force, young one. Shireen, who'd been a world away as she stared at the ruined ball on the floor, snapped her attention back to him. You can teach me to be like you. That I can, youngling, Nox nodded, leaning back and enjoying the girl's eagerness, as well as the not-so-subtle discomfort that was emanating from both of her parents. But not yet. I cannot unfortunately afford to stay here in order to train you as I am needed back north. And my apprentice is nowhere near ready to start taking on students of his own yet. I can give you a few little exercises to prepare yourself with, but your formal training will have to wait until your father believes you are ready to head north. The girl's excitement died almost immediately as she seemed to shrink in on herself. Apparently, she was of the mindset that she would not be coming north anytime soon. Not that he was about to let that happen. Even if he had to persuade the Lord of Dragonstone with the slightest nudges from the Force, Shireen would be coming north within a year or two at the most. It would be a crime against his very nature as a Sith to let such a potentially powerful acolyte rot away into nothingness. The Sorcerer and I have already discussed your training, daughter, Stannis intoned, stepping across the room so that he was standing beside her. It is not proper for one as young as you to foster. But in a year or two you will be of proper age. And should I find your behavior acceptable then, I will agree to your fostering in Winterfell should Lord Stark allow it. Shireen beamed up at her father, her aura radiating happiness as she eagerly bobbed her head. Yes, father. I promise I'll be good. Excellent, Nox commented, drawing her attention back to himself. Now then, let us give you a few exercises to hold you over until you head north to begin your formal training. The rest of the morning and the better part of the midday hours were spent with Nox giving a very abridged lesson to Shireen. He had her write down both of the Force codes and gave a very quick overview of both, along with meditation techniques and what it meant to use the light and dark sides of the Force. Given her house words, despite her father's temperament, he had a feeling that once she was able to tap into her fury, that she would indeed be a force to be reckoned with. The lesson was nowhere near what he would have wanted but, amazingly enough, the girl seemed to be a quick study, just like Arya and Jon had been when they had both first started their training under him. After feeling he'd done all that he could with the limited time that he had available to him, Nox bid his future acolyte and her parents farewell and made his way back down to the docks with Jon as Talisa had already left during his lessons since she wanted time to speak with the maester about the finer points of Shireen's recovery process. And just before he and Jon were to head back to the Sea Wolf, he was stopped by Jaerion Lannister and Davos Seaworth. "Gentlemen," he greeted the two of them. "What can I do for you both?" The two men shared a brief look. "I wanted to thank you, Sorcerer," Davos began. "I have children of my own, a whole brew of them. But that girl, I love her like she is my own daughter. So, I wanted to take the chance to thank you before you went on your way." "It was no trouble, Davos," Nox replied. "But your thanks is appreciated. And, as for myself, Nox, well, this is where we part ways," the Lannister said, holding out his hand. "Stannis is sending Sir Davos here back to King's Landing with a message for King Robert, and I'll be going with him. Figure it'd be a lot shorter of a trip back to the Westerlands from King's Landing than it would be from White Harbor. And I just wanted to say thank you, Nox. You saved me in more ways than one and you've given me quite a few things to think about as well. Even if my brother is too much of an ass to formally recognize it, House Lannister and myself owe you a debt, Sorcerer. And a Lannister always pays his debts." Taking the offered hand, Nox gave the man a sly grin. "A word to the wise, Lannister, never say you are indebted to a Sith. We have a habit of abusing every advantage given to us." "I'll keep that in mind, Sorcerer," Jaerion laughed good-naturedly as he let go of his hand. "I was of the mind that you would be leaving us here, Jaerion, and was going to ask a favor. But as you've brought up the matter of debts, well, I believe I have a task for you that will allow you to start paying off what is owed." Jaerion didn't even hesitate. "Name it. As long as it doesn't hurt myself or my house, I will see that it is done." "Wonderful," Nox smiled, patting the man on the shoulder. "I have something for you to deliver to the king. I have no doubt that once word spreads of our success in Valeria, a few opportunistic fools will attempt to claim that which is not theirs by saying that I have not paid proper tribute. I want to head this off before they can become an annoyance." "Smart," Jaerion nodded. "Show me what it is you want delivered, and I will deliver it into the hands of the king personally." Idly tapping his foot beneath the heavy ornate table within the small council chambers, King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Royner, and the First Men, Demon of the Trident, and more titles that he honestly didn't give a shit about, could do little more than groan tiredly as he wondered for the 10th, or perhaps 20th, time that morning how his hand and all but adoptive father Jon Arryn managed to hoodwink him into actually attending a meeting of the small council. Honestly, this entire meeting was nothing more than counting coppers. The only interesting piece of news was weeks old, and that was that while Stannis was on Dragonstone to inspect the state of the royal fleet, his daughter had contracted grayscale. But since then, nothing. There'd been no word of the sorcerer for months. Varys's little birds could not find any clue as to the lost Targaryen's location in Essos. And there were no wars going on in the Seven Kingdoms despite the few minor land disputes. "I'd much rather be back in my chambers, buried balls deep in one of Baelish's new whores while downing a pitcher of wine. But, no, I must be here listening to my little shite of a brother drone on and on about some minor dispute in the Stormlands while Baelish keeps going over his books and pulling gold coins from his ass. Hehe, with the rate Baelish is going, he's going to steal Tywin's reputation for shitting gold. Ha! Ended up breaking 3 bones in the man's body and left him a bleeding pulp on the ground. Now, House Wagstaff has demanded retribution in the form of gold for the insult dealt to Sir Humphrey by his intended, Bree. Oh, for fuck's sake, Renly, Robert growled, slamming his fist on the table and ending his brother's drabble. If that poor excuse for a fucking knight can't even beat a woman in single combat, then he doesn't fucking deserve to pay to fuck a woman, let alone get paid to fuck a woman. Shifting in his seat, Renly pulled at the collar of his shirt to fan himself. Yes, well, House Wagstaff might be only a minor house. But Sir Humphrey is the Castellan of Grandview under House Grandison. And Lord Grandison fought and died for you during the Battle of the Trident. We do not wish to alienate those who have served us so well in the past by simply. The issue is with House Wagstaff, not Grandison, Robert growled, his annoyance only growing. There will be no payment to House Wagstaff for injuries sustained just because Humphrey couldn't best a woman. The fucker deserved it for all we know. If they can't accept that, then you will go down to Grandview and explain that in person. Am I understood, Renly? The problem with Renly, one of the many that is, was that the fool was constantly trying to please everyone. Someone is insulted by someone else, side with those who have aided you in the past and then make amends with the ones you sided against. If a fool tripped over his own feet walking up the stairs, he'd stop a whole procession to make sure the fool didn't break a nail. If a whore stains her dress, he'd buy her a new one. It was getting to the point of being idiotic. Yes, brother, Renly mumbled, his eyes downcast. I'll write the Raven today. And if I don't hear from them soon, my squire and I will head out to Grandview to oversee the issue personally. For a moment, Robert was fighting the urge to simply bash his brother's head against the table. But he was saved from further rambling as Sir Ares Oakheart opened the door to the small chambers and made his way inside. The man was young but fine with a blade, though he was still just a green boy who had yet to see any real battle outside of a tourney or hunting down the odd bandit roaming around the Crownlands. Your Grace, please forgive the intrusion. But Sir Davos Seaworth and Lord Geryon Lannister are requesting to meet with yourself and the small council. That got Robert's attention. He'd come to know Davos quite well over the years. But the fact that his brother's personal ass-kisser was in King's Landing without his ever-doer brother present was odd. And if that wasn't odd enough, then there was also Geryon Lannister, a man that the entire realm had written off as dead after he disappeared off on some half-cocked idea about raiding Valeria years ago. Let them in, Robert ordered, sitting up straighter at the prospect of having something interesting happen during one of these damned meetings. Then, go find the fucking Kingslayer and Cersei, and tell them to get their asses to the small council chambers immediately. Yes, Your Grace, Oakheart bowed before backpedaling out of the chamber quickly and allowing two men to enter in his place. The two men couldn't have been more different if one tried. Davos could only be described as old and ordinary with graying brown hair and brown eyes while wearing a simple wool mantle. The other man however was a Lannister if Robert had ever seen one. Golden hair, even if it was thin and slightly unkempt, and green eyes on a face that was far too pretty to be on a man. Fucking Lannister golden-haired green-eyed shits. Not even my own fucking children are free from their look. Your Grace, Davos greeted them with a deep bow. My lords. Your Grace, my lords, the Lannister followed, bowing as well but not quite as deep as Davos. Leaning back in his seat, Robert fixed the supposed Lannister with a gaze that had once made lesser men shit themselves. So, you're Geryon Lannister. Heard you died in Valeria. Either word is wrong, or you're looking mighty healthy for a dead man. Well, I believe we'll have to go with the word being wrong, Your Grace, because I am fairly certain I'm not dead. Though, not for a lack of trying on my part, Geryon answered, his head held high but with a strange tone to his voice. Before Robert could ask him anything further, the doors to the small council chambers were thrown open, revealing his loving queen and her brother, the Kingslayer. Both of whom stopped dead in their tracks as they saw the man claiming to their long-lost uncle standing before them. The Kingslayer seemed to the first to overcome his surprise as he took a step forward, noticeably placing himself between the supposed Lannister and Cersei. Uncle Geryon. What? You expect a fucking ghost or something, kid? The Lannister chuckled, though neither his queen nor her brother seemed to find his jest in good taste. Fine, proof then. When you two were 10, you took up the habit of jumping from one of the mining tunnels into the Sunset Sea despite your father's explicit orders not to do so. And when he found out he tanned your hide red Jaime and locked Cersei in her room for nearly a full moon. Of course, that didn't stop either of you as the next night I caught the two of you sneaking back to your rooms just before sunrise after doing the exact same thing. Any doubts as to his identity were put to rest as Jaime's usual cocky grin returned and he held out a hand. Good to see you again, uncle. I can't say how glad I am to know that the rumors of your death were just that. I as well, Geryon nodded, taking the offered hand. Beloved niece, you are even more radiant now than when I saw you last. Queendom and motherhood have indeed been kind to you. Jutting out her chin, Cersei held her head high as she regarded her uncle like he was a piece of cheap meat rather than a long-lost relative. Indeed, they have, uncle. I am still more than your niece, I am your queen and... Oh, for fuck's sake, come off it, Cersei, and sit your ass down if you want to stay, Robert growled, cutting his wife off. Gods, what did he ever do to be cursed with such a cold-hearted bitch? It was nothing short of a miracle that his cock didn't freeze off in her the few times they coupled to produce their children. Cersei of course was none too pleased with him interrupting her posturing, but he was past the point of giving a shit about her wants by this point and she knew it. With nary a word, she took the empty seat usually reserved for his brother while the Kingslayer took up position behind her. So, Robert began once more, picking up his nearby wine glass. You were just about to tell us how you managed to survive Valeria. Get to it. Not much to tell, honestly, Geryon sighed. My crew set off to find a way into the Valyrian freehold and after more time than I care to admit, we finally found a viable option in the form of a river that we believed would lead us directly to the heart of Valeria. The only problem was, we were obviously not the first to try this as there were dozens, if not hundreds, of half-sunken or completely sunken ships in the river. one of which caught our underbelly and beached us. After that, things became a bit of a blur, as it's next to impossible to tell the passing of time in that land, but I was forced to watch and listen as the men I brought with me were either torn to pieces and feasted upon by the hell-spawn creatures that call that shithole home, or I was forced to watch as battle-hardened men went to sleep fine only to wake up the next morning with the mind of a child. Eventually, I was the only one left alive, gods only know why. But, in the end, I was saved by none other than the Sorcerer Knox and his expedition he'd organized from the north. Now he really had Robert's attention, as well as the attention of everyone else in the room. So, you got shipwrecked, stranded, lost all your men, and then the Sorcerer came around and saved your ass. Is that what you're telling us? In short, yes, Jerian sighed. Then the Sorcerer was also not successful in finding Valeria then. Cersei cut in, her tone just as scathing as he'd come to expect from her. He was successful, all right. The Sorcerer, with the help of his apprentice and those he brought with him, succeeded where everyone else has failed for hundreds of years. They not only reached the heart of Valeria, but they were able to plunder one of the vaults and make off with several skiffloads of a mixture of Valyrian steel, gold, books, artifacts, jewels and jewelry. Jerian explained, shocking everyone in the room. Though the cost was heavy. Over half of those that came with him died. And the only reason that number wasn't higher was because the Sorcerer and his apprentice pushed themselves to the point of collapse in order to ensure that those who survived made it back alive. Resting his elbows on the table, Robert didn't hide the grin that came upon him. The fact that the Sorcerer went in and fucked the ghosts of Valeria up the ass and ran off with their valuables was just too good. The only thing that would have made it better would have been if Robert had been there with him to see him fuck over those dragon cunts. You keep mentioning this apprentice, John stated, breaking Robert out of his thoughts of what could have been. What apprentice? And why does the title apparently hold significance to the Sorcerer enough to bestow it upon an individual? His apprentice is Lord Stark's bastard son, Jon Snow, Jerian answered, drawing another bark of laughter from Robert. From what I understand of his terminology, an apprentice would be akin to a squire training to become a full-fledged knight of the realm. Though, from what I've seen of the boy, he's already above and beyond almost any knight in the realm. Humph, a likely tale, his queen snorted, shaking her head. The man must have no standards to raise a mere bastard to such an honorable position. Growling, he fixed his wife with a look promising retribution. Have a care how you speak, woman. That bastard is the son of the most honorable man in the Seven Kingdoms. And he'd already proven himself a man well before Knox raised him up to be his apprentice. Cersei's eyes hardened as she glared pure hatred at him, but he honestly didn't care by this point. He'd seen that look from her often enough now to simply ignore it. Believe me, Your Grace, the returned Lannister interjected softly. Knox did not lower his standards at all when he appointed the bastard as his apprentice. While I didn't see the act for myself, I verified the story with the daughter of Lady Mormont, the son and heir of Lord Jon Umber, the son of Lord Roderick Karstark, and Prince Oberyn Martell that the boy killed a dragon easily the size of Balerion the Black Dread. On foot. If that isn't a deed worthy of an uplifting of station, then I'm afraid, dear niece, that you have impossible standards. Whatever response his wife had was lost as the wine that Robert had been drinking flew from his mouth and covered her. What the fuck? He cursed, wiping at his mouth even as the Kingslayer started trying to dry his sister off. What the fuck did you just say? The boy killed a dragon, Jerian repeated, his face and tone completely serious. On foot. I impossible. Pycelle stuttered, rising from his seat partially before collapsing and coughing. Such an act is impossible. Even if there were dragons still around. Which there are not. The Citadel confirmed that all the dragons died out decades ago and the Citadel is the end-all be-all of truth in the realm and the greater world, correct? Jerian scoffed. Pycelle, just like everyone in this room, save for good old Davos here, I've been educated by the maesters since I was but a boy. I even spent a few months in the Citadel studying in preparation for my voyage to Valeria. But do you know what my time in Valeria and with Knox has taught me, Pycelle? It's that you maesters are either holding back on us, or you lot truly don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Pycelle's face turned an impressive shade of red, but any argument was cut off as Varys spoke up for the first time. You said that you have the word of several heirs and a second son as well as the word of the Prince of Dorne, did you not? I must ask, how is it that Prince Oberyn came to be part of a northern expedition to a long-lost land? The last song my little bird sung to me of the wayward prince was that he was making his way through the free cities with his paramour and eldest bastard daughter. As much as it stung to admit, the spider had a point. What was even more galling was that Robert had completely overlooked the fact that Prince fucking Oberyn fucking Martell was with the Sorcerer. Sure, relations between the North and Dorne had improved to the point where the two kingdoms were cordial with one another. But, surely, they had not progressed to the point where they could so easily gain the services of the Red Viper. Not much to tell, honestly, Jerian shrugged. Apparently, Prince Oberyn was involuntous at the same time as the sorcerer and was asking questions about him, trying to figure out his past if I had to guess. Knox found out and confronted the man. And the next day the Red Viper, his paramour, and his daughter were all officially welcomed into the expedition. And by the time they were left in Dorne, I would dare say that the sorcerer and Prince Oberyn had become friends with one another. Frowning, Robert scratched at his beard. In hindsight, he could agree that the killing of Elia was a mistake. Not the dragon spawn, though. Those bastards deserved to die just for having dragon's blood in their veins. But Elia? Had the battle lust and elation of revenge not been coursing through him and clouding his mind, he might have acted differently. Hell, the punch from Ned had almost knocked a lick of sense back into him. But what sense the blow brought him was quickly destroyed when Ned turned his back on him and walked away. That was perhaps the best and worst day of his life. The only day that was even worse was when Ned returned with his bastard boy and his dead sister. And while he trusted Ned to keep an eye on the sorcerer, the fact that he was getting friendly with perhaps the most outspoken of those who still refused to acknowledge his right as king was slightly troubling. And just how deep is their friendship, Lord Lannister? Jon Arryn asked, giving Robert a pointed look, which said that he knew exactly where Robert's mind currently was. After all, the fate of Elia Martell was a frequent point of contention between the two of them. The tastes of the Prince of Dorne, as well as his frequent traveling partner, Lady Valeria Sand, are well known. Do you believe they might have been successful in swaying him? Jerian didn't even hesitate. Not even in the slightest. Though, not for a lack of trying. We did stay a few days in Sunspear while the Seawolf was being repaired after encountering a large group of pirates along the stepstones. And I know that the sorcerer and the Northerners were invited to a feast hosted by the Martells. But, given our recent history, I decided that I would not tempt fate and decided to stay on board during our stay. I didn't feel like testing the patience of the Martells by expecting them to accept a Lannister in their midst and not do something about it. Robert could accept the logic, but just as he was about to comment further, his mind caught up with the more interesting aspect of what the Lannister had just said. Pirates? How many? 2 galleons and 4 longboats, the lost Lannister replied. Their plan was a decent one, but between the sheer power of the Sea Wolf, and the combined might of the sorcerer, his apprentice, and the Lady Asha Greyjoy, they didn't stand a chance. Hell, those 3 took out the 2 galleons on their own with only a slight bit of help from a few archers on the Sea Wolf. Now he had Robert's full attention. Sit the fuck down, Lannister, and tell me everything. Taking one of the empty seats, the lost Lannister proceeded to tell Robert and the rest of the small council everything he'd seen during the brief skirmish against the pirates. Hearing about how the sorcerer had picked up a galleon and flipped it over had unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Sure, he saw the sorcerer breach the walls of the pike with relative ease. But still, it seemed like every time he heard about the man, he had to keep adjusting just how powerful he thought he was. Then there were the actions of Ned's bastard boy and the Greyjoy lass. Hearing that the two had pretty much handled an entire galleon on their own seemed a bit of a stretch, and he could tell that Jerian was leaving something out, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out just what it might be. Then there were the actions taken by Knox with the prisoners. Wait, Robert called out, raising his hand to stop the man's tale. You mean to tell me that the sorcerer beheaded nearly 50 men with a single swipe of his sword? And not only that, but he managed to complete such a feat before the first man could even hit the fucking deck. Scratching the back of his neck, the lost Lannister visibly grimaced at seeming to recall what had happened. Well, to be fair, he did throw his weapon, but yes. And then he had all the heads loaded up onto one of the surviving longboats and tasked the 5 pirates he'd pulled out from those to be executed to deliver the heads to wherever their hideaway was located. Slapping his hand down on the table, Robert threw his head back and laughed. Haha. The more I hear of this sorcerer, the more and more I start to like him despite his unfortunate look. Those around the table each wore different expressions, but the one that caught his eye the most was the almost calculating look in his queen's eyes. A look that he'd come to realize meant that she was trying to plot something idiotic. And what of the plunder of Valeria, uncle? His queen asked. What will be done with it? Surely, it will not all be heading to the north without appropriate tribute being given to the crown. A distinctive snort came from the edge of the room, drawing everyone's attention to the man it came from. Pardon, Your Grace, Davos murmured, his eyes low. But I believe the sorcerer has more than paid his tribute with the healing of the young Lady Shireen from her fight against Grayscale. Robert focused in on his brother's right-hand man. His brother had returned to Dragonstone some time ago to deal with some dispute or other, but his return had been delayed once his daughter had contracted Grayscale. Robert had figured the girl was done for. But if anyone could cure an incurable disease, it would be him. The sorcerer, cured her Grayscale. Your Grace, Davos nodded. He and a foreign woman, name of Lady Talisa McGurr, they came up with a way to heal Grayscale during the voyage. Lady Shireen is the, I believe 5th, person they've cured so far. And all 5 were fully cured within a moon's turn. Chuckling, Robert turned his attention towards Pycelle, who was starting to turn a most interesting shade of red. As was usual, whenever they got word that the sorcerer had unveiled some sort of new invention of his, or whatever the hell he called it. So, Pycelle. In the decade that the sorcerer has been in service to Ned, he has managed to do the following: develop a type of glass to rival Myrish glass, create a larger more efficient bloomery, establish new trade routes throughout the north and into Essos, led an expedition into Valeria discovering God's only knows how much lost knowledge, and now he's gone and created a cure for a disease you maesters have deemed incurable. Tell me, what have you maesters done in the past decade? And then tell me why the fuck the crown should continue providing coin to the fucking Citadel and not the Winterfell College. Not bothering to give the old man a chance to stammer out a response, Robert turned back to Davos. If Shireen is cured, then where the fuck is my brother? He should be back here. Not still on Dragonstone. Davos shifted in place as he reached into his nearly worn-out doublet and pulled out a small scroll. Forgive me, Your Grace, but Lord Stannis wished to remain with his daughter until she made a full recovery as suggested by the sorcerer. But he gave me this note to give to you, Your Grace. Motioning for Jon to take the scroll, his hand unrolled the missive from this brother and read it over. It is as Sir Davos says, Jon nodded, rolling up the scroll. Despite there being no outward appearance of her previous affliction, the young lady Shireen is still on medicine and bed rest under isolation until she has shown no return symptoms for a set period of time. And Stannis wishes to remain with her until that time has come to pass. And until then, he has appointed Sir Davos to act as master of ships in his stead until he returns. Baelish's quill skittered across his parchment and his beloved queen looked like she'd just eaten a whole bushel of lemons. But the best look was the one on Davos, who suddenly looked like he wanted to flee as fast as he could. Haha. My brother didn't tell you that part, did he, Davos? Didn't think the cold bastard had it in him to play such a joke on anyone. Ha. Robert laughed as he slapped his thigh. If all small council meetings were as interesting as this one was shaping up to be, then perhaps he would have to start attending them more often in the future. This was by far the most fun he'd had since the Greyjoy Rebellion. Sit your ass down, Davos. If I must be here, then so do you. Your Grace, Davos muttered, awkwardly taking his seat and looking thoroughly out of place. With Davos seated, conversation returned with Baelish returning them to where they had been. While a cure for grayscale is indeed a great boon, it is not coin. And if they were as successful as Lord Lannister says they were, and more, then perhaps I will have to alter the expected Northern Kingdom's tax contributions for this year to account for their unexpected increase in wealth. Most of his good mood leaving him, Robert leaned forward and fixed the little weasel with a look that could melt stone. Careful with your words, Baelish. Ned and the North have always paid their due. But the sorcerer is not of the North. At least not originally. Cersei cut in, making Robert wonder just why he hadn't kicked the woman out of the council chambers yet. How can we know that he won't keep the gold for himself and try to fool Lord Stark? Because he's not that type of man. At least from what I've seen. Hells, he's already planned out appropriate compensation and tribute, Your Grace. Jaerion Lannister spoke up once more. The highborn lords and ladies that dared to venture into Valeria with him were all given their pick from Valyrian steel they took. And the small folk were all paid accordingly with gold or jewels. And what were you given, uncle? Cersei all but demanded, making Robert groan. Given the fact that he saved my life and I was unable to offer anything to the expedition, nothing, Jaerion answered, before quickly following it up. However, he did let me keep that which I had already found. Standing, Jaerion made a move towards the sword on his hip. A move which of course prompted the Kingsguard in the room to reach for their own hilts before Robert waved them off. Pulling the sword from its sheath, Robert could see the distinctive Valyrian steel markings on the blade in Jaerion's hand. But it wasn't just the blade that had his attention but rather the pommel, which was shaped into a golden lion's head. By the seven, the Kingslayer gasped, his eyes wide like a coming-of-age boy seeing his first set of tits. Is that Bright Roar? Yes, it is, nephew. Jaerion nodded, putting the sword away. I managed to find King Tommen's lost ship. Unfortunately, there was nothing to recover save for this sword. And its recovery almost makes the hell I went through worth it. Robert might despise just about everything there is or ever was about the Dragon Lords, but even he would readily admit that the sister fucking cunts knew how to make good weapons. And perhaps getting the Lannister ancestral sword back will get Tywin off my fucking back for a few moons at least. I trust that you will be leaving the sword here with Jaime, will you not, uncle? Cersei asked, her eyes staring at the now sheathed sword with undisguised longing. And, in time perhaps, my son the crowned prince will be able to wee. I will not, Jaerion replied with no small amount of heat as he took his seat once more. Jaime is no longer a Lannister. He gave that up when he joined the Kingsguard. And as for your son, he is a Baratheon, not a Lannister, dear niece. He has no right to house Lannister's ancestral sword. I will be taking the blade back with me to Casterly Rock and presenting it to my brother, your father. It will be for him to determine the succession of the sword and the head of House Lannister. And besides, Jaime doesn't need this sword. Because, despite what some here may think, the sorcerer is very aware of politics and proper etiquette. And while he has continued north after healing Lady Baratheon, he has tasked me with the delivery of his tribute to the royal family. With your leave, your grace. Grinning behind his heavy beard, Robert motioned for Geryon to do whatever the hell he wanted, to which the lost Lannister got up from his seat and left the small council chambers, only to return a moment later leading in 2 men in Baratheon colors who were carrying a long narrow box as long as a man. Getting up from his seat, Robert was almost giddy with excitement as he watched the 2 men set the long box down on the table and pry open the top. Peering into the box, Robert felt his grin widen even further as he reached inside and pulled out a claymore that had black gemstones placed across the crossguard. It wasn't the first time he'd held a Valyrian steel sword. Hells, Ned had even let him handle ice on more than one occasion. But even knowing the unique properties of Valyrian steel, he was still caught slightly off guard by the relative lack of weight to the blade. And while he was certainly more at home caving in men's chests with a warhammer, he wasn't above wielding a sword. Especially a Valyrian steel sword. The sorcerer felt that delivering a weapon worthy of a king would be a sufficient tribute. The Lannister went on as Robert drew the claymore out of the sheath to reveal the distinctive Valyrian steel patterns upon the naked steel. But he also wanted to leave no doubt as to whether such a tribute was enough. So, he has also sent 7 other long swords that are to be wielded by the King's Guard and passed down from one member to the next. After all, the King of Westeros deserves only the best for his protection. His tribute is noted, and no further questions or demands will be made of him regarding his loot from Valeria, Robert declared, better to make things official and all that horseshit. Well, Lannister, name it. Your Grace. Putting the sword away, he motioned for the 2 Baratheon men to take the box away while he retook his seat, his new sword held firmly in his grasp. You went and fucked the Valyrians in the ass and lived to tell about it, found your family's ancestral sword, and now you've gone and delivered the sorcerer's tribute for him. Name your boon and I'll grant it. Your Grace, well, there is only one thing that I would ask you for. While I was in that hell, I made a promise to myself and to the gods. A promise that I want to fulfill but fear I will only be able to do so with your blessing, your Grace. Oh, for fuck's sake, Robert growled. Stop kissing my ass like a 2-copper whore and get on with it already. Very well, Geryon sighed before straightening and looking Robert directly in the eye. I wish for my daughter, Joy, to be legitimized in the eyes of the realm and the gods. Of all the things Robert thought the man would ask for, this was perhaps the last. Hells, he wasn't even aware that the Lannister had a daughter, let a bastard child. Done, Robert nodded, rising to his feet. The request was simple enough, even if some members on the council were dead set against him legitimizing bastards. Plus, it had the added benefit of throwing a thorn into Tywin's side, something of which Robert took great delight in as he rarely got the occasion to do so. John, write it up with all the titles and shit, and give it to me to sign. Let's go, Kingslayer, I want to test out this new sword, Dragon's Bane. Yes, that's its name. Too bad I didn't have it to cleave that silver-haired fucker's head from his shoulders after I caved in his chest. Sitting at the high table within the Merman's Court of Newcastle, Ned Stark broke his fast with his family and Lord Manderley's family as they waited for news of the impending return of Knox and all those who went with him to Valeria. The only members of both family that were absent from the meal were his lady wife and Rickon, both of whom were still in Winterfell, and Wyman's second son Wendell, who had accompanied Knox on the voyage as the captain of the Sea Wolf. Picking at the food on his plate, Ned took a single bite before setting his utensils aside. Honestly, the food in White Harbor was by far some of the best he'd ever had. But it was far too rich and often heavily soaked in butter or salt for his tastes. A sentiment that seemed to be shared by his children as 4 of them only lightly picked at their fast. The only one who didn't seem to mind was Theon, who had already cleaned a single plate completely and was working on putting more on. In truth, while Wyman and his family were wonderful hosts for both himself and his family, Ned was starting to grow restless. The time that had passed from Knox's Raven while he was in Dorne till now had been both the fastest and slowest passage of time Ned could remember since the beginning of Robert's rebellion. And with each passing day, his impatience for their return grew, especially with the news from the Wall that awaited them upon arriving at White Harbor several days ago. Lord Commander Mormont had informed them years ago that a former black brother by the name of Mance Rayder had turned his cloak and joined the wildlings, but Ned had thought that that would be the end of any word of him. But that had not been the case. Mance had thrived beyond the Wall, and not in a way that was good news for the North. It'd taken him years, but the former brother of the Night's Watch had managed to unite almost all of the wildlings north of the Wall under his banner, making him a king beyond the Wall. Not a pleasant notion as memories of the last king beyond the Wall, Raymond Redbeard, still lingered in the minds of the people of the North. Especially in the minds of the Starks as, while the king beyond the Wall and his host were eventually killed nearly to the man at Long Lake, he did manage to behead William Stark, Ned's own great-grandfather, before he died. But despite their eventual defeat, the wildings had managed to inflict a lot of death and pain upon the people of the north. And the fact that less than a century had passed before a new king beyond the wall had risen was not a pleasant thought. Will my life forever be cursed to fight one battle after another? Ned thought, his mind trailing back to the 2 wars that had taken him from his home for years and cost him almost his entire family. And while the news of the king beyond the wall was indeed troubling, the second piece of news that came from the Night's Watch was equally as troubling. Apparently, nearly 24 black brothers from the Shadow Tower, all men who chose the black to escape the king's justice, had followed Mance's example and defected. Had they merely gone north of the wall, that would have been one thing. But, no, they had taken it a step further and apparently helped to secret an entire warband of wildlings across the gorge using the Bridge of Skulls and into the north. And since they'd crossed weeks ago, there'd been no word of them by either the Mormonts or the Umbers. The only sign that they were still in the north was the fact that commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Dennis Mallister, had reported that they had not tried to cross back to the far north. It was unusual behavior to say the least. Usually whenever the wildlings raided south, they would go for a settlement or two, and then retreat. But not this warband. No, this group crossed into the north without issue and then seemingly disappeared without a sign. Word had been sent to the Dreadfort and Carhold, but neither Ruse nor Ricard had sent back word yet as to whether or not the wildings had attempted to raid their lands. Not even the newly formed rangers could seem to find them. If no word is sent by the time we reach Winterfell, I fear I will have to ask Nox to accompany myself and my men out into the north to hunt them down in person. I don't want to take Nox away again, especially given he will have just returned and will have ample reason to stay behind. But, as much as I hate to admit it, finding and eliminating this warband will be far easier with him at my side rather than at Winterfell. Pushing thoughts of wildings and war to the back of his mind, Ned picked up his fork and knife and began to carefully pick at the heavy food laid out before him. Hearing a slight giggling coming from his right, Ned cast a sidelong glance towards his eldest daughter. Sansa was currently sitting with her friend and companion Jane Poole and the eldest granddaughter of Wyman, a beautiful young girl by the name of Wynafrid. The young woman was of the same age as his sons, Robb and Jon. And judging by the light-hearted looks on the girls' faces and the quick glances Wynafrid was sending towards Robb, it wasn't difficult to guess what their current topic of conversation involved. It wasn't a bad match. White Harbor was the largest city in the north and House Manderley had proven themselves to be a steadfast ally of House Stark for years. The girl was indeed pretty and would no doubt bloom into an even more beautiful woman in the next few years. But despite the logical part of his mind that said that such a match would without a doubt be the most beneficial, he could not force himself to make it official. The betrothal of his sister to Robert against her wishes was no doubt the primary reason why what happened had happened during the tourney of Harrenhal. And as for him, while he had come to love Cat, it had not started out that way as duty had forced him to take the hand of his brothers intended. In so doing robbed him of the chance of being with the woman he loved. While he had indeed come to love Cat, she would still be second as shameful as it was to admit. And he knew that his marriage was not the norm. Not by far. As strong as he knew his children to be, he did not want them to suffer through the same pain as he and his sister due to being forced to be with someone against their will. Without realizing his actions, Ned's hand shot out and grabbed a piece of food that had been sailing through the air towards its target. Feeling the wet porridge seeping through his fingers, he let out a tired sigh as he turned his sights towards his youngest daughter Arya, who was sitting with the younger granddaughter of Wyman, Willa. The culprit wasn't hard to guess as, while both girls were staring at him with wide eyes, Arya was the one who was holding her spoon like a catapult that had just thrown its load. Though once she saw her father's eyes on her, she quickly tried to pull the spoon down below the edge of the table. Arya! Sansa gasped, figuring out that she had been the intended target while quickly looking over herself to see if any of the porridge had managed to get past Ned and hit her. What? Arya asked, trying to seem innocent. Though the act failed quickly. You're being silly and making funny faces. And it'd be rude to throw something at our hosts. Glad to see you at least remember some of your manners, Arya, he said quickly before Sansa could say anything. But it is still rude to try and embarrass your sister in front of our hosts. Now, apologize. Looking like she'd just eaten a whole bushel of lemons, Arya turned first to her sister and then to Wyman. Sorry, Sansa. Apologies, Lord Manderley. No worries, my dear, Wyman laughed, his chin swaying as he did. I find it quite refreshing to have so many youngsters at my table once more. Why, when I was young, it was not uncommon for myself and my siblings to play jokes on each other at every possible opportunity. Though, if I may say so, young lady, it'd be best for yourself to do so out of the eyes of others. Far less of a chance of being caught that way. Groaning, Ned finished wiping off his hand while his youngest daughter beamed and his eldest pouted. Please don't give my daughter any more ideas, Wyman. Trust me, she needs no encouragement in that particular area. Apologies, Lord Stark, Wyman apologized, though judging by the tone he didn't really mean it. And may I say, Lord Stark, that was an impressive display. Did you by chance see what your daughter was about to do? Or is it perhaps true that this force that the sorcerer talks about is not limited to only your children? Setting his napkin down on the table, Ned frowned while trying to think of the best way to answer. In truth, there was very little he could purposefully do with the power of the force, despite Nox's many lessons. John and Arya were, to use Nox's own words, prodigies, and could use the force in multiple ways without hardly any strain on themselves. And while Rob was not quite at the same level as those two, he was still no slouch and wasn't afraid to use his gifts in the open to help the denizens of Winterfell. Usually by helping to pick up objects that would take several grown men to carry. Before he could answer, a guard wearing the livery of House Manderley rushed into the room. His face red and his breath coming out in short bursts. "My Lord Stark, Lord Manderley." "Take a breath," Ned said, eyeing the clearly winded guard who looked like a strong gust of wind could knock him over. Either the man had run a great distance, or he had been neglecting his training. More than likely the first, given that he knew Wyman was the first of the Northern Lords to implement Nox's training regime for his guards outside of House Stark. "Apologies, my lord," the guard gasped, taking a moment to compose himself. "But the watchtowers have sighted the sea-wolf entering the White Knife. They will be passing by the Seal Rock soon." All conversation ceased as the guard's words reached them. They were back. Finally. After over 7 months, Nox and his expedition had returned to the north. "Send out the ferries," Wyman ordered. "Have them guide the Sea-Wolf to the inner harbour immediately." "Yes, my Lord Stark," the guardsman replied, bowing to both before quickly retreating from the room. "They're back!" Arya exclaimed, jumping up from her seat. "We need to." "Patience, Arya," Ned warned, giving his daughter a look that stopped her from running out of Newcastle and down to the harbour, which she was no doubt about to do. "It will still be some time before they are in the harbour. There is no rush to head down right now. Finish your food, all of you, and then we will head down to welcome them home." Arya clearly wasn't happy, but she sat down and started to quickly scarf down her food. Though she wasn't the only one. Now knowing that the expedition force was almost home, the excitement in the room had grown greatly and everyone seemed to be in a hurry to finish their food so that they could head down to welcome them home. While Ned would be lying to say that he wasn't in a similar state, his excitement was tempered by a task that had been looming over his head since before Nox had set out. "It's past time that John and I had a long talk," he thought, picking at his food once more. "And I can only pray to the gods that he will understand once all is said and done." Standing upon the bow of the Sea-Wolf and holding onto one of the rigging lines, Nox took in a deep breath as he enjoyed the sensation of the cool northern air filling his lungs. He'd always been more inclined towards the cold, not hot cold, though he doubted anyone truly cared for that bucket of ice, and perhaps that had been why he'd felt so inclined to make his new home in the north. Home. Such a simple word. Such a simple prospect. But in all of his years, no matter his advancements, he'd never had a place he called home. Sure, he had properties on Dramund Cass and Nar Shaddaa as well as his own personal chambers on Korriban, but those were just places he'd rest his head. The only place he could truly consider home was his personal shuttle, the Fury. Unfortunately for him, he never truly understood just why that small ship was more a home than anywhere else to him until it was too late. It was a home because it was perhaps the one place where he and Ashura could simply be together without the binds of the Sith or the Jedi or the war between the Republic and the Empire. And when she died, he lost his home. And he never thought that he'd find a new home. But that had all changed when he'd met the new woman that had claimed a spot in his heart next to Ashura. Nyra, the woman who he helped raise from a mere servant to one of the most influential women in the north. She was his home now. He only regretted that it took him leaving her for months to truly realize that. Letting go of the rigging line, Nox let his senses roll outwards as the city of White Harbor grew larger and larger while the excitement of the crew grew in equal proportions. He wasn't the only one anxious to return home, it seemed. "I can sense her," he thought with a smile as he sensed the woman who had turned this land into a new home for himself. But as he focused in on her, he felt something different about her. Strange. What is this presence about her? I sense the force within her, but how? Now more anxious than ever to get off the ship, Nox waited near where the gangplank would be lowered while impatiently tapping his foot. "Master?" John asked tentatively as he stepped up next to him. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Nox bit back, just shy of snapping at his apprentice. It would not do for him to lose himself just because he couldn't make heads or tails of what he was sensing from Nyra. "Just ready to get off this ship." John didn't say anything further as the Sea-Wolf pulled up near the docks to the sounds of a near-deafening cheer coming from both the people on the ship and those on shore. Not even waiting for the ship to be fully tied off, Nox slid the gangplank off the ship and down to the dock with but a flick of the force and started to descend the moment it touched down, leaving John to nearly run to try and catch up. By the time the two of them set foot down onto the stone dock, the ropes had just been thrown down from the ship and deckhands were busy trying to tie the massive ship off. Setting a brisk pace, Nox completely ignored the crowd around him as he focused solely on the small gathering near the base of the pier. It seemed Ned had brought his entire family save for his youngest and his wife to greet them. A touch overkill, but nonetheless the gesture was appreciated. He could even sense that Rob and Arya had grown slightly, both physically and in the force, since he'd left. Obviously, they'd taken his training regime to heart and had not been idle while he was away. Sansa was the same as always, a powerful force user in her own right who was purposefully stifling her powers. And Bran was still the same somewhat blank page to him. As his attention shifted towards the one whom he'd been looking for the most, his steps slowed until his feet no longer seemed to be recognizing his brain commanding them to move. Nyra was, perhaps, even more radiant than when he'd left. And, oddly enough, she'd even developed a slight attunement to the Force. But neither was the reason why he'd slowed nor why he could sense something from her, even as far away as Dorne. No. The reason he stopped was the second Force presence emanating from her. A presence focused under the noticeable swell of her midsection. By the Force, a child? My child. Mercifully, Stark did not seem interested in interacting with him once Nox was able to reaffirm control of his body to move towards Nyra. Or, even if he did, Nox didn't hear him as everything faded to nothingness, leaving only himself, Nyra, and their child growing in her womb. A child. The one thing he always wanted but never achieved. My lord, Alim. Force, even her voice sounded sweeter to him now that he was before her. He could sense her desperation for his approval in both her voice and presence. But for the life of him, he couldn't find the strength to respond. Raising his hand, he lightly pressed it against her wool dress that was stretched tight over the swelling life within her. Now with direct contact, he could truly sense the life within her. The life that was nearly fully formed and ready to enter the world. My lord, are you pleased? Beyond words, Nyra, my love. Beyond words. It was unbelievably corny, but it was the only thing he could think of to say. Thankfully, though, it appeared to be just the right thing as Nyra's back straightened, and her sense of joy shined like the sun. Thank the gods, Alim, I know you were unsure that was about as far as she got as Nox pulled her into his arms and proceeded to kiss her with everything he had. The crowd around them erupted into cheers and whistles, but he didn't care. He was reunited with the woman who'd claimed a spot in his heart where there had only been darkness for the longest time. And now she was about to bring his child into the world. Breaking the kiss, Nox let his forehead rest against hers as he took a moment to simply enjoy the sensation of just holding her once more in his arms. Well, I doubt that anyone will be able to outdo that return, my friend. Pulling back, Nox turned his attention to Ned and his children. His friend was at the point where he was just shy of laughing while his children were all in similar yet dissimilar states. Rob was beaming like a fool with Jon right next to him. Sansa was sighing as hope, want, and the smallest amount of jealousy seeped from her. Arya had turned completely red and was pointedly looking elsewhere while muttering not in 1,000 years. And young Bran, who still a touch too young to fully comprehend just what was going on, was merely smiling and cheering with the crowd. Clearing his throat, Nox pulled back from Nyra just enough to keep one arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders. Lord Stark. Forgive the breach of etiquette but... Nothing to forgive, Nox, Ned laughed, I completely understand. And going from experience, I doubt you'll be able to focus on anything else for the time being. So, why don't you and your lovely lady retreat back to the rooms Lord Manderley has prepared for you two in Newcastle? We can meet up in the Merman's Court once you have regained enough of your WI. That was about as much as Nox was willing to listen to as he turned and swept Nyra up into a bridal carry. Letting out several light-hearted protests, Nox proceeded to run as fast as his force-empowered legs could carry him through the crowd as the Northerners cheered and laughed while he passed them by in a blur of motion. His only thought being that he had been away from Nyra for far too long. Never again, he swore as he listened to Nyra as she gave him directions to their rooms the moment he entered Newcastle. From here on out, wherever I go, she goes with me. I won't lose her like I lost Ashura. Time lost all meaning to Nox as he took his fill of Nyra, which she more than readily reciprocated with a vigor and hunger that frankly surprised even himself. Apparently, pregnancy had made his lover quite randy. Which suited him just fine as he had months of lust to sate. In the end, it was physical exhaustion on Nyra's part that drove the two of them to take a break in their activities. Which was why Nox found himself laying beside Nyra, without a stitch of clothing between them, with his hand resting on the child growing within her. Have you thought of names, Nyra? His lover said as she rested her hand over his own. I thought of some. But I wanted to wait until you returned home before going too far. If a boy, Well, I was thinking of Edric, after my brother who died in the rebellion. And after Lord Stark as well. Edric is a good name, Nox agreed, feeling the life within her turn as something pressed against his hand. It is. Do you have a boy's name? Frowning, Nox thought for a moment. Honestly, the idea of a child had never truly registered in his mind, so to say that Nyra had managed to catch him completely off balance was an understatement. He didn't remember his father and he had no siblings. But there were a few men that he remembered fondly. Andronikos and Darthmar near the top. But there was only one name at the top of his list. The name of his first true friend, even if their relationship didn't start out that way. Kem. The pressure on his hand increased slightly. After Kem Val? Your former servant and friend. Knox nodded. Despite our more than slightly rocky beginning, Kem Val was a true friend in the end. So, either Edric or Kem for a boy's name. For a girl, perhaps. Ashura. The name stunned Knox to the point where he jumped slightly. What? There is no other option, Alim. Naira said, her voice soft and full of warmth. I know that I can never replace her in your heart, and I don't want to. She did something that I don't think I ever could. She pulled you out of the darkness enough to teach you how to love. And I don't want you to ever lose the thought of her. Feeling a genuine smile come over him, he moved up the bed so that he could rest his head against her shoulder while still leaving his hand resting on her belly. What she'd just said had laid to rest an argument he'd been having within himself for months. He'd missed his chance with Ashura. And by the force he would not miss his chance with Naira. Naira, I know I haven't said it often enough but I do love you. You are my light. My warmth. Ashura may have opened my heart, but you pulled me out of my darkness and are now my source of return should I ever fade again. And I love you, Alim, my sorcerer. Tightening his hold, he felt a bundle of nerves within him swell. This is ridiculous. After everything I've faced without flinching, I can't say the fucking words. Pushing his nerves down as best her could, he took the plunge. Naira, I was going to ask you this the moment we returned and, oh fuck it. Naira, will you join me, as my wife? From now until we are reunited within the Force. Her reaction was, well, unexpected. Pure unadulterated bliss erupted from her with the force of a supernova as his very pregnant lover defied all senses of reality as she tackled him onto his back, straddling his hips with her own as she leaned over, pressing her swelling belly against his own, and started assaulting him with kisses across his face and neck. By the gods, Alim. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Holding her gently, he righted her face and pressed his lips to her own. If this is what the light truly feels like, then, Force. Why do so many of the Sith deny this, he thought as he felt a power within him bloom to life. A power born of desire to protect not only Naira, but now also the youngling growing within her. Their youngling. But while Knox was content with the light kiss, his lover apparently had other ideas as her kiss grew in hunger as she shifted her hips expertly to ready both himself and her for another round. Don't think we are done just yet, Naira chuckled before letting out a moan as she slid down onto him. Lord Stark said to take our time, and we have quite a lot of lost time to make up for, Alim. Twisting in his saddle in an attempt to relieve some of the ache, Jon Snow took a moment to gaze at the column of men, horses, and carriages that were following behind himself and those that were in the lead. The reunion in White Harbor had been everything that he'd hoped for and more. Arya had nearly tackled him in a hug the moment he stepped off the boat as Robb had knuckled his shoulder while Bran unleashed a seemingly never-ending barrage of questions about anything and everything that had happened since he'd left. Even Sansa seemed happy to see him as his sister, while able to keep her face passive, was unable to hide the excitement and joy within her. The best greeting though had come from Lord Stark. His father had calmly helped him back to his feet and embraced him before telling him that it was good to see him again and that he was glad his son had returned. The acknowledgement had warmed Jon better than any fire ever could and he'd nearly broken down there on the docks. Of course, while Jon's reunion with his siblings was apparently entertaining, it paled in comparison to the welcome home that was awaiting his master. For as long as he lived, he would never forget the completely shocked expression on his master's face the moment he noticed that his lover was pregnant with his child. And that she would more than likely be giving birth soon after they returned to Winterfell. Hells, Jon never thought anything could ever surprise his master. But, apparently, he'd been wrong. After his master's rather abrupt, and understandable, departure from the docks, his father and Lord Manderley had taken to overseeing to the return of the rest of the nobles that had accompanied them and the unloading of all the valuables that they'd taken from Valeria. While most of the reunions were simplistic enough, there were two that stood out most of all in Jon's mind, though for completely opposite reasons. The introduction of Lady Talisa McGurr, courtesy of Sir Wendell in Lord Knox's absence, had gone over surprisingly well. All his life, Jon had known that northern folk were slow to accept outsiders. But ever since Lord Knox's arrival and with everything he'd done for them, that attitude had shifted slightly. And the fact that Sir Wendell had included the fact that she was an outstanding healer in training and had already helped Master Knox in creating a cure for grayscale had done much to prove that she would not be a burden during her time in the north. However long that might be. His siblings' reactions to Talisa had been amusing as well. Bran couldn't help but stare at her in confusion before bluntly asking her why her skin was darker than theirs. A question that had brought a sharp remand from Lord Stark, but thankfully Talisa didn't take offense and merely explained that due to her homeland and the constant sun and heat, her skin darkened to better protect herself. Sansa appeared to be just as curious as Bran was, though not of her skin, but rather of her home and of the fact that she was a recognized lady from a foreign land. Jon had no doubt that the moment Sansa managed to corner her, his sister would ask her every question ranging from traditions to fashion. Arya had been the most subdued for some strange reason and, even stranger still when she latched onto Jon's arm while greeting Talisa. Robb, though. Robb's reaction had been one that Jon was already waiting to use in the future. His half-brother had gone completely tongue-tied and red-faced when he'd tried to greet the slightly older girl. It would be good material to jibe and blackmail his brother with sometime in the future. He just hoped that no one told him about Jon's own attempt at talking to Princess Arianne for the first time. But despite the rather heartwarming and amusing welcome homes, there had been one return that had been filled with heartache. Seeing Daisy, perhaps one of if not the strongest woman he'd ever met, nearly collapse and break down after hearing about the poor fortunes of her family, mercifully in a private setting, had been devastating. She'd even gone as far as offering up her mace or her life in penance for her uncle's actions. But his father had proven himself a lord to be admired and followed. He denied both of her offers, stating that Yora's Jon just couldn't think of him as a lord or a knight anymore. Actions were his own and that Daisy held no need to make up for his mistakes. The rest of that first day and night had been spent in celebration of their return, as well as a fair share of ogling at some of their loot and his lightsaber that had been bestowed upon him by Lord Nox. Small Jon, Eddard Karstark, and Daisy all showed off their new Valyrian steel weapons with pride. And despite not having accompanied them to Valeria, Sir Wendell Manderley had also been gifted a Valyrian steel sword in recognition of his service. A sword which he promptly presented to his father, who proceeded to name it Mermaid's Pride. Predictably enough, all of Jon's siblings had wanted to hold the blade. Hells, even Sansa wanted a chance to hold it. Even though she quickly gave it back after taking only a single experimental swing, Jon could see the slight longing in her eyes when she beheld the weapon. His master and Lady Nyra hadn't made an appearance during the return feast, which under normal circumstances might seem like a slight, but given the sheer nature of the sorcerer and what he could do, no one wanted to take the matter up with him. But the next morning when the two did arrive during the breaking of their fast, Jon's father made a proclamation that brought a round of cheers and banging of cups. Upon their return to Winterfell and the night before Robb's name day celebration at the end of the Inventors' Fair, Lord Stark would join Lord Nox and Lady Nyra as husband and wife before the weirwood tree within the Godswood of Winterfell. Sansa had of course nearly swooned out of her seat as she started rambling about how romantic their story was. A sorcerer who comes to a foreign land and makes a name for himself while uplifting a mere serving girl to a position near enough to a highborn lady of the land. And speaking of the fair, that had been something that had surprised not only Jon but Lord Nox as well. Amazingly enough, Robb clearly hadn't been idle while Jon had been away. While he was still not as good as Jon was with a blade, especially now that Jon wielded a lightsaber, Robb was certainly shaping up to be a lord that could rival their father. All the lords and ladies of the north would be in attendance, as well as a few lords from the Vale. The fair would last for a week and during that time the few students from the Winterfell College would present the lords and ladies with their discoveries and inventions, hoping to garner interest in their findings. And it wasn't only the students from the Winterfell College that would be participating. There was an open invitation to all those of low birth as well to come and present anything that might better the north. And should whatever they present be worthwhile, they would be gifted with coin, boons, or even titles if it was warranted. It was quite ingenious, and even Lord Nox had praised the heir of Winterfell for coming up with the idea and organizing it. After the meal was completed, they then set about the slow process of sorting everything that had been taken from Valeria. Even after knowing about everything they'd taken, Jon was still amazed at the sheer amount of loot. It took nearly until sundown to fully unload all the valuables from the Seawolf and the galleon Asha had commandeered from the pirates. The presumably stolen loot on the galleon, while not nearly close in value to what was on the Seawolf, was certainly no small sum. And speaking of the galleon, Asha had petitioned Lord Stark for her to keep ownership of the ship, claiming she had fought for it and defeated the previous captain in single combat. While he hadn't denied her request, he had granted it either, stating that he would make his decision after Robb's name day celebration that would be taking place after they returned to Winterfell. Upon the completion of which, Asha will have reached the age upon which King Robert had declared that she would be returned to the Iron Islands. After a long day of unloading, loading, and sorting of the valuables, his lord father declared that they would rest one more day before heading out the next morning for Winterfell. That had been nearly a week ago, and at the pace they were going, it would still be at least another week or more until they reached the ancient seat of House Stark. The wagons that carried the valuables, not to mention the carriages that were housing Jon's sisters, Lady Nyra and the granddaughters of Lord Manderley, playing a significant role in why it was taking so long for them to return. Not that Jon was necessarily complaining. While a not so small part of him was anxious to return to his home, another part didn't necessarily want to. Out here he was the apprentice to the northern sorcerer, a near man who had won the favor of the Princess of Dorne, if even only for a short time. But once they reached Winterfell, he would once again become the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark. A fact that Theon had unfortunately reminded him of several times, though whether he was doing it purposefully or not Jon wasn't sure. Are you telling me that even after visiting Bravus and Volantis, as well as actually entering a brothel in Volantis to meet the Red Viper, that you never once partook of a nice wet cunt, Snow? Theon jibbed while he, Rob, and John rode ahead of the convoy by at least a quarter mile along with Daisy, Small John, Asha, and Eddard Karstark. What's the matter, Snow? Afraid to spread your seed around? Or is it that you prefer the sight of men instead of women? Ha! Snow? Interested in men over women? Not a chance. Small John Umber laughed, coming to John's defense, which John was grateful for. If anything, we inferior men need to be taking lessons from Snow here and the Sorcerer. Hells, both had women throwing themselves at them. Theon gave the heir to last hearth a look of disbelief. Women were throwing themselves at Snow here? Pull the other one, Umber. He's not lying, little brother, Asha laughed as well. There was more than one woman after our pretty Snow's maidenhood, that's for sure. Name one. Theon demanded flatly. Obara Sand, daughter of Prince Oberyn Martell for one, Daisy replied calmly, completely ignoring the imploring look John was trying to give her to go no further. He saved her life in Valeria and she rewarded him by trying to suck his tongue out. And then, lest we forget the most important one. Our not-so-little Snow here won the favor of Princess Arianne Martell herself and pretty much spent every waking moment in her company while we were in Dorne. Wait, the Princess of Dorne? Rob gasped, turning in his saddle to look at him. How in the name of the gods old and new did you manage to get her attention, John? Oh, your brother here is quite the romantic, Rob, Daisy laughed before John could answer. Some twit noble insulted the princess while John was training in the yard and our noble Snow here just couldn't let that stand. So, he delivered a thrashing upon the man who was not only twice his age, but also a knight as well. Then the idiot went and pulled lifesteal on him, and John just about killed him. Probably would have if not for the sorcerer arriving and shooting that lightning trick of his into the idiot that tried to attack John. Really? Rob asked, raising a brow at John. Well, isn't that interesting? I'm sure that Sansa would just love to hear about how you heroically defended a prink. Hey Rob, what's your thoughts on Talisa? John countered quickly, saying the first thing that came to his head to shut his brother up without telling him to. And Daisy, was there a raven waiting for you in White Harbor from Oberyn's squire, Damon was it? You two were pretty much inseparable at the feast and for the rest of the night. His deflection worked as Rob started stuttering and Daisy glared at him with a look that promised a long and painful retribution soon to be heading his way. But before any more could be said, John abruptly pulled on the reins of his horse, making the beast neigh beneath him as he wheeled him about, his eyes scanning the tree line to their east. John? Rob asked uncertainly. I felt it too. John nodded, his eyes moving rapidly along the line of trees. What? Small John asked, any humor gone from his eyes as his hand now rested on the hilt of his Valyrian greatsword. This some sorcery horseshit, you two? What's going on? A second disturbance from the force, one screaming of imminent danger, brought John's eyes skywards. Look out! He yelled, thrusting his hand skywards and sending a pulse of force energy outwards. The dozen or so arrows that had been coming straight for them all shattered as if they'd struck true against a stone wall yet failed to find purchase as the broken shafts fell uselessly to the ground a few dozen paces from John and the others. Shit! Eddard yelled, pulling his sword free from its sheath. Bandits! No, John replied, shaking his head as he watched dozens of fur-cloaked men and women rush out from the heavy tree line and make for the carriages and wagons. Wildlings! Wildings! Theon shouted in disbelief. Wildings don't venture this far south. Apparently now they do, Rob stated, sitting up as tall as he could in his saddle while drawing forth his own sword. We have to get back to the column and help with the defense. Palming his lightsaber, John eyed the soon-to-be battlefield. The men of House Stark and Manderley had formed a crude line of shields and men between the wagons and the quickly approaching wildlings while the non-combatants were doing everything they could to try and help by picking up bows or crossbows and letting loose at their attackers, though with little accuracy. When the wildlings managed to cross half the distance between the tree line and the column, a flash of light came from near the wagons as lightning streaked out across the field, killing several wildlings in a single pass but doing little to slow their momentum. Fuck this waiting around shit, Umber growled, jerking his horse around. We're standing here with our dicks in our hands. Let's go kill these fuckers and then raise a fucking horn over their corpses. John could feel the nerves rolling off his brother, as accented by the slight shaking of Rob's hand as he held onto his sword. Though as quick as spark from flint, the shaking disappeared as Rob went completely calm and turned towards John. Are you with me, brother? Flipping his lightsaber hilt into his hand, John drew forth the blade with the sound of quenched steel, revealing the white blade for all to see. Aye, brother. From here to the hells and back. Licking his lips, Rob turned his horse around so that he was facing towards the column and the small group of wildlings that were running towards them. For the north! Rob shouted, holding his blade high and kicking his heels into his horse's side. For the north! John and the others shouted, even Asha and Theon much to his amazement. It didn't take long for their horses to go from a trot to a full run as the seven charged headlong towards the wildlings in a wedge formation with slight space between each rider. The wildlings proved just how unused they were to fighting men on horseback, as the small group of a dozen or so didn't try to set up a wall of spears or shields, instead they just kept running straight at them. Just before the two small groups clashed, a few wildlings showed some sense as they tried to pull out of their path after realizing they weren't stopping. But the rest just kept on running. And when they inevitably clashed, the result was predictable. The heavy northern war horses ran over the wildlings like they were blades of grass. And the few that didn't get bashed aside or crushed under the hooves of their horses were cut down by the quick swings of swords from the riders. Not slowing their momentum after breaking through the small group that had come to intercept them, John urged his horse to keep pace with Robb as the seven of them raced for the skirmish at the wagons. As they drew closer, John could start picking out aspects of the fight. Lord Stark was atop his warhorse in front of the makeshift shield wall, eyes held in one hand and the reins of his horse held in the other as the Warden of the North cut down one wildling after another that got within his reach. And standing a slight distance down the row of shields was Lord Knox, his lightsaber out and cutting down wildlings like a scythe through wheat. While one or two wildlings managed to evade his blade, they were not able to evade Lord Knox's lightning. Just as they were about to reach the line of battle, John watched in awed horror as his master unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck a wildling in the back just before said wildling could reach the wagons. The man, or woman he wasn't sure, could only give off a single strangled cry of agony before his entire body turned to ash and disappeared on the wind. Coming into the fray, John eyed a wildling who just stood up and held his hand up high. John's gut lurched as he realized the wildling was holding a man's head. A man that John recognized as one that he'd just broken his fast with this very morning. Letting his anger run through him and not caring that his target had his back turned towards him, John brought his lightsaber down upon the back of the wildling's neck and separated the man's head and upraised arm clean from his shoulders. Not bothering to look where the body fell, John pulled roughly on the reins of his horse to wheel him around towards his next target. Swinging his lightsaber downwards, he cut through a bronze sword, though he used the term loosely, and the wildling's chest that was wielding the weapon. Robb. John. Lord Stark bellowed, making John glance out of the corner of his eye to see his father cutting a path towards them. Get back to the wagons. Now. Seeing a man nearly the size of Hodder run up towards Robb with the clear intention of unhorsing him, John went to intercept him. But his intervention was unnecessary as Robb seemed to know he was coming and expertly moved his horse around in a tight circle to avoid the charging man before slashing into the back the man's head. Unfortunately, the strike didn't go clean through, and while the man was undoubtedly dead, Robb's sword was pulled free from his grasp as dead man fell. His brother didn't hesitate, however. Instead of trying to scramble to get his sword, he pulled his horse around to dodge a thrust from a spear, only to grab the shaft of the weapon and pull it free from the one wielding it. The now weaponless wildling, a woman he thought, though it was hard to tell, didn't seem fazed about losing her weapon as she pulled a dagger from her belt and lunged at Robb. Only to receive an arrow right through her eye, courtesy of Theon, who was already notching another arrow to let loose. Pulling his feet out of the stirrup of his saddle, John effortlessly swung his leg over his horse's neck and slid down to his feet. While fighting atop horseback gave one a distinct advantage, John wasn't nearly half the rider that his brother was. And one of his strengths was his mobility, which was severely hampered atop a horse. Digging his feet into the ground, John rushed towards the nearest wildling he could see while holding his lightsaber in a low guard. The wildling, either not expecting John's speed or any challenge, didn't even get his weapon in time to block as John cut clean through his chest with a single swipe of his lightsaber. Breathing deep, he let himself be immersed in the force as around him men and women fought and died. Ducking in time to let an axe pass over his head, John twisted and thrust his lightsaber through his would-be attacker's heart, killing him instantly before using a kick to knock his corpse away. Using the momentum of his kick, John pivoted on his supporting foot while leaning down to avoid another clumsy thrust of a spear point. Coming out of the pivot, John buried his lightsaber into the wildling's throat nearly up to the hilt. This brought him face to face with the wildling, a woman with blood-covered yellow teeth who could only stare at him in disbelief as he twisted his wrist to turn the lightsaber in order to completely remove her head. Breathing deep, John turned to find his next opponent, only to find the battle to be winding down. Only a few wildlings were still standing, but they weren't standing for long as they were being ruthlessly and effectively cut down by the men of House Stark and Manderley. All save for one wildling who was larger than even the one who tried to dehorse Robb early in the battle. The man was wielding a club with a large stone embedded into one end, and in his other hand he was wielding a very crude curved sword. His face was painted with black markings around his eyes with streaks running down his cheeks. When the beast of a man finally realized he was alone now, he started turning slowly, observing the men surrounding him while the Northman kept just out of reach of his club and sword. Stopping mid-turn, the wildling pointed his sword directly towards John's father. "Stark? I challenge you. Stand and fight me, you spineless coward." Everyone stopped whatever they were doing as Lord Stark nudged his warhorse forward, eyes dripping blood of the wildlings that he slew. "You know me. John's father asked, staying just outside the ring of men surrounding the wildling. I do. The wildling spat, in the true north, we know all about ye and your family. We used to respect ye, hated ye, but respected ye. The kings of fucking winter. But then your pathetic cockless ancestor threw away his crown instead of fightin' and dying. Now all you fucking Starks are nothing but pathetic kneelers in our eyes. Now stand and fight, ya fucker. Or prove you're a fucking cockless coward just like the rest of your family. John didn't need to see his father to know that his eyes had turned color, the eyes of the wolf as they were now known throughout Winterfell and most of the north. Extinguishing his lightsaber, John and the rest of the men of the north watched in silence as Lord Stark slid easily from his saddle and onto the ground. The wildling, either not knowing or not caring about what he'd started, merely grinned as he settled into a wide stance with both weapons held out at his sides. Finally. A challenge. I'm going to gut you like a fish, Stark. Then I'm going to eat your fucking heart right in front of your whelps. His father didn't say anything as he held ice aloft in a two-handed grip and settled into a stance with his right foot back and his left foot forward. Letting out a bellowing war cry, the wildling charged at Lord Stark, his steps heavy and his arms held wide as he tried to put as much momentum as possible into his swings. But his father simply sidestepped and used ice's length to deflect the wild strong strikes with little to no effort. It was obvious, even to John's limited experience outside the training yard, that the larger wildling was used to brute forcing his way through fights and had therefore cared little to learn the finesse of a proper one-on-one fight. The wildling, in a fit of rage at not being able to even come close to landing a blow, had unleashed a powerful overhead strike with his club, which his father calmly sidestepped. The force of the strike was enough to bury the club head into the ground. Before the wildling could recover, his father used the flat of ice to break the man's exposed elbow before calmly sidestepping and hamstringing the wildling. Then, without saying a word, the quiet wolf calmly and mercilessly removed the downed wildling's head from his shoulders without uttering a single word or even grunt of exertion. While his father remained calm and quiet as the last of the wildlings fell to his blade, the rest of the men did not. The moment the last wildling lost his head, a great roar of triumph spread quickly through the soldiers and small folk as many began chanting Stark over and over. Feeling more than seeing Robb step up to his side, the two brothers watched as their father quietly took a piece of cloth that had been offered to him by one of the men wearing Stark livery before he started the process of cleaning the blood off of ice. Start seeing to the wounded and dead, his father intoned, tossing the bloodied cloth on top of the dead wildling before sheathing ice. I want a count of both. And send out runners to see if any wildlings fled the field before the battle ended. The chance of victory quickly ended as the men quickly began to disperse and begin the task of sorting through the dead and injured. As much as John wanted to go with them and lend a hand, he found that he couldn't move as he found himself locked in his father's eyes. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one as Robb also seemed to be immobilized right next to him as their father approached them both, his yellow eyes not fading in the slightest despite the battle having passed. You two rode into battle, their lord father stated, staring hard at the two of them. I am disappointed in the both of you that you would so readily place yourselves in harm's way. Yet, I am proud of the men you two are becoming. Neither of you hesitated to act when faced with sudden adversity. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, John's back straight with pride as his father placed a hand on both his and Robb's shoulders. Well done, my sons. Well done. As his father let go of the both of them and left, John shared a quick glance with his brother, whose grin John was sure was mirrored on his own face. And as one, the two all but ran after their father to catch up with him as he made his way through the aftermath of the battle towards the column. Unsurprisingly to John, his father made directly for one of the lead carriages that he knew contained his sisters, Lady Nyra and Lord Manderley's granddaughters. Moving around the shuttered carriage to the side opposite of where the battle had occurred, Lord Stark knocked gently against the door before opening it. Sansa, Arya. Are you all ALRI? Father. A red streak shouted as Sansa lunged out of the carriage and grasped desperately onto their father's shoulders. What happened? A battle, of course, Arya deadpanned, though John could sense the fear and excitement coursing through her. Father, can we? No, you cannot come out. Nor can you open the shutters of the carriage. Lord Stark ordered as he carefully removed Sansa from around his shoulders and set her back into the carriage. But Arya sputtered. But Robb and John are both older than you. Lord Stark finished for her in a tone that brokered no argument. You will all stay in this carriage and you will keep the shutters closed until you hear otherwise. Nyra, please keep an eye on my daughters and Lord Manderley's granddaughters. Of course, my lord. Lady Nyra answered immediately, placing her hands upon Sansa's shoulders and guiding her back into the carriage. Please, Lady Sansa. A battlefield, especially the aftermath, is no place for one as young as you. Lady Arya, listen to your father and leave it be. There was no shortage of grumbling from his youngest sister about life not being fair, but mercifully enough she didn't protest further as their father shut the carriage door and turned to march back towards the battlefield with Robb and John almost racing to keep up with him. Once they passed by the carriages and wagons, his father immediately made for a small group composing of Lord Knox, Lord Manderley, and Sir Jory. As they approached, all three men stopped talking to one another and turned towards them. "What's the damage?" his father asked without preamble. "More than a dozen dead and more than twice that injured," Lord Knox answered immediately. "3 horses are dead and 2 more are now lame and will need to be put down. And one of the wagons snapped an axle. But it could have been far worse." "It was bad enough as it was, Knox," Lord Stark replied without any real heat in his voice, but more like he was just stating a fact. "What of the wildlings?" "We're not entirely sure, my lord," Sir Jory answered. "Those that stayed on the field are dead to man and woman. However, there are a good number that fled into the woods." "How many?" "At least a dozen or more, my lord," Sir Jory winced as he stated the number. "And that's not all, Lord Stark." Lady Mormont, she recognized these wildlings as belonging to the Ice River clans. "And, well, they have a reputation for being cannibals." Lord Stark finished for his captain, making John flinch at the mere thought of the disgusting trait. "And now there are still over a dozen still roaming our lands free. So, when are we leaving?" Lord Knox asked pointedly, drawing looks from the 2 lords and captain. "What? You all were not seriously considering staying here with our thumbs up our asses while cannibals raid your lands even more so than they already have, were you?" "No," Lord Stark stated immediately. "Lord Manderley, I'm leaving you in charge. Load up our dead and wounded into the wagons and head a few hours west towards the King's Road before making camp. Sir Jory, Knox, my sons, and a dozen volunteers will come with me into the forest to rout out the wildling survivors. If we don't meet up with you by dawn 2 days from now, continue north to Winterfell." "It will be done, my lord," Lord Manderley responded almost immediately, clasping a closed fist to his chest. As the large lord waddled back towards the column, John's father turned back towards him and his brother. "I don't suppose it would do much good to tell the 2 of you to stay with the column and your sisters." Rob and John shared a look with one another before turning back towards their father. "You said it yourself, father," Rob stated, "it is the duty of a lord and his heirs to ensure the safety of their people. What kind of son of yours, of the north, would I be if I didn't see to the threat of wildlings loose on our lands personally? And you'll need my force tracking, Lord Stark," John added. "I'll be able to find them far faster than any other tracker we might have with us." Keeping his head up, John didn't let any of the nerves he was feeling show as he stood tall before his father. "I often wondered what my father felt like when dealing with your uncles and aunt and I when we were younger. Now I know," their father said with a sad shake of his head. "Ready your horses, my sons. We leave immediately." John and Rob didn't need telling twice as they took off immediately to find their horses. Quickly enough, they found them since they were being held by some of the small folk and met up with Theon, who insisted on coming along with them. In the end, the group that were heading out after the wildlings consisted of John, Rob, their father, Lord Knox, Asha, Theon, Small John, Dacey, and a few other Stark men at arms. Within no time at all, the group was riding into the trees and John was searching through the force for any trace of the wildlings that attacked them. It wasn't very hard if he was being honest. The wildlings that fled the battle did little to hide their movements and it was mere child's play for John to pick up their trail and begin hunting them down. As dusk began to settle in on them, John brought a halt to the tracking party as he sensed a sudden increase in the trail they'd been following. Hopping off his horse, John knelt and placed his hand against a footprint that had been left in a soft dirt pile and closed his eyes. "They're close," he said, leaving his hand on the footprint and letting the force guide his other hand to point in the direction he felt the wildlings had gone. "Their presence is stronger here. They passed through here just a short time ago. We go on foot from here," his father ordered, sliding off his horse. "You two, stay with the horses. The rest of you with me." Getting up from the ground, John kept his focus on the trail, which led them towards a small ridge. "Don't think we need your magic anymore, Snow," Theon grunted, lifting his chin in the air. "I can smell the bastards from here." "Quiet," Lord Stark ordered, crouching low to the point where he was almost laying on the ground and edging closer towards the edge of the ridge. Following suit, John and the rest who'd come with them all lowered themselves to the ground and peered over the edge of the ridge. Sure enough, just a short distance from where they were hiding was the remnants of a large camp. There were dozens of tents, shoddy wagons, and even a few mules for pulling the wagons. But instead of the camp being heavily populated, there were only perhaps about 24 men and women that John could see frantically running back and forth between the tents as they scavenged the camp for anything of value. "Smell that?" Small John mumbled, sniffing at the air. "Smells like they're cooking meat of some kind. Figure after we kill these fucks, they won't mind us taking their meal off their hands." "Wouldn't trust any of the meat you see in the camp, Umber," Dacey hissed back. "These fucks belong to the Ice River clans. Fucking cannibals. I can guarantee any meat you find down there didn't come from any animal." For not the first time, John felt a wave of bile rising in his throat, which became almost impossible to keep down as he spotted a spite with still bleeding meat skewered on it over one of the low burning fires. Vile fiends! Rob cursed. Have they no respect for the dead? They're wildings, young wolf, Small John shrugged. They don't know the meaning of respect. Quiet, Lord Stark shushed, holding a finger towards his lips. Knox. Looking over his shoulder, John found his master laying on his back with his sightless covered eyes facing skywards. John and I will get their attention by approaching from the east, Knox stated. Everyone else head west towards the wagons near the back of the camp while they're distracted in order to cut off their best route of escape. Once they start running, you can cut them down. And how do you expect to get their attention, Sorcerer? Theon asked, shooting a quick glance towards Lord Knox. And how do you know they'll flee? Simple, Knox shrugged, rolling over onto his front. John and I will just start killing them until we get their attention. Once enough of them are dead, those still alive will turn tail and run. These aren't exactly the bravest of fighters we're dealing with here. If they were, they would have kept to the field instead of running at the first sign things weren't going well for them. Turning away from his master, John found his father staring directly at him. No words passed between them, but John could tell just by the look in his father's eye that he was asking John if he was ready. Palming his lightsaber, John gave but a single nod to his father before backing away from the edge of the ridge towards his master. Lord Knox is right, John said quietly. We can create a distraction enough for everyone else to get behind them and pincer them between us. Then that is what we'll do, Lord Stark stated, pulling himself back from the ridge and standing up. Be careful, son. And stay close to Lord Knox when the fighting begins. Aye, father, John replied after a moment's hesitation. Giving Rob and even Theon a nod of encouragement, John took off after his master who was already making his way towards the eastern end of the camp far enough away from the edge of the ridge to not risk being seen by the wildlings below. Keep your mind focused on the here and now, John, Lord Knox ordered him as the two turned back towards the ridge and stared their descent on the far eastern side of the camp. You want to protect your brother and father? Then make sure none of these bastards are alive to pose a threat to them. Letting out a breath, John closed his eyes and drew on the force just as he always did before a spar or the few true fights he'd been in. As they descended the ridge towards the camp, John felt a familiar surge of excitement, his hands practically shaking in rage and excitement as they drew closer and closer to the wildling encampment. He fingered the ignition button of his lightsaber eagerly and restlessly. Do not draw your blade just yet, his master commanded as they approached the camp. Do not give away your advantage until your opponent overcommits themselves. Only then show them their folly as they lay on their deathbed. Finally noticing their approach, one of the remaining wildlings gave off a cry of alarm before grabbing a spear and running towards John and Knox. The cry went through the camp quickly, and by the time the man was almost upon them, the rest of the wildlings had grabbed whatever weapons they could and were heading towards the two of them. Idiots, his master sighed, holding up his hand. The first wildling that had been rushing towards them stopped cold as Knox gripped the man tightly with the force. And then with a simple twitch of his wrist, the man's neck snapped as his head turned completely around. Seeing their fellow die so quickly and in such a manner brought the other wildlings skidding across the ground less than a few paces away as realization dawned in their eyes. Fuck. A woman with rotten teeth screamed. It be the fucking sorcerer. Run. Twin hisses sounded through the camp as John and his master both drew forth their lightsabers simultaneously and charged after the fleeing wildlings. A few of the wildlings turned to make a stand, but they didn't last long as John lost himself in the force and cut a path through the few that tried to make a stand against them. But as quick as John was, Knox was even quicker and far more ruthless. As dangerous as he knew these wildlings to be, something about cutting a man down while he was running brought a pause to John. His master however didn't have such hesitation as he cut down both those who were fleeing and those who tried to stand and fight in equal measure. As they passed by the low burning fires, John saw something that caught his eye and made him hesitate. Next to the fire, there was a naked woman with a gag in her mouth and her hands bound above her head with a rope that had been slung over a tree branch directly above the fire. He wasn't sure just why the woman was there or what was about to happen to her before they arrived. No, wait, he did have a pretty good idea of that. He just didn't want to think about it. But as he moved to free her, another wildling ran out from behind the tree the woman was tied to with a club held in his hand. Spacing his feet, John brought his lightsaber to bear, ready to cut the man down. But he needn't have bothered as the moment the wildling stepped past the woman, she used the rope that was binding her hands to lift herself up off the ground and wrapped her thighs around the man's neck. Then, with a twist of her hips, she threw the wildling onto the fire before her. The wildling screamed as the fires ate at his furs. Though, he was quick to roll out of their grasp and further across the ground trying to put the flames out. Not wanting to give him a chance to recover, John was on him in an instant, his lightsaber cutting through the man's neck, severing his head and leaving his body to smolder on the damp leafy ground. Turning to the woman, John saw fear in her as her eyes flickered between his lightsaber and him and back. Stepping towards her, John slashed at the robe above her head, freeing her, before taking off his cloak and offering it to her, all the while trying to keep his eyes in appropriate places. "Stay hidden till it's over," he told her as she slowly took the offered cloak so that she could cover herself until she found new clothes. But his concern for her well-being turned out to be unnecessary. By the time he got back to the fight, his father and brother along with the men with them had sprung their trap and were in the process of ending the last few remaining wildlings that had decided to go down fighting rather than surrender. Sheathing his lightsaber, John motioned for the woman to follow him as he made his way over towards his brother and father, all the while keeping a close eye on the downed wildlings just in case one wasn't entirely dead. "Well, well, Snow," Theon called out, his bow in hand and an arrow ready to draw. "Quite the find you have there. If he's not enough for you, pretty lady, let me know and you'll see what a real man can do. If she wants a real man Greyjoy, then she's better off sticking with Snow rather than you." Small John bellowed from nearby, drawing more than a few laughs from the men around them and a scowl from Theon. One who wasn't laughing with the others though was his father, who was finishing cleaning off ice and sheathed the ancestral sword before making his way over to John and the woman. His father wasn't the only one who wasn't laughing at the Theon's expense as Daisy was staring at the barely covered woman beside John with a suspicious look in her eye. "Are you all right, John?" John nodded, feeling more than a little proud of himself for having gotten through the skirmish without a scratch on himself. "Good," his father nodded as his attention shifted to the woman who was clutching his cloak around her bare shoulders. "And you, lady? Are you injured?" The woman said simply, her eyes moving across everyone before they landed on Lord Knox, which caused a spike of fear to emanate from her. Why would she fear Lord Knox? "We just saved her." "Show proper respect, woman," one of the Stark men at arms growled. "You are standing before Lord Stark, Warden of the North. And the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Knox." "The Sorcerer," the woman breathed. "And Benyon Stark's kin." John nearly jumped as Daisy was immediately in front of him with her spiked Valyrian mace pointed towards the woman. "I knew it," Daisy growled. She recognized Lord Stark as Benyon Stark's kin. "She's another fucking wildling just like the rest of those here." All the attention shifted to the woman, who'd taken a half step back away from Daisy and her mace. "I ain't no fucking Ice River clan shit." The woman spat. "But I am a free woman, Southerner." "Southerner?" Small John growled, as he too stepped forward with his sword drawn. "We're in the north, you wildling fuck. Not the south." Impressively, the woman did not back down despite the fact she had Daisy's mace in her face and had the Small John closing in on her. "We be south of the wall. That makes you all Southerners." Snarling, the Umber heir kept his eyes on the wildling woman. Ice River clan or not, she's still a fucking wildling south of the wall. "Let me deal with her, Lord Stark. I'll make it quick, more than the likes of her deserves." "No, not yet," John's father ordered as he moved past Daisy and Small John to stand before the wildling woman who, to her credit, did not back down from his father's gaze. "What is your name?" The woman's head flickered, mimicking that of a cornered cat looking for a way to escape being caught. "Osha." "Osha," his father repeated with a nod. "How did you get south of the wall? Were there any others with you? And where are the Black Brothers that helped this group cross the gorge?" Licking her lips, the newly named Osha seemed unable to look away from John's father. Frowning, John concentrated on the two standing nearly toe-to-toe, and felt a strange sensation coming from the force that seemed to be passing between his father and Osha. "2 crows helped me and 2 others of me clan cross gorge long before these ones crossed," Osha stated, her voice gaining a strange almost dream-like sound to it. "They be nice enough for crows. Both wanted a tumble with me, but neither was strong enough to claim it. We be hidin' and making our way as far south as south goes, but we didn't get far. These Ice River fucks surprised us in the night. They turned the 2 crows with us in TA meals. Cooked 'em slow on a low fire while they still be alive. After they ate the crows with them as well, they ate my clansmen as well. They was savin' me for some celebration feast they said this morn. Then almost all left to fight. But only a few came back." "And what? Fuck. What did you do to me, Stark?" "Impressive, Lord Stark," Lord Knox stated as he stepped up beside John's father. "Usually, one has to train for years in order to do what you just did on a whim. Either you've been holding out on me or we need to re-evaluate your force sensitivity." "Sorcerer," Osha whispered fearfully. "Relax, woman," Knox said dismissively. "If I wanted you dead, you would be dead already." That didn't calm the woman down, though she no longer looked ready to run at the first opportunity. "Who cares why she came south?" Umber growled once more. "She's a fucking wildling. Let's just end her already." Osha's hair whipped through the air as she looked between John's father, Lord Knox, and the Umber heir. "Give me my life, my lord, and I'm yours," Osha cried, surprising just about everyone as she dropped to her knees before John's father. His father's face remained impassive as he stared down at the wildling woman prostrating herself before him. "Swear it upon the old gods," Lord Stark demanded, surprising everyone as Osha looked up at him, hope welling within her. Osha didn't hesitate. I swear upon the old gods, my lord. I am yours if ye spare me life. And I accept your oath, Osha, formerly of the Wildings and now a subject to House Stark. Lord Stark spoke clearly and loudly for all to hear, making sure that everyone knew that this woman was now under House Stark's protection. Find some clothes. And when we return to Winterfell, I shall find a use for you. Osha nodded quickly before scampering off to scour the camp in order to find proper clothing. You too, his father said, pointing towards 2 Stark guards standing behind him without even looking. Return to where we tied our horses off and collect them. Everyone else, scour the camp for anything that might prove useful and load it up onto the wagons with the mules. We'll be taking what we can back with us to Winterfell and put it to use. Though a few didn't look too terribly pleased with recent events, especially Small John, the words of John's father were absolute in the north. And with nary a word said, the men and Daisy began to search through the camp looking for anything that might be of use. The only ones who didn't were John, Robb, their father, and Lord Knox. Father, Robb said cautiously, his eyes seeking out the wildling woman who'd managed to find some furs and was currently in the process of changing behind a wagon. Why did you take that woman in? She's a wildling. She'll betray us at the first opportunity. No, she won't, their father replied, surprising Robb and John. There was no lie in her and she meant her oath. If she does betray the trust of House Stark, she will not only die, but she will be forever cursed by the gods as an oath breaker. Robb seemed to mull that thought over in his head. But why even take the risk, father? She's a wildling. They're all savages. What have I told you about generalizing a group of people, Robb? Their father asked in a tone that both boys recognized easily. It was the tone of voice he took whenever he was lecturing the two on the art of ruling. Are all northerners the same? Our people range from those who reside in the mountain clans to the Skagosi and the people of White Harbor. Are they all the same? Are all southerners the same? The people in the Riverlands and the Vale are as different from those in Dorne and the Stormlands as night is from day. In the south, there are many that consider us in the north to be little more than barbarian heathens who are only a step above the wildlings. Are they right? No. I have always told you boys that the sins of the parents are not carried by their children. And the same can be said for a group of people. The many are not beholden to the sins of a few. His words, even though they weren't the first time John had heard him, struck him like one of Lord Knox's punches. He could have sworn that his father was trying to say something to him, personally, without actually saying it. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out just what that was. But that is only part of the reason why I took that woman into our household, his father continued. Recently, the wildlings have begun raiding the north more and more. But more than that, some are not necessarily raiding but rather are almost fleeing. Then there is the new king beyond the wall that has managed to do what few others have done before by gaining the allegiance of almost every wildling tribe north of the wall. The Night's Watch can tell us much, but in the end, it is only one side of what is going on. She can probably provide us with more of what is happening from the perspective of the wildlings. For the briefest of moments, John could have sworn that it was Lord Knox lecturing the two of them and not their father. The lesson was so like one often given by Lord Knox that John was tempted to do a scan of his father with the Force just to make sure his master wasn't pulling a trick of the mind on them both. Leave no stone unturned, John said, repeating the words Knox had often said to both himself and Robb. And do not trust what everyone knows. But rather seek the truth for yourself. Very good, John, his father nodded. Now, both of you get along helping the others. I want to return to Lord Manderley and your sisters before night. A powerful disturbance in the Force rung in John's ears, drowning out whatever his father had said. If he hadn't already experienced the disturbance in the Force with Shireen Baratheon, he was sure that he would have been brought to his knees. But thankfully he was able to push the disturbance back from the pounding sensation in his head to little more than a dull ache. Robb however wasn't as fortunate as he found his brother nearly bent in half and dry heaving while Lord Knox and even their father were both staring off in the direction the disturbance came from. Lord Knox, father. We all felt it, John, Lord Knox stated plainly. What was father? John called out as his father began walking off into the woods. John and Robb, who'd only just recovered, both moved to stop him, only to be stopped themselves as Lord Knox held out his arm, blocking their path. What is happening is the will of the Force and needs to happen. Lord Knox explained, lowering his arm, we'll follow Lord Stark, but do nothing to stop him. Knowing better than to question an order given by Lord Knox, John and Robb both eagerly nodded their heads and together the three of them left the wilding encampment, following their father who was walking hurriedly into the woods. They only walked for maybe quarter of a mile at best when John heard running water in the distance, along with the breaking of branches and the cries of two distinct animals. His father broke into a run, leaving the three of them rushing to catch up as a small stream came into view. The source of the noise stole John's breath from his lungs. For standing on the edges of the stream not a stone's throw from where they were was the largest stag John had ever seen in his entire life. Even more surprising than the stag was what it was fighting against. A wolf. A wolf that could rival the size of horse. Both animals were covered in blood, cuts, and bite marks as the two circled and lunged at one another time and time again. Not a wolf, he realized, still in a daze. A dire wolf. The symbol of House Stark. While John could do little more than stare in awe at the near-mythical creature and sigil of his father's house, the stag let out a bellow and lowered its antlers in order to skewer the dire wolf through the beast's side as it darted back and forth. Yet before the antlers could so much as ruffle the wolf's fur, the beast's head did a sudden upturn as it twisted in place while its body remained still. Its neck breaking in several places with the sounds of a tree falling in the forest. John didn't need to look to know who had killed the stag. He'd seen the same technique several times over the past few years and knew of only one who had the control and the power to perform such a feat. With its adversary suddenly dead, the dire wolf immediately lowered itself towards to the ground, its head moving slowly as it looked for what saved it the trouble of killing the beast. When its eyes landed on the four of them, it immediately started to growl, but otherwise stayed still. Deciding to put some more of his training to the test, John reached out through the force, trying feel out the massive dire wolf. No, she's afraid. But not of us. But rather, she's guarding something. But, what? Hearing a sword leave its sheath, John looked at time to see his father stab ice into the soft ground near the stream. The three of you stay here, he ordered in a tone that brokered no argument as he slowly stepped through the stream, cautiously approaching the wolf with his hand outstretched towards the horse-sized dire wolf. What's he doing? Rob gasped, moving to follow their father, only to stop as John and Lord Knox both held out their arms to stop him. He's following the will of the Force, Lord Knox stated plainly, a light smile playing at the corner of his lips. Now, shut up, stay still, and watch. Staying silent, the three watched as Lord Stark crossed the small stream and made his way down the bank on the opposite side. His eyes never leaving the dire wolf's as he drew steadily closer while the wolf held its ground. Easy, girl, his father said gently, his soft voice carrying over the running water as John waited with bated breath for whatever was about to happen. Happen. I mean you no harm, girl. Nor do I seek your prey. I mean only to help. If John had any doubt as to the supposed intelligence of a dire wolf, they were firmly put to rest as the wolf, in response to his father's words, stopped growling and its face relaxed. It kept its eyes firmly on his father, but it looked more relaxed than it had before he spoke. When less than an arm's length separated the two of them, his father went to one knee before the massive wolf with his hand less than a finger width from its snout. The wolf eyed the hand warily and gave it a tentative sniff. And then John needed to check if he was dreaming as the wolf leaned its snout into his father's hand. By the gods old and new, Rob breathed as they watched their father do the impossible as he gently caressed the head of the wolf. Easy, girl, he could hear his father mumble lowly as his other hand came up to join the first on the wolf's head. Let's take away that pain of yours. Feeling a rush of the force, John blinked as the wolf jumped back from his father, suddenly on guard again. But as the wolf made to snarl, it stopped. Then turned its head towards the several blood spots that covered its fur and gave each a tentative lick as if trying to figure out just why its wounds no longer hurt or bled. Rising from his knee, Lord Stark kept close eye contact with the wolf as he slowly took a few steps back from the carcass of the stag. It's all yours, girl, he said loudly and clearly. Stay safe. Turning his back on the wolf, Lord Stark started trudging back through the stream making his way towards them. Just as he crossed the stream, a low howl from the wolf brought him back around. The dire wolf, now having all of their attention once more, went over to the hindquarters of the stag and, with one powerful twist of its head, ripped off one of the beast's legs and threw it across the stream towards Lord Stark. It then grabbed what was left of the stag and dragged it into the woods away from the stream and disappearing. Fucking hells, Rob breathed as their father bent down and picked up the full leg of the stag. Have you ever seen anything like that before? Seen? John mumbled, still not fully believing just what he'd seen. I've never even heard of anything like that. I have, Lord Knox commented, his sightless eyes focused across the bank where the wolf had disappeared to. Just hadn't expected to see it here, and with one untrained with animal bonding through the force. You Starks. Every time I think I have you lot figured out, you just keep finding more and more ways of surprising me. Drumming his fingers against the small table that had been set out in the large tent that had been assembled for Lord Stark's use. Knox sat with Ned, Wyman, Rob, John, and the heirs or spares that had gone with them to Valeria and were now accompanying them back to Winterfell where they would meet up with their families once more. The main topic of discussion of course was revolving around the wildling attack, their subsequent finding of the wildlings' camp, and the saving of only prisoner left alive. Osha, the former wildling woman who was now in service to House Stark. On their trek back to the main column, she had told Ned and everyone else everything she knew about Mance Rayder and why there had been such a dramatic increase in wildling activity south of the wall as of late. There was unrest north of the wall, unrest far greater than anything the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch had reported, or perhaps even knew about. Entire clans going missing without any warning. Their settlements seemingly completely abandoned with nary a body to be found. Unnatural cold killing people by the dozens. Her reasoning for what was going on, as well as for how and why Mance Rayder had managed to become king beyond the wall, had shook many to their core. "She's a wildling, my lord." John Umber was near shouting as he stood before Ned, his face one of deep anger. "We cannot trust anything she says. We should just kill her and be done with it. We Mormonts have more reason than any to hate the wildlings." Small John, Daisy chimed in, her voice set with a noticeable edge. "And normally I would agree with you on this. But this woman, Osha, she was a prisoner and the next meal for those cannibal fuckers. Plus, she swore an oath of fealty to Lord Stark under the old gods. The wildlings are many things, but they take the gods very, very seriously. She will not break such an oath easily." Umber was clearly not pleased with her response, as he no doubt expected Daisy to support his view given her home of Bear Island being a frequent target of wildling raids. But before he could press the matter, Wyman changed the direction away from Osha and rather to the bit of information she was willing to provide to prove herself sincere. "Lord Stark has taken the woman into his household, and I for one will abide by his decision. But I am far more concerned with the reasons she gave for the increase in wildling raids we've seen as of late." The shift in conversation brought about an abrupt shift within the tent as everyone present began to awkwardly shift themselves around. The others, Whites and White Walkers, Eddard Karstark shivered just saying the names. "They're legends from a time long since past, nothing more." "All legends have to come from somewhere," Robb said, drawing attention to himself. "We all know the children are real, despite no one having seen them for centuries. We know the old gods are real. Lord Nox has brought his magic to the north and shown that there are those who can use the same magic as he. With these things that we know, is it really that much of a stretch to believe that the others might too exist? And if the others did not truly exist, then why did Bran the Builder construct the wall in the first place?" John asked rather pointedly. "We of the north do not squander our resources like the soft lords of the south." That got more than a few grunts of affirmation and chuckles. And such a sentiment must have been even more relevant back in the Age of Heroes. If all Bran the Builder was trying to do was keep out the wildlings, who didn't even exist at the time, then he wouldn't have made the wall as large as he did. No, he constructed the wall with the aid of the first men, the children of the forest, and giants because they were trying to keep something out. Something terrible. Something they managed to drive to the far north but not defeat. What other enemy could it possibly be other than the White Walkers and their whites? Feeling Ned's attention on him, Nox got up from his seat and took his turn addressing those assembled. "When I first came to this land, I will admit I had not intended to stay," Nox admitted, drawing surprised looks from everyone save for Ned who knew where Nox was heading. "The children of House Stark were a drawing point, I will admit, as I had never encountered an entire family of force sensitives like them before. But even that wouldn't have been enough to keep me here. No, what kept me in the north was because of something that happened on my first night within the walls of Winterfell." Pausing to make sure he had everyone's undivided attention, he pressed on with his tale. "Before dawn, I felt a pull coming from the Godswood. I made my way through the Godswood to the Weirwood, and when I stood before the ancient tree, I was granted a force vision unlike any I had ever experienced in my entire life. The vision was of the future, but not just one future. But of dozens, perhaps hundreds, of possible futures, each one different than the last. Even years later, I still do not fully understand what I saw or even specific details. But there was one aspect of the future that occurred in every iteration of the future I saw. And that was that a darkness would come from the far north and spread across the land. First, the north would fall. Then the rest of Westeros would fall. And then the rest of the world would fall as other different dark entities from around the world added to its strength. I spent weeks searching for anything that might match the darkness that I saw. In the end, I came to only one possible conclusion for what we will be facing in the future. The others," Robb stated. Nox nodded. "It was the only logical conclusion I could come up with. If you've known the others were coming for us, then why the fuck haven't you said anything for years?" Umber growled, taking a menacing step towards him. Not backing down, Nox let his aura flare slightly. The effect was immediately apparent. Everyone in the tent, save for Ned, Robb, and John, all shivered, and the small John even seemed to shrink in on himself as he backed down. "I had a theory and a vision, not proof. Without proof, my conjectures were meaningless. Even if I had presented my thoughts to the other northern lords or even the king, do you think the reaction would have been any different than yours just a moment ago?" Nox let that sink in before pressing onwards. "Do not think for a moment that I have been just sitting on my ass doing nothing for years, Umber. I saw in my vision that the best chance we have of surviving what is coming is for there to be a strong north. And that has been my sole purpose for years, to strengthen the north to the point where it could, at the very least, stall what is coming in time to get help from the other kingdoms. And Nox has not been acting alone in this, Ned spoke up, coming to his defense. While Knox has not given voice to his visions in the past, he has spoken about them to me along with his theories. And he has had my full support these past 7 years. And as Knox has always been honest with me and has given me no reason to doubt his word, I will continue to give him my full support. As will all of you. The ultimatum, for that was exactly what it was met with silence. I do not doubt what you believe you saw in this vision of yours, Sorcerer. Wyman started slowly as if he were carefully choosing each word before saying them. You have done nothing but better the North since you arrived. I dare say you have done more for the North since the Starks unified it as a single kingdom. If for some reason this vision of yours does not come to pass, then the North will be in a far better place than it was in. And if, gods forbid, your dark vision does come to pass, then I will give thanks to the gods old and new that you have done all that you have and that you are on our side. And you and your children and your children's children will always have a place of honor in White Harbor for your actions. Well, I can't speak for my my mother, Daisy added, catching herself as a spike of anger coursed through her. But Bear Island will only follow the Starks. And if Lord Stark says to keep trusting you, then that is exactly what we'll do. Same with House Karstark, Eddard added. All eyes turned to Small John, who was not looking pleased at being the last one to speak. I still think this is all horseshit, Small John muttered. But I suppose you've earned your place and the benefit of the doubt, Sorcerer. My father respects you, and that isn't something that many can say, Sorcerer. Just don't expect me to sit down and share a horn of ale with those wildling cunts. Your words and actions are appreciated, Ned said as Umber took his seat once more. At the end of the fair, after my son Rob's name day celebration, I will bring up this topic once more to your fathers and mothers. And our course will be set from there. For now, get some rest, but Lord Manderley, Lord Knox. I would like you two to stay behind. I would have more words with the both of you. Having been dismissed, all the occupants of the tent save for Wyman and Knox quickly moved to leave. Though Rob and John both tried to stay, they were both quickly dismissed and fled the tent after but a single look from Ned. Now alone, Ned let out the heavy sigh that he'd obviously been holding in and sank down into a stool as the events of the day finally caught up with him. This was a good start, Knox began, retaking his own stool and pushing a cup of ale towards Ned and Wyman. But this was the easy part. Ned nodded, taking the cup and draining it. You were right, Knox. The others, by the gods, I can't even wrap my mind around it. Neither can I, Lord Stark. Wyman added, holding his own cup but not drinking it. And I doubt that anyone south of the neck will even give the thought the time of day either. Grumpkins and snarks, they'll say. A problem for the far north, they'll say. If they even admit that they exist in the first place. We'll need proof, Ned sighed. Proof that will not be easy to come by, Knox added. For thousands of years, these creatures have bided their time, waiting until they have faded into obscurity and the minds of men have long since dismissed their threat. Unless we can unite the realm behind the idea that they are a problem, they will overrun the north. And once they have turned every man, woman, child, and beast into one of their drones, they will work their way through the south. And once they do, there will be no stopping them. And providing proof to the south isn't the only thing we have to worry about. The wildlings have to be kept in mind as well. Wyman nodded. If the king beyond the wall manages to breach the wall, then it could provide a means for the others to cross through. That is one concern, Knox acquiesced. But I was thinking more along the lines of them all being turned into whites, thralls for the others. That is something that we cannot allow to have happen. Wyman caught on quickly enough as his head went back and forth between Ned and Knox. You mean to have the wildlings cross the wall? My lord, this. You know that I will always stand behind House Stark. But you're asking for the North to test their loyalty to you and your house against their hatred for the wildlings. This is not a decision that I am making lightly, Wyman. Ned countered. And it is not something that will happen immediately. Not without proof. Even then, it will only occur when we are left with no other choice. But Knox is right, as he usually is. I would much rather have 100,000 battle-hardened wildlings fighting on our side rather than on the side of the others should they ever show themselves again. And you are right, Wyman. I am asking our lords to test their loyalty to House Stark against their hatred for our longtime enemy. And I will need your help and support in this endeavor. Wyman didn't even hesitate before he got up from his chair and went down to one knee. It was impressive just how spry the nearly morbidly obese man was. House Stark saved my house long ago, Lord Stark. Your ancestors gave mine a home when we had nowhere to turn. You have my loyalty, my lord. From now until the end of time. It was dramatic, but Knox had grown used to dramatic oaths of fealty during his time as a Dark Council member. Of course, the difference between then and now was that Wyman meant his oath. In the Empire, such an oath would last only for as long as the one who swore the oath was weak. The moment they gained even the slightest advantage, they would forsake their oath and take power for themselves. It was a rather refreshing change of pace if he was to be honest. Though he wasn't naive enough to believe that all the lords of the north would be as quick to accept Ned's reasoning as Wyman had been. After all, hate is a difficult obstacle to overcome. We may have to place this discussion on hold for a time, Ned, Wyman, Knox said as he felt two very familiar presences coming back towards them with a third in tow. It appears Talisa has something she wishes to speak to us about and has convinced Rob and John to accompany her. Waving his hand, Knox parted the curtains of the tent with the force just as Rob was leaning forwards to announce their arrival. Boys, Lady Talisa, Ned greeted the three, motioning for them to come inside, which they immediately did before Knox let the heavy canvas fall closed. Father, John, and Rob chorused with Talisa adding, Lord Stark. Talisa had certainly made her mark on Ned and Wyman, as Knox knew that she would. The moment the battle had concluded, she had set to work seeing to any and all that were injured during the fight without even needing to be asked to do so. According to Wyman, her actions had ensured that at least a few could keep their limbs that had been wounded and even saved the life of another too. Her quickness to act and her dedication, not to mention her bluntness, had earned her respect in the eyes of both Lord Stark and Lord Manderley. It is getting late, Ned noted while motioning for Lady Talisa, who was obviously the reason why the three of them were there, to take a seat. I am curious as to what is so urgent that it could not wait until morning. I apologize for the hour, Lord Stark, Talisa began, taking the offered seat and offering Ned a thick book that he could tell just from the lingering aura around it as one of the ones that had been recovered from Valeria. But I have been translating some of the tomes and scrolls that Lord Knox recovered from Valeria and I believe I have found something that concerns the North specifically. I've marked that pages that I believe you will be most interested in. Taking the offered book, Ned flipped through the pages until he reached whatever it was that Talisa had found. And it wasn't difficult to tell when he had. Ned's entire body froze up as confusion and fear warred within him. This. The warden began as he took in whatever was on the page before him. This is a detailed map of the North. An incredibly detailed map of the North. Getting up from his seat, Knox stepped up beside Ned enough to glance at the page through the force just as Wyman came up to his other side to do the same. The map encompassed 2 whole pages within the book and was without a doubt the most detail-oriented map of the northern region of West Eros that he had ever seen. And that included the maps that were housed within Winterfell's library as well. The only unusual markings on the map were several areas that were marked with red coloring. The largest of which seemed to belong within a small mountain range less than a day's ride from Winterfell. It's a survey map, Knox realized with a start. He'd seen quite a few during his time so it was easy to recognize it for what it was. The only question that remained was what exactly the Valerians were surveying. Once I saw the map, I began translating as much of the passages relating to it as I could, Talisa continued as the three men continued to stare at the map. The Valerians used some form of magic I believe called blood scrying to locate a specific type of metal ore. Metal ore? Ned questioned, looking up from the map. I recognize this mountain range. My ancestors have sent many crews to it to try and find anything of value, but they've always returned empty-handed. Perhaps they just didn't know what they were looking for, my lord. Talisa countered. But regardless, according to the notes in the book, the Valerians believed that the regions noted on the map contained a type of metal ore that, once smelted and properly formed, could rival their Valerian steel. A metal that could rival Valerian steel. Wyman near shouted. Is such a thing even possible? While Knox kept his opinion to himself, his mind was racing. There were a few metals throughout the galaxy that could be considered on par with Valerian steel. But if one were to narrow those down to a true rival, then that considerably shortened the list. In fact, there was only one type of metal that he could think of off the top of his head that could be considered a rival to the steel the Valerians had created. Beskar. If a vein of Beskar truly exists on this planet, then its value in the eyes of the Empire and the Republic would be such that both sides would organize to claim the world regardless of its current technological level. And that isn't to mention what the Mandalorian clans would do to get their hands on an untapped vein of Beskar. That is if it even is Beskar and not some other metal alloy. Which is possible. But even still, the chance to have pure Beskar just sitting within reach. I'll need to work on a way to increase the potential of the blast furnaces. In its current condition, it wouldn't even be able to warm the Beskar, let alone reach a temperature to properly form it. What do you make of this, Knox? Ned asked. Scratching at his short-trimmed beard, Knox frowned as he mulled his response over in his head. I am no expert on the Valerians. But if there is one thing that I have learned about them it is that they were not necessarily a people to exaggerate about a potential advantage or threat. And that their magic was far more potent than I had originally theorized. They had a keen interest in the Starks and the North as a whole. The blood of the first men and their potential magic was the primary reason for their interest, and we've confirmed that already. Perhaps this was a more material reason why they were interested in the North. At the very least, I believe that it is worth checking out. I agree, my lord, Wyman added. If there is even the slightest chance that these writings could prove true, I believe that we should look into it. Nodding, Ned closed the book and handed it back to Talisa. Thank you for this, Lady Talisa, the Warden of the North said. If it is not a bother, I would ask that you continue your work translating this book and help us in any way you can. In return, I will grant you any boon that you ask of me. I owe you that much already for what you have done for my men today. I am merely paying off my debt owed to both Lord Knox and your family, Lord Stark, Talisa replied, taking the book back from Ned. But as for a boon, if I may be so bold, the only thing I would ask of you would be to be given a chance to learn at this new college you and the Sorcerer created and perhaps even teach. Done, Ned agreed almost immediately, drawing a light smile from the young woman who curtsied before leaving the tent. She's fitting in nicely with the Northmen, Knox thought as he took note of the approving sensations coming from Ned and Wyman as they watched the woman leave. As well as the less than pure thoughts that were coming from Robb. There is potential there. From what I can tell, the Starks have almost exclusively married into northern families for force only knows how long. It's amazing they haven't become as inbred as the Targaryens after all these years. Ned marrying Catelyn was good in terms of introducing a bit of diversity into their line. Robb's thoughts are already becoming centered around her. And Talisa at least finds him cute, bordering on handsome despite being a few years older than him. Perhaps a little push, but nothing invasive. Arranging circumstances so that the two of them work near each other shouldn't be too hard if she stays in Winterfell. I'll just have to keep her academically stimulated enough so that she doesn't want to leave. And then, I'll merely step back and let nature take its course. The main trick will be in helping Talisa prove her worth to the Lords of the North so that they don't throw a bitch fit over another foreign lady Stark. Do you think there really is a metal out there? I mean, here in the north that could rival Valyrian steel? Robb asked, the excitement in his voice planned for all to hear. Possibly, Knox shrugged. But just finding the ore will be half the battle. The other half will be trying to figure out how to smelt and form it into something usable. What do you mean? Jon asked, his head tilted slightly to the side. Shouldn't we just be able to use the blast furnace to melt the metal down and they... Oh. The howl cut off Jon and froze all conversation as the 5 occupants of the tent all looked as one towards the tent flap. That was a wolf's howl. Wyman commented, his face set in a heavy frown. But wolves never come this close to such a large group. Oh. Reaching out through the force, Knox was nearly knocked back a step at what he found. That is no ordinary wolf, Ned stated, throwing open the tent flap and marching out into the night. Following Ned out of the tent with Robb and Jon quickly behind him and Wyman lumbering to keep up, Knox followed the Warden of the North as he made his way through the camp towards its edge. The howling had not gone unnoticed by the rest of the camp, many of whom, still anxious after the fight with the wildlings earlier that day, were holding whatever weapons or clubs they could get their hands on and looking around wildly trying to find the source of the howling. As they reached the edge of the camp line, they were met with Sir Jory and a handful of Stark men at arms. Lord Stark, Jory said, his eyes scanning out over the dark landscape. Jory, Ned replied, holding his hand out to stop everyone from following him. Everyone put your weapons down. Now. No one make any sudden or unnecessary movements. Many of the Northmen looked quizzically at one another, but their loyalty to their warden won through their confusion and they slowly lowered or sheathed their weapons. Once satisfied, Ned marched out several paces from the camp before kneeling on the ground. Knox wasn't sure which part of what happened next shocked him more. The fact that he could sense Ned reaching out through the force for something or someone, or the fact that whatever he'd been reaching out for responded in a gentle probe of its own. By the old gods! Jory gasped while the men of the north involuntarily took a step back as the creature that was making the noise stepped out of the darkness and into the light of the camp. Is that a dire wolf? Knox answered the unfinished question before reaching up and slapping down the crossbow of the Stark man that had come up next to him. Your lord said to lower your weapons. Try that again, and I'll shove it so far up your ass that you'll be able to lose that bolt out of your mouth. Out in the field, Ned remained perfectly still as the pony-sized dire wolf cautiously approached the line of humans. That's the same wolf from near the wildling camp. Robb said excitedly, moving to join his father only to be stopped as Knox held out a hand in his path. Now is not the time to interfere, Knox stated calmly, keeping Robb and Jon back as the dire wolf came within a single pace of Ned before stopping. No one in the camp said a word or even seemed to breathe as they all watched the Warden of the North hold out his hand towards the head of the dire wolf. A head that was easily as large as a man's chest. The wolf inched its snout to within an inch of out of the outstretched palm and then, licked his hand. You Starks just keep managing to surprise me over and over again, Knox said quietly to himself as he felt the feather-light touch of a bond forming between the patriarch of the Stark family and the near horse-sized wolf standing before him. And then, as if that wasn't odd enough, a light yipping noise came from behind the wolf as 6 small wolf pups pranced out from around their mother to greet whoever she'd led them to. Well, that certainly isn't something that you see every day.